Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt is fist pumping for some reason. We got Peyton Phillip Russell in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube for the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, where the news does not slow down. Don't go anywhere else if you want the news instantly and you want the reaction as well versus waiting for other shows to get to it 4 hours or 4 days later. The breaking news from Adam Schefter that we were all waiting for: permission interview denied and shut down. Mike McCarthy not allowed to interview with the Chicago Bears.
Finally, we have some movement.
Thanks to Chicago.
Thanks to Chicago. Yeah, not because of
their hand was forced.
Yeah, not because anything the Cowboys do. I'm just happy with any movement at this point. That's a success as far as I'm concerned. Any kind of announcement, non-limbo. This is less limbo. It's still limbo. I don't think this changes anything.
It doesn't change anything?
No. All this does is
this makes me think, 90, 95% Mike is back.
Oh, I didn't change. I'm still at 80, 85% he's back. Because
That's still pretty high.
It was still pretty high, but it was high before.
Okay.
I don't think this changes anything in terms of his return.
In order for you not to believe that it affects anything, you would also have to believe, unless I'm missing something, that Jerry Jones is capable
of
an all-time petty, spiteful, low-class move. That's what you would have to believe, that they don't really have the intention on bringing Mike back. They're still 50-50.
Yeah.
If they're still 50-50 undecided and they did that, I can't wrap my brain around Jerry and Steven being that cruel.
I don't know what you're talking about. I that's exactly to me what they're doing still.
Really?
Yeah, I this is an all-time low move.
Wow.
I think they're going to drag this out. They're going to make it so this is his only option, and he is forced to take his incentive deal.
Bob?
Well, first off, Carpe Omnia, brothers.
Right.
Good morning.
Seize the day or whatever it is.
Yeah, seize everything. So I think I'm with Sean. This is like 90-95% he's back, because I don't think there's any way Jerry would set this up so publicly for the PR hit, and he doesn't always care about PR hits, but I don't think he would set this up for this one. This would be considered bad business across the league, I think.
For sure.
And you don't, for all of the things that have been out there about Jerry over the years, good and bad and things like that, I don't think the general consensus around the league is he does bad business or he uses bad tactics. This would be considered poor form across the league. So that's why I think it's pretty indicative that he wants to bring him back. Clarence Hill tweeted yesterday, said Cowboys denied permission for Mike McCarthy to speak with the Chicago Bears. This should mean they're bringing McCarthy back. What it really means is that the review of season and discussions are ongoing, per source. Just 48 hours since the end of the season, nothing has been decided. I will say, I had heard that yesterday Jerry and McCarthy were meeting, like they were in a meeting all day yesterday. Like they were sitting down with each other. It was not just let's pop in, have a 1 hour chat in my office. It was, while they were in the office, they were sitting together talking. So this is, I think, for all that time to be spent together. And then at the end of the day, we get no, you can't talk to him. That to me says Jerry feels like they're making enough progress and that this will be what they do. And if it's what you say, and it's,
oh my,
they are laying the groundwork for take an incentive deal, or just if they're trying to go to the thrift store to get their next head coach or to set up their next head coach, it's a good thing I'm off starting tomorrow, because I'm going to need a week not to talk.
I even think it looks terrible if, like, one of the...
If they don't sign it by the end of the week?
No, one of the disheartening things, Mike Florio keeps texting me, they're going to break the McCarthy extension during the Eagle game. That would be very on par for Jerry. He keeps texting me that. But I think it would look terrible and be a huge PR hit for Jerry. One of the most disheartening things in this whole matter for me, we have gotten zero indication that they've even done homework on somebody else.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, I don't even know. Now, you're not supposed to, right? You coach under contract, but like the rest of these teams on their official Twitter accounts are sending out the list of names that they're talking to. A lot of that is, look, Rooney Rule, we're checking it off the list. We're getting the Jets' entire interview agenda. We're getting all these different teams. It doesn't feel like the Cowboys have talked to one other person. If a report comes out, Cowboys are bringing in Mike Vrabel to talk. Cowboys are talking to someone. They're doing an interview. I think that makes them look awful and terrible that you didn't let Mike go talk to Chicago.
Yeah, I think
even an interview.
I think their selling point of change, and Jerry was laying the groundwork for it on Sunday, when the way he talked is like, well, the reason for excitement is your quarterback's coming back. Yeah. That's what you're getting back. Jeez. The fact that they're setting things up the way they are, I think the new sell will be, we got you a new offensive coordinator. Things will be different. That I'm sure it'll be, Mike, you can come back, but you're not calling plays. And
yeah,
we're picking your coordinator, and you've just got, it's likely going to be your successor, whoever it is, and you're going to have to deal with it.
Now, if they say it's hey, we're going to bring Mike back, and your coordinator / play caller is Schottenheimer, that's a very disheartening thing.
Yes.
You can get away with bringing Mike back if you try to find the next Clint Kubiak or Slowick or Ben Johnson, and you go outside the box.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even know. Like, I have no idea what kind of play caller Jason Witten would even be.
I mean,
no idea.
You know what? If it was just even Jason Witten's coming in here as the offensive coordinator, yeah, Mike, you're calling plays, but Witten's coming in here as offensive coordinator, and you're going to show him the ropes. I don't know that McCarthy would accept those terms. And so it might put him in a position to where he has to make a move. But yeah, do they go out there and say, we need to find the next one? So Josh McCown, quarterback's coach in Minnesota, who everybody's really high on, go get McCown to be offensive coordinator. Do they say Byron Leftwich, who we mentioned yesterday, Byron, come in here, be the offensive coordinator here in Dallas and give us an insurance policy? I don't know how they play. I don't know how they justify this, though.
How they justify
bringing him back.
Oh, how they justified bringing him back.
I don't think you can. I said it last night on Love the Star when we were recording, which new episode is out now wherever you find your podcast.
Number one most downloaded
entity in the building.
Yes,
with
indeed.
with us on the morning show at number 2.
I just bring numbers, baby. That's what that is. If you look at Jimmy Johnson winning back-to-back Super Bowls got Jimmy Johnson fired. Barry Switzer's first losing season got Barry Switzer fired. Making the playoffs every single year of his career got Chan Gailey fired. One losing season is all that Garrett had when he got fired. The biggest question to me is, what is your standard here? It's not the Super Bowl. What is your standard for did you do your job or not? Because nobody's met it. And it's completely inconsistent when you look back over the history of what has gotten coaches pushed out of this building previously.
Mike Bassick, I hate to admit, don't text me, Mike, laughing if you're up on your Peloton. And I didn't want to admit this or believe this for years. It just seems like Mike's theory and belief that the Cowboys remaining relevant and the number one topic and in the mix of a playoff berth or winning the NFC East, that's all that matters. It's hard for me not to believe anything else. And that's why yesterday I was down. I was down yesterday when this came out. I was trying to compare this to when, after the Green Bay loss, the news came out that Mike was coming back. And I don't know which one is worse. And disheartened is my word of the day. Because this is the second time now here while covering this team in 15 years with everyone on the morning show where I need a nugget of new and excitement for my off season. I need a reason to believe, right? I think it was Jesse Jackson who preached hope. Gotta have hope. There's none of that. There's zero hope with this upcoming offseason in which they're supposedly going to be tight and frugal again. And if your number one hope is your injury-prone quarterback who may have already had his best year ever, probably did, second in MVP, how are you selling that to the fan base? Just be prepared. If this ends up being the case with McCarthy back, just be prepared for another offseason. There are already people, Jerry included, in that building who got worked up, angry, and upset over the criticism. It was on any radio show that we went on. I'm sure you said the same thing, Choppy, throughout the country. It was the most angry, the most frustrated, and just the most venomous offseason that I can remember. I think that played a part in Jerry snapping on us because he said in the interview, hey, I hear what you guys say. It builds and builds and builds. And the punches to them are just going to keep on coming if things remain the same or get worse.
Yeah,
sell it to us, Chop.
I don't have a problem with Mike as the head coach coming back. There needs to be changes within that. I do think they need a different coordinator. I think Mike is a
different play caller or a different coordinator.
I encap. I don't. There's no.
So take play calling duties from McCarthy though.
Whatever. I don't care. I don't.
Because I don't know what he does if he's not calling plays.
Well, he does what Dan Campbell does, what a lot of Jim Harbaugh does, right? He does what a normal. That to me is a head coach.
Make sure
Dan Campbell, Jim Harbaugh, I agree. Those are head coaches.
I don't want my coach calling plays.
That's
I
fine.
don't like that.
That's fine. But
if Ben Johnson's the head coach?
Well, again, yes, that's different, right? You're literally hiring him just for that, right? Just for, I think I don't think that you can appropriately. There's very few guys, I should say, that can appropriately manage the game.
Yeah,
because you need to be with the offense when they're not on the field.
Yep,
and you can't be watching the game. Right, I think that you need to have some, you know what I mean? So I don't like.
I guess my counter back to Mike just being in charge of the team, I think the number one thing you would list of why that's a good thing is all the guys seem to like him. But
yeah, culture.
But that's not,
you know what I mean?
But there's a problem within their culture too, of not doing enough things. Like I think discipline, doing the small things. All the little things, the way that these guys talk in the media, like it shows me like they don't truly completely get it. The hot noise and all that stuff. Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs are the new reincarnation of that. I don't just view it as, all right, well, the guys in the locker room like you, so that means that you should stay, and that means that you're a good CEO. I think there are other things that go into that the Cowboys have showed on the field they lack, where it doesn't check all the boxes for me as Mike, as the CEO. Just being liked isn't good enough.
No, it's not good enough. But it is like you want people like when you I
need people to dislike you too. I do. There has to be some discomfort at some point in times along with the boss. If we have a bad show or this or that, like we do need our bosses to sit us down and be like, guys, let's clean this up. Let's improve here and there. What you did on the radio, Peyton, where you had to be dumped the other day, that's not good enough. Like it can't just be all kumbaya.
Oh, yeah, and I don't think it's all kumbaya.
I do.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
not 100%, but I don't know if Mike cracks down on them.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what it is. But like, I don't want my CEO. I want my CEO to go to a meeting every day and find out what everybody's doing, what what's your plan for the day, and then go to the golf course. Just keep your hands off it. Like you hire the people to be in the weeds because the CEO you can't be in everything.
But why can't I?
If you're not calling plays, you absolutely can be.
You could be in everything at a not on a micro level. You can't you can't be in every meeting at the same time.
I don't know that he's ever even been involved in everything on a micro level. I don't think that. Look. I'm not talking about as a play caller. As a play caller, probably give me Mike McCarthy over Jason Garrett. As a play designer and different things, give me Mike McCarthy over Jason Garrett. 100 times out of 100. If you're telling me culture, give me Garrett over McCarthy. So if that's what you're wanting culture, then you want Garrett more than you would want McCarthy.
I didn't hate Jason.
Jerry said it. Jerry said it in that bar in Orlando years ago when he moved on from Jimmy Johnson, where he had that famous line of, what was it? He said 100 coaches could have won this, or 500 coaches could have won this. 500 coaches can do for you what Mike McCarthy does for you.
Chop, do you think that they can win it all running it back?
No, I don't think the team's good enough. Yeah, I don't think the personnel's good enough.
Now, what about when they had 12 from 5 seasons?
The first one,
I'm
sorry, the second one, I think. Last year, that team was not a 12-5 team. They were more like a 10-win team. I think they overachieved last year. Or 2 years ago, I guess now.
So the big news yesterday is that the Dallas Cowboys deny Mike McCarthy the opportunity to interview with the Chicago Bears. The number one counter thought I got from Atolo was, is this in any way Mike just telling the Bears through back channeling, I'm not interested?
No, I think.
Is there any way Mike McCarthy didn't want to interview with the Bears?
I think that would be how the report came out if it was Mike. Yeah. I think this was Jerry. Because if it's.
I do too.
I think they would absolutely take the opportunity to, hey, this is a good chance publicly for Mike to say he declines it. And that'd be a good opportunity to show he wants to be here and we're negotiating. This sounds to me like Jerry declining it. And so.
Sounds like you're not getting a brand new head coach, and it sounds like you're not getting a brand new superstar wide receiver, plus other firings throughout the league. We're just getting started. Hump Day edition with Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up. Y'all, I've been pleading with you. I've been begging with you.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
David Moore, Cowboys insider, who the building loves to give a lot of information to, over there in Frisco with his view and details on Mike McCarthy being denied Bears interview.
He says Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy sat down to talk Tuesday. This is from an article that he published late last night on the Dallas Morning News. Later in the day, the Cowboys denied Chicago's request to interview McCarthy for its head coaching vacancy. The two are related based on what two people with knowledge of the impending discussions told the Dallas Morning News after the Bears made their request. It says Chicago's interest served two purposes. One, it was an accelerant to get discussions between Jones and McCarthy started earlier than would have otherwise been the case. Two, it provided a litmus test for each of the principals to determine where the other stood. And he's got some general recap stuff in there. And then at the very bottom of the article, he says, denying Chicago's request isn't a guarantee that McCarthy will return, but it's an indication that both men are continuing the discussion to see if that can happen. So it's definitely an indicator that
he's back.
He's at the very least, Jerry has decided he wants him back, and they're negotiating the terms right now to see if it'll work.
They would have to insult him and lowball him so much with another team telling his agent, Don Yee, yo, if you leave there, we got you.
Right.
It would have to be a combination of those two things in order for him not to return, in my opinion.
Right, but the Cowboys, like, they operate on their own timeline. Like, would it surprise you? Would it surprise you if he's not signed by Monday?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. How about Friday of next week?
Yes. He's free starting Wednesday. Cowboys can't block anything anymore.
All right. Will he be signed by Tuesday at 10 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd be surprised if we're lingering into Wednesday morning.
Because that's like I do think that they're, you know what I mean? Like,
their MO.
That's their MO, but also, like, what are the chances that Chicago their job is still open at 10 p.m. on Tuesday?
I'm guessing we hear about this Friday. We get a Friday news dump while everybody's snowed in. Oh, McCarthy's back.
Or during the playoff game to steal headlines.
Yeah, do you think he would?
Jerry has to be furious at the Bears, by the way. That's sad that I think that's his number one emotion. It's not relief, excitement, Mike's back. He's probably so pissed off that the Chicago Bears screwed up his precious timeline because they accelerated this. It even makes me wonder, like, did the Bears do Don Yee a favor? Like, the agent called the Bears and was like, will you please, because I would owe you big time in order to make Jerry and Steven get up and start working on this right now.
Yeah, they may have forced Jerry's hand in the situation that maybe Jerry still hadn't made his mind up. And he just wanted more time, right?
Oh,
He
I believe
wanted
that.
What?
I believe that.
That Jerry.
I don't think Jerry had decided as of this weekend.
And he wanted to have till Wednesday of next week or whatever.
Yep.
And now the Bears really screwed his timeline up, like you said, but also forced his hand to make a decision. And he's like, all right, well, crap.
Yep.
Let's go.
I got the time for you. I know when we're going to have an answer on McCarthy.
All right.
It will be no later than Friday at 6:30. Because that is when the Cotton Bowl Classic kicks off at AT&T Stadium.
Maybe.
And Jerry will want to be seen up in his suite, sitting next to Mike McCarthy and having the chant, like, have the broadcast cut away. Mike McCarthy got a new extension sitting there with Jerry Jones this evening. 6:30 Friday will be the latest it gets done.
That's actually not a terrible hypothesis. Yeah.
Hypothesis, yeah.
All right, so that's happening. Maybe we'll take phone calls on this a little bit later on. So you're not getting, probably, in my view, a new head coach, and it doesn't look like you're getting Tyreek Hill, as Micah Parsons wanted the other day on social media, because Mike McDaniel and Tyreek sat down for at least an hour the other day, and McDaniel apparently told him, yo, you can't just check yourself out. How about you talk about a psycho. Did you see Tyreek's new profile picture?
No.
He superimposed his head on Antonio Brown's body, leaving the Jets end zone, saying, peace out. I'm out of here. What a lunatic. And McDaniel apparently told him, you can't do that again. Tyreek accepted responsibility, and he apparently did not sit there in that meeting and demand, I still want out of here. As I thought Monday, in reacting to this, sounded very emotional. I thought cooler heads would prevail. Calm down, chill out. I don't, unless the Dolphins have said, you know what? He's shown us. He's shown us that he needs to go. I don't think Tyreek continues to demand out. I would put my money on him remaining a Dolphin.
Yeah, so the way Chris Greer, their GM, talked about it yesterday was kind of fascinating. He said that he didn't request a trade when they met with him.
Right.
He accepted responsibility and the scorn and different things, but also made sure to mention he also did not walk back what he said on Sunday.
That's weird.
That was not, it wasn't like he said, hey, I got emotional. It's just he didn't bring up a trade in the meeting, but he also didn't say, by the way, I know what I said the other day. He didn't walk it back, but he also didn't take responsibility for something. Sounds like he just knew he was a hothead, and he's like, let's blow past what I said emotionally. I don't even want to talk about what I said.
Or he leaves that room in that building and stirs it up again.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm just not going to bring it up, and I'm going to go make noise, depending on what my other options could be. Vegas had us as the number one spot. And, Bobby, we're always talking about how Vegas obviously nails point spreads for games. How often do they actually nail the next destination?
Yeah, I wanted to look this up yesterday to just see, all right, do they get this right ever? Like, and not just look at football, but look at a couple other sports to see how do they usually do. And so I took a couple recent examples of this. Back in September, Davante Adams, when the trade winds started blowing, the initial favorite was
the Jets.
It was the New York Jets. So they nailed that one. Got that one right.
That was pretty, I think that was pretty obvious, though.
Yeah,
pretty obvious.
Obviously. Daniel Jones, when he hit free agency.
Cowboys.
Vikings.
They said Ravens were the favorite at plus 200, but the Vikings were second at plus 250. Back in September, we got odds on Juan Soto's next team, if not the Yankees. They had the Phillies with the Mets third at plus 900. And then back in June, the favorites for Paul George's next team was the Sixers, and Klay Thompson's next team was the Mavs when stuff first came out. So it's not the most far off. If you are the betting favorite, it at least is indicative of they maybe have some sort of an idea of who would pick up a phone.
Well, they know, like, you know, with the case of Daniel Jones, like, who needs a backup? They would just go kind of that route, right? Or the money. I think a lot of it also is they do bet on, like, the hype, and they want the bets.
Yep.
And the Cowboys have the most fans, so the Cowboys are always going to be, if there's a hot topic or a big name player, hey, you pair a huge name player with a huge name team, we're going to get a lot of action on it, and it's going to be sucker bets.
No, it's no Davante Adams, but even on Davante Adams, he wasn't on the initial top 5 from Vegas.
Antonio Pierce is out in Vegas, so they've gone from Gruden to McDaniels to Antonio Pierce gone. Tom Brady is expected to play a big role in the efforts to interview head coaching candidates. Can Tom sit in? I know you had that media person speculate Tom would leave broadcasting after this year. Can Tom sit in? He can sit in with his own team.
On their own meetings, I would guess so. And I saw some Raiders.
Because I think he's calling the Super Bowl.
I saw some Raiders reporters yesterday speculate, and there were a couple of them, so that made me think, okay, they must be hearing something, that Brady was part of this decision to push him out. And so he's clearly carrying influence over there with the Raiders. And I mean, the more you heard, I've heard horror stories the last 2 months about Antonio Pierce from around the league of people just like, that dude's insane.
You know, this is another lesson in players, even all pro superstars, a lot of times don't know what they're talking about in terms of personnel and decisions, because Max Crosby and Davante Adams, I believe, I think it was Davante. I know it was Crosby for one. I think Davante was another who were like, you better keep Antonio Pierce. Mark Davis listened to that.
Yeah.
And they were wrong. Or maybe they weren't wrong, because a much bigger discussion, it's a very difficult discussion, but we never shy away from those. Race is now being brought up as a factor in pushing out black GMs and black head coaches way too early. Stephen A. Smith had a golden line the other day where he said, you may as well call it White Monday. And I was like, dang, that's a great line. You may as well call it White Monday. Rand Carthon, run early, Titans GM. Gerard Mayo, 1 year. Antonio Pierce, quickly. Who would like to comment on that first?
I mean,
the Texans went through all that drama. Even though
David Coley,
David
Coley, Lovie Smith, Steve Wilkes. There's a lot of guys who have been fired one and done.
I think 1 year for a head coach is criminal. You should have to pay. You should lose your first round draft pick if you fire your head coach in 1 year. that you know, regardless of race, that's just you're just an idiot.
I don't know. That's my follow up. I don't know if it's race. I certainly don't know that it's not race.
I don't know that it equates to the one or the other.
But it could be. It goes back to Jerry Jones being sarcastic with us in that blow up interview, going, I'm on the way to my owners' meetings. Maybe y'all think you're so smart, you should sit in that room. And it's like, I don't believe a lot of these owners are football smart. They're dumb. Look at the same teams that continue to pick up in these spots. It's clear they don't know what they're doing. They fall in love, they get swayed, and then they get influenced and swayed by the backlash, by going through 17 games of suffering. Just ignore the Detroit Pistons do this stuff, right? Like other teams always do this. It's like, bro, you don't have a quarterback. You don't have a good team, and the head coach. My first instinct is to blame it on incompetence from people making the decisions. I would have to cover a team as intimately as we do the local ones here to hear from people and know the owners and the general managers and hear the stories from our insiders in order to say, I know that's race. Because my follow-up is, all right, if it's a race thing, why were they hired in the first place?
Yeah, I don't think it's race. It is bad optics. That for
really bad optics
for a percentage of the coaching pool that is black, for them to have that many of them that go one and done, and I mean it's half of the one and done coaches over the last decade.
It appears, that.
And then you get guys who are not necessarily one and done, but a lot of people like Vance Joseph, who gets 2 years and he's out. Brian Flores, who seems to have success in Miami and then gets pushed out and has a lawsuit with the league. We talked about Byron Leftwich yesterday.
Byron Leftwich interviewing, made you look good, Bob. Byron Leftwich interviewing for the Patriots head coaching job, and the Patriots are interviewing Vrabel as well.
You can crap on the Rooney Rule. It has worked. There were 9 black or coaches of color this year. There were not. That's a record. There was 9 this year. They've 2 have been fired, like you said. There was also 7 GMs going into this year.
Oh,
which I did not realize. But now, obviously, with Rand Carthon no longer there, it's not a 6. But the Rooney Rule has worked. Like it has accomplished its goal of increasing minority head coaches.
I think the Bill Walsh Fellowship program is a bigger part of that. I think some of their accelerated programs at the league office where they highlight minority candidates, I think that's a bigger deal.
I think these owners lack football intelligence, and they certainly lack conviction. They don't care about these buyouts. You sent over the number. The buyouts are insane.
That was an article I read from like the start of 23, but it was in the last 5 years, NFL owners had paid out over $800 million in buyouts. Nobody knows what the hell they're doing, and the owners want to dip their hand into it because this is a hobby. This is a hobby for these guys. For most of these owners, this is not a money-making operation. It's a hobby, right? They've got enough money. They've created themselves. Now, the Giants, I don't think the Mara family considers this a hobby.
Right.
They bought this thing for $500.
But that's where you have to give credit to the patience and conviction of the Giants, the Steelers, the Packers, of not being swayed by all the noise.
Right.
Around the NFL here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Mavs, we got Stars, and Shannon Sharp in nothing but his undies.
I go through a tube of toothpaste a week.
Next on 105.3 The Fan. But first, fellas, if you're often feeling tired, lacking motivation and drive, you're struggling here on this hump day morning, gaining weight, noticing a lack of muscle mass.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking hair.
Wednesday night, January 17th at Lowe's Arlington Hotel and Convention Center. For tickets, go to Rangers.com/awards dinner.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It's a rebound by Grimes. He's got four, sets up a three. Another one! 4 in a row! Timeout, Lakers.
Kevin Harlan with the call for TNT as the Los Angeles Lakers suffer an embarrassing loss to your Dallas Mavericks last night at the AAC, 118-97. Good morning, Metroplex. I'm Sean Treif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. No Luka, no Kyrie, and Quentin Grimes steps up with 26 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists. Last night was about the number 5 in the Metroplex. We'll get to the Stars and why it applies to them, but the Mavericks stop a 5-game skid. And J.J. Redick was asked before the game, how worried are you about the Mavericks? They're missing everyone. And he's like, oh, they're still a team, NBA Finals. I don't think our guys will take them lightly. Well, they did because they had LeBron and AD out there last night. If you went to that game, you didn't get your superstars, but you got a thrilling win over the Lakers.
Not only a 5-game skid, but a 10-game skid without Luka and Kyrie together in the lineup. This is Exhibit A on why you are a psycho if you bet on NBA games. No, absolutely not. There was no.
Is that the hardest? Is baseball the hardest to bet?
Yeah, baseball is like the hard because like everything's a run line. You got to win by 1.5 or to money line. It's just there's no value in it. Basketball though, you don't know these guys are going to play until about 15 minutes before the game, right? That's when the official lineups come out, and by that point, Vegas has already changed the line. You're kind of screwed. You can never really get anything unless you just are like the head coach and So it's crazy. And then obviously in this situation, you never would have thought that a team playing LeBron and AD would get beat by 21 to a team that look, the Mavs are one thing to say that they're incredibly deep. It just this game just kind of showcased their depth, really.
That's why we don't want to make any big trades for Jimmy Butler or guys like that. You also got maybe at the age of 40, the best dunk of LeBron's career.
3, rebound hustling is Christie to the cutting James. With the left hand, and he makes the steal.
There's nothing better than the big dunk reaction.
Oh, no, it's crazy.
That's the best, I think, in all of sports. There's going to be a big hit, but it's kind of like, ooh, like that guy may be dead. The big home run, no. But the big dunk, I mean, I could just have that as a drop with Reggie Miller and Harlan. LeBron lefty windmill. Was that over Lively? I think that was over Lively.
It was before Lively picked up his 5 fouls in 6 minutes or whatever he got yesterday.
I think that could be the best dunk of LeBron's career. Bobby doesn't even think it's the best dunk of the night.
No. Cooper Flag going coast to coast is much better, mainly because one is Cooper Flag and one is LeBron.
Man, this really was like a great sports night. You had wall to wall from 6 o'clock. They had the Mavs game, the Stars had a great game. I was started with Tennessee. We got destroyed. We're number 1 team in the nation. Got destroyed by 30.
We got the Schefter news at like 5:30.
They had the Duke game, and then the Tiger Golf League, which is I am all in on this. That was super fun.
I have no idea what that was when you texted about that last night.
Me neither. I just remember you said Liv is coming back to the place.
Oh yeah, they'll be at Maridoe again. It's not going to be the championship like it was this year. But it's going to be earlier. It's going to be in the summer. The TGL was fun. It was at like an indoor place.
Best dunk of LeBron's career? What's the dunk that comes to mind first?
I mean, he does this. It's his really.
It's the cockback tomahawk where Dwayne Wade threw it to him and then threw up his arms. That's the dunk of his career.
Or over Jet. That one?
Oh yeah, that one's up there. Ooh.
Yeah.
But that was sick last night.
It was sick. It really was.
I mean, maybe one of his dunk contest ones.
Well done, Bob.
Nice.
The Mavericks snap a 5-game skid. The Stars get theirs going.
Arley, top of the zone. Robertson in front, tip, score! Jamie Benn, the captain, completes the comeback. And the Stars have beaten the Rangers 5-4.
Victory plus 5 straight wins for the Stars as they win at the Garden on a Jamie Benn overtime goal. Not only 5 straight wins, but a 7-game point streak as well. Chop, they fell behind twice in this game.
Yeah.
It was a 3-0 deficit.
It was 3-0 in the first. They made it 3-2 after what? This may have been the best game of the year, most entertaining at least. And the Rangers go up 4-3 with like 5-ish to go. The Stars tie it, and then Ben in overtime, which, it's the 3, The 3-on-3, you got all kinds of ice. It was Stars actually had a man advantage at the time, but this was a very entertaining game.
First
Go
time,
Stars, baby.
First time this season. Thanks for telling us you were going to the Stars game the other night too, before your your
You're welcome.
50th vacation day. How'd you get that set up? What game did you attend?
It was the Ottawa game Thursday night. Tickets got around because when I go to the Stars games now, it's all about lower bowl. I've tried to sit up at the top, and I don't get the same feeling. So I got to go first bowl there. I used your promo code Game Time, so thank you, Sean, for that. $25 off. So I got them for around $100. Thursday night, it was packed too. Sold out crowd on Thursday.
Mackenzie liked it?
Oh yeah. Because we'll pregame in the parking lot beforehand. So gotta get a little buzz going.
Pregame hockey parking lot.
Pregame in the parking
Did you
lot.
take
Parking
like
garage, I guess.
Take like a sixer in the garage.
In the garage.
Tailgate in the garage. Peyton's there as all all the cars are pulling in off victory, and he's like Dirk Nowitzki way, like, "Hey, everyone, stop by."
Getting high off the exhaust. Is that what you did?
Well, I know you can't do it, in the car with the car started. That's how you get DWIs. So I'm responsible, and I go outside the car.
Oh, so you don't think that's open container?
That's okay.
That is amazing.
What was this, Bourbon Street?
Pay is tailgating in the parking garages. That's awesome. All right, the story I cannot get enough of is the FS1 sex scandal. So Jason Whitlock has seen this as a very rare opportunity to try to be relevant. He's spilling everything because Whitlock used to work over there, and he's getting attention, and he absolutely loves it, and I'm here for it. All right? So Jenny Taft was one of the moderators for Skip and Shannon.
She was the one that got, isn't she the one that said, "I'm on this show too, Skip"?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. She got ended pretty quick from that.
They had some beef back and forth. Here's Jason Whitlock talking about her, Shannon Sharp as well, on the Fearless Pod.
Skip Bayless insinuated, flat out, somewhat stated, that Jenny Taft was having some sort of inappropriate relationship with Shannon Sharp. He said something about seeing her come out of Shannon's dressing room or something like that, and she got upset on air. But off air, as soon as that show was over, she ran upstairs and lit in to the executives. One executive in particular, about this. Skip Bayless basically just accused me of sleeping, and Jenny Taft is married, and so she was irate, and this happened on air, and that was my first clue. Like, oh, this dude is jealous of Shannon Sharp, and he's seeing ghosts everywhere. He's and Shannon's putting those ghosts out there. Shannon walked around that place like he was banging every makeup and wardrobe girl in the place. His little wing, the undisputed downstairs wing, dressing room area, whatever, Shannon was known for running around there in the tightest little boxer shorts that he could find and nothing else.
How good is this?
Peanut butter skin.
Oh my God, the internet yesterday, everyone took a can of Jif and put a bra around it. Put a big old
that
can.
Big rack of hers.
That big rack of that peanut butter skin.
This is amazing.
And then here's another great line I always remember from this story. Jason Whitlock saying that Shannon Sharp successfully baited Skip
masterfully
into a pimp off.
He has baited Skip Bayless, for lack of a better explanation, into a pimp competition. Who can have the most girls in hair and makeup like them, want to be with them? And again, Skip's mindset is competition, and I'm competing with Shannon Sharp. And Shannon Sharp has now baited him into the sexual Olympics, and now Skip Bayless like, oh, he's sleeping with Jenny Taft. Oh, he must be sleeping with Nusheen. And Skip and Nusheen were very close. From afar, to me, it looked like they were best friends. They were, I'd see them in hair and makeup quite often, always conversating. Again, I don't know what they were talking about, but reading this lawsuit and what she's saying is at some point, Skip clearly got jealous and thought she was sleeping with Shannon Sharp and kept accusing her of that. And so could I see Skip, and as close as he and Nusheen were, could I see Skip getting into a conversation that at the time he thought was playful, where he's then, again, because he's entered this sexual competition, he's throwing it out on the table, he's talking to Nusheen, the way he's overheard Shannon Sharp talk to all of these women. These are just facts. Shannon Sharp kept a flirtatious conversation going on with all of them.
So there's Whitlock throwing old Shannon right under the bus as well, walking around in his underwear allegedly and talking about sleeping with everyone in the building.
Jason Whitlock is the Jose Canseco of FS1.
Perfectly put.
Just airing the dirty laundry. Because he's been around long enough to where he probably has the dirt on a ton of people that are at the national level.
All you morons who continue to employ him, you idiots.
Yeah. So he's going to just continue to do this. And, it's great
he's going
content.
to ride this out.
Oh, he is.
Oh, he's going to drain every bit because everyone hates Whitlock and no one really cares what he has to say. But here we go, a pimp off.
I'm surprised Marcellus Wiley went on with him yesterday, too.
Well, yeah.
Which I guess they're...
Well, Marcellus needs to be relevant, too.
No,
I guess 16 minutes long, and I didn't see smaller clips, so I'm not listening to 16
I guess
minutes.
they're good. They're really with the Whitlock quotes and then the little chyrons at the bottom of the thing with Shannon or whenever he's talking about stuff. Yesterday it was Frisky Business was the headline that I had under there. The day before it was Bone, Joy, and Harmony.
Dude.
Oh, God.
Whoever named that, and they had Joy's face like on a cross.
She's got a big pair of cans.
And they're speculating that her podcast partner left because of this.
Taylor Rooks,
that she left back in like November, December.
Now she fine.
Yeah, and they're she said it was like for like her NFL, NBA duties, but they're speculating that she caught wind that this was coming down, and she wanted to distance herself because they're champions of. She's like a champion of women's rights or whatever, and Joy with this may have set women back.
And apparently Joy is just wearing like parkas and turtlenecks now.
Yeah.
All of a sudden the Blazers got brought out.
Yeah.
When she's been doing the show in string bikinis basically throughout.
It doesn't... Never mind. I'm just not going to say it.
Good job. Don't be basking in crosstalk from yesterday. All right. Do you have an opportunity to sneak into AT&T Stadium for next to nothing because of the snow for Texas, Ohio State? RJ Choppy with a college football kegger and a Nelly ticket giveaway during the Hump Day edition. Next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive. They're always hooking you up with...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Cowboys. An Odyssey sports station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Shots fired from Kirk Herbstreit at the Clemson Tigers. And we are here for it, Sean Sharif.
Yes.
Anytime you get a shot fired at
Dabo
Clemson or Dabo Sweeney.
Cost me money against Jared. I'm here for it.
Yeah, we absolutely are here for it. This was subtle. It was a subtle shot. And it was not a shot across the bow. It was a subtle shot at the Clemson Tigers. This is on the podcast with Andy Staples. Kirk was talking about a perceived SEC bias that ESPN would
Listen
have.
up, Bobby.
Oh, I'm listening.
Let me straighten the record on one last thing. The ESPN loves the SEC so much that we could not have paid for a better Final Four with Notre Dame and Ohio State and Penn State and Texas. The only one missing is Michigan. If you could somehow wedge Michigan in, so like this idea that we want Alabama and Texas A&M and Auburn, and are you kidding me? Like if you're asking us who we would want, we'll take Ohio State every year, Notre Dame. Like this is a ratings bonanza. So if you're going to accuse us of anything, you should accuse us of wanting Ohio State, wanting Notre Dame, and these big brands. If you knew anything about ratings, that's who you want. You don't want these small little Clemsons and small little Southern schools when it comes to cheering for ratings. Ratings are big, massive Big Ten brands. That's what ratings are.
All right. Little shot right there at Clemson. Absolutely love it.
I love that he named and surprised that he named a school.
He named a school. Because Clemson really is like, they do not have a large fan base. Of all the big time, massive, like really successful college football programs, they've got probably the smallest fan base by a wide margin.
Bobby, what do you think of that? He's saying this is our picture-perfect Final Four. My first thought and question was, does Penn State belong in there, or would they have rather had Bama or USC?
Well, I'll give you
but Bama for the sake of the SEC argument. But the biggest ratings thing I ever learned from Colin Cowherd, and he's really good at studying all that stuff, Ohio State. I've been saying that for years on the show. That is the number one college draw. Having the Big Ten Ohio State contract, that is the number one thing for ratings.
So here is these are the top average viewership per game this year. Georgia averaged 8.6 million viewers per game this year. Ohio State averaged 6.8 million. Bama 6.6, Texas 6.4, Tennessee 5.4, Michigan 5.2, A&M 4.9, LSU 4.8.
That's SEC.
A lot of that is SEC. I mean, 4 of the top 5 are SEC.
He's disingenuous. So first off, you can speak for yourself. To say that there's not a large swath of people at ESPN that want SEC involvement is not true. There's a ton of people who would want SEC schools involved. But to casually,
which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with.
No, that's
okay?
But
if you're the commissioner of any sport, we're always talking about what matchup do they want to see. Adam Silver is terrified of Memphis against Cleveland in the NBA Finals. We talk about it here.
Yeah.
We want certain teams to advance for their ratings.
Yes.
Right.
And so
you're just saying we're more honest about it.
Yeah, just
right.
Don't be disingenuous, because it's definitely disingenuous to think we'd want these teams, and then you sandwich Alabama between casual references to A&M and Auburn. Like, don't pretend like A&M and Auburn are the same draw as Alabama. You doing that shows you're trying to downplay something, and it's stupid. I'm just thrilled. Texas is not an SEC school. Texas is Texas.
There we go.
They are their own brand. And I am thrilled that we got a CFP Final Four.
That's right.
That didn't include a single one of these loser SEC schools. I hope you guys are understanding that this cult is phony and the SEC worship is ridiculous.
Disagree, but you're a part of the SEC, which you're just conveniently leaving out.
Like the Cowboys are part of the NFL, but they're bigger.
WFAA with the update for Ohio State, Texas. They're saying that prices are plunging. The sky-high tickets, when it opened up, nosebleeds were about $500. Now they're going for about half that amount because of the snowstorm concern.
I had a buddy ask me if I wanted tickets. It was right behind. It was those, the seats right behind the goalpost where the cheerleaders dance on that little platform. He's like, front row, $3,500 a piece. And I'm like, no. No. I mean,
if it was Tennessee. If it was Tennessee?
No.
You wouldn't? Okay.
No.
$3,500.
I mean, I tried to go to the Ohio State Tennessee game. Those tickets were only $150 a piece. The problem was the flight was $1,000.
As of yesterday, pair of the cheapest tickets available. SeatGeek for $151 in the 400s. Ticketmaster $156 in the 400s. It was $511 at SeatGeek. It was $539 for Ticketmaster. Vivid Seats had it at $482, and now it's down to $146. StubHub had it at $514 in the 400s. Now it's down to $152. Like, we're getting $400 price drops. I'm surprised by this. Because people are always willing to drive in weather.
They're always willing to drive in weather. People are always willing to spend money on things that they enjoy. I mean, how many people have season tickets that you're like, wait, you know them, and you're like, you make how much money a year and you have season tickets?
Yeah.
Or you live in this house and you've got a Range Rover?
Alec Medford buying his SUVs can't pay me $50 in fantasy.
Right. It's crazy, right? But it's the way it is. Now, the bad luck of DFW will continue.
Uh-oh. The Jerry curse.
NBA All-Star Game had about 8 to 9 inches of snow that week. Super Bowl had a foot, and we're going to get, 2 to 5 inches here this week.
That's it? So you and Tim Collins lied in our meeting.
It's guy math, right? We really call it 5 to 7 inches.
Yes, exactly. But you're walking back your snowfall total. Something changed. Something changed with the European model.
The European model changed. What is this European model? I've never heard of this about a
metric
month
system.
ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That they have a European weather model that is different than the American. How I guess meteorology at OU is different than meteorology at Frankfurt University.
Yeah. So now it's supposed to be what?
Now they're saying, anywhere from 2 inches up to 6 or 7. Right?
Okay.
So it's not the 6 to 8 inches that we had talked about.
Well, I was seeing 10 to 15.
Right. Yeah. Maybe at the Red River.
Boy, Peyton yesterday was on social media trying to go, this is going to be a big nothing, isn't it? We're going to get nothing, aren't we?
Yeah, because every day it goes down. It started out 15 inches, then 13, then 10. Now it's 1 to 2. And I'm like, okay, is it going to be sunny and 75 on Friday?
Cotton Bowl taking place Friday night, 6:30 at Jerry World. Let us know if you got the cheaper tickets and took advantage on the Franco Injury Attorney text line as we continue with the college kegger.
Notre Dame is America's team, according to Bet Online. They did the geotagging of data from Twitter and
by the way, Bob,
hashtags.
Bob, you weren't trying to get to this game?
No.
Why?
No, because I don't have interest really in going to watch anything as a spectator at AT&T.
Oh.
Well, excuse me.
Pepe? Mr. Lower Stars Bowl, any interest?
See, I would have jumped all over this deal, but over a month ago, I got a free hotel offer from the casino on a Friday, so I booked it for Friday. But now it's with the weather, I don't know if I can even use it. It's going to be a game time decision. So I can't, spend the money on the Cotton Bowl tickets and then still have the hotel room and all that. So business decision.
So Notre Dame basically got every state to vote to be as them being the number one geotagged team in the state. Texas got 4. Alabama,
and that means
Georgia.
What?
That's just the fan interest, right? So that's.
So you're saying the most are rooting for Notre Dame.
That's according to if you believe this.
When you say you're talking about using hashtags on social media or what?
Yeah, on social media. So Texas, obviously number 1 in Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi. Ohio State gets 1 state, it's Ohio. Penn State got 5. Alaska, Maryland, Michigan, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, and then all other states, the other 40, apparently are rooting for Notre Dame. A whopping 40 states. They are the America's team.
Are we surprised by that? I thought there was a Notre Dame backlash of like, get in a conference. Y'all don't belong. But obviously Texas is like a Cowboy, love or hate. Ohio State, people hate Ryan Day. Penn State, I hate them. And Notre Dame, are we back to this warm, fuzzy, Rudy feeling with the Irish?
I mean, I still think they have the most fans of any team in the country.
Oh.
I mean, they're the national brand.
Do you think so? More like Sean was just mentioned a second, more than Ohio State?
The problem is Ohio State's just always good. Notre Dame's not always good.
But I feel like Ohio State, I could walk in to any sports bar in the country and find an Ohio State fan on a Saturday. I don't know that I can always find a Notre Dame fan.
I don't know.
Now look, they have.
I think they're like the Cowboys, Yankees. Like they're the historic team. They've got all the.
Yeah.
They've got so many fans.
They've got really strong alumni bases too in different. Like Dallas has a really strong Notre Dame chapter and different things. So I get that. I also think Marcus Freeman helps this too.
Yeah.
Where people so good looking.
I mean, there's that. But I mean, people. I think
peanut butter skin.
I think people. I think people like Marcus Freeman.
Yeah.
I think in terms of if you're talking about likability from remaining head coaches, he's easily number one with Sark, Ryan Day, and James Franklin.
Now, this has got to change about Notre Dame. They've got to join a conference, and I'll tell you for this reason. So each school gets a payout, or the conferences get a payout for these games. So you got $4 million for making the playoff. You got $4 million for winning your first game, and you got $6 million for winning your next game.
No, sounds like Mike McCarthy's contract.
All right, so Notre Dame has taken home $14 million. They don't have to share it with anybody.
Wow.
That's $14 million that they get by themselves. They get to use that any way they want. They can go to NIL, however. Texas, for example, has won the same amount of games, and they had a home game. Texas has taken home $3.75 million because they had to split it with the SEC. Ohio State and Penn State have only taken home $2.2 million because the SEC will give their teams that win more of the money. The Big Ten splits it evenly amongst all the teams. And so Ohio State and Penn State have gotten $2.2 million, Texas less than $4 million, and they should have $14 million. You should be able to keep the money. And Notre Dame is doing that, and that's why there's a little bit of backlash for the Irish.
As there should be.
As I totally agree.
These college programs didn't just collect enough cash on top of cash over the years.
Yeah.
No, now they're charging. They want to charge fans.
Exactly, like Tennessee. You're people,
right?
man.
We're trendsetters, baby.
Cheap.
Real quick, if you want changes to the playoff, Heather Dinich of ESPN, she's been nails with all this with the committee. She sits in on a lot of these committee meetings. She says don't expect that anytime soon.
It is critical that people understand that in order for any changes to be made next season regarding the seeding or home games or whatever it might be, everyone involved in the college football playoff who has a position of power has to agree to it. We're still in a period where it has to be unanimous. So we're talking about group of 5 commissioners, including the Mountain West, where you've got Boise State not only in it, but with a first round bye, conceding that possibly. I don't think that's going to happen. So my sources are telling me changes for next year, probably unlikely.
Good. I like it the way it is right now.
Oh, so you think Arizona State and Boise should have gotten a bye?
Oh, are we talking about just the bye formatics of it or the amount of teams?
No, the bye format.
All of it. Zero changes to seeding or anything else.
Okay. No, I could have a seeding discussion.
Yeah. I think all 4 power teams should get in, the conference champs. No problem with that.
Okay.
And then if you want to bring the group of 5 in it, I don't have a problem with that. But seeded
they should have an opportunity to participate if they're in.
But seeded accordingly. It should have been, Oregon, Texas, Georgia, and Ohio State or Penn State as the top 4.
Wow, shots fired at Notre Dame.
Oh, Notre Dame, that's fine. Whatever you want to do, right? But that should have been the top 4. It screwed up the rest of the tournament by having it somewhere else.
College football kegger. More to come with RJ Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. The big news is the Cowboys have denied Mike McCarthy and the Bears interview. It's not going to take place. Does that absolutely mean Mike is back? And I want your reaction when you first saw the news yesterday and what you think is going to happen now. I want to take phone calls on the home of the boys. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Was another gut punch? Are you going to support the Cowboys, Jerry and Steven, even less? Is there a silver lining that we're missing? Your reaction to the McCarthy Chicago news during the commercial-free expressway with a Nelly ticket giveaway next. Let me go ahead and get you set up with Hurtado. You're not going to be cooked.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
That fast one.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
So much more. Tickets sell fast, so pick up yours today at Rangers.com/FanFest.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We're commercial free. We have a Nelly ticket giveaway, and the phone lines just lit up when we asked for your Mike McCarthy Chicago Bear phone calls. The news yesterday from Adam Schefter, Jerry and the boys denied the interview that Chicago wanted to have with Mike. We assume Mike wanted to have it, and I'm assuming that means that Mike McCarthy is definitely back. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. What did you do immediately? How did you feel when you first saw the news? What do you think this means? What are we missing in this? Is it not 95%, 100%, 99% that Mike is definitely back? Hit us up on the D&M Leasing Hotline, Hump Day Edition, with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Let's start off with Mike in Fort Worth. Mike, appropriately having Mike to start off on Mike. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, hey, Sean, Bobby, and Toppy, I don't know why you guys make this harder than it is. I know you guys do a show, you got to kind of flip stuff around, you know, because that's what you do. But, like, when I'm talking to my buddy, I'm a truck driver, the reason that they need to keep McCarthy, that's the right decision. Who else are they going to get? You don't want to just tear something down and start remodeling it. Sometimes you just want to make a repair. You don't feel like that. So the reason the Cowboys had a rough season this year is they lost their defensive coordinator. That's number one. That's obvious. Now Micah got hurt.
What happened when they had their defensive coordinator for 3 straight years?
They went to the championship 12. They were 12-5.
What championship? The Mike championship? What championship is that? Is that the first round? Is that your title game?
No. I'm saying they went to the NFC Championship game. They were
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
They never went.
Round.
Oh, you're right. My bad. But what I'm saying is the main reason that they lost, it takes about 2 or 3 years for a defense, when you get a new defense coordinator, to come around. That's why you don't fire head coaches after 1 year. You really don't fire defense. So give Cowboys another year, and they get accumulated to their defense, and the defense got better as the year went on. So my point is, the reason the Cowboys really had a tough time, that offensive caller wasn't great, but they lost Dan Quinn, and I don't really like Zimmer, never did like it, but that's my point.
You just said give him more time, and he's going to be good, and he's probably not coming back. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate the optimism, though, but championship game did not happen.
And this isn't just, well, that's why you can't give guys 1 year. It's been 5. It's been 5 years.
Yeah.
And, you know, I got a lot of people upset yesterday when I tweeted it. I sent it to you last night, and you're like, I don't even want to talk about this right now.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk about this subject anymore. Choppy was the only one who was happy.
Let's just, when we talk about Garrett and McCarthy and how much better has he been, Mike McCarthy has 2 losing seasons in Dallas. Garrett had 1. Mike McCarthy has 1 playoff victory in Dallas. Garrett had 2. Mike McCarthy has 0 number 1 playoff seeds during his time in Dallas. Garrett had 1. Like it's not as wide a gap as you look at. In fact, his regular season winning percentage right now is 58%. I think Garrett was 56. They're right there next to each other.
It's been the same.
So if you're extending McCarthy, you're essentially saying you're extending Garrett.
I agree.
And I don't think Jason was terrible. I think he was
That's
fine.
not what it's supposed to be.
In the break here, you said you would trade a second for John Harbaugh.
Yes.
How many playoff wins does John Harbaugh have in the last 10 years?
John Harbaugh has gone further than you have with any of your coaches in 30 years.
In the last 10 years, how many playoff wins does John Harbaugh have?
What, 2?
2.
Which is more than Mike.
It's the same Mike has, right? He's got 1.
1, yeah.
Okay.
And I would venture to say
and that's with
the division.
And that's with an elite quarterback.
The division and the conference, I feel like, are much, much tougher than what the Cowboys have had to go through and battle. Does that factor in? Like every year it's a gauntlet in the North, and the AFC has had Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, for the last...
And Josh Allen.
6 years, yeah. But Josh Allen doesn't win. I mean, he can't win. You've got an elite quarterback.
All these people you're mentioning.
John Harbaugh has the MVP, a 2-time, maybe 3-time MVP.
Touchdown. All these people you're mentioning have gotten to conference title games.
Okay, cool.
It matters.
It doesn't.
That's why
the bar is the conference championship game. Now that's lowering the bar.
No, it's literally just the bars get further than you have in 30 years, and he didn't do it. He got as far as Garrett. He got as far as Wade Phillips.
Yeah, I mean
he got as far as, I guess Bill Parcells never got past the wild card, but
yeah, Bill never won a playoff game.
I get it. I mean, John Harbaugh and Lamar don't have as many wins as they should in the postseason. It's a good point. I'm going to say fair, but I'll give you more credit because I like your sweatsuit today. Chris in Dallas, you're up next.
We got matching ones. She's the same color.
I got me one.
No.
Oh.
Hey, my reaction to this is we're just setting up Mike McCarthy to get started next year. I mean, we're in the rebuild, guys. Let's pick in the top 15 in the next 2 seasons. Let's keep Mike one more year. Let's not win some games. And then we'll run him out next year. We're in the rebuild.
Well, then that would your phone's a little bit off, Chris. Well, then you're counting on Jerry to eat money. Because there's no way once this gets announced, this is a 1-year contract. No way.
Maybe that's what he means by the incentive.
Definitely not.
I'll give you a 2-year deal, but there's going to give me an out to where I can bail on you after a year and not pay anything.
With a $500,000 buyout.
Some sort of buyout like that. That may be what he's talking about. That's not the worst theory in the world. That's what, when we asked Jerry a couple weeks back, is it crazy to think Mike could come back? That was a question we wanted to ask because we were hearing talk that, hey, there's a thought process from some people that believe Jerry could bring him back for a year just to, we need another bridge. And so, I mean, it's possible. That's absolutely possible.
By the way, this is your time. I'm going to call out a couple of Tolos on the Facebook page who wanted to run your mouth, type away so big and tough yesterday. And I gave you the phone number and said, call in. Alfred Anderson, Dallas Knight, Ontario. You want to get personal with your insults. You want to be mean-spirited. You want to crap on my rant over the standard around here not being high enough. Now's your time. So make sure you show up and let's battle it out over the phone, voice to voice at 877-881-1053. I want you all to call in. Peyton, move your calls right to the top since you want to talk so much and bark so much on your keyboard. Andreas in Dallas, you're up next. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning, crew. My first reaction was, okay, if you're not going to allow him to interview, let's get the contract done. Let's don't do the same BS that we did with Dak and CD last offseason. Drag it out.
Yeah.
Find him re-sign him, make him feel like he's wanted. He said he's want to be here. Find him a different play caller. Let's do the norm, Cowboys. Let's do what everyone else does in the league. Go through the process. If you're not going to re-sign him, start interviewing candidates now instead of wasting around.
Yeah.
And thanks. And I won the tickets for the Nelly concert on Monday. Thank you so much for that.
Thanks for listening, brother. Thank you for listening. And the phone call. See, these are the type of optimistic, mature thoughts that I can't stand. And I'm saying that with a half smile on my face, as Jerry would say.
I'm smiling while I say this.
We know what it is. We know the circumstances. How do we move forward? And we can rank like Jerry's mistakes. This is a separate segment. Jerry's mistakes and his quotes and the nightmare season that this was. The number one most irritating thing for me right now, unless something else leapfrogs it in my mind, is their timeline. Their timeline freaking pisses me off right now to no end. That's why I said we need to send Chicago something. We need to send the Bears a gift basket.
Yes.
And last night, your first initial reaction to the interview being denied, you were just happy that a decision was made because their timeline on everything drives me crazy.
Listen, I wanted any movement, any kind of news. That to me signified progress. Any kind of news was progress.
I don't give you credit for progress when someone else makes you do it.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
I don't give you props. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they did force their.
I don't give my kid credit. They're home by midnight. Well, an officer walked them to the door at 11:45.
Yeah, they definitely got forced off the pot.
Because there's two types of patients. There's smart wisdom. Let's gather information, and then there's the Cowboys patients, which to me reeks of arrogance. You don't tell me what to do. You know how childish that is? You don't tell me when to sign someone. I'm going to make you wait. Even if it costs me, I'm going to make you wait.
Yeah, they never win. They never win these negotiations. Then they're going to win this one because they're going to drag this out to the point where Chicago's already hired their head coach, and then Mike has no other option. He either takes what they give him, or he just goes to the unemployment line and waits for next year, does a gap year again, at which point he'll be like 63.
I just don't know how you can look over the landscape of the NFL right now. Like, who's going to be playing this weekend? And look at the coaches and say, yep, we're in a good spot. How can you look at Dan Quinn with an overperforming Washington team and go, glad I let him walk out the building? How can you look at Philadelphia's offense performing the way it does and go, glad I let Kellen out of the building? Look at Tampa Bay is coached by a assistant coach that was one time in your building, Todd Bowles. Sean Payton is in the playoffs right now, somebody that was in the building.
Yeah, but Bobby, to be fair, and I'm FAF, they had the highest scoring offense in the league last year with Dak finishing second MVP. That counts for. And that would have
been the highest scoring league this year.
And whether Mike's gone next week or next year, we'll get into all the details of why that doesn't matter. Because it doesn't.
Michael in Rockwall, you're next up here on Sean, RJ, and Bitter. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing well.
I look at it like this. You got to get him a new offensive play caller, point blank, period. Yeah. But the last 3 years, prior to this past year, 12-5, my wife just became a fan. So that's all she knows of the Cowboys is 12-5 and having a disappointing loss in the playoffs. And I'm like, babe, we've been doing that for 30 years. It doesn't matter. You should be happy at the 12-5. We get a new head coach. Dak's off injury. Dak's been hurt, so he has to learn another new system. Yeah. He's going to have to, he's comfortable with Mike. And Mike's not bad. We're not going to say Mike's great, but what are we going to get that's better? That's my only thing. I mean, yes, the unknown is always could be better, but that goes to the classic saying, the grass ain't always greener on the other side. Like, we could be worse because you want to compare him to Garrett. Garrett was with us for, 10 years, right?
Yep.
So you can't compare Garrett's 10 years to Mike's first 5 years.
Sure, Mike has double the losing seasons.
I mean, you're going to count 8 and 8. 8 that's not a winning season.
Margins matter. Here's the thing.
You can't have 8 and 8.
Think about that philosophy at any other point. I know he's finishing 3 games below 500. It's not just one.
When Jason had those 8 and 8 years, he had Romo in his prime.
Yeah, exactly. It's a miracle they got to 8 and 8. When you look at the fact that,
thank you, Mike.
When you look at the fact that, think about that philosophy, because that's twice we've heard this now. Think about that philosophy at any other point in your life. Think about that you're in a relationship with somebody. If you're asking yourself, well, am I going to find, I don't really like this person, but am I going to find anybody better? No one would think that's a wise way to go.
There's a difference. There's not a time frame.
Yeah, the Cowboys have to be in a relationship.
They have to be in a relationship.
You don't have to be in a you could be single.
You have to be in a relationship in about 10 days.
Yeah.
The Cowboys, you have to fire your coach and then find a new one that you like in about 10 days.
Gosh, wouldn't it have been nice if a coach of the year candidate was sitting here in your building last year? That you could have done something about.
There have been so many times. Let's just say, hang on a second.
Here's the thing. They need to George Costanza it. Whatever they think they should do, they need to do the opposite. Because they clearly have it so wrong when it comes to coaches. All these coaches that they've let out of the building.
I just want to know that they didn't do the Derrick Henry. I don't know what it is. Maybe they discount the Titans as a franchise like I do mentally. They didn't think it was worth talking to Derrick Henry. And I just want to know that they talked to Vrabel. Did you have a conversation? Did you investigate? I just want to know that you tried. Is that too much to ask? To Michael and Rockwall's point, the continuity thing, Jerry started dropping those breadcrumbs when talking about Zimmer. There is a lot to be said for it, right? You start over, new system, Dak not as comfortable. Look how long it took for Zimmer's defense to start clicking. Is that going to happen with both sides of the ball next year, where by week 8, we're like, all right, now they're getting it going, and we're the Cincinnati Bengals, and discounting the first half of this. To me, it's still worth it. It's okay to take a step back if I know I can't get to where I need to go with the current driver and car. You know what I mean? I think that's what this year, Nick Wright brought up that point. Cowboy fans may have reset in their mind what good feels like. All right, now, if we make the second round next year, you signing up for that? How many people would instantly write it down because of what just happened this past year? Don't allow yourself to be tricked into that low of a standard. To me, if you even make it to the second round,
yeah, you can't run it back with everything the same. If you want to keep, I have no problem keeping Mike. I would try to do my damnedest to keep Zimmer because the defense did play well in the second half.
Yeah,
and then find a new offensive coordinator, and I don't care whether he's the play caller or the OC, whatever, however you want to do. I just don't want the same offense again.
Jay in Princeton, you're up next here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year, fellas. But anyway, man, look, we're going to get a whole bunch of phone calls with a whole bunch of people upset about yesterday's decision. Man, this team was hot garbage. This team was hot garbage when they were our starting quarterback was one of the things before it got hurt. That defense was not clicking on all cylinders until late into the year. Y'all listen. Until them Jones boys, I'm gonna say that, get their hand out the pot, this thing is gonna look like hot garbage, man. My reaction was there is no reaction. It's been 30 years of this, and ain't nothing gonna change. You know the difference between us and the Kansas City Chiefs is that we don't even know what Lamar Hunt looks like. And I'm so sick and tired of all these dang excuses about injuries. Here we are. Dan Campbell was a laughingstock of the NFL when he first took that job because he said kneecaps. But you want to know what? Them boys over there will run through a brick wall for that man. Yep. And that is the difference. And that man's defense is depleted, but yet they are still winning. And they're Super Bowl favorites, or at least favored to go to the Super Bowl. Yep. So I'm sick and tired of all these excuses. Get it together, and stop making excuses. And fans, if you guys really want a difference, stop going to the games. It's that simple. This is not complicated. It's not rocket science. You guys have a good morning.
Jay in Princeton, call of the morning so far. Wow. 877-881-1053. The news, of course, the Cowboys denying. There's more optimism here during the expressway than I was expecting. The Cowboys denying the Chicago Bears the Mike McCarthy interview. Does that absolutely mean McCarthy is back? I think it does. Harrison and Mesquite, you're up next. Go ahead, Harrison.
Hey, guys. Just want to apologize for that other truck driver, man. He sounded delusional. I believe his name was Mike. But anyway, man, I'm like the guy from Princeton, man, Jay. Man, you guys don't remember the games or watching the games after the first game?
Yep.
The Cowboys suck. Mike didn't manage the clock well. The offenses looked horrible the whole year, and we making excuses for him? No way. Bring in some new blood, man. Let's get some guys enthusiastic about going to work and making the players play. The players you got to put pressure on the players. They didn't play up to par either. And my whole thing is with Jones, yeah, he bringing him back. He just wanted to be in the media and be part of the conversation because, hey, we out early. It's nothing to talk about. Yeah. That's why he tried to prolong the Mike McCarthy decision. He's too worried about doing stuff like that than getting a coach in there for us. I'm 48. I'm running out of time. I hope I see another Super Bowl, fellas. Yeah. I really do. And Choppy, you could quit bringing up the AFC. Mahomes running that like Jordan. Nobody's going to beat Mahomes. Look at the season he had. He had a down year, and look, they still won 15 games. And he don't even have the weapons that Dak has. So quit bringing him up. Nobody's going to win that except Mahomes. He's a bad man. So
He's a bad man.
All right, fellas. Appreciate you guys.
Harrison, live longer, baby, though. Live longer.
You know, nobody's beating Mahomes. I mean, maybe you could beat Ryan Tannehill in a home playoff game.
Is that a Harbaugh shot?
That's a Harbaugh shot. Maybe you could have beat broken down 40-year-old 11-child Phillip Rivers in a home playoff game. Maybe you could have done. Maybe you could have beat Buffalo in a home playoff.
I mean,
Choppy
we don't have to talk about any of this. We got Mike Tomlin, so
Choppy here.
Yeah, maybe he could win a playoff game for the first time in 8 years. He won't do that either.
You might be the only host in America.
Maybe Dan Quinn. Let me tell you something about Dan Quinn. You love to hang at the teat of Dan Quinn.
I would love to hear you defend right now the idea of McCarthy being a better coach than Dan Quinn.
Well, I don't know. McCarthy's actually won a Super Bowl. Dan choked one away. That's for starters. Second of all, Dan Quinn went 7-9 with basically prime Matt Ryan, and then 0-5. And then let me ask you this: if he went to Washington a year prior and they drafted Anthony Richardson, would they have gone 12-5 in his year? No. Why? Because he has Jaden Daniels, who everybody who watches a smidge of college football, and I know you don't, but anyone who watches a smidge of college football knows that the college football fan knew Jaden Daniels was going to be a better early player than Caleb Williams.
I did.
Caleb, everybody, the NFL loved Caleb. The college fan knew that Jaden Daniels had eclipsed Caleb and was more ready to play in the NFL.
Are you on record saying Jaden should have gone 1?
No, I don't think Jaden should have gone 1. I understand why the NFL took Caleb.
Okay,
right? You gotta project the measurables, and so I understand that.
All right,
but Jaden was a better player. Like, he played better in college. There's no doubt he was more advanced. Dan Quinn made the playoffs. Made no mistake about it. Because he found a quarterback. Like, that's why. The guy's a boob. The guy's an absolute boob. The guy, he did nothing in Atlanta. It was the most overrated, terrible.
Drop 12-win team. It's a 12-win team. They're right there. They're hanging around the rim. They're doing what they got to do.
Guess what Atlanta never did? Win 12 games with Dan Quinn.
Here, you know what? Yeah, and I swear to God, if I hear somebody say again, I swear to God, if I hear somebody again mention Mike McCarthy as a Super Bowl winner instead of what that reputation really is, which is you oversaw the best quarterback of his generation winning 1 title. You are responsible for that.
He coached Tom Brady.
Okay, hey, look, if you want to admit Brady is better than Manning, let's go.
877-881-1053.
And I do watch college football. I don't read my 5-page packet from BetQL every week.
Phil Steele.
12 back then.
Luke in Plano. See if you can top that, Luke. Go ahead.
I think it's going to be pretty hard, guys. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
So, I'm kind of a mixed bag when it comes to all of this. I really, really love the idea of rebuilding, but unfortunately, we're paying our quarterback way too much money to do that.
Yep.
When you spend $200 million on 4 players, that's not a rebuild. In my mind, the continuation of Mike McCarthy should be until we get rid of Dak. If you want to get rid of Dak, move on from Mike McCarthy. If you're not getting rid of Dak, stay with Mike until they, sail that ship out of this harbor. Unfortunately, I don't see that happening. I don't see Jerry not being a part of the organization. And so, unfortunately, our expectations as fans is going to stay the same. Also, unfortunately, the large portion of consumers of Dallas Cowboys fandom, they're not real fans. They go to party at the games on Sundays. They're not people listening to the radio, having these conversations, trying to call in and voice their opinion. They're at work right now, and they could give a crap. And so those are the fans that keep them in business. And, we're the ones that are going to suffer because our expectations continue to be through the roof. That's all I got. You guys have a great day. Go Cowboys.
Wow. The phone calls, they're in the expressway. Once again, my mom was about to send the text. Just take way, way more calls because they are the best in the Metroplex. Great job, great opinions, great debate. In my opinion, let's hook you up for that, for turning it on and leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Nelly at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, September 5th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
And once again, you loudmouths on Facebook, don't show your face. It's never happened in 15 years. You take your cheap shots and you run your mouth, and I give you the phone number and invite you. Let's do it over the airwaves. Alfred, Dallas, Ontario. Nothing. No shows. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Gen Z is back to the rescue. Or are they just morons?
Yes.
There is a new trend out there. It's called the inflation match. And Gen Z is rejecting jobs at an incredible rate right now for jobs that, if they're in one and they don't get a raise that matches inflation year to year, they're just quitting.
No, it's what we always try to say. Oh, you know what they're paying in Seattle? You know what they're paying in these other markets?
Yeah, I used that one once. Didn't work. But that's what they're doing, and here they are to the rescue. All this is good because they're gonna. I hate to tell them, they're gonna lose this battle. They're gonna lose this battle. Are they not?
I mean, historically, workers lose battles against corporations and wages consistently. So, yeah, I would say probably a pretty good bet. And I don't know that they strike me as the battling type.
People are surviving somehow. I mean, I always ask my wife, how do people have the balls, the nerve to say this stuff, to do that stuff, and still be affording things? But somehow, I guess it's happening.
It seems to be happening. It's. I mean, look, I'm happy they're doing it. You know, maybe they change the world, get that 4-day work week. But they're match inflation, the inflation match trend, hitting all over the social media. We brought this story to you. I think you were out, Sean. This is Bobby and I. The passenger that was found dead inside the landing gear of an airplane.
What?
So it was a flight from Chicago to Hawaii. Somebody ran onto the plane and tried to jump into the wheel well and hitch a free ride. Well,
they just thought they were going to survive the whole flight?
Yeah, it's not. There's no. It's not cabin pressure there. You're just basically in the open air.
Oh.
You can't breathe up there, right? So you wind up getting hypoxia. You died, everything. Well, there was a plane that landed in Florida, a JetBlue flight, landed yesterday.
And the guy survived.
2 people were found dead in the wheel well of the landing gear, badly decomposed. They have no idea how long these people were up there for.
Where did they get the idea that, has anyone ever survived this? Where are you getting the idea that you can that you can do this, that you can survive?
I feel like we've heard stories before of somebody did this, but it can't be easy. This is guy.
It's not. They're dying.
I mean, that's the thing. It's. I don't know. This is very Tide Pod challenge. Like anybody who's doing this, it's are you just dumb? What is it that how did you think this was going to end? How did you think this was going to happen?
Yeah. So that plane, and they don't know where this person came from yet, but the plane went from Kingston, Jamaica to JFK to Salt Lake to JFK to Fort Lauderdale. So these 2 people could have been theoretically up there.
5 connecting flights?
5 connecting flights, but they said they were decomposed, so it could have been weeks that they were up there. They didn't find this out until they went to the maintenance shed.
I know that. Go ahead, Bobby. I was going to say something bad.
They didn't smell them at any point.
Oh,
ooh.
You're talking about
in the plane. You mean?
Yeah, in the plane, or if you're that is not just a. It's not I sprayed some Febreze. I don't smell it anymore.
Yeah.
I would think somebody would have been there's something wrong with the plane. We need to start looking around.
I've never smelled a decomposing body. I don't know what that smells like.
Yeah, Bobby.
I would have no idea.
Y'all just haven't lived enough life, I guess.
That peanut butter skin.
That's really. Speaking of airplanes, it's a really terrible idea. So we talked about the trend where I'm not going to say the name of it, but you get on the plane with nothing to do, no books, no TV, nothing. You just stare into space. Well, so now what people are doing is they're, like I said, it's called maladaptive daydreaming. All right, you just gaze into the distance and you think about different life scenarios that are happening, and that's how you pass the time. Well, what they're finding is that some people who are negative in general are coming up with these crazy wild scenarios that are happening to them, and they're starting to go a little bit nuts on the airplane. They're just sitting there, a 12-hour flight to Frankfurt.
So Tiffany in studio.
Can we? Do they have to start coming up with names for things that historically have just been daydream? Well, that's maladaptive.
Imagining.
Or just
imagining.
How you said, I'm not going to say the thing that it's called, but it's the thing where you go sit on the airplane with no It's you mean flying for the majority of history?
Right.
Yeah, they keep coming with these names for just this is how society used to be.
Right.
Or this is something.
Maybe you brought a book, but they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. You want?
I'm waiting for the stories I've been dying for. I'm waiting.
You want the what? You want the renaming or you want the banning?
Both.
Okay, let's do this one. We are a border. We are a coast of the Gulf of Mexico for now, because we may be the coast of something else soon.
We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate. It's appropriate.
And we're going to get Greenland very, very soon. Just you wait, folks, okay? And then Canada will be annexed, and we will have all of Canada except for Saskatchewan. We don't want them, okay? We don't want Saskatchewan. We don't really want Prince Edward Island either, okay? We don't want that, but we want Greenland. Beautiful place. We're going to control the Arctic. We're going to control the Arctic Ocean and all the wonderful things they have up there.
Oh, man.
Whether you're a fan or not, don't you just hear that yesterday and go like, what are you doing? We're going to rename Los Angeles the Angels. Like, we're not going to have anything that's named or tied to
there's no
the
American
Gulf
in that.
of America. What are you doing?
I love it. The Gulf of America, okay?
My gosh.
I don't have any comment.
You got no comment on that one?
I don't have any comment. I just wanted to see what you were going to say about it.
All right. Okay.
What else can he rename? What else can he just go like?
The Atlantic Ocean is going to be the Eastern American Ocean, okay? And the Pacific Ocean will be the Western American Ocean. That's what we're going to call it.
Eating the dogs.
The Western American Ocean. The equator. What should we do? What should we name
The
that?
equator will just be called South Florida. Okay, so we're going to call it South Florida. It's very south of Florida.
No, it's got to be an American in
I
it.
know.
That's his thing. Like, it's got to be red, white,
Well,
yellow.
it's already in South America, okay? So it's just going to be South America.
All right, get to the hot dogs.
All right, Kim Jong-un has
I've been dying for this story.
banned hot dogs in North Korea.
For real, I double-checked this story.
Yes.
It's not like a payload story. I double-checked it.
He has declared that
That is a hot dog story, though, so that is a payload thing.
True.
He has that serving them will be treated as an act of treason. You'll be thrown in a North Korean labor camp.
Yeah.
Other things banned.
Trump is going to rename the hot dog.
He's going to the American dog. Okay. The jeans, leather jackets, microwaves or microwaves, as they might say. Bibles, designer shoes, sports cars, weed, iPhone slang, adult entertainment, K-pop, and YouTube are some of the other things that are banned in North Korea.
You got to say that even slower. Jeans, leather jackets, microwaves, Bibles, designer shoes, sports cars, weed, iPhones, adult entertainment, K-pop, and YouTube, because they don't want the infiltration of Western culture poisoning the brains of North Korea.
Now
K-pop is like South Korean culture.
Well, there you go.
Right. They don't want that.
Why would they
I know.
praise South Korea?
That wouldn't be like, I wouldn't think of that as West.
This
as
made me
much.
crave a hot dog so bad the other day.
Oh, just because you can have one?
I was just thinking about that, yeah. And I was like, okay, how many? Troy Hughes, former producer, he could not eat a hot dog.
Couldn't. He heard a...
No hot dogs.
I've really soured on them over the last few years.
Was it a Russell Simmons interview he had read?
Because of what they're just talking about they consist of?
No, it's I don't know. Like I don't know if my tastes have changed or what. When I eat one, I'm just like, this doesn't taste good.
Yeah. It's a vessel.
Yes.
It's a salty vessel.
It is a salty vessel.
I love them, but, you know, it's a salty vessel, especially at Pepe's air frying them.
Well, you got to season them too.
Yeah,
season them.
Yeah, seasoned hot dogs, absolutely.
Chopping it up. Anything else on that one?
Just, I mean, there is such a thing as the Korean hot dog, like the Korean dog. It's like a corn dog, but like a whole thing of cheese at the top.
Oh, I thought you meant
They had it at the state fair this year.
They had the Korean dog?
Yeah.
They're supposed to be great. I haven't had one. Like, it's a lot
Don't
of
go
cheese.
where
Are
I
you
think you're
making the
going.
joke?
No, I'm not going to make the joke. Don't go where I think you're going.
I was going to. Maybe we shouldn't. Commercial free. I thought the Korean dog barked. Commercial free expressway with a Nelly ticket giveaway on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Our final power rankings of the year. This is who you think can and will win the championship. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Next on Sean and RJ. Awesome job in the Expressway Tolos, 105.3 The Fan. Let me go ahead and get you on over to GimmeTheVin.com. Now is the time to sell your car, your truck, or your exotic. Gimme the VIN is buying, and the car market.
Giants has low V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
This is it. The final power rankings, because it'll become too easy once the playoffs get narrowed down, of the 2024 NFL season on Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Pepe, 105.3 The Fan. 1 through 5, 5 through 1 on the Frank and LaFranco injury attorney text line. Bobby has booked us Ian Rapoport, whale guest, after the McCarthy Bears denial. Ian Rapoport will join us at 8:20 this morning on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the way I'm doing my power ranking.
All right.
During the regular season, I was like, all right, week to week, who's winning? And I would take into account, like, the Ravens are a great regular season team. I've always had I know, that's setting you up for another John Harbaugh joke, but my Lamar playoff questions. Kansas City has been down the ladder because they're not playing well. Are you going to factor in the light switch? Are you going to factor in playoff experience?
Home field, whatever.
Home field advantage. That's the way I'm doing mine. So the team at the top of my list will be the one I think wins the Super Bowl. We're going to go 5 through 1. 877-881-1053. Ralph, James, Choppy, start us. And by the way, for me, it was a pretty easy 5. And then cut the line.
Yeah, I
you know what I mean? Like, Pittsburgh ain't going to be in my top 5.
Right, absolutely. I think it was pretty easy. Do you want last week's just for scorekeeping purposes.
Yeah, were we all here?
Yes, we were because we did on Thursday.
Let's do it.
Sean, you had
Bobby doesn't look.
I already know I've got one that's going to have me fall all behind you guys.
Oh, you do, yeah. Sean, you had Detroit 1.
Win.
Buffalo 2. Philly 3. Kansas City 4 and Minnesota 5.
All right. Oh, we shouldn't even do
3-1-1
because of screw you.
You were
Peyton.
3-1-1.
I know, but like the quarterback sitting out and all that stuff.
Oh, that's true.
But I'll take it. We should count it.
Bobby had Buffalo 1, Minnesota 2, Detroit 3, Philly 4, and Kansas City 5.
Yeah, and did Buffalo lost their last
New
game?
England,
so
yeah.
I was what was that then? I'm 2-3 or whatever it was.
Whatever.
Peyton, Detroit 1, Buffalo 2, Philadelphia 3, Kansas City 4, and Minnesota 5. I had Kansas City 1, Detroit 2, Buffalo 3, Minnesota 4, and Philadelphia 5.
All right. I flush all that because Mitch Trubisky and backups were playing.
Well, you won, so I flush it too.
5.
Number 5 for me is I have the Baltimore Ravens. I thought about putting Minnesota here, but I'm doing mine this kind of the same way you are. I don't think Minnesota can rattle off 3 wins.
You've been on them recently.
Yeah, but their defensive metrics have dropped a little bit in the last couple of games. And Darnold just didn't. I mean, he looked like he was seeing ghosts again out there. If they have to play Detroit, Detroit kind of has
Belichick ghosts or Shannon Sharp ghosts?
Shannon Sharp ghosts.
Okay.
I think Minnesota's out there. So I just I put Baltimore. Baltimore, they're good. I don't think that they can go win 3 games. I don't see them winning on the road at Arrowhead. But give me Baltimore.
Okay, I'm going to do this the same way you guys are then. This is as...
How else were you going to do it?
Just in general, I think the question of who's likeliest to win the Super Bowl is also a question of path, potentially, and different things like that.
Okay.
Absolutely. So
do it how you want.
I'm going to go number 5, the Green Bay Packers, who I think are one of the more dangerous teams in the playoffs in terms of just...
And Christian Watson done.
But I think from the perspective of how they're able to stress defenses with the different things that they can do, and then how just complete I feel like they can put together one of the more complete games of any team possible in this playoff run. So I've got Green Bay 5, even though they're 7th.
Their path is going to be, if they beat Philly on the road, they got to go to Detroit.
Yep.
And then they would play whoever, Tampa.
But it doesn't feel impossible to me to think they could beat I wouldn't pick it, but it doesn't feel impossible that they could beat Philly, Detroit, and whoever.
Right.
They feel too inconsistent for me recently.
High ceiling, low floor.
Well, if there's anything we know, they'll score 48 on Wild Card Weekend.
That's true.
Number 5, I as well with RJ.
Jerry is praying that Green Bay gets put out early or they put up 50 on Dan Quinn at some point along the way. Be like, see, we made the right decision. Let him go.
I have the Ravens at number 5. Sean, yesterday you almost sold me on Lamar being MVP. Almost. It was very close, but I still have Josh Allen there above him. I mean, look, ever since Justin Tucker sold that game against the Eagles, missing 2 or 3 kicks and cost me a fantasy game, the Ravens have knocked off 4 straight wins, scoring over 30 points in every game. They've looked really, really dominant, but I still have them as the 3rd best team in the AFC, so I have Baltimore at 5.
Eagles at 5 for me. I'm wondering if we're getting suckered a little bit by this Hurts concussion story. Hasn't played, still in the protocol. I think the Eagles want us to go, oh my gosh, what's going to happen at quarterback? Hurts is still questionable. Kenny Pickett, broken ribs against the Cowboys. What are they going to do? And then Hurts going to come out and have like a nice solid debut.
I would agree. The only thing that gives me pause is that it is the concussion. And the concussion protocol is something that teams are so terrified of screwing with or even
right.
I mean, unless you're Kyle Shanahan, he would probably lie about it all day long.
Yeah.
But that's the one injury where I feel like they're not going to lie to you at all about it.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I mean, how does it feel like, what a bad luck thing for the Eagles that they're the 2 seed and they get an 11-win team as the 7
in
Green Bay. That is bad luck. Because you got the Rams and Tampa have worse records. I can't remember a time where you had an 11-win team was the 7 seed.
And what are the Vikings? When's the last time a 13-win team was the 5?
14. A
14-win team.
Yeah.
Was the 5. Load up on Saquon and try to just limit AJ early, and hopefully Hurts is exposed and AJ starts crying and whining on the sidelines. But I still have the Eagles at 5.
I have Philadelphia at 4. The reason that they're not higher is, the top 3 I think are pretty set, but also, the road with the injury, having to go up against an 11-win team, and then, if you win, you're going to have you could have Tampa, you could have the Rams, you could have any number of things depending on what happens. It could be a tough road, so I like Philadelphia at 4.
Baltimore Ravens at number 4 for me. There have just been a couple different points of this season where you're like, the hell was Baltimore doing in that game? Where they to me, have been, for a stretch from about week 3 until week 13 or 14 or something like that, you can make an argument they played better football than anybody else. But there have been just some lapses defensively at times that give me a little bit of pause, but they've got Lamar Jackson playing as good as he ever has. They've got a ton of different weapons, and so I've got Baltimore number 4.
The Kansas City Chiefs, number 4 for me. I mean, I know all season, they've been
bandwagon. Dropping them down, just looking at the record.
I think they've been 4 for a while for me. I think they've been right around there. I haven't had them above 3 in a while. But, look, that defense, I know they is Patrick Mahomes, but that defense really does it for me. Their defense playing really, really well. And they get the winner of the Chargers-Texans game, most likely. I don't think the Steelers are beating the Ravens. I don't think Denver's beating the Bills on the road. So it's just easy route to the AFC Championship game. Give me Kansas City, number 4.
Ravens are 4 for me.
Ravens at 4. Yep. I have Buffalo at 3. Buffalo's my 3rd. Thought about putting them higher. I just their road, because they're going to have to eventually go through Kansas City. It's a road
Kansas
game.
City makes it.
Huh?
If Kansas City
makes it, absolutely. But it's a road game. The numbers say Kansas City's a 29% chance to win to make the Super Bowl. That's the highest in the AFC. Buffalo second at 21%. I got Buffalo at 3.
By the way, how many times did Kansas City score more than 30 points this year?
Twice.
0.
Wow.
Didn't happen one time.
Wow.
Number 3 is the Philadelphia Eagles. And I toyed around a little bit trying to figure out, okay, is this a team that could take advantage of some of the injury situations in Detroit? But ultimately, I think that I still got to believe in the resolve that Detroit's shown all year. So I've got Philly behind them at this point. But the Eagles number 3, and I think they have a legitimate shot to win the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Hell of an offensive coordinator they have there.
That's right.
Philadelphia, number 3 for me, just like Bobby. W.I. Payton back here again. I know the concussion protocol, is an issue with the Jalen Hurts, but still, when they're healthy, they're basically right under the Detroit Lions in the powerhouse in the NFC. I really think they're that good. And like Bobby said, they very well could win the Super Bowl if healthy. And their path to the NFC title game, I think, is pretty clear-cut for them. Eagles, number 3.
Number 3 is here because of the home field in the AFC. That is the Buffalo Bills.
Ooh.
I have Buffalo at 3.
Who was your 4? Baltimore?
That's all I'm going to say for now. Let's keep it moving.
Keep it moving. At number 2, I have Detroit. They have a 41% chance, according to the numbers, to make it out of the NFC. That is a crazy high number, especially with their defense. The NFC is so loaded. So loaded. There are so many teams that I could legitimately see making it out of the NFC. But I do think they're the best. I think they've got the best offensive mind. I think they have the head coach that I would want. I know he's not like a X's and O's guy, but give me him. They will run through a wall for him. And I love their offense. I love the offensive line. I love the quarterback. I love the running back. David Montgomery will be back. So give me Detroit.
I got Detroit at number 2. It is just, if they were healthy, if they were more healthy, they'd be number 1 because they've been consistently the best team in the NFL all year. But I got Detroit number 2.
The Buffalo Bills, number 2 for me. For a while now, I've said they're the best team in the AFC, overtaking the Chiefs. And that defense scares me just a little bit. They had the game against the Lions and the Rams where they gave up over 40 points. But Josh Allen, that offense is so much fun to watch. And then playing that cold weather is going to be in their advantage. I have the Bills at number 2.
Part of this is because of my Bobby bet. Part of this is because of home field. Part of this is because I have to see it happen until I totally discount them. The Kansas City Chiefs with the highest appearance in my power rankings in a very, very,
long time.
Very long time. KC, number 2.
Casey number 2.
Ian Rapoport coming up at 8:20 on the McCarthy Bears results and what it means for the Cowboys.
I have Casey number 1.
Not results, denial.
I think if they had to go to Buffalo, I would probably pick Buffalo. But they're going to be favored. They'll be favored in every game. They have not played great. You cannot argue that. I cannot say that they have looked the part of the best team in the league. But am I really going to bet against him? I am not.
59-point differential, by the way. Yep. No 15-win team has had a point differential that low. No 14-win team has had a point differential that low. Only one other 13-win team has had a point differential that low. Buffalo's number 1. Buffalo's got the best shot to win the Super Bowl. And it's just because of the Detroit injury situation. If Detroit was healthier, I would have Detroit 1, Buffalo 2. But I've got Buffalo number 1 because I don't know how much Detroit's going to be able to power through this postseason.
Hutch will be there if they make the Super Bowl, he says.
I know.
The Lions are number 1 for me. They've been up there for a while. Look, home field, they get to play indoors. That's exactly what Jared Goff and that offense needs. The injuries are scary, but, they get 2 weeks off here. So, I'll take the Lions number 1.
The Lions are number 1 for me as well. And I believe I have my Detroit, Kansas City Super Bowl happening that I picked at the beginning of the year. But I feel much better about the Lions rolling through than I do the Chiefs. There it is. Power Rankings. NFL Playoff Edition. Get yours in at 877-881-1053 for the playoffs that start on Saturday. Show of Wales hits again. Bobby has booked us. Ian Rapoport, NFL Network. Is it a done deal that Mike McCarthy is now back? And if the Cowboys talk to anybody else, Rapoport joins us after this.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What an absolute perfect guest that Roberto booked for us on the show of Wales here on Sean and RJ with the Mike McCarthy news that came out yesterday. The Dallas Cowboys shutting it down. No interview taking place between McCarthy and the Chicago Bears. What does it actually mean? Ian Rapoport from the NFL Network joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline on the home of the boys, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, sir. Thank you for making some time. How are you?
My understanding is that I'm taking Neat Church's spot. Is that accurate?
Oh, no!
You are. You're taking Pittman's spot.
I mean, that is my guy. I'm telling you, man, all of my barbecuing and smoking expertise is basically stolen from that dude. He is literally the best. I know he's too big time for us right now, which is why he's not on, but I am just honored to be taking the spot of one of the true legends of the smoking and cooking world.
Wow. What are you cooking? You must be in a house then, because you can't have any Traeger grill on a balcony in New York, right?
Well, I'm in the suburbs, man. So I got a Traeger, and then I got a flat top griddle. We got all sorts of stuff out here, but all of my rubs, all of my seasonings, all Meat Church. I have the whole collection.
Wow.
So that's my dude right there.
What's the Ian Rapoport grilling specialty? The final thing that you're smoking that you feel the best about?
I don't know if I'm more partial to any than another. I would say beef rib is probably my favorite just to eat. My favorite thing I've ever done is we turned a 22-pound Wagyu brisket into pastrami.
Oh, whoa!
Which was, a 2-week process, but just so good and amazing, just so fun. So that was probably our best accomplishment.
Scale of 1 to 10, 1 being Lincoln Riley and 10 being Meat Church. Where do you put yourself on the sliding scale of ability?
I'm like a 7 because I don't create anything. I just follow directions. So until you really can create, then you can get into that 8-9 range,
That's awesome. Ian Rapoport here on 105.3 The Fan. What did you think the Cowboys were going to do about the Bears interview? Were you surprised yesterday over this news, or were you expecting it, or you were totally 50-50?
No, I mean, I knew there was zero chance they would let him interview with the Bears. I mean, it's a solid ploy. I get it on both sides. For the Bears, you make a request, you try to kind of, throw a wrench at another person's situation. I think for McCarthy, it gives him, I guess, leverage. Not that he really needs the leverage. I knew there was zero chance. I mean, it's a thing, but it's not a real thing. I knew there was zero chance. Cowboys would let the Bears interview him, and then they deny it, obviously. And so, it's an exclusive negotiating window. I think the Cowboys take these things seriously, and I think they're going to use – I don't know if they're going to use all of it, but I think they're going to use a pretty good portion of it.
Well, let's go from 0 then to 100, because I believe that's near 100%. That the denial means near 100% chance that McCarthy returns here. Is that off? Is that view make sense?
Well, I don't think the denial means that, because I don't think that's always been my thought. You know what I mean? The denial was always going to happen no matter what. And the Cowboys have, the way the Cowboys think, they have the right to talk to him. They're going to use that right. They're not going to just give up their exclusive negotiating window for nothing. So I knew there was no chance that anyone was going to get to interview him. But I'm with you, though. I mean, I would say, to me, judging from the comments from both sides, judging from the fact that the Cowboys have continued conversations with him. I mean, I believe he's back as well, but how that actually happens is an interesting thing. If you're the Cowboys, what you'd like is the most flexibility. Obviously it's not going to be like this, but let's just say theoretically, best case, 1-year deal. Give them the option at the end of next year. That's not going to happen. Okay, what about 2 years? That's probably not going to happen either. All right. Well, then how many years are we talking? If you're McCarthy, you want the longest deal you can get because you want the most security. And you want, I would imagine Mike McCarthy does not want to go through this again next year, where all anyone's talking about is his job status the whole year. So there's a middle ground in there. They just have to find it. But yeah, I'm with you. Like, I believe at the end of the day, McCarthy will be the Cowboys head coach.
Ian, do you see this as a ploy for the Cowboys to drag this out? They've already removed the Bears. Maybe the Bears hire somebody and kind of force Mike into a low ball offer, incentive-based deal, kind of a take it or leave it because he has no other options.
No, because he's rich anyway. I think if that happened, you know what I mean? Like, if he doesn't have to work again for the rest of his life. So I would say, like, if that happened, he would. I don't want to like speak for McCarthy, but there's nothing that would stop him from going like, all right, I'm good. Was a head coach for 2 places, went to the playoffs many times, won a Super Bowl. Like, I'm good. You know, like he's not someone who is like standing in food lines. Like, he doesn't need to work. So I don't think he's going to get forced into taking any bad deal that he's not comfortable with.
Do you think Mike? You mentioned Mike and leverage earlier. It's just a guess. So you're the professional at this in terms of knowing what other teams are thinking. Does Mike have other NFL leverage? You think?
Yeah, I do.
As a head coach,
for someone. As a head coach, yeah, I think he'd be a good hire for someone. What's so interesting to me is Sean Payton and Mike McCarthy have pretty similar records, background, pedigree, basically everything. Both have won a Super Bowl. Both have had quarterbacks. I'd say multiple quarterbacks now with Sean, where they've played the best of their career with them, right? I mean, Aaron Rodgers certainly did. Dak Prescott certainly did. You know, for whatever reason, Mike McCarthy is sort of like, because probably he's in Dallas, you know, he's sort of considered to be like, oh, well, I don't know if he'd get another chance. Like, he's a very good head coach, and I think if you gave, 28 teams, the option, absent the 4 who believe they're in the playoffs every year no matter what, they would say, oh, you have a coach who can get me to the playoffs? I would happily sign on for that. I think I would say this, like, if he was out there in really as a free agent now, like, let's say the Cowboys had fired him last year, I think he'd have a head coaching job in this cycle.
NFL Network insider Ian Rapoport joining us here on 105 to the Fan. You can see Ian on the Insiders weeknights at 6 p.m. on NFL Network. Ian, Jerry talked after the game about an incentive-based deal and, basically insinuated that he could have escalators or other things like, reward you and pay you more for as you go along. Is that something that's common in NFL head coaching contracts, or would that be something that would be pretty unique if Jerry tried to negotiate that here?
So it's common, but it's common as sort of the icing, not the cake, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, there are some contracts that have like, all right, if you make the playoffs, you get, I don't know, $500,000. You win, make the title game, you get another. You win the Super Bowl, you get $1 million, right? But that's not the base of the deal. Like, the base of the deal is like the $9 million base salary. So, like, yes, there are incentives, but if Jerry's talking about paying him $1 million and then, he gets another 7 or 8 if he makes the playoffs, like, I do not think that will fly.
Ian, we've speculated, I think, here in Dallas that a McCarthy return might be with the caveat of, all right, well, you're not going to have play calling duties when you return. We're going to have a different offensive coordinator in here. Do you think that would be something that's part of the negotiation? Or if Jerry's bringing back Mike, do you think he's saying, all right, do it your way, go out on your terms?
Well, so that's a good question. And just to be frank, I don't know the answer to that. Because what I don't know is, like, everyone sort of wants to be the play caller, right? Every head coach is like, well, I'm the guy who can get it done. I should be the play caller. Mm-hmm. But some decide after a while, like, this is actually not what's best for the team. Like Kevin Stefanski with the Browns, obviously they were terrible, but like at some point he was like, I'm spending all this time doing play calling. It is not working. The rest of the team is not benefiting at all. I'm going to stop being the play caller. And that's what happened, right? So I don't know what McCarthy wants to do. I know that. So this is, I'm trying to remember. So this is second year as play caller, right?
Yes.
The first year. No,
yes, second year.
Second year, okay. I think last year was pretty good. This year, obviously not as good, although honestly probably fine when Dak went out. I don't know that either of those things is the magic bullet, and I don't know, like, if you're not the play caller, you can pay a lot more attention to other parts of the team, which is very good. But I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Ian Rapoport joins us here, 105 through the Fan. Is there a young, up-and-coming offensive mind, like the next McVay, Ben Johnson type thing that isn't a play caller, isn't a coordinator yet, that would be the guy to take that next leap?
As the offensive coordinator?
Sure, who are some hot OC names?
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem is we don't know them. Like, we meaning like national media or even like local media. We don't know them because right now the guys who have been offensive coordinators, like, okay, we all know them, right? But pass game coordinators for really good teams, like, just to be totally honest, like those names are not out in the media. Those names are not out in the forefront. I mean, if there's some you've heard of beforehand, like, that's fine.
Yeah.
But this is sort of on coaches now to be like, who are the guys? And it's really, really hard because, Ben Johnson obviously has done an amazing job with the Lions. He was not Dan Campbell's first choice as offensive coordinator. He had him on his staff. I mean, it's like I remember when, Arthur Smith was the offensive coordinator of the Titans, and he was so good, then he got a head coaching job, and he might get another head coaching job this year. And he also was not the first choice, right? They had to fire someone else, and then he became OC. So, like, it's really hard. It's hard for me to look at, like, who's the QB coaches, who are the receivers coaches, who are the pass game coordinators. And it's hard for coaches because, like, these are not guys that are in the forefront. You have to go find them.
Ian, if things were to fall through on the McCarthy negotiations, are there a couple candidates you think make sense here in Dallas that the Cowboys would reach out to?
I would say that's my main problem is, everyone talk about leverage. Like, look, a lot of people are going to want to be the Cowboys head coach. It's a lot. You have to deal with Jerry, which is, very good and challenging, talks a lot, wants to be involved a lot. It's certainly a challenge. You get to be, the most famous head coach in the NFL. You get to work with a really, really, really good roster, but it's a lot. So, I could look around the league, like, would Mike Vrabel be a good next coach of the Cowboys? Yeah, I think he would. Now, the interactions between him and Jerry would be interesting, but I think he'd be really good. Cliff Kingsbury would be another one. I mean, you talk about, like, Ben Johnson, like, this would be a lot for Ben Johnson. Fiery dude, but he's not the most out there guy. This would be, I don't know if this is the right place for him. So, like, Kellen Moore would be one that, Kellen Moore would be one that I would think of just because he's been there before. But, he's sort of more in the McCarthy world where, like, he could deal with some of this stuff, but he's not the most out there guy either. So it'd be an interesting fit. I don't know. Like, it's a different job. Like, finding a Cowboys coach is, like, really, really hard, which is why, in the end, I think you're right. I think they probably stick to what they have and know.
Ian, before we let you go, get back to smoking and grilling, of the other openings, which one are you like, all right, this is happening? Is it Vrabel with New England? Just with the different situations out there. We thought it was Ben Johnson in Chicago. What's your gut telling you? Or your phone?
Yeah, I mean, I would say with Ben Johnson, I would say last year a lot of people thought that he was going to the Commanders, definitely done deal. And I don't know that he would have gotten that job anyway, and then he pulled out of that job, so it didn't matter. So, like, we'll see on Ben Johnson. He's very specific, and we'll see how he interviews. I mean, obviously we know how good of a coordinator he is.
Yeah.
We'll see how he interviews because that's, it is really not about being a good coordinator. It's really being about a leader.
Yep.
So, I think that's one thing. The Vrabel and the Patriots, to me, is probably the next thing. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but he's there tomorrow. They've completed their, outside interviews with 2 external candidates who are minorities. That means they legally can hire if they wanted to. They've requested Ben Johnson, and they're talking to Vrabel. So that's the whole interview list as of now. That, to me, looks like that's probably good. They're going to hire, but we'll see what happens.
We know you are slammed. Thank you so much. We know how in demand you are. Thanks for taking the time. You're awesome, man. We appreciate it, and we'll see you in New Orleans.
All right, look forward to it. Take care, guys.
There he is, replacing Meat Church. Takes a lot. Takes a lot. But Matt Pittman having to get bumped as he sent us a video of where he is currently.
He is in the Gulf of America, folks. That's where he is.
He's cooking for the Trumps today. Wow.
Oh,
how?
Donald Trump?
How about
the Gulf of America?
All right, there it is. Nice job, Bob, with the get. A lot of great stuff. Let's react to that. And Bobby's star ups and star downs for this entire Cowboys season. Next, in Below the Belt, 105.3 The Fan.
has Lola Bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
It's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, boy. Sounds like Mike McCarthy's back. But the Bears' denial had nothing to do with it?
Man.
Was that the most interesting thing Ian said in that segment? We just got done talking to Ian Rapoport, NFL Network insider, who says he does think Mike McCarthy's back, but says that he thinks it has absolutely nothing to do with denying McCarthy a chance to interview with the Bears, that he says sounded like he thought they would have done that whether they planned on bringing him back or not. They were going to block him from interviewing.
Ian was really good. He made it sound like we're all overreacting to two things.
Two things.
Number one, that it definitely means Mike is back. And number two, that it would be like a low-class move from the Cowboys to block it. And Ian just made it sound like it was a standard part of NFL business. No, the Cowboys have the exclusive negotiating window, so we're not going to give up the exclusive negotiating window.
Right.
He just made it sound like really matter of fact. And I would have loved for Ian to put out there when we were all wondering, will they or won't they allow it? Ian said, I knew there was a 0% chance they were going to grant it. I wish Ian had said that because he would have been out in front of everyone else who was wondering. But he's like, I knew there was a 0% chance they were going to grant the interview. But he's making it sound like, no, there's nothing crazy and nothing low class about it. The Cowboys have the exclusive right, and they're going to take advantage of it.
Which the Cowboys have a history of blocking. I think it was people they want here, but they have a history of blocking interviews. Matt Eberflus left here on some poor terms because.
But you just said something about Eberflus earlier today in a commercial break.
Yeah, I think Eberflus is a decent odd bet for the next defensive coordinator if Zimmer's gone. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think there's been stuff that's been.
I don't think he would be a bad choice.
I mean, he was that was what he was initially supposed to do. He was going to be the heir apparent to Rod Marinelli, and Rod stayed around longer.
But it did not get ugly enough that you think Eberflus would reject it?
No, but he had accepted in his head, when my contract runs out, I'm leaving here. Because he had, when Kyle Shanahan got hired in San Francisco, Kyle Shanahan wanted to hire him on his staff in San Francisco, and it was a lateral move, and the Cowboys blocked it. And he was frustrated because, Rod's not going anywhere. This is my chance to kind of move up a little bit. And
now I'm going to fire a question back at you. How disappointed and sad were you when Ian Rapoport made it sound like a no doubt that Mike McCarthy had leverage elsewhere throughout the league and he would get another job? That is a great debate in my mind of would someone else hire McCarthy as their head coach? Because I know you've said no, you don't believe it. Ian made it sound like absolutely.
Which 28 teams, he said.
To be clear, he said, I think if you ask other than the bottom four teams who were picked at the top of the draft, if you said I can contend for the playoffs every year, they'd take that. I think it was just more the results he was saying. What's the job? Tell me what the job is.
And by the way, in the spirit of what I just asked you, he also said the Chicago thing was not a thing.
Yeah, almost
he dismissed that, and that sounded like what I said yesterday. I'm like, the Chicago Bears are not going to hire Mike McCarthy.
Theater.
Yeah, and I got that from Ian.
I don't know. I definitely
misread that.
I definitely see the theater aspect of it for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I don't know what the theater aspect for the Bears would be.
Why would it not be a thing? But Ian's also saying, well, Mike would definitely be hired by a lot of other people. Both those things don't make sense in the same sentence.
That almost
sounds. Because Chicago is a playoff aspiring team, so why wouldn't McCarthy be a great pickup for them while Ian's dismissing it as kind of just theater?
Because that also sounds like, and maybe it's like what Chicolene was talking in here earlier. The Bears were never hiring a Green Bay Packers head coach. That's not happening. So, okay, fine. All right, if you knew you weren't going to hire him or you knew the Cowboys, this almost sounded like they knew the Cowboys weren't going to accept it. So does he have friends in the Bears organization that are doing him a favor and expediting his negotiations by putting in the request? Yeah. Now, the agent, somebody had mentioned this on the fan text earlier, but they said, well, McCarthy and Ryan Poles, the Bears GM, have the same agent. Well, they used to have the same agent. I don't know how bitter, potentially, Mike McCarthy's split from Trace Armstrong was when he went to Don Yee. So Trace Armstrong, the former pass rusher for the Bears and Dolphins, he's an NFL agent now for coaches, and he had represented McCarthy for a long time. But McCarthy switched to Donnie, but that's who he represents, Ryan Pohl. So I guess if there's still a good relationship there with Trace Armstrong.
Great homework, fan text.
It could have been something where it's like, hey, Ryan, do him this solid. Just put in the request. They're not going to accept it, but that'll get his negotiations going.
You take anything else from Rapoport?
Well, I mean, obviously that McCarthy would have a bunch of other job opportunities was a big one, and I guess I don't either agree or disagree with it. Like, I think Mike would have opportunities out there. I don't think he would have 20, a bunch of them. But there are some.
I don't agree with him. I side with Bobby on this. I don't think Mike gets another job if he leaves here.
I mean, the age plays into it. It has to.
And I also think that, Ian's just like, well, Mike can walk away. He could walk away financially, but if Mike wants to coach, he'll accept less, in my opinion, to stay here.
Which Mike, and there's some factors.
Don Yee's going to have to go to Mike and be like, I'm telling you someone else will hire you, in order for Mike to stand back up to Jerry and say, not only am I not taking an incentive-laden deal, not only am I not taking a low ball. I mean, if Mike McCarthy had all this leverage, he can come back and say, yo, you have to give me more. I want more control. I want more money. I want more years.
Well, it
also sounds like he genuinely wants to stay here in town. Like, it also sounds like because his kids are in school. Like, it makes it. I think he would take less. Let's just say that the Bears offered him a job, and they were allowed to negotiate. And the Bears offered him $10 million a year, and the Cowboys came back with $7 million. I think it's very possible Mike stays here for $7 million.
When we asked him on Friday, like, reflect on your 5 years here in Dallas. Like, first thing out of his mouth was, man, I love Prestonwood where my kids go to school. Like that whole thing, where it's like, okay, that's clearly
sucks to start over, in my opinion.
It does. Sure. And look, he gave that interview to Pelissero when he was in between jobs. And you remember they finished it up and he's like, why do you want to coach again? After things ended poorly in Green Bay, why do you want to coach again? And he started talking and he got really choked up and he was like, my family needs this. And so, like, I think I think McCarthy feels like that's how their family unit operates best. And so, I mean, that's a very personal decision at that point that, yeah, I imagine if he loves the school that his kids are in and he's gotten comfortable with the way certain things operate around here, that he would feel like, I really want to be here. But he also sounds like he wants more control over certain things. Definitely sounds like he's going to fight for play calling. And, man, he puffed his chest out a little bit after the game ended when he said, "It's clear I'm a winner." I don't know that I've ever heard him speak so authoritatively, just like, I'm a winner. That's what I do.
You got to sell yourself a little bit.
No,
now.
Absolutely. But I mean, like, he did it, and he did an effective job up there talking very authoritatively about it. We just don't normally hear him talking like that. He's usually, we all work together at this. We all do whatever. So I don't know. It's very fascinating. I'm curious of the job openings right now, because he did say he thinks he can get another job. Any of these you think would be McCarthy fits? Patriots.
Yeah, sure.
Or realistic that you think he would end up being the guy, potentially?
I mean, I still think the Patriots have honed in on Vrabel. And that sounds like that's what it's going to be.
Chicago. We feel like we just were told that wasn't a real interview. So,
well, let me ask this. Is a McCarthy job a young program or a finishing piece? What is a Mike McCarthy? What do you think, Choppy? You're the biggest fan of him in here. What do you think is a good Mike job if he got it? If he was to go somewhere?
Yeah, I don't think it's it's not the Jets. I shouldn't say that. I think Mike would stabilize. I think Mike's a stabilizer.
Okay.
I think he would stabilize the Jets.
I don't think Jets would be a good fit at all.
Now the Jets as a whole are a mess.
Yeah.
And if I were Mike, I'd rather just not coach than coach the Jets.
Huh. But to answer the question, let's have a serious conversation about it, because I don't know the answer.
Phrase it again.
What is a good fit for Mike in his next? If there's another job, is it a young developing program like New England, Chicago? Is it more of a finishing and closer to contention like the Chargers were, like we are? What's a better one for his skill set?
Let's assume every job in the NFL is open.
Let's take these teams. Giants, I'll put them in categories. Not the Giants. Sorry, my computer jumped. Raiders, Jets, Chicago, New Orleans, New England, and then I'll put Jacksonville in a little separate category because you have more of an established name at quarterback versus no quarterback and first-year quarterback.
I mean, I think Jacksonville, I think he could, I'd be interested to see how he works because that would be, I think I'd be interested to see how he works with Trevor Lawrence.
He might be a good new voice for Trevor Lawrence. I think the job that would hire him out of all those is New Orleans. New Orleans is the best shot to hire him. But that's also kind of a I think he's been there. He spent 5 years in New Orleans already. He is familiar with ownership. He's familiar with operating within their organizational structure.
And I should throw Carr like in the Jacksonville category. Carr, Trevor versus Drake. New quarterback in New York. New quarterback in Vegas. Rookie quarterback versus your Trevors and your Carrs.
How's the fit with Caleb, with him? Caleb's style of play with what McCarthy, because McCarthy's going to want to run
Caleb's
the
a very
offense.
big freelance off-platform thrower the way Aaron was.
Yeah.
Now Aaron was definitely more regimented, but it's some of the same sort of physical traits of extending plays and different things like that.
The other thing we need to do is I've been just thinking of Mike as a hire for someone else just based off what I think about Mike. We have to compare the candidates in the pool to Mike.
Yeah.
Okay? So, Ben Johnson we know is one. I'm just talking about what fans would want and what the league is thinking.
Did you think Ian sounded at all skeptical about Ben Johnson's prospects as a coach, too?
Yes.
That was interesting.
I mean, he may be a terrible interview.
And he made it sound like...
We don't know about his personality.
We have no idea.
We have no idea. And Ben and Ian said what I've been saying. It's not about calling the plays. It's about Ben Johnson, the CEO.
Cliff Kingsbury showed that in Arizona. It did when I heard it, and he also made it sound almost like...
Was Cliff not great with relationships?
Cliff was just not considered a team manager. He wasn't considered a guy who I'm going to keep all you regimented. A lot of guys on defense said they didn't even know him.
Ben might not want to do press conferences.
I'll tell you,
he might be shy. That's fine. If he's like,
he made it sound like Ben Johnson had zero interest working with Jerry Jones. And the other thing I took from Ian, he said he included something in there about Vrabel working with Jerry that didn't sound smooth sailing.
I don't think that would be.
Why? Educate me.
Strong personality. He's a strong.
Did Vrabel have to have Vrabel ended up being right about the Titans GM things because of Carthon that got run.
Yeah.
Is Vrabel does Vrabel laying down, I need this?
Vrabel is
he I'm down to coach?
Vrabel would not have a problem, I don't think, barking back at Jerry. And that's not the norm.
No.
I don't think, and Jerry doesn't, but when Jerry gets worked up, if Jerry's angry about something and he's like, I need answers about this, if Vrabel disagreed, he wouldn't just go yes, sir, understand, you're my boss. Vrabel will go go blank yourself, dude.
Jerry is hired. Go back. Obviously, there's Jimmy.
Vrabel's not enough of a puppy for Jerry.
Not that it's a puppy. I think it's actually the reverse. I think some people view Vrabel as sometimes being insubordinate.
Okay.
More that, and it's just
out of line.
Yeah, whatever the normal employer-employee relationship would be, Vrabel sometimes goes, I'll tell you off no matter who you are.
But go look at who Jerry's hired over the years. All right, Jimmy, teammate, Switzer. Homie, also Arkansas guy too, right? Then he goes to Gailey, kind of not a strong personality.
Yep.
But a well thought of coordinator. The last one he made.
But all shucks, nice guy.
Yeah.
Campo, same thing, super nice guy. Then he bucks the trend, goes to Parcells. It works, but Jerry was miserable. And
Stadium.
And we all felt he had to.
Stadium. Then he goes to Wade, all shucks guy.
Yep.
Jason, kind of the same thing, right?
Yep.
And then he goes to Mike. He doesn't want a strong personality. Mike Vrabel, he ain't even on the list.
Is Cincinnati a team that's looking to be pushed over the top?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I looked at all these jobs and said all of them were open, that is the one that I think would be the best fit for McCarthy.
Below the belt with reaction to Ian Rapoport on the show Wales. DFW Sports Station is 105 through the Fan. Is college football still proving to be number 2, the second most favorite sport in your heart? The numbers are in to show it. Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Okay.
After this.
After we get you over to Zero.
Razor babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
of V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time. Had a good couple of shows, I believe, this week.
Yeah.
Boss usually gets mad when we joke, saying we aim for 2 a week, but that's just a joke.
Right.
You know?
It's just a joke.
It's just a joke.
It's just a joke.
Yes. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby, Roberto Belt. We got Pepe and Carter in the back. What?
That mic every time you touch it. Goes,
Oh, it does?
yeah. DJ's here,
I just saw DJ getting us our home access equipment for the big storm.
Yes, he is.
Big blizzard that's taking place. Final hour. Thank you for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on.
Your mic might sound better from home tomorrow.
I know.
That's right, it might.
Don't get Gavin started. It wasn't
It's just a joke, Gavin.
Wasn't too thrilled yesterday. He's like, "Oh, the show that laughs at me." I said, "No, it wasn't. It wasn't. We weren't making fun. I was criticizing."
Yeah.
Jeez, Vrabel.
There's a difference. All right, college football playoffs.
Playoffs.
We've long believed and thought on our show and trying to structure things to talk about that it goes Cowboys 1, NFL 2, college football 3. Rangers, Mavericks, Stars, even though the Stars are the best thing going in DFW.
By the way, Money Puck said they had a 70%
no one
chance to win
cares
yesterday.
about that website, and no one cares about you talking about the sport. 5 straight for the Stars. The Mavs snapped the 5-game losing streak, beating the Lakers. More on that later on. Is college football with the playoff still proving to be that popular?
Yeah, look, and we had this, there was some concern with the expanded playoff where people went, the bowl games now become meaningless. Nobody's going to care about bowl games anymore because you've expanded the playoff. And so people are going to hyper-focus in on that bracket and anything else that's off the side. There's no meaning, no interest, nothing else. Apparently that is not true, according to Stuart Mandel over at The Athletic. He points out that the Pop-Tarts Bowl, the one that Cam Ward played half of, the Pop-Tarts Bowl got...
By the way, that is the best advertising name for a bowl that you could have had.
Their branding and marketing, whoever was in charge of that, deserves a big-time promotion.
Yep.
It was genius. I couldn't go on my timeline without seeing these damn Pop-Tarts everywhere.
I mean, like, I don't know what half these companies are that do these bowls. I had never heard of Duke's Mayo, so that's good by them, right?
Oh!
Brand awareness, right?
Oh, it's incredible mayo.
I had never heard of it. I'm not a mayo guy, but I always just defaulted to Hellman's.
Yeah.
But now
David Hellman's.
Yes, absolutely.
If you look at he says that the Pop-Tart Bowl was watched by 6.8 million people, which is the highest viewership for the Orlando Bowl since 2008. He said that was followed in primetime by BYU Colorado in the Alamo Bowl, which drew 8 million viewers, the bowl's biggest audience on record, and did so well that it actually outdrew the SMU Penn State CFP game.
What?
The Colorado BYU game had more viewers, and that was not a particularly close game.
Thanks, Dion.
This is stunning because I don't know if I do a BetQL college football show. And we go through and we do we preview the games, do the odds, do the betting. We did not talk a single bowl game at all. Normally we did a bowl show, like a 2-hour show, where we would go through all the bowl games. We didn't talk a single bowl game this year.
Why?
Because we have no interest. Like there's no you're not, all the opt-outs, you're not betting on it, right? It's very hard to bet on. I am stunned that these did that well.
Michigan, Alabama on ESPN drew 6.5 million. Ole Miss Duke had 5 million in the Gator Bowl. The Texas Bowl between LSU and Baylor, 4.2 million. Illinois and South Carolina in the Citrus Bowl had 4.3 million viewers. So Stuart Mandel says if you're worried about CFP potentially killing bowl season and having college football decision makers shaking, it's like, nope, they're emboldened. They look at this and go, we have no problems. We're good.
This is wild.
That's why they're going to expand even more.
This is wild. Yeah, and then you go to the first round. Like you said, the SMU game averaged 6 million, 6.4. The Texas Clemson got 8.6. You had the Notre Dame, Indiana, 13.4. Ohio State, Tennessee, 14.3. And then you get into this past week, and it was even higher.
All right, let's get to CFP. Oh, yeah, one more note on Longhorns' last victim.
Yeah, the awful Arizona State football team, which is lucky to be purging that douche Cam Scattaboo from their ranks. Which, by the way,
kid,
oh my gosh, I got to show you my DMs when we get to the break. Somebody had lit me up about Scattaboo the other week and just was like, "It's so
DL Boyd."
It's like, no. They're like, it's so awful that you would call Scattaboo a douche. That's awful. You must not know Jesus. And they were going off about that. And then it turned into he got so worked up that by the end of the messages, he was telling me that I'm a douche. And so he's using them back to me. And he started calling me all sorts of predatory names and different things like that. So it was rather hilarious. I got him to jump off sides pretty hard. But Arizona State, Kenny Dillingham, is that y'all's favorite coach in college football now?
I love him. I think he's great. Glad that he's
the best quote in college.
Yes, and I'm glad that he's got a 5-year extension.
They went full Johnny Manziel at Arizona State this portal season. 0.0.
Wow.
That is the percent of starters that they lost to the portal at Arizona State. Kenny Dillingham didn't lose a single one of his primary players on offense or defense to the portal this year.
Dude.
Didn't they up the money there that they're going to spend big time? And then Kenny is also kicking out some of his cash to assistants and they might pick up some dollar bills that Kenny drops.
It was a big amount of money that they gave the assistants, like you said, and then they're obviously up in their NIL, and they were able to do that because they got a lot of. I mean, look, it's a big school. There's 80,000 students there, and I mean, if you're a college football player, why would you not want to be there? You're in Phoenix or right outside of Phoenix, and you have an incredible co-ed population.
Even still, I can't imagine. Debatable. I can't imagine that there's another big time college football programs. I would bet there's not many others that didn't lose a single starter to the portal.
No.
How funny is it looking at these pictures of Belichick in high school janitor closets, taking pictures with these kids? And that big hypocrite is on Twitter, of course, now.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yes, Instaface, Snapbook.
Hates on everyone else doing it and all that, and there he is with all his social medias.
And did you see his first tweet? Beat Duke, spelled Dook. He goes, my first words as a boy are my first words on X. Go Heels. Who wrote that for him? He did not write that. There's no way.
Yes, he did.
Boy, I'm more convinced than ever that this is going to blow up in his face, though, watching these recruiting pictures.
Why?
That man looks as uncomfortable as I do in a family photo. It's just like, this is not, you do not want to be there right now.
RJ Choppy with college football playoff overreactions or not.
All right, let's go right to it. Getting a bye is a bad thing. 24 days off for these teams. They went 0-4. And they were down 42-3 to start the first quarter. Getting a bye is a bad thing.
I'll say overreaction because I still want the bye. Same thing for NFL playoffs. Wait, how long did they have off?
24 days.
Okay. Not an overreaction.
That's a bit much.
24 days compared to the NFL where it's, a week. Yes, quite a difference.
You got to condense the schedule.
Not an overreaction. Yeah.
I'll still say it's an overreaction because, I think the bigger thing you lose is just we've talked about it, the on-campus game. That's a bigger thing to me than whatever layoff time might be there. But I think a lot of these games probably end with a similar result, regardless of if they had 24 days off or 17 days off.
Okay, you mentioned the home games,
and what's your answer?
I think it's too much time. I think it's too much time, and I like where Bobby's going because the next one is they should reward the teams that got byes with home games themselves.
No, that's not an overreaction at all. Yeah, that's exactly how it should be. I would move the bowl games. If you're going to keep it to 12, move the bowl games up, have that be the first round on those neutral sites. And then if you've got one of the byes, that's what you've earned. You've earned the home playoff game.
You're in on that one? All right.
No, I want your opinion first.
Yeah, I would absolutely do that. Now, I don't know if you want to give them both home games, but then you're really kind of squeezing the New Year's Six. They want to be able to keep those orange, sugar, peach, cotton, rose.
I like the neutral site games, but I'm totally cool with the first round home playoff one.
Yeah, I am too. I like Bobby's idea. Do the neutral site first round, and then the teams that got the byes, at least reward them with the home game because there's a money aspect. These teams made about $10 million. These home teams, they made about $10 million. And then those schools that got the bye didn't get any of that pie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Oregon gets run quite the way they do if they're playing in Eugene.
I mean, home field advantage is not worth like 3 points in college. It's like 23 points.
No, it was massive in that first round of games.
Absolutely. The Big Ten has replaced the SEC as the best conference.
Oh, gosh.
Massive overreaction.
Oh!
Big Ten's always been better than the SEC. No, I think it's just a reality of
the portal. Portal changed everything.
The portal is just making things so even across the board, where it's like I don't know that I look at it as. I think we're going to get to a point eventually where it's like we're not even thinking of conferences as powerhouses or whatever. We're just going to look at it as you have powerhouse programs that have learned how to spend and operate within this, and I think it'll just settle along lines of programs and how they're run.
Yeah, it's
So basically not an overreaction because of the landscape.
Yes. The landscape has changed. Like the SEC used to have 3 deep at every position. Well, now they don't. Now they have a liability that everybody else had in the sport for 30 years is that you get injuries. And you get guys that don't play well, you get freshmen that don't match up, that don't play as well. I also think that, like the Big Ten was much better than the SEC at the top. I mean, you had 3 Big Ten teams at the top that were better than the top 3 SEC teams. But then you had about 4 or 5 SEC teams that would be next in that order because the Big Ten was very top heavy. So, like, that's
who was the best SEC team this year? Georgia or Texas?
Probably, sure.
Okay, one of those. Either way, I think there's a case to be made that on the neutral side, a lot of people would feel like it's possible Penn State, Ohio State, and Oregon could beat Georgia or Texas and all those.
Right. So I think the top heavy of the SEC. And then you had your Tennessee, Alabama, Ole Miss that were really, really good. And they're better than the Indianas.
Tennessee and Ole Miss for sure.
Right, absolutely. So I think it was like, the Big Ten was just better this year. Next one. We will view the playoff champs as not being as good as our past college champs.
Overreaction. Why would I view it different?
Because in the past, like, you would have had, like, I don't think you're really going to have a chance to have an undefeated champ anymore. It's too, you know what I mean? Like, you used to have a ton of undefeated champs, and they were like these great teams. And now it's almost like pre-salary cap NFL.
Oh, you mean because the rosters won't be as loaded, because of the format.
Well, the format too, right?
Yeah.
Like it used to be, like we would have been. Hey, it would have been Oregon versus Georgia. Like a couple years, it would have been Oregon versus Georgia. You're in the championship game. Those were the 2 best teams throughout the course of the year, and let's go. Well, now, you're going to get.
But if I get a team that smokes everyone by 17 or 20 in their games, I'll be like, oh my gosh, this might be an all-time team.
Yeah, I
just don't know if the talent will be as loaded because of NIL evening things out.
I think that I'm going to say not an overreaction. Like, I agree with Sean, the idea of if
champ's champ, right?
If one of these Georgia teams that we thought of as a historically great team.
I might think of you as better and more qualified than the team who just had to play 1 game to win it all or 2 games.
Sure, but in the first year of who's the weakest team left in the field? Penn State, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Texas.
Penn State.
Okay. It's not absurd to think Penn State could win the title this year. They could do it. So we could get to the first year of the expanded playoff and talk about, did the 5th or 6th best team in the country just win the national title?
But I think it's a down year for greatness in college football.
Well, and that might be our reality.
It might be the reality.
Moving forward. But I do think that, you're less frequently going to get the 2 best teams in the title every year than you did with BCS or other things.
We also have a weak quarterback class coming out, and therefore you're probably not going to have an all-time team. When you get your next great, amazing, incredible, no doubt, number 1 Andrew Luck quarterback, or you get 2 of them, then we revisit the greatness of the teams, I think.
Absolutely. There you go.
College football. Overreactions or not, with Ralph James Choppy, he is Bobby Roberto Bell. I'm Sean Sharif. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Great night in DFW for the Mavs and the Stars. Jason Kidd with a masterpiece. Is it LeBron's greatest dunk ever? And what else is happening around the NFL with more firings and McCarthy watch? That's all next. Hump Day edition continues on The Fan.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, please.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Seaman? Those were days. Saffron Squad? Nutmeg Maybes? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Rebound hustling is Christie to the cutting James. With the left hand, and he makes the steal.
Kevin Harlan with the call. Maybe LeBron's greatest dunk ever. Lefty windmill on a 7-footer. But still, at the age of 40, an embarrassing loss for the Lakers as they lose to the Mavericks at the AAC, snapping the Mavericks' 5-game losing streak. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Bell with you. A loaded crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece coming up at 9:40.
Not to always make everything about Jordan versus LeBron.
Oh, they're going to say you.
But when you mentioned earlier, then you just said it there, could be LeBron's greatest dunk. We were trying to figure out, like, all right, what are some other, like,
Michael could
ones?
barely dunk at 40.
Right, but I feel like we could rattle off like 5 or 6 significant dunks, who they were against, what the scenario was.
For Mike?
Yeah. And it makes me just think, again, not to make it a LeBron Jordan thing, it's just, does LeBron go so frequently just the tomahawk cockback that it's like there's nothing unique about it that stands out and remembers? Because that's when you brought that up about LeBron earlier, I was like, I feel like I should know more of his dunks than I remember.
Absolutely. Choppy brought it up, the Undertaker one, the Jason Terry dunk, where Jet was like dead on the ground. Yeah. That was incredible. The Wade one, we remember more for Wade.
It's for a still image. It's not even for the actual. I don't know if anybody would recognize the play in live action.
LeBron does the cockback dunk.
So it is one of the greatest photos in the history of basketball too. I hate that it is.
But he doesn't have like 3 to 5 that jump out like Mike's. I can rip off Mike's. I might be able to rattle off more of Kobe's.
Ooh.
Oh, I couldn't think of. And this also, I think, it has to do with the age. Like when we remember stuff more from our childhood, right? I don't think I can rattle off any of Kobe's.
No?
Maybe there was the two-handed tomahawk he had. It's all Michael. I just can't rattle off any of them.
That was sick from LeBron, though.
Yep.
That was like athletically him versus Mike at the same age. It's not even a discussion. You can't have it in the same stratosphere. Charles Barkley, who has it out now he already had it out for the Lakers. He definitely has it out for J.J. Redick. He gave J. Kidd his props last night on TNT.
You said as we began the night, Chuckster, as Dallas played without Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, this was all about the Lakers.
And the Lakers proved to what I keep saying. The Lakers stink, plain and simple. We have to talk about them because the media is infatuated with the Lakers. but the Lakers are not a good team. They got zero athletic ability. I mean, when you watch them, Jason Kidd coached a masterpiece tonight. We can go one-on-one, get any shot we want. They got a good shot every time. The Lakers could never keep them in front of them. This was a coaching masterpiece by Jason Kidd because there's no way that team that the Mavs put out there, especially one winning by 20.
And he's right. So impressive win. How about the reports from Brian Windhorst? The Mavs have been one of the most active teams on the phone this trade season. So some of that depth that you were praising, RJ Choppy, maybe going away.
Look, I mean, if you want to trade depth for depth, like you want to just get other depth pieces for your depth, like you want to, maybe you think it's an upgrade, it's not a good fit, fine. But I mean, they won last night's game in large part because they've got a deep team. And they had the amount of guys, double figures they had, and going down the line.
You got to ask yourself, be honest. Not every organization in town does that, or maybe cares to do it. Are the Mavs at full strength a title winner, a title contender, and can they win the championship? It's hard too because Luka's going to be out for a month.
Yeah,
so
you're really going to put yourself in a tough spot to be able to get a high seed. Like you're going to be on the road a lot.
Yeah, because Luka's out for a month, like you just said. Kyrie's out week or two.
Yeah, Mavs are the 5th.
I don't think have they given us a timeline yet on Gafford, other than just kids saying he's going to be out a while.
Yeah,
I mean, and see that's the thing is that ESPN had an article up the other day about one player from each team that's like the most likely to get moved at the deadline, and you go down to the Mavericks, and it's Maxey is the top one for the Mavericks. But now it's like, okay, well, if you're without Gafford, like Maxey had to play like 30 minutes last night.
Yeah.
When Lively got into foul trouble. And so, I mean, how much depth can you even purge right now when it's really being tested? To me, the guy that's always made the most sense is they could potentially center something around is Jaden Hardy. That's the guy who it feels like they could trade and include in something to get something of value back.
We have Brian Windhorst also talking about the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal. And we have Chris Haynes saying Jimmy Butler has given some teams the word, do not deal for me. I don't want to play for you. And one of them is the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, make sense of this. Like he basically was like, anywhere, I'll go anywhere but here. But now it's like, well, but not you. Like Memphis is a decent team.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
maybe it's just the market.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
As you brought up, you don't have to have the number one spotlight on you because of Ja.
Because of Ja. Like, you could sit there and I mean, it doesn't mean that Jimmy would be necessarily like a true 2, but he doesn't have to do it all. Like, he's the number one guy in Miami, right? With Ja, it's like, all right, if I've got an off night, Ja can take over or whatever.
The gun wasn't mine.
You're going to have, you really don't need, you need 2 1s.
Oh, by the way, Windhorst also added that Maxey and Quentin Grimes are players who have a market.
I like Quentin Grimes. I wouldn't want to move Grimes personally. On the Jimmy front, it wasn't just Memphis. It was also Kevin O'Connor had the note that one of the teams told to back off was Milwaukee, that the Bucks were potentially going to have some interest, and that Jimmy's representative said, absolutely not going to go over to the Bucks. You guys need to back off. Maybe Doc Rivers was right. Wouldn't wish that situation on anybody. Certainly not Jimmy Butler.
Oh, you want to go to Milwaukee? Okay.
I mean, Dame talked about how much...
Sounds like he's about that city to me.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's more about where he can go out and chill and have
Absolutely.
fun. That's what it's coming across as.
Well, he wants it both ways, right? Because he said after the game the other day, he's like, I'm enjoying my life off the court here, but I'm not enjoying basketball
And
here.
Windhorst said Jimmy is not going to extend with any team. And because teams know that, they're offering the Heat the poo-poo platter. There's only one team that is ready to pay Jimmy Butler exactly what he wants, and that is the Phoenix Suns, as Bradley Beal is now coming off the bench for them.
And like that's your trade right there. Your contracts are gonna be the closest thing for a contract perspective.
So there's everything in the association. How about the best team in town getting it done again?
Arley, top of the zone. Robertson in front, tip, score! Jamie Benn, the captain, completes the comeback. And the Stars have beaten the Rangers 5-4.
Maybe the game of the year, Chop?
Might be. Maybe the most entertaining game, at least. They were down 3-zip early. They cut it to 3-2 after 1. Rangers go back up 4-3 after the Stars tied it in the second. Rangers go up late it was like 5 minutes to go in the game, and then they get a tying goal, and then Ben gets the game winner. It was such an entertaining game that they had up there at the Garden. So the Stars get a very, very good win.
5 straight wins, 7-game point streak. First time they won a game where their opponents have scored 4 more goals, courtesy of Spittle. They're now within 5 of second-place Minnesota in the Central. They'll be back in action tomorrow night in Philly against the Flyers. Spits and Suds for all of your hockey knowledge, wherever you download your podcasts.
And 4 expected goals, according to Money Puck, Sean.
Didn't I tell you to turn off his microphone? Turn off his mic. Let's go around the rest of the National Football League as Antonio Pierce gone in Vegas. No surprise there. Tom Brady expected to have a lot of say in the replacement.
Yeah, no surprise, I guess, that he's out. Maybe a little surprised that they stood him up there to talk to the media on Monday and talk about what he planned to do with his coaching staff and everything, and then not do anything about it till late Tuesday. That was a little bit of an interesting decision, but all the reports coming out of there is that he was running a toxic building, and it just was not working.
I've been talking about for a long time that I think head coaching interviews need to last a lot longer. And John Gruden on Barstool talked about what he went through when Al Davis hired him.
I hate to do that, Stephen, because I think it's all about the interview process. Unless you really know somebody and sit down with them. Like when I interviewed for Al Davis, I interviewed for 4 days. I mean, it wasn't a 4-hour, it was 4 days. And he asked me about personnel, practice schedules, how you look at hiring a coaching staff, league policies. I mean, it was endless. And then we finally started getting into coaching the quarterback, what kind of offense we run. To answer your question, I don't have 5 or 6 candidates. I know a lot of really good coaches, but I don't know them well enough to really come out and recommend anybody here.
A 4-day interview, that's a kidnapping. What is Al Davis saying to you? What was he asking you about?
He would say, hey, Eddie, who's the 3rd receiver of the San Diego Chargers? And you better say Terrence Shaw. And when you say it's Terrence Shaw, you better say, where's he from? You got to know he went to San Jose State. He wants to know all about personnel, matchups, drills, how you coach the quarterback's footwork on a 5-step drop when you're throwing an out route to the left. I mean, he would kill you on punt protection. Hell, I didn't know hardly anything about punt protection, but he enjoyed learning football, seeing, how you taught, all kind of stuff, ideas about the facility. What's your policy with discipline if a guy's late? It was unbelievable. He introduced me to a lot of the legendary Raider players just to see how I interacted with them and the respect that he felt I had. It was unbelievable.
I love that clip. It really takes you inside a process that, we don't hear a ton about. A lot of people compare Jerry to Al now, and it's not a pleasant or nice comparison. It's not a compliment because Al, at his end, it was a dumpster fire. And I wonder, I'm not criticizing the Cowboys process. I don't know about it. But when in hearing all that, because the one thing when Al was in his prime, Michael Lombardi and others, Al Davis is like a true football guy.
Oh, Al Davis was a scout in the NFL. Al Davis won Coach of the Year in the AFL. Yeah. He was absolutely a football guy.
I just couldn't help, and Jerry played at Arkansas. I just couldn't help but wonder in the Cowboys interview process how much of what we just heard from Gruden happens here or other places, but that level of detail.
I mean, they need to do one
and how much matters.
Well, I mean, look, you know me. They need to do one of two things. Either they need to end the interviews or extend the interviews. Because, interviews are, they could be very, very good or they could be very, very bad. They add bias to it because you can be very charming.
Yeah.
I think college coaches have to interview well. I don't care if an NFL coach interviews poorly. What's your resume? If you have 2 resumes side by side and you put one at a 9 and one at a 7, but the 7 is really, really charming, you might be apt to take the 7 resume, and that's bad. You've already.
Well, it might not be bad to be a charming person.
It might not be bad to be a charming person, but you can fool people.
But
right? A lot of coaches, they give you that. Antonio Pierce may be a great interview. He may interview really, really well. He could be like this. Hey, I love a tough coach, and then he just doesn't run a very good program.
But like you said, you mentioned earlier today, you don't want your head coach calling plays. So, like, if your coach is going to be in charge of CEO things, isn't then the interview process going to matter more than just the blind resumes of what they do as play callers?
Yeah, the attention to detail.
So I think the interview process absolutely matters for that. I genuinely wonder how things might have been different if the Cowboys had interviewed 5 people last time instead of just Marvin Lewis and Mike.
Yeah.
And they spent a lot of time with Mike. It was like 2 full days. And they loved him and they loved what he was all about. And not saying that
That's still not enough time, by the way.
Yeah, and not saying they wouldn't have hired him or that he didn't interview well or he didn't have a good plan. But it does make me wonder, would you have fallen in love similarly with 3 other people you would have interviewed?
Right.
Would that have been different? And that's what I always wonder if they've closed themselves off to.
The Cowboys deny Mike McCarthy the Chicago Bear interview. Ian Rapoport an hour ago was tremendous talking to us about that. The Bears then say, okay, fine. We're going to interview Pete Carroll as a candidate. So Pete Carroll is going to interview with Chicago. Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
also Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece during the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. We got Kevin Hagelin, Mikey Bassick, and good morning, Corey Majors.
Sean, I was wrong about the cheerleader that Brandon Aubrey hit. Upon further review, I saw some close-up pictures this morning after the apology note, and I was like, that is not her.
Yeah.
So
Bobby gave us an interesting scenario as Aubrey wrote the apology letter.
So, yeah, Brandon Aubrey gave her, it looked like one of their flip cards or something. He had signed it as just like a apology to this cheerleader. But he said, Michelle, so sorry about hitting you on KO, the kickoff. Hope you're doing well. Love watching y'all. Now, when I read this and I saw this cheerleader and I saw this note, the first thing I thought to myself was, I bet my wife wouldn't care if I was being nice or if I'd hurt somebody and was apologizing, and that this is a rather innocuous note. If I wrote this to one of the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, she would lose her mind probably.
That KO looks like an exo.
And not even just like you need to stay away. Just it's not even like it's just that's a boundary. You don't reach out to the cheerleaders.
True.
So I asked her. I was like, "Hey, this is the message. This is the scenario. If I was in this situation, would you be cool with that?" She goes, "Hell no." I was like, "Knew it."
Especially if you're listening to Dido in the background while you're writing.
Yeah, knew it 100%. I knew it.
What if you just tell the wife though? PR did that. You can always fall back on that. PR took care of it. That way she knows.
That's a good one. Read the message again.
Especially if it is the truth. It really needs to be a truth if you're going to say that.
Michelle, so sorry about hitting you on KO! ! Hope you are doing well! ! Love watching y'all!
That's it.
That's the one that gets you in trouble.
That's the line that gets.
Why is he watching them?
What do you watch? Why aren't you looking at that net?
He's a kicker because he's probably right down.
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
I guess you could
doesn't
just
matter.
say
You could be looking at fans in the stadium.
I guess
you
you
could look at the big screen. Look at the big screen like everyone else.
You could just say y'all do a great job. Like you could just say that.
Yeah.
Love watching y'all.
But even still, that would probably get Kristen pissed off. So
Yeah, I don't think I would hope that my wife would understand I'm a public figure. You know, I have to address this publicly as a member.
Like the D's nuts moment. You know? You
Yeah,
gotta
the
address
Dallas.
these
I would
things.
hope, but I'm with you, Bobby. I don't think so.
yeah, Sarah wouldn't care if you wrote that, right?
Should be looking with me.
Yeah, Sarah would be like,
Prospecting. That's what we call that.
DM back the number.
Adrian would go kick your kick, like she did with Kay Adams.
Oh, she
was
said
like,
you shoot your shot.
Yeah,
Kick your kick.
Yeah, she was like, I want to, but FaceTime me. I want to see it happen. Yeah, no,
She
because she
thinks
wants
you're
to see
gonna
me.
fail.
Yeah,
I've
she
seen
wants to
those
see it go
videos
down
before.
in flames.
She's a freak.
No, she wants to see it go down in flames.
Oh, the invite.
She knows I have no riz.
FaceTime the invite. And you?
I've never seen my wife get jealous, so I kind of wish she would.
her a reason.
Haven't you
never
said
given her
you're
a
jealous
reason.
typically?
What's that?
Haven't you said typically you're jealous though?
Yeah, that was people in my past fault. They
Oh, okay.
changed me as a human being.
They made you jealous.
Yeah.
Nobody's been able to find their body.
Hey, we're gonna get married in 3 months. I still love you. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, that
hey,
was a
who's
real
this
thing.
person? Oh, he's just a coworker.
How many engagements have you had?
2. The one that worked.
He said she's just a friend. No, it was
The one that worked, and the one where she banged somebody at her work.
Wow. Did you get the ring back?
Of course,
Okay.
it's my ring.
Yeah.
It wasn't a gift. It was a part
not
of
a
a
gift.
ceremony
I would have
together.
broken it off because I did something dumb. It'd have been like a parting gift. Like, there you go. Sorry about that. But she
Like a high
screwed
five.
it up.
Eric never got his ring back.
I need to hear more about that story. Like, I guess probably off air. I don't really know much about that.
I think the extent I've heard about it is whatever he said on the air. But we did ask him.
Call in during the 11 o'clock segment today.
We did ask him. We were like, so did you actually get the ring back? He's like, no, I canceled things a little too late. I figured that was a nice thing to smooth things over.
I think it was like the day of.
It was like day before. I think it was very
day
close.
of, day before.
See,
Have him come in studio
I
and
want to
tell
have
it
that
versus-
conversation with him because can you imagine, like, you're going to marry somebody, hypothetically, and they came in and said, hey, I don't love you anymore. And then the next day they go, hey, do you still want to go to our marriage prep class?
You had a marriage
That'd be
prep class?
weird, right?
I didn't even know
I said
this.
this is hypothetical.
Do you think that's how Mike McCarthy
Says
feels
about
whenever
me.
Jerry talks about
Catholic?
him?
Yes.
Hey, speaking of engagements that went bad, don't we have Derek Holland on today?
Jeez. Well, hang on a second, Mike. Hang on a second, Mike.
That's
Which
cutthroat.
one?
I liked
Which
it.
one?
I liked it. It was good.
I don't know if we're gonna. I don't know if
Derek can
Derek's gonna
joke
come
about
on
it now.
now.
It's like 15 years later.
Oh my God!
One of them was
Derek will
15
join
years
us during the C block at 1 today.
I sat with one of them at Whippersnapper up in the booth with Derek, and they were all giving the, one day for you. And this
From
is
what
how
I hear,
do it.
you weren't the only one sitting with her, apparently.
Oh, I feel that.
I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
don't either.
I don't know what you're referring
I don't
to. I think it was me, Holland, Shippy, and a couple of other people. What's coming up on the program, Corey?
Guys, we do get into the Mike McCarthy update right out of the gate. Mike asks all the football questions at 10:20, and at 11 o'clock, if you're Dallas, this is a hypothetical question. If you're Dallas, did you not prepare
see
for
him
Mike
getting
asks
a
all the
piece of
football
paper?
questions?
Dude,
I sent this out last.
this is how it works.
At 11 o'clock, if you're this is how I work best under pressure. If you at 11 o'clock, if you're Dallas, would you trade for Zion? It is a hypothetical conversation, but I think it's very.
You learn about his contract,
worthwhile.
maybe so.
Oh, double
he played
tease.
last night.
Sick
Did.
dunk. The second best dunk of the night.
Oh, you putting Cooper Flag number 1? I see.
Bobby is. LeBron's
Hell yeah.
is 1. Zion 2. Come on, you don't believe. I know you're a Dookie. The flag dunk is 3rd. on the
That
night.
dunk was awesome. He was in the air for
LeBron's
so
was
long.
sick.
LeBron's was better, but Flags was better than
And
Zion's.
Zion's was better.
Zion's was a
Did the
270.
Lakers win, though?
It was a 270.
Hey, we have a couple of card experts here.
Card?
Card. And I wanted to ask y'all a question about this.
Mike just brought something out of his pocket.
Yeah, throw it to
Oh, nice. Oh, my God.
Good catch.
Thank you.
Well, this is an
Not
awesome
you.
card.
That finishes the
This
Christmas
needs
present.
to
I was saying
go
thank you
on
for the
on
card.
Monday. I just got an email about it says it's from Panini, and that they have just announced an exclusive multi-year deal with Keelan Russell of Duncanville High School.
Yeah, he's going to Alabama.
Panini is
quarterback.
working with a Duncanville High School. Is that the next wave of cards?
Well, I know Arch Manning it's gone way down in price, but he signed a card out of high school that had him in the UT jersey. I don't think he had suited up for UT yet. So they did was that Topps who did that? Because wasn't it a Bowman card, or am I crazy?
Yeah, I think it might have
So
been.
I think this has been.
That was at like $35,000. Is that what it?
Because that was for charity,
Yeah.
all mixed in, and yeah.
Okay.
And they just lost wrestling.
Sorry to jump all over.
We got Rangers winter caravan news, by the way, because of the expected weather. Tomorrow, it's moving to Monday night here in the fan showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway. Marcus Simeon, Cody Bradford, a World Series trophy, free Whataburger. That is not tomorrow now. That is taking place on Monday.
Is there any part of you that thinks they should have really lived up to the winter caravan name?
Yeah.
And like driven around picking people up on like a big bus through the snow or something like that?
No.
That'd have been neat.
That'd been neat. I like that one.
It would have been neat. Bobby, I'm going to put you on the spot because you're about to have a few days off here.
Oh, no.
And I want your football predictions. Ooh. I want either your hot take of NFL picks for the weekend or college football playoff. What do you feel best about?
Let's go. We can go NFL picks for this weekend. I'll go Chargers, Ravens, Bills, Eagles, Commanders, Vikings.
Ooh. Okay.
I like that Vikings.
Vikings
That's
over the Rams.
fascinating.
Okay. I like
That should be a good
They
game.
are the
Chargers win in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
You said Ravens.
Yep.
Bills at home against Denver. Did you say Philly?
Philly, yep.
Philly against Green Bay. And did you pick the Commanders?
Yes, I did.
Commanders at Tampa Bay. And then Minnesota?
Yep.
Now, I had to call you on your power rankings because yesterday you were hyping up the Rams a ton and saying no one wants to see. You couldn't even get them 5? Did you think about them? No.
Can't get him 5.
Okay.
I can't get him 5 because
Who was your
obviously
5?
Kansas City, Detroit, Buffalo, Philly, and Baltimore.
Okay.
I thought about them, but I do think that the Rams. That's a tough first round. I mean, they're going to be taking on a team that had 4 more wins than them in the regular season. That's just a tough first round matchup.
Wild card record ever?
Lost their last one.
What's up, Michael? Were you raising your hand? Did you come with a football question?
No. Well, I do. I have a repetitive question that
great.
you guys weren't here for.
Okay.
I'll throw it out here, right here for you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think Bobby
Give us
did
a
hear it.
recycle.
If Dak makes a difference, what difference does he make?
I was here for this.
Dr. Seuss, hello.
Ooh.
If he's a difference maker, what difference does he make?
I think he makes a difference. A very broad, open-ended question.
Bobby did answer this when he was here with Will Chambers.
Yes,
so.
I did.
Will wearing his tux.
He makes a difference from not being in quarterback purgatory. When he's on, when he's really, really on, he can play like an MVP. And then, your standard leadership thing you throw out. What'd you say, Corey?
How often is that?
Pretty often, other than last year or this year.
Okay. Now, let me ask the typical question, though. How often is that in the playoffs?
Not.
Okay.
No, but I mean, if you
had an awesome game against Tampa, everyone forgets.
Yeah, and if you were
the Packers, the first game.
So
the Seattle game was pretty good.
The Seattle game and the Rams games were not terrible. He's really had
I didn't
two.
say it wasn't terrible. I said it wasn't
like. No, I'm just saying, like, if you go through the list of really his awful performances were Green Bay and the 49ers games. Those are the ones that have been really bad.
Let me come back with a quick follow-up. Ian Rapoport came on today and he was like, there was zero chance the Cowboys were granting that interview. Who was surprised by it, that they shut down McCarthy talking to the Bears?
I was surprised by that.
Now, I'm not going to spoil the beginning of your show. I know you're opening with it. You were surprised. You thought that they would.
Yes.
Because you thought Mike was leaving?
Just because I feel like Jerry just said, hey, if you have another opportunity, you don't want to be there, go get it. And they're like, but except for that.
Mike, Did you think they would grant him the permission?
I was surprised.
I guess that's a strong word. I guess that I can see why Jerry leaned way heavily towards, no, you're not interviewing him yet. It doesn't mean I've made a decision.
Okay.
But because I guess this makes me lean more 51% Mike McCarthy's back.
Only 51. Because all of us,
I think he's still playing the game. This is great that the Cowboys are still in the news today. And he wants to keep them in the news this week. And I think next week on Friday, going into the divisional round, this is my guess, and if he's listening, he'll definitely not do this. But I think that's when he'll make the Mike McCarthy decision. So Saturday on the pregame of all the divisional games, the lead story will be either the Cowboys are in the hunt for a new coach or Mike McCarthy's back. So Saturday will all be about the Cowboys rather than the divisional games. And guess what? We're playing NFL games today too.
The KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
But before that, I want to talk to you guys about my trusted friends at
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, the famous Mike Bassick, and the even more famous Alec Medford hanging out with us today. I see CA back there hanging out today. Man, the whole
he's ready to tag in
station
in case
is
I can't go.
Get rocking here. I love this. Kevin, the Mike McCarthy update on the thing that we discussed in crosstalk. My feeling on that is I'm not confused or I was not surprised by it because
you look surprised that I was surprised.
Yeah, I did because Jerry Jones, it was the thing, something that you said, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but Jerry Jones is if I don't have to and it's not really benefiting me anyway, then why am I going to do it until I have to do it? Dak's contract. I know CeeDee Lamb's was late, but they needed to get CeeDee Lamb into practice at some point. Dak already had his practice, even though through the contract. And with McCarthy, it's just like, hey, look, I don't have to fire you or not re-sign you or sign you until I have to. And Mike was right. Next week will probably be the time whenever something like that does go down. But he wants the attention. He wants that part of it. And he knows that. It's not like he doesn't know that. He knows that. And that's part of the plan.
Look, I've been thinking about what this Mike said in crosstalk about the announcement of when McCarthy is coming back. And I think it could be this Friday. Next Friday makes a lot of sense to me. But everything that you've laid out, I don't disagree with your timeline whatsoever in terms of how do we get the most media engagement. Because, look, Jerry said something to Sean and RJ last week about the hay being in the barn going into the last game.
Decision's already been made.
But then he backed off because I think he was like, well, hold on. Then what is there to talk about?
Exactly.
So then he was like, well, maybe the hay's not in the barn. So I'm with you timeline-wise, and I totally understand that they might still fire him, that they just don't want it lumped in with every other coach. I think he's going to stay, but if he doesn't, I understand why it's playing out like this, because the Cowboys love the circus.
I always wonder this. Jerry is a successful owner because owners are there to make as much money as possible. Yeah. Owners aren't really there to win. Now, it can happen, but that's the general manager's job. Or you can even say the president's job, because it seems like Chris Young, not the president of the United States. It seems like general manager and president have kind of changed from, let's say 10 years ago, it used to be general manager and assistant general manager. And now it seems like president is the general manager and general manager is the assistant general manager. They've just upped the titles. Those are their jobs. That's usually what their job is. You either get hired or fired or raises or demotions based off of the team success. The owner is only trying to see, how can I make the most money possible off of this product that I own? Mm-hmm. And that's what Jerry is the best in the history of sports at doing. I'm surprised that more people, as much as we get frustrated because we're fans of the team, we only care about the Cowboys winning and losing. We don't really care about their popularity.
Right.
Like, I love the Texas Rangers.
Doesn't help me at all.
They don't really have, they up their popularity by winning, but they really don't have much popularity. So if you're a Ranger fan or Maverick fan, it's based off of you're just a fan of their team because they're not a popular national product.
A great example of that was the highlights from Lakers and Mavs last night. The Mavs won emphatically.
Right.
But all the highlights were Lakers, and then the LeBron dunk.
I'm just surprised more owners don't study Jerry Jones's ways and copy a lot of what he does. Now, it's not a winning formula for your franchise on the field or on the court if you're a basketball
but he gets your
owner.
Brand every recognition it needs.
The what he does is the greatest of all time. And so I think that's why he's in the Hall of Fame. He might lie to himself and lie to us about why he's in the Hall of Fame. He's in the Hall of Fame because of the ownership of a team and then helping the whole NFL grow financially. Nobody's ever been better at it in the NFL or the NBA or Major League Baseball. He's a genius at that. And so as much as we get frustrated with this whole situation this week and possibly going into next week, Jerry's a genius in this because it's making him so much money, and he's figured out the equation. He's figured out the mathematical equation, how to make the most money off of a sports product. I'm surprised more organizations don't follow his lead in that.
And Kevin, there was a time, even when we were interviewing him, that I was like, I'm going to win an interview with him.
Yeah.
Or I got so furious by the answers. And I've kind of resided myself to the Mike Fisher used to talk about this all the time. Once he picks up that phone to talk to us and he says, Kevin, Corey, Mike, once he does that, he puts on spin hat. He puts on advertising hat.
Yeah.
He's putting and Fish always said that. He was like, look, he wears different hats. You just got to be able to figure out which hat he's putting on at which time and not let your emotions get the best of you, because he's playing you at that point. And he knows it.
I mean,
and
look, I've fallen into that trap. You've seen me roll my eyes or lean back in my chair so many times because I'm like, well, that's not the question that we ask.
Doesn't matter.
That answer,
the answer I'm
is
giving.
ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's not the same. So that's where I think as listeners, as fans, you do kind of have to understand what you're dealing with and understand who you're dealing with and what you should and shouldn't really believe, because there are some things that I think you can believe. I definitely do. We even talked about it whenever we're interviewing him. We really don't want to talk plays and line up and football with him. We want to talk about other general things as an owner and as a GM of what he thinks about things.
Intriguing hypothesis from the 254. Jerry's waiting to fire Mike McCarthy on the season finale of Landman.
Dude.
That is this weekend.
That would be huge.
So tune in Sunday night, McCarthy, to find out if you get a season 6 or not.
Okay, I'm going to watch Landman. I don't know if I'm going to watch it tonight, maybe. But Thursday and Friday sounds like we're going to be obviously working, doing our shows, but there's a good chance we'll be doing them from home.
I think tomorrow we'll probably be here. I think.
Oh, okay. I haven't checked the weather. I have not
it's
checked the
supposed
weather.
to start around 6 a.m. And so
Interesting.
I don't know if it's gonna be heavy enough. I don't know. It's up to us.
But it'll probably give us more free time. My boys, thank God my boys' basketball game will probably get canceled Friday. I can't watch 9th grade Bishop Lynch basketball anymore. It's driving me insane. But that'll give me time to watch Landman and see Jerry Jones introduced into
it's really good. It's a cameo, but I'll give him credit. That was quality. And the other thing though, Kevin, is with that part of Jerry says these things, does these things. That's what I think is very frustrating as a man coaching a football team. Because you just said he's gonna the idea that he's gonna do this on Landman. That would be if Mike McCarthy was like, sure, I'll do it.
Yeah.
No other guy would do that. Nobody would do it. But if Mike McCarthy was like, sure. So that's the idea of you want me to believe you when you're talking face to face with me in your office. But then you go on a radio show or you go stand in front of the rest of the media and you start talking about, oh, well, we got to look at everything. We got to do all these things. You want to be able to say that stuff about me. And now I'm losing the respect of my coaching staff, losing the respect of my players. And I can't say the same thing about you. I can't make these kinds of jokes about you. And are you comfortable with that? Because if that's back and forth, I'll make it as entertaining as you effing want me to.
Let me ask you a question, though. I'm not.
And that's how I'd be like, if you want to entertain, let's make this WWE, baby.
Okay.
I'm all in on this.
You said WWE. I kind of think it's radio a little bit, because actually when Jess and I first started dating, and I know you guys were like firmly entrenched in your marriages when you started doing this, but when I first started dating Jess, I said, hey, if you ever hear anything on the show that bothers you, please let me know and we can have a conversation about it. Like, I like to think we're all pretty much our real authentic selves, but every now and again you turn up the volume, much like wrestling. And I was like, hey, talk to me if you can before you get mad about something, because maybe I can tell you why X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. Does Jess, she listens quite a bit, right?
Not as much. You know what I've learned? Because when we started the show with Corey,
plans the show now around our listening time so you can say things about her behind her back.
When I was with Corey, he was like, oh yeah, Adrian listened some, and then it would dissipate. And then when I started to date Jess, she listened like all the time. I go, oh yeah, she's going to keep listening. Corey is like, yeah, just wait. Like, that's not what's going to happen.
Yeah. Does Sue listen?
0%.
Okay, yeah, and Adrian's busy
but
working.
she will
so.
hear things.
Yeah.
Like from other people.
Who do listen. Did you hear what Mike said about this or that? Or
Yeah, sometimes some of her coworkers, because the people over at MP love the station, they love the show. She will be like, "Hey, what did you say about this?"
Yeah,
but she knows me. But that's a frustrating thing, because if that's the approach, hey, don't believe what I'm saying out there. Only believe what I'm saying to you while we're laying here in bed.
And
that's frustrating, because it makes you feel like, okay, you're using me, and I don't like that, so let me use you back. Sometimes McCarthy's done that. When he went on with Rich Eisen a couple years ago, while the whole Sean Payton thing was floating around, and he goes on with Rich Eisen, and he's like, hey, here's the situation. Jerry didn't expect that. Or, I mean, unless it was WWE and they talked about it and said, hey, let's make this even a bigger deal, but I don't believe that at all.
I can't rule that out. So in wrestling, they'll call it a worked shoot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, like, you're saying all these things that, I know all the rest of it. I know all the rest of it's in the script. But that right there, that was unscripted. But in reality, not really.
Austin 3:16.
I just whipped your ass.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
What a great
because that was I guess I watched the documentary. I don't know, documentary would be the right word. That was, he knew that his time was wrapping up, and they're like, you gotta, and he's like, crap, I don't have a close, and then he closed, and then like he became
the hottest selling
Steve
t-shirt.
Austin, somewhat based off script. You got to wrap this up.
And he also
wrapped it up by that phrase and that saying, and now
he also said that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. That's what he ended with.
There we go. There we go. And that was like,
but that was all in the same promo as Austin 3:16.
By the way, I know that this is off topic, but if we want to, and Mike likes it, I did watch Netflix Raw, some of it.
I think you just made Alec Medford very
obviously
happy.
Alec and I will vote for that.
And I thought
all AM on the FM
did a
yesterday.
great job.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought they hooked me a little bit.
I'm in on that. I really am. How much is that?
Man, you got your notebook out while I was on my rant. I really appreciate it. It made me feel like I'm saying something. Kevin's getting excited here.
So, and that was going to be my question, is how many people can live with, hey, I know the truth, I don't really care about the public perception? Like players, coaches, whoever. How many people are like, hey, I'm still getting paid, I'm still getting this, I'm still getting that. I don't care what the outside world thinks.
I feel like we have to do this here.
Yeah.
There's people that believe complete and total lies about me, and I'm like, I have to be okay with it because I know the truth.
Yeah.
And so
it's tough, though, I'm guessing.
It is tough, but eventually you give up trying to convince people you don't know or that don't know you what the truth is. And so you're like, it's fine. They can believe this about me or that about me. You can believe two totally different things that are both false that they don't know. And you're just like, it's fine. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. So you just give up. And then for Jerry, obviously, we don't know Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we hear a lot of things. We see some things.
Let me throw an example out, though, Mike. People think that Kevin hates us whenever we go into the mode that we can get into. And Kevin, don't try and pull this crap on me right now while your voice isn't working, all right? But people think that they're like,
that's true.
It definitely does frustrate Kevin because he has a job to keep things on track. And we're like, let's see how many tennis balls we can throw at this guy while he's trying to dance. And so, like, it does frustrate him. But Kevin also thinks it's funny. You know, there are parts of it that he's like, that's funny. But for the audience is like, this is hilarious because of this. And so he doesn't, when we get done with the show, he doesn't say, F you guys, I'm out of here. I'm riding a different elevator.
Okay, that sometimes happens during the show.
That's on the phone call. That's on the phone call after. But
I feel like you've avoided riding the elevator down with me because you're ticked off with me at the end of the show.
That makes sense. But you also get out of here pretty quick.
I don't know.
Though,
that's
Mike.
just my feeling. I try to leave this.
I will say this, Mike. I don't think that's the case, but I'm really glad that Corey was here years ago when I was flipping livid about something, and I just stormed out and slammed the door. And
Mike had never worked with you before.
Exactly. Mike was like, well, we need to plan. We need to be ready to go. And Corey's like, no, don't worry. He'll be back. And he's like, I don't know. He's pretty mad. And Corey's like, no, yeah, I've definitely seen this. Look, I always tell people like 90% of the time, I think hopefully I'm good to work with. But that 10%, I get really mad.
The point is, we all understand what we're doing. And I think if Kevin, you just asked how many people are willing, If Mike McCarthy's like, look, I'm making $10 million and I have a cush job,
yeah,
then he might be willing. But if he's like, look, you're constantly putting me in a bad situation and it's not going to be beneficial to me, if he had other goals that Jerry's not helping him get to, if they're not working together, then it can't be a thing. And that's why Jerry has to say, we have to work together on these things. Fun topic to start off with. Really appreciate the conversation. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece,
I'm going to tease
Mike,
it.
do it.
All right, so I'm going to ask all the football questions, and here's another tease besides the Dak question. What percentage of success do you give NFL head coaches? Next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Sprints in motion to the right flat. Mahomes will throw it right sideline, wide open, with the catch, Xavier Worthy, 10-5, touchdown, Kansas City, Xavier Worthy, the second time.
That is Mike's team right there, scoring touchdowns. The Kansas City Chiefs, as Mike did once wear Chiefs gear to Cowboys training camp. Not as a bit,
I remember,
but as inspiration. Right now, it's time for Mike to ask all the football questions.
All right. That was a blast. I remember the looks I got from not the Cowboys players, but the Cowboys
PR.
Yeah, they were not happy.
One Joe Trahan pulled me aside and said, "What the F is he doing?" And then this year,
fair question.
This year, when you weren't available for training camp, one of the other PR people brought me aside and said, "He's not bringing his Kansas City stuff again this year." And I was like, "No, he's not." So
I love that.
Will you tell everybody why you did that?
Well, because the Cowboys hadn't been to a Super Bowl in forever, and this Kansas City Chiefs shirt, it actually wasn't a collared shirt that had Kansas City Chiefs on it anywhere. It just said Super Bowl. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the Roman numerals. Yeah. And then it had the Super Bowl logo on one of the sleeves. And then the hat was the Kansas City Chiefs, just red hat, new era. And on the side, it had the Super Bowl logo. And I wanted to remind all the people that worked for the Cowboys and the Dallas Cowboys what Super Bowl things looked like, because it had been so long. And so I thought maybe this will be inspiration if they could see the Super Bowl logo that they were not a part of and never are a part of, and actually be motivated to go to a Super Bowl. And then that year, what happened? They got the 2 seed, and then they said, we're not motivated to play in the playoffs.
You probably should have shown up to campus that day.
Yeah, so Roman numerals don't work for the Cowboys.
All right, Mike.
All right, so I had this question during the holidays, but you guys were out. So I asked Will Chambers this, and Bobby Belt came in and answered this question too. But I want to ask this to you guys, and probably a lot of our listeners during kind of that Christmas holiday time might have not been listening. Maybe they're listening now.
What's wrong with you?
If Dak makes a difference, he's a difference maker. What difference does he make in your mind? And the answer can be he doesn't. But
so the initial idea, though, is he does make a difference. So we start there.
Everybody believes a $60 million contract before he even signed that. People are like, if you don't do it, somebody will give him at least that or more. So everybody considers, I don't say everybody, a lot of people consider him a difference maker. All right, well, that's just a general term. Now define the difference-making aspect of Dak Prescott.
I will say one thing. This is not all the. I think there are a couple other traits too, but the one thing, whether or not it works out, the guys will follow him. Like whether, and that's a long-standing thing of just have a direction. It doesn't have to be the right direction, but as a leader, you have to have direction, or everybody else is going to go, I have a better direction than that. And no matter what, the guys on that team, maybe the CeeDee Lamb moment in Green Bay was a splinter off of that, but no matter what I've seen, they will follow him. And I think that is an important factor. Now, it's not the thing that takes you over the top, though.
So that was one of mine. But if it's all off field, then it's hugely problematic. So the other on-field thing I was going to say is I think he does a better job of stretching the field is what we saw. Like, not an elite job of stretching the field, but better than the alternative. I think
this year was tough.
Yeah.
This year we did see a little, and I agree with you completely. I felt this year was a little, it looked like he was efforting to throw the ball a little more than usual. But I agree that he does look downfield to strike for big plays.
So those are the two things that came to mind, and that might kind of be where I stop. Which
it gives you space.
Maybe not great either.
This was where I kind of said, isn't this tough? Because watch how easy it is. You don't have to answer this, but if I said, what difference does Patrick Mahomes make? What difference does Josh Allen make? What difference does Lamar Jackson make? What difference does Joe Burrow make? Even if I got to like, what difference? I think you'd have more answers, but maybe not better. If I
pocket
got to
awareness, clutch, ability to run the football, toughness.
Clutch is so important because it's an unquantifiable thing that guys believe in, your teammates believe in. You know your teammate's going to be able to pull through for you. And again, whether or not they believe Dak is going to make it work, they will follow because they love him. But there's a difference between Mahomes where they're like, we love him and we know he's going to make the play.
See, okay, so I'm glad you said that because one of the things I said was toughness. I don't mean that I don't think Dak is tough. I mean usable toughness on the field. Like, I don't think Dak can out-tough someone to get those extra couple yards, like a linebacker or whoever. I do think that about Josh Allen. I do think that to a certain extent about Lamar Jackson. That's what I mean, toughness. I don't want to insinuate that Dak is not a tough human being because he definitely is.
Like, to your point, Dak doesn't fall into this category at all, and it doesn't mean he never will, but he probably won't. Come playoffs, here we are again, and I know that Patrick Mahomes isn't playing, and he's the standard above all standards here, but, dude, give him the ball with 3 minutes to go and losing in a playoff game, and every fan on the other team is crapping their pants going, I can't believe we're in this situation. Even though we're winning, I feel horrible because this dude pulls off just everything you need to pull off at the end of the games, and it doesn't matter how bad he's played up to that point. And, you know, you just get to different people. When you get to Joe Burrow, the dude might have the best arm talent in the NFL.
And he worked on that too after his rookie season.
So I just think that Dak, I'm not saying he's not a difference maker, but I think it's so easy to answer that question if I start naming off 5 or 6 or 8 other quarterbacks where you're like, crap, this is really an easy question, but it's not that easy of a question for Dak Prescott. Okay, my tease question, as we're going through the coaching searches for possibly the Cowboys, but at least 5 other teams right now, is what percentage of success do you give an NFL head coach?
So, hold on. Explain that a little bit further.
So if you win a football game or you win and get into the playoffs,
how much should I give credit for him?
If you're Andy Reid and they won the Super Bowl the last 2 years, I know that would be specific to Andy Reid, but I know this is general because I'm lumping in all 32 teams. But when you're a successful team, whether it's winning the Super Bowl, making the playoffs, winning a game, how much of a percentage in general do you give an NFL head coach for winning games?
And that's where I struggle with that specific individual is Andy Reid. So Andy Reid's going to go down as an all-time great coach. Not the best, but don't you think he'll go down as
wow, top 10 for sure?
Okay.
He win a couple more, it might be different.
Exactly. What happened before he got Patrick Mahomes?
Failed 4 times in the. Oh, I'm talking about the Eagles specifically.
Yeah, winner, but couldn't win it all.
Exactly. A really good coach who couldn't get over the hump and had problems with time management.
Yeah.
Did he fix all those things?
Did he learn from them?
And he could have.
Or did he never have the right quarterback?
And that's where I struggle. So I'm probably somewhere in the 30% category, but I struggle because to both of y'all's points, maybe he's like, I just didn't have the guy.
Yeah.
Or maybe having the guy covers up the problems you still have.
Sure. I mean, Belichick could probably attest to that too. Like I know defense so well. It's real.
It's a tough question. I know this isn't an easy answer, and I know that there's multiple ways to break down this question.
Because one way of it is, am I giving him and then all 53 players a portion of this? No, I got to break it up that way. And I'd probably just give, the equal amount to him, quarterback coordinators, all of them together. But he is the one that gets the most of the blame and all those things. So when it comes to head coach, and I've said multiple times, the pairing of Mahomes and Reid is so perfect.
I love where you're going because you're leading me towards my next question. Now, did you have a percentage, a specific one?
I would say whenever I'm giving back and forth, if it's quarterback and head coach, I'm going to split it 50-50 most times.
Well, you just answered my next question. Now, the only thing that I don't like about your answer, but it is your answer, is you've given 0% to like defense. Or
right.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I did say that was a way to do it, but I'm just going quarterback them.
So I have this 100% pie. Kevin's filled in 30%. You can change your answer if you want because it can 10% of the pie. And I get there's different games, different situations. In general,
and 10's a lot in the way I broke it down.
What's the percentage you give to the quarterback on a successful season? Or
I'll give him 10. And again, I'm breaking it down in a lot of different ways here.
See, for me, then I think just the quarterback is like 30 to 35%. Like maybe even 35 to 40%. Because
is that how much of the cap is usually taken up?
I mean, that is true as well. But that has to be number one.
It is true?
For me,
I didn't know. I was asking.
Yeah.
That is true. Okay.
Well, it depends team by team, but more
Gotcha,
or
okay.
less. Because to me, the hierarchy has to be quarterback before coaching. It has to be. Like, you could be the greatest coach in the world. I still think
you can't be on the field.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying. I don't think that these are all opinions. So if somebody's you guys are wrong, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to that question. It's definitely an opinionated question, not a there is a right or wrong answer. And each game, each season, whatever, each playoff, it can change your percentage on who you give the success to or who you give the failure
Yeah,
to.
because if you're a defensive team, then I'm probably giving that defense more credit than that quarterback.
The game
that year.
Eberflus got fired on, 99% of that loss was on him.
Yes.
Like, that was pathetic, and that's why he got fired. So now I asked this question based off of I'm going to run out of questions in a hurry here, is based off of your percentage of how much a head coach matters in football. Is there a sport where the percentage is higher, or is it the highest in the NFL? So if I go to Major League Baseball, NBA, NHL, do you believe any one of those head coaches / managers have a higher percentage of the team's success?
I think
Boach won us a World Series.
You're right. I'm going to go a different direction.
But no other manager had been able to accomplish that.
For sure.
But Boach did it.
I actually think it's the NHL because you have to balance the way you rotate your goalies. I think that's a huge thing, but also I think you're much more likely to get a line change. Like maybe it's for a handful of games, maybe it's for the rest of the season, than you are your starting lineup NBA change or your batting order MLB change.
I love what you just said, because in hockey, I'm not saying it's not like this in other sports, but I feel like in hockey, you're juggling to plan for the opponent, and then as soon as the puck drops, you're juggling even faster. And now, because line changes and all those things, you're having to do so much more to communicate. You have to be a very good communicator with your players because of how quick things move in that sport.
And I think about it from the starting pitcher perspective. I know this does happen, but how often would you see, like Shohei, maybe Shohei's not a good example because he also hits, but Garrett Cole, like, hey, there's nothing wrong with him. He's ready to go. I'm not going to pitch him today because I really need to save him up for October. Like, I know there's instances where that can happen.
There's so much more patience, and the more patient you are, the better it seems sometimes.
And in NHL, you have to do that all the time, where you're like, hey, Otger's good. We're on a roll. I need to sit him, though, because he can't play all these games.
And they all matter because you could look at, let's just look at our history here in DFW. You could look at Ron Washington and love him to death, but get really mad at some of the decisions he might have made in a World Series game or a World Series series. You could look at Avery Johnson and go, gosh, in 2006, I have to give him a lot of credit for doing these things. But then you got to the NBA Finals and you have him and Josh Howard having horrible communication and calling a timeout when you only had one left, so now you can't advance the ball.
He changed the hotel
and so
you're staying at.
Right, so there can be like, hey, this is the thing about Jerry, which he does, which he is somewhat telling the truth, but this is where, he kind of hides the truth too. And like, hey, don't wipe out all my good decisions with some of my bad decisions.
Yeah.
And that would be like saying, well, let's just wipe out all of Avery Johnson's bad decisions and say he's one of the greatest coaches in the history of basketball. Like, we can't do that. You have to look at, all right, you got to bigger situations, and man, there were some times where you're like, I don't know if there's another coach that would have made that bad of a decision in that situation, but it doesn't make Avery a bad coach. He did some great things as a coach too.
Pop was a great coach. He had great players on that team. Now he has Wembanyama, and he's still trying to build this team, and it's not the same result.
Yeah.
So is he not a great coach?
Although they
are getting better.
They lost an NBA Finals based off of Popovich and only Popovich, in my opinion. He took out Tim Duncan, and he took out all big guys and played 5 little teeny guys. And the Miami Heat, Ray Allen hits the corner 3. That was based off of an offensive rebound that if you would have just put in your normal good defensive team,
he kicks himself
instead
so many
of
times
playing 5 little guards to guard the 3-point line, you get the rebound and you win another NBA final. So it can happen even to the best. I'm not saying Pop isn't unbelievably great. I'm just saying he made a major mistake and lost an NBA finals that you can give him a huge percentage of the pie for them losing that NBA finals. And that's asking football questions with a little bit of other sports in there.
I think there's more left over for that too, and it's a lot of fun. But you know what? We got to move on, shift gears. It is time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick. Where are we going, man?
Well, the all-century pitcher signs with a new team. Where does that leave Houston next?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin, do not forget this.
Okay.
Our Rangers Caravan has been moved. Been moved to Monday because
Caravans move all the time. That's why they're called caravans.
Yeah, it's
that makes sense. That's why it's
you
a winter
care about
caravan.
the van you're in, and you start moving around to different places.
Mike, you weren't here Monday because
That's how you break down the word.
you were still in Mexico, I do believe. And
off the Gulf of America.
I said, Kevin, you know what's happening Thursday? And he goes, snow. And I was like, well, Rangers Caravan. And Kevin was right. Kevin was right, dude. You predicted the snow.
I feel like I just went off of what the weather people
So now,
said.
so now you're listening to weathermen. All right, so now though it is being moved to Monday. It'll
What
still
a
be in the
sexist
showroom.
answer by Corey, huh? Doesn't
Weatherman.
include women.
Weather people.
Weather persons. We will now be on Monday. Looking forward to that. And Marcus Simeon rocking that thing, and we're going to see some Cody Bradford too. Get some autographs.
Whataburger.
Whataburger too, baby. Looking forward to it. But now it's time for Mike Bassick and Baseball Nuggets.
Okay, so the big news last night, or if you woke up to it this morning, which I did, is Justin Verlander is leaving the Houston Astros and signing a 1-year, $15 million deal with the San Francisco Giants.
That's a lot of money.
Am shocked at how much money he got. He had a 5.48 ERA last year. I believe he's turning 41 this year, if I have his age right.
Yikes.
I get his name. Yesterday, when we were doing the All-Century team, he edged out Clayton Kershaw.
His
for the
body of work is
All-Century
amazing.
pitcher. He's a for sure Hall of Famer. He's a 3-time Cy Young winner. He's an MVP. He's all of these unbelievably great things in his career. But he wasn't good last year for Houston. So I asked this question to you guys, as I ask now baseball questions. Does this help the Houston Astros? Does it hurt the Houston Astros? What do you think this does to kind of their staff not having Justin Verlander there?
I don't think it hurts. Is that an acceptable answer? I don't know if it helps, but I don't think it hurts.
Your answer is your answer.
Fair. But does my answer make sense, I guess, is the more...
Yeah, because I don't have an answer. I'm trying to think this over on, well, you do lose a guy, and this is what I don't know. How much of a leader was he with Houston?
Yeah, was he Evaldi?
Yeah, was he? Yeah, how much was he helping a guy like Hunter Brown, who is now I guess a long shot is a decent term, but he has a chance to be the Cy Young winner. Hunter Brown started becoming great throughout the season as he got off to a really bad start. But I don't know, was that Hunter? Obviously, yes, it was Hunter Brown, but did Verlander have a 10%, a 20%, help factor there? And now that he's not there, not that Hunter Brown would go back to who he was, but you just don't know when you lose veterans like this. Yes, you're losing the player, and yes, he wasn't good last year, but does that hurt them in their clubhouse? Because it looks like, as he hasn't signed yet, Alex Bregman looks like he's leaving, and he's kind of a big leader. I do know he is a big leader on that team. So if they're losing a lot of these veteran guys, and yes, they're getting some guys back that are good players, don't get me wrong, but they are really changing the dynamic of their clubhouse and the leadership of it and everything. And I'm happy about it because I don't want Houston to be good.
No, the snow did not get moved to Monday, is what I want to point out there.
Caravan.
The Caravan got moved, and I don't think there is a cutoff for people. I think they're going to be autographing from 6:30 to 7 is what I understand. I think I want to say both. I think it helps in the aspect of now it's time to move on. It's time to rebuild this thing into a new image and have new leaders step into these roles. But in that meantime, it is going to hurt because maybe they're not there yet. And maybe it's going to be a year or two before they find their way onto this roster.
Yeah.
So I think it's both in that it helps because it gives that opportunity. But are you prepared for the window that they need to get to that?
Yeah, now I want to make this clear. I'm not a Houston Astros fan, but I'm not as big of a Houston Astros hater as I think a lot of Ranger fans are, right?
Me.
Kevin raises his hand. I'm sure Corey would raise his hand on this. But if you're a Houston Astros fan, you do have to go, okay, this is now an unknown. I get you still have Yordan Alvarez. You still have Jose Altuve. Hunter Brown had a very good year. You have Hader, who after getting off to a horrible start, had a good year after that horrible start. And you guys won way more games than the Texas Rangers. But man, the amount of changes you're making right now, and if they will help or hurt, it's an unknown. And they don't have help coming from the minor leagues. Now, somebody can surprise you, but it's not a good minor league system. So you're not going to get help. At least people don't think you're going to get help from a younger generation of Astros that obviously from about 2013 through 2017, and maybe I can even go to 2020, you just kept having these guys step up in these just valuable, great roles. And they don't have Yordan Alvarez. They don't have Alex Bregman. They don't have...
How quick does that change in the minor league systems? Like, is it... The Rangers don't feel like we turn it around real fast, but over a couple of years, it feels like it did change, and then it depleted.
Gosh, remember how pathetic Houston was when, it was 2000, like they get added to the American League and how pathetic they were, and they were trying to lose.
You kept hearing, though, they're on the way.
Right.
And then as soon as they're there, now your minor league system's gone. How fast can you get that? I don't know. I don't. The Dodgers seem to always have it.
The Dodgers always seem to have, the Braves a lot of times seem to. And so that's always the hope, is just because you're picking, let's say, somewhere between 25 and 30 a lot of times because you're in the playoffs or you're in the World Series, doesn't mean you have to have a bad farm system. And you usually are trading at the All-Star break or trade deadline to add to your team, which means you're losing some prospects. But if you're really good at developing, one, you have to be good at recognizing amateur talent. And then two, you have to develop amateur talent to a higher level than most other organizations are. And that's why the Dodgers, you had them number one.
Yeah.
Or I guess Will Chambers did. They were was it you or Will Chambers?
I think it's Will.
Yeah, who had them number one in all of sports as best organizations from, front office perspective. And that was an interesting article, by the way. But I just look at the Houston Astros, I look at the Texas Rangers, and I like the Rangers team on paper more than I like the Houston Astros. That being said, the one thing I'm still scared to death of, and it goes back to yesterday's conversation at Mike Likes It, this bullpen better get a closer. And I know what the Rangers kind of said yesterday at the press conference with Chris Martin,
which I didn't love.
They are going to, my opinion, they are going to regret not getting a closer if this is their bullpen. I'm not saying it's a bad bullpen, but the last three outs are way different. And Chris Young knows this as good as anybody in baseball. The 5th, the 6th, the 7th, and even the 8th inning are very different three outs than the last three outs of a game. And those last three outs, when you don't get them and you lose the game as the pitcher, and you have to do it again the next day in a one-run game in the 9th inning, you better have the cojones to go out there and throw premium stuff and forget about the night before. And look, nothing against Jose Leclerc. He really struggled with that aspect of being a closer, and he's not the only person in the history of baseball. There's zillions upon zillions. That's why there's so few great closers for a long period of time, because the mental part of it is probably more important than the physical part of it. And right now, I do not believe, I love the Rangers, but I do not believe that anybody in that bullpen has the mental part of the game to be a closer. and close 30 to hopefully 40 games next year to get you to the 90 wins you need to make the playoffs. So what I hope is the Rangers, what they said was they're not really looking to add a closer. I hope that they were just somewhat playing coy, that they're in negotiations with Kirby Yates or somebody else that they're trying to trade, that they are not serious about going into this season without adding a real closer who can mentally handle that, because that would scare me to death if they go into this season with this being their bullpen. And you ask, maybe it's Teodo, maybe it's Jack Leiter. I like their stuff. Don't get me wrong. I get Jack Leiter has not had a successful start to his career. He's had successful moments, but not a successful start to his career. I like his stuff. I think he can strike out guys. If you're asking a dude who's never pitched in the major leagues in Teodo, who walks a guy per inning, to then be your closer this year, that's a lot to ask. And I don't understand why they said that yesterday, but I understand that they also don't want to put all their cards on the table.
Yeah, we got to get Yates.
Sorry, yeah, this is a long segment if we want to do this, but somebody just said, the problem is, why would Kirby Yates sign back here? If you're his age, wouldn't you rather pick a spot where you have a better chance to be a closer for a contender?
I think the perception around the league, and maybe we'll dive into this more tomorrow, is that the Rangers are a contender.
Yeah.
I know this season was terrible. I think that is the perception.
I don't think that's being a homer right there. I think that's a reality.
All right, I'll read you something from ESPN. If people think that is a homer pick, we'll do that tomorrow.
Okay, all right, we'll do it tomorrow then instead of waiting, because we got to go. Coming up next, I am so hot for this one right now. I should not say that. Coming up next, if you're Dallas, would you trade for Zion? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This is a conversation in a break yesterday that turned into, hey, man, we probably should continue this conversation on. And, Kevin, we've been discussing Jimmy Butler as an option for a while, and I don't love that. I do love you saying, hey, and go ahead and mark that. I do like when you're like, hey, we're trying to give this guy away right now. I mean, you might be able to get him for nothing, but is that good value for you if it is actually nothing? I don't know.
And the only reason I would say yes is because Jimmy Butler on a vendetta, I think, is a thing.
There are three major factors, three motivating factors for athletes, and that is...
And for Jimmy Butler, it might only be one.
Revenge.
He might only want revenge.
Revenge, contract season, and fun babies. Kids motivate you.
This guy we're about to talk about might be porn stars.
All right, and that is... I mean, fun babies do kind of come from that sometimes. Zion Williams. And
yes, thank you.
The Zion is... He's been a fascinating enigma since he was drafted. Even before he was drafted, the whole breaking the shoe thing was interesting. But the body, Mike, when he got drafted, I do remember you saying he's not going to be able to physically play basketball because
I thought like at 32 his career would be over. Just being at that physical, that athletic, and that heavy. That the knees and the ankles and stuff, it'll be able to handle it for a while, but by the time he gets to 30, the micro fractures and the cartilage and all that stuff will probably deteriorate so much that he's going to have one of those 10-year great careers. And then you're like, gosh, he was drafted at 19, 20 years old. How at 30 or 31 is he at this level? Now, that has not played out. And unfortunately, he's been way more hurt than I think most people could have imagined for 6 years.
I do feel like that was, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, before we started working with Mike, when we were still Knights maybe. And you were like, I understand that.
Yeah.
But the talent. And so that's always...
Still the same 5 years later,
yes,
right?
Exactly. So that's where we really are just going on. He's been in the NBA. He's a little bit older. Do we want to make a move for this? What will it cost? How does he fit?
Can I please start this? Because I think my opinion is at least different than Corey's. And I've changed my mind about this. Once I looked at the breakdown of his contract structure, I'm in. And it will depend on what it costs, of course. But he has maybe the most unique contract in the NBA. So once he missed all those games, which you could be like, oh, which season? I get it. But the rest of his contract is not fully guaranteed. So he's under contract for 3 more years, I do believe, after this season. It's not fully guaranteed. So it goes like this.
It is maxed. It is like a maxed out. Yeah.
More or less, yeah.
But it's not that bad of a max.
Yes. Exactly. Because there's different levels of max, which is even more confusing for the NBA. But 20% of it becomes guaranteed if Zion meets all the weight criteria, which is to stay under 295 pounds. He gets weighed 6 different times in the season. No, I'm not. But then think about this. 40% of his contract gets guaranteed 40 more percent if he plays in 41 games. And then another 20 if he gets 51, then another 20 when he gets to 61. So he's already missed so many games this year. The only one he would have a shot at is 41 games. Like it's just not, it's not going to be any higher than that. So if he meets all of his weighing criteria and he is healthy from here on out, you're still only on the hook for 60% of the guaranteed money next season. And remember, the 2 seasons after that aren't guaranteed either. You have to go through like the exact same threshold again. That's why I'm interested. I wasn't interested before because those numbers are ridiculous, because the way y'all broke it down, it's the same as it was 5 years ago. When he plays, he's really, really good, but he doesn't play a lot.
This is interesting because it goes back to how this show has always been with you and me, and that is you giving me the John Daniels numbers and me being Nolan going, nah, but let me see the thing.
And that's fair. I just wanted to say, I have changed my mind in the last few days from definitely not to what's it going to cost because of this contract breakdown.
So I think most people here know Tim McMahon. If you don't know who he is, he's written for a long time now, I'd say 2 decades, and he's covered the Mavs for the most part, but over the last 6 to 8 years, he's also covered other teams. One of the other teams he's covered for ESPN is the New Orleans Pelicans. He wrote an article right before the new year that Zion possibly is going to get traded, as in like from what he was maybe kind of hearing, that New Orleans is just looking at how horrible of a season this is, how horrible of a future that they possibly might have. Also, they have a chance at getting Cooper Flagg, which a lot of people believe is that kind of generational talent that will change your organization into a winner. Now, people thought that about Zion 5-6 years ago, unfortunately, because of his injuries, and then you have to take in his possible motivation and lack thereof,
which does not appear to be the case with Flagg whatsoever. It appears to be quite opposite.
And so this is where I started thinking about this before the new year. Is Zion came back last night, and I think it just ended up perfect timing that we're going to talk about it today, that last night he came back. He did not look fat. I watched the highlights. I did not watch the game. He had a 360 windmill dunk on a breakaway.
Sweet.
In fact, I thought for sure, like, what he's dealt with injuries, I was like, he's just going to, like, dunk it, but not dunk it. No. And it showed that the athleticism is still there. He had an alley-oop where he didn't get super above the rim, and that was earlier in the game in the highlights, and it kind of worried me, like, oh, is that how high he jumps now? Because if that's how high he jumps, I need to back off of this. Now, I will say this. I don't know how available he is, but the Mavs, according to Brian Windhorst, have been making a lot of phone calls.
Good, as they should.
To see what is out there available to make the team better. I think that Nico Harrison is just doing a tremendous job. I'll give Michael Finley credit.
Agreed. Stay in touch.
Like, there's a lot of people that I'm sure deserve more credit than just one person.
And by the way, just real quick, because this is something that frustrates me with the Cowboys, how big of a deal do you guys think it is that you're just picking up the phone? Like, that doesn't mean you're going to get anything accomplished, but
just
you picked
if
up
you're
the phone.
best, you should pick up the phone too, just to talk.
See.
You get an idea, at least, and it could be fibbing, but you get an idea from other teams, agents. You're calling agents all the time. Does your client like being in New Orleans? Does your client like being in Washington? Does your client like being in Charlotte? And then you call up the general manager and you kind of probe and you just see what they're liking and disliking about their roster, what they feel like they lack. What you might have a sense of what they lack. It can be pretty common watching a game and going common sense and just going, I can tell they need big guys, or they need a ball handler, they need a scorer. But they own through that time, and they own 1 second-round pick in 2025. Literally, they do not own a second-round pick until 2032.
And remember, that's relevant because you can't trade first-round picks in back-to-back seasons. So whenever you hear this proposal, I think the way it's going to go is 25 and 31.
That's the only draft picks you can offer, or you can offer 26 and 31.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do it that way. If you said we don't want to offer, maybe you know more about Luka. Let's just say you're Nico, and then it becomes like, how much do I want to trade for a run this year? If you know that, I don't think this is the case. I want to make this clear. But behind the scenes, they know Luka's injury way more. I'll just say, like, I didn't know DeMarcus Lawrence's injury, but I'll just be honest. Like, I get to be with a professional team, and they are pretty much telling me he ain't playing the rest of this season. And that was when he got hurt, and he didn't play the rest of. Now, did the Cowboys tell us that he wasn't playing the rest of the season? No, but they probably knew too, just like most athletic doctors somewhat know that injury, that position, that sport, and go, yeah, like he ain't playing. But you look at what the Mavs have to offer. They have 2 first-round picks they can offer, 25 or 26, and then 2031. Those are the only first-round picks that they have available to even offer in trades. Now, that being said, I don't think the Pelicans, I don't know this, I don't think they want Zion anymore. I think that, just think of how fed up we would be as Maverick fans if we were, instead of Luka, we got Zion. And we thought that Zion was going to be our answer. And you started building around him, and you traded for. You got Brandon Ingram, and you got C.J. McCollum, and you drafted different.
Somewhere with Luka, right?
Right. And so you just be like, I'm fed up with this. This isn't going to work. Just get as much as you can right now, while some team might believe that they're going to get him healthy, they're going to get him motivated, they're going to keep his weight under, certain frameworks that keep him healthy, that he's like, we're done.
Yeah.
And so I think New Orleans is done. Now, I'm not saying you can get him for nothing.
But maybe a cheaper thing than you could have been a long time ago.
Getting your salary, as in trade-wise, to $30 million, because that's what it would take approximately to send to New Orleans to get Zion at approximately $36 million this year. You start getting to Jimmy Butler, I got to get to $42 or $43 million worth of players to get Jimmy Butler. That starts making it tough because the Mavericks have a weird structure of salaries. It's good. I'm not saying it's bad. They have 2 guys getting paid an S-ton of money, Luka and Kyrie. And everybody else is under $20 million. And there's not a lot of guys making, if I need to go look at it, I think there's only 2 guys, if I have this right. I think it's P.J. Washington and
Gafford makes 10, 12.
Yeah, there's only 2 guys making 15 or more.
Yeah.
And that's P.J. Washington and Klay Thompson.
Okay.
Like, the Mavericks have built this thing. Nico's like, here's our 2 superstars. And everybody else is in that mid-level exception area, which is like about $12 million, I believe it's at right now in the NBA. So I can trade for $35, $36 million worth of a player. I can get there. I'm going to have to probably give up Omax Prosper and Jaden Hardy and my 2 first-round picks to give them the prospects they want. So there's my prospect stash that I have.
Okay.
And this would be taking a chance on a 26-year-old guy who's lacked motivation. But if he were to get it, you would get a top 15 player? Would you say top 15 player when he's motivated and healthy?
And by the way, I might. And Zion, I think, is only 24.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Even younger.
Okay.
He's been around a while.
I appreciate both of y'all. That was really good stuff. Really good reasoning. Kevin, you're looking at the fan text that I'm looking at, and I'm the same way here. Now,
I get it.
Here's what I'm saying. Because a lot of people, the buffets won't stand a chance. No way. Who needs another out-of-shape young phenom on the team? I don't want another lazy person or another person who lacks self-control. These are all my fears, and if I'm the owner or the GM, I should have these fears. So now, how do I solve that problem? Can you tell me? Because Kyrie's done a really good job of getting the rest of the team to follow him while also allowing Luka to be Luka.
Yeah.
So if Kai goes, hey, I got a relationship with this guy, or I know a way to get him motivated, because I can't have him and Luka be who they are.
I'm with you.
I need Zion to change. You can't change Luka. Luka's already shown he will change for periods, but he's not going to change for a long haul. So can you convince me that you guys, I'll pull the trigger on this. I'll help make the deal. Can y'all convince me that you can connect with him, and we're the place that we can connect so that he becomes a different type of player, at least for this year, at least so we can go get the championship and get the run that we deserve?
So what would you guys think if I threw out there, I don't think he has a motivation issue. I think he has a Yu Darvish issue, where he is a Lamborghini, and you only take the tarp off when every condition is perfect. That's why I think he misses so many games. I'm not saying he doesn't have other issues, but I think he misses another chunk of games because he's like,
I got a
it's
hangnail.
not quite perfect.
I'm with you, and I don't know the trust level of this. I do know this happens in sports, at least in baseball for sure. You can talk to Najee Marshall. He was his teammate for a little bit and go,
good point.
What's his motivation? Like, be honest here. Now, the tough thing is I'm not for this, but you might have to trade Najee Marshall to get it done. I'm not saying that New Orleans, you just have to get to $30 million somehow. And Maxi Kleba's an easy one to get to 11. And then I start adding guys making a few $1 million here in Omax and Hardy. But I have to get to $30 million worth of player. And I don't think they want Klay Thompson. Like, if you're rebuilding, I don't think Klay Thompson's on your list of rebuild. And I'm not trading PJ Washington in this deal.
Yeah.
Just to be honest, because Zion is such a risk. But this would be a very high risk, high reward. But Corey, you said
his fit is he's great defensively and
when
great
motivated,
offensively. Okay,
when motivated, he's premium. He's not a good 3-point shooter,
and he's not as good of a rebounder as you would think.
Right,
he's not a bad rebounder, but just not as good as you would think.
But I'm not saying this is the perfect fit. But Nico has done such a great job. If Nico's calling around, and Nico was a Nike guy, Zion's a Jordan/Nike guy. I'm sure he talked to Zion when he was in high school. Like, Nico has done such a great job. It's really weird with his shoe relationships through agents and players that he seems to understand chemistry fits way better than we, the fans, can at times understand chemistry fits. And I'm not saying that Zion's the answer, but I will say this. You said it'd have to work this year. The one thing that Kevin pointed out was he does have, after this year, 3 more years that you would have a 24, 25-year-old guy that if you got him motivated, if you believe you could have Zion and Luka, which is scary. I get how scary it would be with Cronuts and everything like that, but
donuts are amazing.
I'm not saying this is something I'm dying to get or I want the Mavs to do no matter what. But I think it could be an option for the Mavs here in the next month to look at, what if we got Zion and, I know this is the question that they haven't been able to keep Luka away from food. But, like, could we keep Zion away from the buffet, as somebody said, and get him super motivated? Because if I had a motivated Luka and a motivated Zion for the next, let's say, 5 or 6 years together, that could be pretty special.
By the way, not to skip over this all the way, Mavericks win over the Lakers, 118-97. I think they closed on a 9-0 run, but they also had a mediocre first quarter. They've been having really good first quarters and then falling apart. This one was fine, and then they got a win. They desperately needed it.
Awesome win. Real quick, because I know we got to go, from YouTube, the person asking, Zion makes $36 million this year. Jimmy Butler makes $50 million this year. So if you're asking, because they're asking, like, which would cost less?
Yeah.
Zion would cost less in a trade, at least when it comes to players, because you only have to get to $30 million of player, pretty much.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, the Padres, Tennessee basketball. Is your friend an idiot? You tell us next on The Fan.
If you're
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KorsForKids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The #1 team and unbeaten. The only unbeaten left is in massive trouble. Condon, pretty play. The alley-oop to Chinula.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, the famous Mike Bassick, and the even more famous-er Alec Medford, all hanging out with you as we prepare for lunch today. Don't forget Derek Holland joins us after lunch. During the C Block today, we'll have a talk with him as he made an announcement yesterday.
Are you kind of bummed he didn't make that announcement on the show?
That would have been a lot cooler, Derek. You know, maybe we start off with that. Why wouldn't you just make that announcement here? Didn't he promise that he would do that a couple of years ago? I feel like he did. Yeah, well, we'll talk about it with him coming up at 1 o'clock. But right now it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot, your friend that was the best at being the worst throughout the entire week. Tell us who they are.
And this might not be fair. It was just remarkable. You heard the audio. How much they got beat down. Florida defeated Tennessee last night, 73-43. Tennessee was #1 and the last undefeated team left in men's college basketball.
Allen Houston, huh?
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
It is January, and you are bringing up college basketball. College basketball does not matter until March.
We're 2 months away from March, but now it's really April madness.
He's right about that too. College basketball doesn't start until like the last day of March.
And we just resaw that.
Sure.
We just resaw that Office episode where that gal tries to like hook up with Jim when he's married, and she's like, "Oh, I love college basketball. Is this March Madness?" And he's like, "Well, it's not March, so no." It just 30-point loss as a number one. That was pretty historic, and it reminded me of yesterday what Mike was saying about like, hey, what should they do in the second half? And he's like, well, they still have to come out and play.
They're required to come out.
Tennessee was down 19 points at the half, their lowest output of the season, and they've been amazing this year. But I think today they might kind of be idiots for getting shellacked like that.
All right, and because Kevin, I'll be quite honest, man.
You don't care.
I haven't watched.
That's okay.
I haven't watched Cincinnati Central versus Utah Prep yet.
There's
I just
some
haven't
really
done
fun
that.
games
Yet.
out
But I know you're into it, and that's why I want everybody out there to know. Kevin is a college basketball blowhard. Is that the right word for it? Or
goodness.
College basketball fan. That's the right word. You know college basketball better than most people in DFW. So, Duke, they doing all right?
Yeah, Duke is really good this year.
And you taking that shot at Tennessee is not necessarily an ACC thing.
Yeah, no. And that's just probably not fair because Tennessee was the last undefeated team. Duke has 2 losses. So,
gotcha.
This was tough. But Tennessee loses their first game. You would think that Auburn, depending on how the rest of the week would go, would ascend to number 1 because they only have 1 loss. That 1 loss, of course, did come against Duke. But in Texas A&M has been playing really well this season. So I like college basketball a lot. I understand I'm in the minority. Houston's really good, too.
I legitimately have a couple questions here, though.
Phi Slamma Jamma.
One, and this can be a brief answer for now. Is NIL changing college basketball a lot
did
right
people
now?
transfer last week and they're playing for new schools this week?
I'm dead serious about not what Mike's saying, but what I just asked.
It is
Might
not
be true. I don't know.
It has not happened it has not had as big of an impact. And I think one of the reasons is everybody knows that they can be one and done. Like Cooper Flagg, I'm sure he loves Duke and all that. I'm glad he's there. But if they were like, hey, you can come straight to the draft out of high school, he'd be like, well, see ya. And so I don't think that affects it as much, whereas on the football level, it's 3 years. And so that's a bigger deal.
And I can't remember if it was last year or the year before. It seemed like the number 1 spot was a turnstile. And
that's fair.
Do you feel like that's going to be the case this year, or do you think, no, there are some dominant teams that are going to be in this spot?
I mean, up until last night, I thought that Tennessee had been very dominant. Auburn's been fantastic this year. Iowa State. Iowa State.
He watches it all.
And Alabama. Kentucky has been really good. This is going to sound weird, but maybe watch some Rutgers basketball if you want. Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey, they've got a couple of players right there that some people are really high on in terms of draftability.
I have a stupid question, but if we're talking college basketball here.
And we can move on, I promise.
No, okay, real quick. Trey Johnson at Texas.
Yes.
He was a super stud here that almost beat Duncanville, and he's considered a top 10 pick. Is Texas one, or is Texas good at basketball too? Is he as good as he was in high school?
The answer to the second one is no. To the first one, I think Texas has been a very disappointing team this year. So that's what I would say. I mean, look, Corey's right. It's still January. For a lot of teams, conference play is just really starting or has started in the last couple of weeks. But I think Texas has been a disappointment so far.
All right. And I'm dead serious. If you want to listen to somebody, if you all want more college basketball, Kevin can provide it. He watches. Somebody said, I didn't even know Alabama had a state. And so now they just learned that from you about Alabama State being a top 5 team.
And Trey Johnson is still playing really well, but Texas not playing as well. I mean, look, you could watch every team at any point pretty much, but Trey Johnson's still playing well, but that team I think has been a disappointment. And by the way, the guy for Auburn who might win Player of the Year, he's not even viewed as a super draft commodity. Cooper Flagg is second in odds to win the Naismith for the best player. Everybody in the world wants him number 1. The guy who's actually going to win it from Auburn, people are like, either way.
From the 817, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks the Cowboys hiring Pete Carroll would be a home run hire.
Okay. Can I tell you, I was surprised that Pete Carroll also got an interview with the Bears. I was like, oh, for real?
Why?
I don't know.
You think there are a lot of coaches that are older that have lost touch with current
and
NFL?
I think Pete Carroll's one of them. I think it's just time to move on.
I think whenever
as a head coach,
I think when there are teams out there that look at some guys like that and think, can they manage my franchise for me? And general manager does a lot of the other things, but can they give me a vision and successfully execute that vision? And I think sometimes if that's all you're relying on, it can fade real fast. If you can change and adapt with the times, you can keep teams. I did see Pete Carroll do that for a minute, but it fell off very fast there at Seattle.
I don't like this about current sports, especially football, where you hope your quarterback is your quarterback for 12 to 15 years. I don't get hiring Pete Carroll in Chicago when you're hoping that he's the coach you hire. I would want, if I'm hiring the coach, I want to believe the coach I'm hiring is the coach that's going to be this quarterback's coach for his career.
I agree. And that's a lot of the times when I have this conversation about hiring a coach, I'm looking more offensive coordinator than defensive coordinator, because I want those guys working together for a while and him to learn that system and run together. And then my defensive coordinator control. And if I need to move on from a defensive coordinator, I still have the offense intact.
it's okay if you're not familiar with the tennis player Cameron Norrie. I can't say I super am either. But he got mad at the Auckland Open, and he just kind of tossed his racket.
I think it's pronounced Oakland.
I think this is in New Zealand. I'll go double check on that. And it hit a fan in the front row.
Oh, no.
Right. Is he an idiot for that? Or did this just give this lady time to shine? Because she has her big
she put nets up.
Kentucky Derby hat on, and she's watching. Like, she was paying attention.
She's into it.
And even when he threw it, she, like, blocked it down with her hands, which I was really impressed by, because I don't imagine, like, you get a lot of time to make that decision. So do you think this tennis player is an idiot for flipping his racket and it going in the crowd? Or are you just more proud of this lady for, like, being not today?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
I'm sure as a player, you've gotten mad, or as a person, you've gotten mad, you've thrown something or tossed something or threw your hands up.
And then your coach yelled.
You accidentally hit something with that thing you threw or tossed, or with your body part that there was no intention to hit anybody. How many times do we see, like, in a dugout, a guy gets mad and throws his helmet, and the helmet like hits somebody, or
them,
you know, and then you're like,
back and hit them.
crap, I'm still furious with myself or whatever happened, but now I feel like a moron because I've actually taken somebody who had nothing to do with this, was just minding their own business, and now they are a part of this situation.
Cam Norrie, by the way, TCU product, Kevin. So
I did not know that.
It says college TCU.
Okay.
So I went and confirmed the fan text that came in on that.
I will confirm, too, TCU is a college.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mike. That's why we have Mike for facts.
Okay, then by the way, as long as we're confirming things for the 972, Texas has only lost 4 games. I think, or excuse me, 3 games. I believe they've lost 4 games, and the bigger problem is, and the thing I'm focused on, they lost both of their conference games to start, and they got absolutely hammered by Texas A&M. They played Auburn really close, but they got hammered in that game. So I think what I said is
What are you
fair.
supposed to do against AC Law and DeAndre Jordan?
It's not them anymore.
How can you handle it, man? I remember throwing my glove once, Mike, and my coach yelling at me it wasn't the glove's fault. And that's the first time I'd heard it. And I think it was the first time I ever threw my glove. And I was in high school at this point, and I was like, never thought about that. And it's not the weapon, it's the warrior mentality. But I'll blame tennis for not having nets up to protect people.
Do you guys think that, like, if you owned a sports team, or your parents owned a sports team, you'd be able to figure it out after they died? Or, like, if your wife owned a sports team? Because the Padres are still stuck in this thing where they're suing each other, and the widow, Peter Seidler, has sued 2 of his brothers to gain control and be the point person for the Padres. I know it's tough.
Hasn't this been a problem with the Titans also?
I think they have gone through something with that. But do you think you would be able to avoid this, or you're like, I don't know,
With
man,
my family?
if billions of dollars are on the line, maybe I would also do this.
With my family, I think we would.
Okay.
Because you know me, I like to compromise a lot, so I would do a lot to keep the family together rather than being like, this is all mine. What are you talking about?
Somebody who's probably going to be in prison the rest of their life said one time, "Mo money, mo problems."
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I decided not to be good in most of the things I do, because it would have led to.
Because you want more problems. You don't want those.
It would have led to mo money,
which leads to
mo
So
problems.
there you go. So don't take over the Padres. I don't really
That's
know
exactly what I
the
learned from
takeaway
Mike.
was from that.
I don't
I'm
want
not
mo
sure.
problems.
Yeah.
Okay, then don't find yourself in that situation. If you're dating someone whose family owns a multi-billion-dollar sports franchise, sounds like you guys are saying, like, cut the cord.
Yeah. Or
It's time
give
to
all
move
the
on.
money away so I don't have all the problems. Yeah.
Would you tell people if you won the? I don't even know what the lottery's at right
No,
now.
I would not.
You'd just be super quiet.
Yes.
I love the
Would you
lines
tell your
of.
mom?
I mean,
I wouldn't tell anybody.
Would you tell Jess?
But there would be signs.
So
How are you buying all these cards?
So my niece put it to me the perfect way. She's like, "Oh, it's only for family." I was like, "I'm family," and she goes, "House family."
Oh,
So
that's different. That's different
I
family.
would let house family know, but outside
Did
of
you say I
that,
slept in your house.
that's-
On your face.
Yeah, my mom would probably know. My sister would probably know, and you would go, "Oh crap, Corey won."
That
And
might be-
They're like, "How do you know?" And they're like, "You can just tell."
It might be for crosstalk. It might be a segment for another day. What's the one sign that people would know that you won the lottery?
Yes, I like that.
I would have a zombie-style apocalypse mobile like they did in Day of the Dead, where you could just mow down any MFer
You
in your
can't
way.
legally do that, Kevin. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these players about to get paid? Next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has low feed products. You gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, well, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Burrow to the end zone for the lead. Higgins, they beat Moss. Touchdown.
That is my dude right there, T. Higgins, helping me out in my 5th place attempt in fantasy football this year. Look, man, it was other people's fault, not T. Higgins. He gave me a valiant effort a couple weeks ago with a 40-point game, so I love him for that. He's going to get paid this offseason. Who will be the one doing it? That's a big question because the Bengals have Jamar Chase to talk to. Are they going to say we love this duo, or are they going to say we got to move on from one of them? Before we dive into Gridiron Gravy, I know we will get to Gridiron Gravy. I just think this is kind of cool. Anta and Kyrie Irving they work together on the shoes. They have signed Karis LeVert, Derek Jones Jr., and Daniel Gafford to shoe deals. And Kyrie said, these guys are my brothers, players I've shared the journey with. Together we aim to aspire to basketball and create a legacy that resonates. But adding Gafford to it, Karis LeVert, adding Gafford to it, I think, is a cool thing, too. I don't know if it means anything else, but the dude has connections. He is connected. All right, now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some Gridiron Gravy.
Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com.
There is a list of free agents out there that are set to hit pay dirt.
And do you agree with the highlight we played back? T. Higgins, he be one of those?
Yes, he definitely is one of those. That's how I've always felt about him.
Because I know you really like T. Higgins, and I think T. Higgins is really good. Do you think T. Higgins is going to fall into the mistake teams make with the Brandon Cooks category back in the day in terms of
Alvin Harper-y, if you're a Cowboy fan?
He's really good, but teams are going to pay him like a 1, and he's not going to be a top-end 1. Like, he could be a 1.
I don't.
Okay.
I think he might be if you're going to say the top-end ones there's 5 of them, I think he's a top 10.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
But I also, my problem is the last couple of years, and contract is a part of this, in my mind, is he's just gone missing physically. Like the body, hamstring here, quadricep here. And I know these dudes play through bad stuff all the time. It's just, there have been times that I've been like, dude, if I'm going to pay that guy, I need him on the field. And so is this because you're trying to negotiate a contract with the team and you're not putting your body on the line because of what you're making now because you want money down the road?
Maybe.
And how is he going to act when he gets the money? CeeDee Lamb this year, what he did with his body after he got paid, credit. Like thank you very much. Nice work. I don't think that he won't do it again next year. And I think CeeDee Lamb also is going to be demanding more from his teammates. Actually, CD, you better be demanding more out of your team next year. Offensive line, defensive line, everybody on that team. You need to be standing before all of them saying, did you see what I did last year? Do you see how I'm back this year doing the same work, getting more into it? We got to go. But also, whenever you're missing a camp, you got to show everybody if you want that leadership too.
I know I'm going back a little bit. Can I scare Cowboy fans a little bit with T. Higgins? I'm just on USA Today. I don't know if this is perfect, but it says the Commanders have $81.75 million in cap space this offseason, which is third most. Can you imagine if they had Terry McLaurin and then to help out Jaden Daniels, they added T. Higgins, and those are their two
That's a perfect spot for
him. I hate you, Mike, for doing that. Thank you. I mean, I like you a lot, Mike, but right now.
I mean, there's other teams that have the money to do it. I'm not saying they don't, but I mean, I don't know when this was. I need to look at USA Today here, but I just tried to pull up real quick. It was January 6, 2025. So this is recent, at least.
That was the day Mike was out.
That's true.
I was flying back.
So that's that. I'm actually not going to dive much further into this list right now because there are a couple other things I want to get into.
Can I just mention one player?
Do it.
Sam Darnold. I think Sam Darnold has made himself an ton of money
with the Vikings.
I don't know if he'll be with the Vikings.
Then I'm not paying him.
Does it matter that he scored 9 points? Was it 9 points? Yep. 9. What if they lose to the Rams 20-9? And his last 2 games were 18 points in what would be, we're going for the 1 seed, and now we are trying to win a playoff game.
Yeah.
What I don't know what this affects. Like, how much does it affect? He went 14-3 versus the last 2 games that were not
take
do or
the whole
die.
body of work, Mike, because he was gritty in a lot of those wins too.
Yeah.
There were a lot of moments where he needed to step up. This is another question because I'm not going to ask it right now, but you asked it earlier. The boogeyman has been a big part of what the Vikings have done, and Alec nicknamed him that. Is that your nickname that you created for him?
Yes, it is.
All right. Alec nicknamed Brian Flores the boogeyman because that defense does what they do, and they did it this year. They've been a big part. I give him 10%. Darnold had, they benefited a lot from that defense holding up, giving him a chance. He did satisfy it at the end of games a lot of times, but I'm looking at Darnold, Kevin, and I'm going, can he do the same without Kevin O'Connell? Is my coach similar to that I need to do that? And is this year of Sam Darnold the outlier? Or is it just he goes back to the pumpkin that he was?
And I very well believe it could be an outlier, but I think there's going to be plenty of teams out there that are willing to say 3 for 75 that it wasn't.
I agree. I totally agree with you on that. Bears chairman George McCaskey says the team need a team that will keep fans from selling their tickets.
Ooh.
That's how different is that than we have here, where we have asked on many occasions, Jerry, when you're looking in that stadium and you see a majority of it is almost opposing fans walking in, does that frustrate you? He's like, no. And then here's their team executive saying, yeah, we got to make sure that we have an advantage here because I don't want our fans not being part of this. The only thing is, there is a big difference in Jerry looks at it and goes, but every other thing sells well. And the Bears are probably going, well, we're really relying on this.
I know that. I think Jerry looks at it as like, I'm making a lot of money off of these people. If these people want to make some money off of secondary market, he doesn't care. Like, he understands because
he should care because it takes away your inherent competitive advantage.
True, but I don't think he does either. Like,
you're right.
This person, not that he knows these people, but this person paid $400,000 for the PSL, for the right to even buy these tickets. He wants to sell them because Green Bay Packers want to come in and pay 3 times the face value.
Let him
I
make
get
his
it.
money.
The PSL still belongs to a Cowboy fan, So I don't know. It's tough because I don't know this. You'd have to go around and look at what are the PSLs for other teams, and then I think if you're the Chicago Bears and you're not charging $100,000 for the premium seats that are just the PSL, like just drop $100K on us right now just to have the right to own these tickets.
Yeah,
then you're like, you can kind of say, hey, wait a second,
You got to make sure we have these.
But I think Jerry looks at it as like, I'm charging an S-ton for these, and so if they want to make some extra bucks off of it, go ahead.
Bo Nix named AFC Offensive Player of the Week, Kevin. Listen.
Against the Chiefs backups.
Hey. Travis Kelce already said on his New Heights podcast they did not intentionally try to lose because of the Bengals, all right?
Bull.
He said those backups went out there and gave lots of effort. Jameer Gibbs, also NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Those two were my top 2 in hits and misses from this week. So
you're right.
Back to you, Mike.
Well, I saw somebody on Twitter or X get really like, what are the Chiefs going to do, this or that? And like, I can't remember who responded. It was like either Jeff Schwartz or like, somebody who's in the NFL or covering the NFL. And he's like, here's what they're going to do to punish those players. Half of them aren't going to play in the playoff game. Because half of the players,
the ones that wouldn't play,
anyway,
they're getting punished.
Yeah. So
like
I'm interested, Kevin. The percentage that not Jacksonville, they've sucked.
Yeah, they're done.
The percentage that Kansas City, because I guess that we haven't done this. The percentage Kansas City said we got to keep the Bengals out.
I actually think it's pretty low. When he was saying that, I was saying bull crap to we were trying to win the game.
Oh yeah.
But
I agree.
Yeah. In terms of getting Cincinnati out, I don't think it's 0. I think it's between 5 and 10% maybe. But I thought you were just going to say we were trying to win that game. I was like, the hell you were.
They were not.
I watched a hair of that Chiefs game because I was in the hotel room and it was on TV there. And it is amazing looking at Carson Wentz, where he was in year 2 and what he's looked like the last 4 or 5 years when he's entered games. It is, I don't know, like it brings to like, how can somebody be so good in year 2 in the NFL, and then the rest of their life
Age didn't
look like
change
they
them.
don't belong in the NFL. That's tough to do.
And then finally, this might be a longer conversation, Kevin, but multiple NFL teams have reached out to Bill Belichick or inquired about whether or not he will regret going to college, making that move. And the Raiders, Tom Brady has spoken with Bill Belichick and had the conversation with him and been, kind of getting in touch. And now that they've moved on from Antonio Pierce, who was fired yesterday, Brady and Belichick won 6 Super Bowls together.
Okay. Do you think then the conversation, if it has to be one, is the conversation, hey, we're building something over here, or is the conversation, hey, I'll come out of retirement again to play for you?
I think it starts as, I want to build a championship team.
Okay.
Here's how I see it. What would your vision? How would you do it? Because I've never done this before.
Yeah.
But I was a beneficiary of it. So how would you do it? And then maybe there is any interest in coming back into this league?
By the way, side note, did you see the Lions say they now expect David Montgomery back for the divisional round?
Dude, and
That's
Hutchinson's
amazing.
going to be there for the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
so
we'll
there's
see
all
about-
these great
we'll
things for the
see
Lions
about
there.
that
Coming
one.
up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Stars extend their winning streak, baby. And what midseason grade would you give the city of Dallas? Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, discussing the worst MVPs in the history of the NFL. But while we're also doing that, we're discussing the fact that your Dallas Stars extended that winning streak last night. They're back to their winning ways, Kevin. I love it so much. Overtime, my brother-in-law were keeping up with this game.
This is a very fun game unless you're a Rangers fan.
Well, we were sharing some family time last night at my mom's house, and my brother-in-law was like, oh, man, it's tied 3-3 right now. We got to get this thing going. And so we were keeping up with it throughout the night.
So, look, this is the longest winning streak of the season for the Stars at 5. Their previous long was, well, they were at 4, which was tied for the beginning of the season when they broke off wins in their first 4 games. If you tuned out on this game, first of all, you missed a bananas first period. But I could see why somebody might tune out knowing that, like, hey, it's 3-0, and maybe thinking that's a wrap. Even in the first period, thinking that's a wrap at 3-0, because the Stars fell behind 3-0, and they scored the tying goal. Well, they got to 3-3 with Robertson in the second period, but Thomas Harley scored with less than 3 minutes to go to even the game back up, because it stayed at 3-3 for essentially like almost a whole period. And then the Rangers scored, and it looked like, hey, good for you. You made your comeback from 0-3 down. You're still going to lose. But they didn't. They got the Harley goal. They won the game. They have not been a great road team this year. They're not a terrible road team. They haven't been a great road team this year. And so they get the win, pick up 2 more points, and they continue to be one of the hottest teams in the NHL.
What about the Rangers? The New York Rangers, that is, Kevin. Sorry, Mike. I know you got really excited there.
The New York Rangers are not that good.
Mike is wearing his Rangers beanie, the World Series championship beanie right now, and it has a bean on it, so I can call it a beanie. But what do you think about...
Hold up. I'm sorry. I know you're about to ask a sports question. This is my fault. Is that really what that's called, and is that why they call it that?
I'll be honest, Kevin. I've always had this argument, and nobody's ever been able to come with a real conclusion here. And if it doesn't have...
I'm wagging my beanie for you.
It doesn't have that thing at the top, the little poof ball, which I refer to as the bean. Maybe your head is the bean, and that's why they refer to your head. Kevin is... All right, if you're watching the fan cam right now... We are all Stars in this beanie mode.
I got my Stars.
Kevin is wearing his beanie, Stars, not beanie.
Because there's
Mike
nothing
is wearing
on the
his
top.
Rangers beanie.
Did you bring your bean?
I did not. Mine's actually in the car. I didn't need my bean today. Never mind. Stop it. People just moved to the fan cam, Kevin.
Why would you do that?
I didn't say anything.
That discussion, though, is always interesting. What do you call it? Is it a toboggan? This is, you know what? I'm a company man. We're going with 105 through the fan.
Bean.
Yeah, that's my bean right there, and it does no bean. So
but I'm the only one. You guys are wearing. What are those called?
Are these toboggans or? I thought that was like a bobsled.
See, that's what I think. I think it's a beanie no matter what. I don't know.
What does it mean?
Yeah,
it's just a puff.
I don't know. I always referred to those as beanies, and this is just like a cap.
Why did they do this?
So
it doesn't provide more warmth.
I don't know.
It's aesthetic, Mike.
That's what you think.
It looks cool. I will say that. Who started it? Good question.
Right. Explain how this gives me 1%
I will not.
more warmth.
I bet it does. I bet it does because there's more product right there at the top.
So I'm sorry.
Do you think it's wait? What if the circle thing?
I'm sorry.
Up here is you can pull this on and off here.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can take
Can't
it off.
put it on that way.
And if I have wet, cold hands, I'm not touching this and making this wet.
Let me see you try to put that hat on like that.
Well, I know I misspoke.
Misspoke.
Easy.
Mm-hmm.
On.
And now he can dry his wet, cold hands off.
Not. not so
Okay.
easy.
So there you go.
Sorry to throw us into a loop, but when you said that, here's the thing.
I know.
If you have confidence, not you, Mike, when Corey said that, if you have confidence, you can convince people of a lot of stuff.
Like Billy Carson.
Yes. We're not going to get into that. I know what you're talking about. But the way you said that's a beanie on the top of his hat, and that's why it's a beanie, I believed you. And that's why I went in that direction.
I love the text coming in. In the apparel industry, we call the top of thing a palm. So that's what they call it.
Okay.
A beanie is one that doesn't fold over. A toboggan is one that does fold over. So y'all are
you're wearing beanies. I'm wearing a toboggan.
Yeah. And,
Interesting.
And Corey's 105.3, the fan, was a fold over as well. This one doesn't fold over.
The ball is to keep you from bumping your head back when sailors are on a ship. I don't know anything about that. This is the great thing. Who knows? But I love saying, "Hey, community, what do we know together?"
Right.
And then finding out we really don't know anything. But I was asking about the New York Rangers. They're not a great team, but Kevin, looking at the standings, it doesn't look like there's maybe 2 teams that have really separated themselves from the pack.
Yeah,
and that is like Vegas is doing what Vegas does.
And you might argue Toronto. I know Florida's really good, but there's a massive gap after that.
Yeah, and it just feels like there are a lot of teams kind of in that area. And I said this, I think, last week working with Alec. I was like, you look at it and you go, the Stars record-wise look like they're kind of the same as this team.
Yeah.
But then you look at their point differential and you're like, oh, no, the Stars are a much better team than everybody else
Agreed.
that's in that area.
Well, and the one that's really deceptive, look, I'm going to stick with this for a while. I know they've been playing somewhat better, but take a look at Winnipeg. There is a lot that start is covering up for, because they started, what was it, 15-0, 16-0? They started at a ridiculous clip. Since then, they're either 12-12-2 or 13-12-2. And I know they still have a dominant goal differential. I'm not arguing against that. I think it might be the best in the league.
46.
But a lot of that was built up in that first 15 or 16 games. And I would argue you would absolutely more want to play Winnipeg than you would Minnesota in the playoffs right now.
And you could probably say the same for San Jose. Their negative point differential was built up over the entire season. That's
They
just the way it's gone.
suck.
Do you feel good when the Stars beat Minnesota, or do you feel bad because not only did we steal their team, but then we're beating them?
I don't feel bad. I might have like the first year they got their team back, and we still, because the Stars have done very well against the Minnesota Wild. I don't think I feel bad, but I just feel good because you got 2 points, not because in your face, because we already got the team. Like, I always thought about that when, not to tangent us again, I swear, I'm sorry about this, but whenever
I love what you're doing. You're turning into us.
Whenever somebody is like, oh, that person cheated, and like, now you got him, and they're like, oh, we should show off. I'm like, why? You got the person.
Yeah, you already won.
Like, what is the point of that?
Yeah. Isn't it nice whenever a woman tells you that too? You won. You have me. You're like, it is.
But can you imagine, though, if you're going to get married, like, let's say you're like 3 months out of getting married, and then the person you were going to get married decided to go hook up with somebody else. And then the person that was going to get married, they made a poor decision. They looked through that person's phone, and the person that they broke up with to get with said after like a month, hey, that's cool, in a text message, I'm just not really looking for anything serious.
Oh my gosh.
Like, would you, as the person who got cheated on and had your marriage broken before it actually happened, feel vindication by that? Still feel bad about going through the phone?
Yeah. Wouldn't you say to that person who we have no clue who that is, that's probably the best thing that ever happened, that you found that out before you got married?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a positive.
And then
Because
eventually
you could have found that out 3 months after you got married?
For sure. And you eventually married a far better person.
Like a goddess almost.
Oh, for sure.
I mean,
Yeah, like 20 years later.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't say it would happen straight away.
Too bad they didn't tender back in the day.
Hey, real quick, because Kevin, I want to get to the city of Dallas grades here.
Yes, Tinder is a thing. It's for the Stars.
I know, hold
it's
on.
not for the city
I
of
love
Dallas.
what you're doing, Kevin. You are sitting in our chair now because you're not leading for the most part because of your voice. Corey's having the lead, and you're turning into us what we do to you. And isn't it
It's
great
inevitable.
what happens in your head while you're listening?
And
It's
all of my
inevitable.
instincts right now are saying, just go with it like I always do.
But
And
you're
then
trying
I'm
to
like,
get us
I
back
gotta.
on track to
Then
Dallas
you're chained
Stars.
to the desk.
Somebody
yeah, I
did
get you.
ask where Alex Beanie beanie is, and I think he's wearing one.
I'm wearing a John Cena beanie.
Okay, so he's wearing his John Cena beanie.
Yeah.
You can't see it.
You can't see it.
I'm going to tease this.
All right.
I do have written down WWE Netflix for $12.45.
Okay, looking forward to that. All right,
Because the Cena showed up.
let's talk then about the city of Dallas grade, Kevin. Or the Dallas Stars. I'm looking at this team right now, and again, I go to their point differential, and that's not something they built up in a hot start. That's something that they have done over this season, and they continue to add to it. Sometimes it goes down, but it stays in that area. It's about 29. I saw it at 35 last week, or 25 last week, and that's a positive thing for the Stars. They're not the best team. They are right on the cusp of being in that area, that grouping, though, and that's where I put them. I give them an A.
Okay.
I give them an A.
And this might bend some people out of shape.
You have higher expectations?
I do. And so
that's why you're wearing the beanie.
That's right. I love the Stars. But that's another thing where, and I realize they have a couple games in hand on the teams that are still in the Central that they're trailing. I think it's 2 for Minnesota and 3 for Winnipeg. I saw an article from The Athletic. I was flipping through it, and I was like, you know what? There's a lot of good points in here. I'm going to give them a B-. And here's the reason. And this is the first line of the Athletic article that really won me over. And I was like, that makes a lot of sense. The Stars are good, but we're grading on a curve based on expectations. I think the Stars have the 8th best record in the NHL, give or take. They should be one of the top 3 teams. I realize they've had some scoring issues, but my expectations for the Stars this year are sky high. I don't know if you say Stanley Cup or bust because then you just set yourself up for potential failure. My expectations for the Stars team are sky high. And that's why I think they've been fine this year. And that's where I feel like a B-, fine. And that's where I'm at.
Okay. You know what then? Fine. I'll drop to A-.
No, you can have whatever grade you want.
You just convinced me to drop it to an A-, and that's frustrating.
Alec, am I being unfair with a B-? Or maybe I should ask people in fan text, Frankel and Frankel, injury attorney fan text, or the Twolos, am I being unfair? I say B-, and I feel comfortable with that.
I think you just made me drop to a C+.
Oh,
Thanks,
wow.
Kevin.
Look at you, Kevin, making everybody drop their grades.
No, I do think it's fair.
This is the start of the semester, too, for most of the students out there. So.
I'm giving them an F because I guess they should have been number 1.
I thought you were going to say F for can't find because I know
they're on that app.
Wouldn't that be a CF?
I struggle.
I didn't want to give them too much.
Okay, I understand that.
Not applicable.
Every once in a while in my life, I've figured out how to throw my phone onto the television and watch it, but it's rare.
Doesn't that break the TV?
Sometimes it's not in the show you're trying to watch from isn't encrypted right, and that's how it works. I learned that recently. I got a projector from Christmas from my sister, but I can't project Netflix, Disney, Amazon because it's not encrypted in the box, so I have to get a Roku or something like that.
If it makes you feel any better, I can't project either.
I hear you, buddy. I think, Kevin, the Stars team is going to be an absolute pleasure, but they do have some things they need to fix, and like here from the 214, until they fix their power play, they can't be a top 3 team. And last week they had a really good outing in their power play. It was something that served them well in one of their wins. But it has to be a more consistent thing throughout the year.
I know we're going to have to boogie in a second. Can I tell you a couple of other NFL things that I thought were interesting? You can boogie right now, Mike. Good job. Did you see the massive shift in money for Cam Ward being the number 1 pick in the draft? He dropped from plus 600 to minus 135. That is a humongous shift. And Shedeur Sanders.
But we don't know who the general manager is?
Which is weird, right?
Yeah, that's just interesting to me. If they wouldn't have fired the general manager, I'd have been like, well, somebody figured out that the general manager knows which way he's going. But you hire a new general manager, and they might feel very different about Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders.
And by the way, another person it impacted was Travis Hunter. He went from plus 240 to plus 1,100 to be the number 1 pick in the draft. I have no doubt he'll go probably 3rd after Cam and Shedeur, but Shedeur's at plus 100, so still just about even, which makes Cam Ward a slight favorite. But it was Shedeur's a pretty good favorite, then Travis Hunter, and then Cam Ward's way back there at number 6. So I wonder what information has come in, especially when there's a missing GM somewhere. I wonder if people have connected the dot of, This is who they're interviewing. This is who I think is going to get it, and I know this is who he wants.
Definitely could be a possibility. I know the draft is April. That is very similar to when the NCAA tournament is played.
Yeah, they just finish in April.
Those got some time before. Those odds are going to change drastically, you think?
I think so.
In that time? But
absolutely.
That big move right there is a very interesting shift.
And Ashton Genty declared for the draft.
Thanks a lot, Ashton.
We've
we
all
knew
known
you were going to do that, man. Thank you for declaring, though. Now you can become a Cowboy. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, heading into the playoffs.
What if you would have just eclaired? Just like the cream in the middle?
What were the most surprising storylines of the NFL regular season? We do that next on The Fan.
You wouldn't know.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
And here's a handoff to Henry coming on the right side. He blows through everybody down to the 15. Turns left at the 10. Carson swipes at him. Can't get him. And Henry just rambles in for the Baltimore touchdown.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford, all hanging out with you for your lunch hour. We are now in the Expressway, ladies and gentlemen. It is 40 minutes of uninterrupted sports content in your ear holes. There's also some comedy included whenever Mike decides he wants to tell jokes, or maybe even Kevin has a joke for you. All right. We're about to get into the most shocking stories of this NFL season, and you can text in. What's yours? Was it a story you were like, no, I knew that was going to happen beforehand? Or you're like, no, this is a turn of events that I did not see coming. Before we do that, though, Kevin, due to Thursday's expected weather, and I want everybody to understand this. Kevin created this weather when he said that snow was coming on Thursday. But due to Thursday's expected weather that's coming on this way, Rangers Winter Caravan is moving to this upcoming Monday evening, January 13th. So it's moving from this Thursday to Monday evening in our showroom downstairs. I don't want anybody showing up on Thursday night and being like, what's going on?
That's tomorrow night.
You got to listen. Tell your friends. Tweet it out. Text your friends. Whatever it is. Email. Carrier pigeons. Let everybody know that it's moving to Monday.
Pigeons aren't flying Thursday.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. They're south
for the winter.
Still scheduled to appear, Marcus Semien and Cody Bradford. I love that. We've also added pictures with the Rangers World Series trophy. Free food from Whataburger. I love Whataburger. Plus, awesome Rangers giveaways, including tickets, gift bags, and their new World Series DVD.
I want that.
Doors open at 6 now. So it went from 6:30 to 6. That's changed. Autographs from 6:30 to 7, followed by the guys joining Jared Sandler on stage for the debut of Rangers Hot Stove from 7 to 8. No sign-up necessary. Just show up. Enjoy the night with the Rangers and 105.3 The Fan. And I will tell you this also. I know for a fact.
It's awesome.
Carter Freeman will be there. So if you want to say, I got a Tuesday tailgate question, you get after it.
I worked with Carter Freeman on December 31st. And last time at Peace-a-thon, not this last Peace-a-thon, but the last time, I bought the Whataburger for a year, which is like 52 coupons to get Whataburgers.
That's a cool thing.
I had 3 left on December 31st that I knew I wasn't going to be able to go to Whataburger, but I gave those coupons to Carter and to Alec. I know Alec, I know Carter did use his because he used it during the show. He just took like a quick break, went to Whataburger, got his Whataburger.
Where's a Whataburger around
Real
here?
close to the
Oh, yeah,
Kroger
the one over there.
Target.
Okay, yeah.
Alec, were you able to use one of the last Burger coupons of 2024?
I actually did. Corey told me to lie in my ear and say yes. I actually did. No, I actually did. I went right after the show. I went to the one off of Broad Street in Mansfield, and that was such a flex, man. They give you that like $10 receipt, and it's like, no, cut that in half. That was amazing.
I mean, just cut it. Yeah, cut it in half. It's like it wasn't half. Like you got a full burger.
That is, and that's the thing. I should have known better. Nobody's not using their Whataburger coupon if they get it. So there you go. Whataburger available on Monday.
Cut your Whataburgers diagonally.
Marcus Simeon, Cody Bradford, plus so much more. If you love your Texas Rangers, you're going to be here Monday, January 13th at the Fan Showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway, right here in Dallas downstairs. All right, right now, though, let's talk about the storylines that maybe shocked you this year, changed your mind about some things, because from the 817, I was surprised by the Bills being so dominant in a rebuild year.
I am too.
That's a good answer, and I think that's the reason why Josh Allen is going to win MVP is because of that perception versus what actually played out.
I was really wrong. I remember one of my predictions to start the football season was, I think somebody else, and I thought it was going to be Miami was my pick. I was completely and totally wrong. I thought that Buffalo was going to relinquish that division because they decided, hey, we went for it. They did go all in, and financially they were in a tough position, so they had to just let people go without really replacing them. And then somewhat just rely on Josh Allen. And just relying on Josh Allen, they still had an awesome year.
Yeah, I've told you my affinity for Joe Brady for years now.
Yeah.
And I guess they sat down with him and they're like, what do you need? And he was like, I can work with this. Let me see this Mac Hollins kid. He doesn't wear shoes. And then they said, hey, let's get Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper hasn't been a world changer for them. He's a great target, though.
Yeah.
But the Bills, I think I just expected the Bills to kind of be the Bills again because Josh Allen is what he is. But I didn't expect them. It looked a lot easier this year. And it's not because of schedule, I don't think. But it looked easy for them, and that's not something I expected this year.
The most shocking thing of the year for me in the NFL has been the renaissance of the running back. Like, you have a honest-to-goodness live MVP candidate in Saquon Barkley. Like, I still think he's going to finish third, but he's been a real MVP candidate, threatened to potentially break Eric Dickerson's rushing record. And then you look earlier in the season, and Derrick Henry was the person who was on pace to break that record. Derrick Henry officially stamped his way into in my opinion, in the Hall of Fame. And Derrick Henry and Saquon have both made the Ravens and the Eagles far scarier than they would have been otherwise in the playoffs. So to me, it's the return of the running back. It really at a high level.
I'm very interested in maybe going back one day and doing a little research project on Hall of Fame because you just said he stamped it. Derrick Henry was famous before he got drafted. And Herschel Walker, he's not in the Hall of Fame, but he was famous before before he was in the NFL. And I wonder how much that fame part of it has changed now with now because these guys are becoming figures that everybody knows before they even get into the league. And then once the NFL social media team takes over, it launches them into a different stratosphere. There's a whole new era of the way that we consume it, the way we get these figures into where they stand in our location. From the Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels. Bo Nix,
Okay.
I as I was watching preseason, Kevin, I told you I was like, he looks good. And he had a number one receiver in Cortland Sutton to throw to. That's why I drafted Sutton in fantasy this year. I said, I know he has a good defense. I trust the play caller. I loved Jaden Daniels out of the draft. I was just very high on Jaden Daniels. I did not expect Cliff Kingsbury and him to turn Washington around that fast. But again, I said, Terry McLaurin's there. This is a great thing. I didn't expect them to have such a quick rapport. But that combination of those two rookie quarterbacks, that's a big surprise for a lot of people there.
that it's those two. If you told me, because there's 5 quarterbacks
Caleb
that win
Williams,
the top 13.
Yeah.
If you told me 2 of them were going to hit it big, maybe top 12. 2 of them were going to hit it big, I would just assume 1, 2. I was like, the path is clear for Jaden to start. The path is clear for Caleb to start. I would believe it. The fact that it's Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix, and you saw Caleb Williams, obviously a lot of things have gone wrong in Chicago, but you've seen him kind of fall off a cliff following the Hail Mary. That is very surprising.
I like these answers, by the way. So I feel like you guys are like killing it right now. I'm like, crap, I don't know if I can come up with better ones than the Josh Allen, than your rookie stuff. I mean, I was super surprised that Zeke wasn't super awesome. Like, Jerry
okay,
told me
that was Mike Bassick right there being sarcastic.
I'm not sarcastic about the first part, but I just thought to throw out Zeke. You know, I mean, gosh, can you believe he wasn't good at football?
Yes, I can. If I could throw to cut number 11, this is the team that I think has been the super surprise of the NFL season.
Darnold, straight drop off play action to the end zone and touchdown! Justin Jefferson with a 7-yard touchdown from Sam Darnold.
You didn't expect Justin Jefferson to be a good receiver this year?
No, it was more Sam Darnold and the Vikings. Justin Jefferson is amazing, but Sam Darnold and the Vikings, for them to both be so good, because it looked like Sam Darnold, the phrase you used earlier, Corey, was turning back into a pumpkin earlier in the season, and then he pushed back against that. There is no way I would have thought that you would have gotten 2 Sam Darnold surges. The first one, maybe, but then
that can be a surprise. Yeah. That can be a pitcher that you're like, oh no, he found a curveball, and then everybody learned how to hit his curveball.
And then he gets pushed back down.
Yeah.
But then he pushed back up again. And I know it didn't go well against Detroit, but that team is still 14-3. I have been astonished by how good that team and how good Sam Darnold has been.
Yeah, I would say with the Vikings defense, I'm not going to.
I bet J.J. McCarthy has been too.
Yeah, that's a big deal. What Sam Darnold's done. Kirk Cousins losing his starting job, is that a shocker to y'all? Because I don't know. I think Mike might not have been a shocker to him, because you were very high on 28-year-old Michael Penix.
Yeah, I don't want to say I was super high on him. I did not like the way he threw sidearm in college, and we'll see how his career plays out. It was the whole Atlanta situation was shocking in the draft when you're like, wait, what's happening now? Like they believe this high in Michael Penix, but don't you guys have Kirk Cousins? And I have no clue what the future holds for Kirk Cousins. I know that Michael Penix is now their starting quarterback going forward, and I don't know how Michael Penix is going to progress or, stay at his peak like he did at Washington in the prime of his career.
Yeah, I remember the GM saying, look, I think this is a win-win. If Michael Penix never sees the field, it's because Kirk Cousins is playing great. If he has to go in and play, or if he gets to go in and play, then we get to see the future at quarterback there, and a guy that we believe can do the job.
I'm legit surprised it took so long, because you remember that first game when I think you were one of the people who pointed it out. I know Kirk Cousins
he
is
looked
not your
like
favorite.
He was running in water,
and it looked like he wasn't fully healthy.
Yeah.
And so I thought, okay, well, maybe it's a good thing they got Penix, because he's going to go sooner rather than later. I'm actually surprised it took so long for him to get in there.
How surprised are you guys? This is the opposite. How surprised are you how pathetic Aaron Rodgers was this year? Arguably the worst starting quarterback in the NFL. Arguably.
I didn't think he would be good. I'm surprised he was this bad. I thought he would be a little bit below average. Not I'm going to kill your team's chance of winning.
Who are the worst starting quarterbacks in the NFL when you look at the guys that truly were healthy and started the year? And you could argue he was the worst. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence would raise his hand and say, shut up.
This is interesting because this is where stats can fool you.
Okay.
Somebody texted in yesterday, Mike, and was like, all the stuff y'all did destroying Aaron Rodgers, look at his numbers. And I was right at the forefront of it because I was one of those standing up for Aaron Rodgers the last couple of years, and I needed to see this year to believe it because Aaron Rodgers has been really good. His numbers, 28-11. He did that in 2022, 26-12, 3,600 yards. If you're looking at this and going 3,897 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, that's average. That's below average for Aaron Rodgers' career. His interceptions, Kevin, let's go through these numbers.
He's
real
almost
quick.
like 5-1, probably.
6, 8, 6, 5, 8, 7, 6, 2, 4, 5, 4. That's prime Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
13, 11, 12, 11 is early Aaron Rodgers and late Aaron Rodgers. And that's not what is him, and that's not what the Jets expected when they got him.
And look at that QBR. His QBR is 25th in the NFL. And so
way down from his best primes, too.
Way down.
And then if you watch this is sit down and watch the game, and I can't tell you when I can't tell you if it was the Devontae Adams transition that and boosted some of these numbers. It's just drive after drive. You would see 3-and-outs. You would see drives that just failed. You would see him not being able to do what he was best at. Not throwing he was great at throwing the deep ball, but it was whenever everything broke down, he could escape and do the fire drill. And he can't do that anymore. And he doesn't know how to. His clock, Mike, has never changed. He's still like, I can make it, and he can't anymore. And that's the thing that I thought was a big problem for the Jets.
How surprised are you at how bad the 49ers were this year?
Because,
maybe it's Christian McCaffrey. You talk about the renaissance of the running back. Maybe, not saying Brock Purdy isn't good, but like, you're going to hit that. You can do it. Here we go.
It's on.
They had a lot of injuries this year,
right
across the
and
McCaffrey,
McCaffrey, right? It goes to the running back thing. Is you mentioned the renaissance of the running back, and you see
he
that
wasn't even a part of it.
Yeah, McCaffrey renaissance would be without McCaffrey, and not saying they weren't they weren't horrible at running, but they weren't the same.
We talked about the teams that overachieved. Number one on my list for teams that underachieved, and I know some people might think the Cowboys. That's all fine and well. It's the San Francisco 49ers. They finished dead last in their division, and I thought they were a real live Super Bowl contender. And I know they had injuries. I get that. I'm not dismissing that, but to see their fall this year, Mike's right. That has been astonishing.
Here's one. This is from the 33rd team, Kevin. Bryce Young saves his NFL career. The last, 3 or 4 games we discussed on Monday, he actually has been very good the last 3 or 4 games here. And I'm actually very surprised by that. I don't know opponents and all that.
Yeah.
But
saw him play the Cowboys. Once I started thinking maybe he turned the corner, I watched him play the Cowboys and go, he's still pathetic.
By the way, is QBR better than Aaron Rodgers?
He 15 touchdowns and 6 interceptions to end the year. And before he was benched, 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions to start his year. So I'm not saying he's turning into Jaden Daniels, but I think that Carolina is they're more comfortable now going, okay, that's the Bryce we thought we were working with.
And maybe it would be impossible to succeed in Carolina if, let's just say, why am I just drawing a blank? Houston Texans quarterback. Stroud would have been drafted number 1. Maybe it would have been impossible because I didn't realize this or just forgot it. Broadus brought this up. Do you know who the quarterbacks were on their team the year that right before they drafted Bryce Young? The 2 quarterbacks. They had 2 quarterbacks on their team. I'll give you a hint.
Davis Mills?
They're both in the playoffs this year. Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold.
That's right.
Wow.
Were both on their team.
Holy moly.
That place stunk.
Right? Now you look at Baker Mayfield, you go, solid starting quarterback. Like, he's in that category of like, hey, man, he can lead your team. He's going to get you above 500. He's not great, but he's good. And Sam Darnold, obviously, out of nowhere, became a good, solid quarterback this year. And right before Carolina was like, we're horrible. We need a quarterback. Yeah, their 2 quarterbacks were Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold.
That is bananas. Absolutely.
And then I think obviously nobody really. We expected the Cowboys to have a down year.
We all expected them to be
I
over
still thought they were going to make the
500.
playoffs.
I think I said 10
did.
and 7.
I
You
think
said
that's
11 and 6 or 10 and 7.
I thought they were going to be in the playoffs for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And look,
just because I felt, and I will go back if you go back and find it. I know for a fact my prediction was, unless there's something catastrophic happens to Dak.
Yeah.
That was what my qualifier was, if something catastrophic happens to Dak. Now, that doesn't justify what happened before Dak got hurt.
Right, 3 and 5 with Dak.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't justify that, but something catastrophic did happen, and they were never really truly able to climb out of that hole.
And you got smoked by Philly and Houston. If you think he would have won those games, like, rock on, more power to you. And then they finished out 4-3. I think this season, even with Dak, would have been
the surprises at offensive line. Guyton not being plug and play. That threw everybody for a loop. Zach Martin falling off the cliff.
Getting destroyed defensive line-wise for your injuries. Like Sam Williams out, Micah missed time, obviously Dexter Lawrence, DeMarcus.
Dude, I'll take Dexter Lawrence. If you're saying, do you want Dexter Lawrence? I'm in.
He's
yes.
the beast. You're talking about Dexter Coakley.
DeMarcus Lawrence.
You're talking about the serial killer from
most of the year.
I think you're talking about Dexter Marshall, the Bear and Washington linebacker.
Nobody's talking about him right now. And no, I didn't mean the Showtime show Dexter, which apparently now there's another version of it now.
And
there's a prequel.
A prequel to it?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, guys, now it is time for Mike Likes It. Are you ready, Mike?
Yeah, I have three things written down.
I don't know.
The first one I wrote down is, I didn't get to this yesterday. I watched quite a bit of Monday Night Raw on Netflix.
Hell yeah. It was number one on Netflix yesterday.
The numbers, I have no clue what. I did not watch it live. I watched it Monday night, kind of after it ended, because I went to Netflix to go, I'm struggling to fall asleep right now. And they're like, I went to YouTube, and they had like a Netflix, like a live YouTube Netflix like review of the show. And I was like, let me watch the show. They were really excited about it. And I will tell you real quick, it drug me in, not where I'm like, I have to watch it live or this and that. But I think on Netflix, the way you can it's recorded in a way that you can watch what you want to watch. I was hooked a little bit by it.
So we're on Wednesday. Obviously, the show happened on Monday. On Tuesday, the number one TV show in America on Netflix.
I saw a text saying, why are y'all not talking about the number one TV show in America?
It was Raw, followed by Squid Game. Now, today, the new Jerry Springer kind of documentary series is number one, but Raw is still 4. So here we are 2 days after the fact. Raw is still 4. It was 1 yesterday. I'm sure a lot of people watched it live. It's hard to get concrete numbers on that because obviously Netflix is, they don't abide by the same like Nielsen procedures in terms of what we hear and what we don't. But it seems like just the first week at least has been a big hit for both.
Okay, so Alec, you can join in here too, because I know you watch a lot of wrestling. I don't. I do watch on YouTube a lot of history of wrestling. So I know that wrestling has become way more athletic than, let's say, when I was a kid or a young adult when I would watch in the late 90s, early 2000s. I did really like NWO. I liked what they were doing over there. And then obviously I also liked The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Undertaker and Mankind, everything that was competing at the same time. So there was a lot to like back then. And then there was, for me, a lot to like with the Von Erichs being from here.
Yep.
And then Hulk Hogan and everything that was happening as a child as it became a national deal with Andre the Giant kind of retiring, but being a small part of it, Macho Man Randy Savage. So just giving you my history of wrestling and when I liked it. And when did wrestling become so freaking athletic? What they're doing in the ring now, even I'll say compared to, I'm not trying to take a shot at Stone Cold or The Rock. They were tremendous in their time. But I feel like the athleticism that is happening in the ring now is prime.
So, like, obviously Japan is ahead of the curve with this, because you can argue by the mid 90s you were seeing almost this level of athleticism. But I would argue Shawn Michaels, because he got a push and did. I know some people will say flipping and flopping and all of that, but Shawn Michaels did a lot more athletic things. So did Brian Pillman, but Shawn Michaels got the super push to go along with it. Because a lot of times, like Brian Pillman, who unfortunately, he used to play for the Bengals. He is long since passed away. He was just kind of like put in as a cruiserweight for a while because he did all that stuff. I thought Shawn Michaels was a big deal because he wasn't just a cruiserweight. Like, he did all those wacky moves that like usually heavyweights don't do, but he was still considered a heavyweight in North America in the mid to late 90s.
I was always
think
surprised
that was a huge
at that.
deal.
Just as a casual fan, that
Sure.
I would
'Cause
look
he's
at him and I go,
smaller.
he doesn't look like he belongs in the ring with that guy.
Fair.
Sorry to interrupt.
No. I wanted to go to Alex, but Alec, but that's one of my initial thoughts of Shawn Michaels, because not only did he do it, but he also got the push. That's the difference. If you can do it, great, but are you also represented as like a top guy?
And even as like far away from now as Rey Mysterio's run in WCW, right?
Rey Mysterio's a good one too.
Because he was always way smaller than everyone, so you have to stick out. And that's where the cruiserweight division came into play, is like, if you aren't this larger than life character that Vince McMahon was like infatuated with for decades, what can you do that's different? So I think a lot of guys were just, you kind of got to a point, especially in like the mid to like or even early 2000s, where a lot of acts and a lot of gimmicks looked the same. A lot of movesets looked the same. So it became a race of who could do the coolest thing in the most different way than everybody else. And you see it now, and you saw it like last night. If you watch on the CW every Tuesday, their developmental brand, NXT, they have an NIL program now where they're taking college athletes that might not go pro and saying, hey, we can teach you how to wrestle. And they had a guy that just won the NXT championship last night, Obafemi. He's the biggest pro wrestler you've ever seen.
He's humongous.
He's like 6'6", 300 and something pounds, chiseled out of stone. He was a shot put thrower at Alabama. And he kind of realized, I'm not really going to take this anywhere. So they're starting to get athletes from outside sources even. So that's where it is today. But even as early as like the 90s, like Kevin was saying, with guys like Pillman, but with Rey Mysterio even, it's just, you got to do something different.
Do you guys think, I know you guys are pro wrestling as in like you're pro, like for it and have enjoyed it most of your life, do you think Netflix is going to give it even more of a bump, with like people like me or, younger people? I don't know. I'm just like, this wasn't on my radar, this Netflix being a big deal, but they obviously pumped it in your face a lot. And then I watched it and I was very impressed.
I think it's going to be a huge deal for them from one specific perspective. It's live across the world now, because what you would see is everything is built around your live, like United States property. I know they've moved their pay-per-views to different countries and stuff like that, but it would be like, well, Raw's live at 7 o'clock Central. SmackDown's live at 7 o'clock Central. Now, I know the timing is still the same, but you don't get the canned product of that, or like the recorded product a few hours later. If you want to watch it at 2 a.m, it's live in wherever you live. And I think that's going to be a huge thing for them internationally as well.
Okay.
I did see a video of Kay Adams saying, what's this guy's deal?
She was talking about The Undertaker. I didn't like that.
She was there.
Yeah. She was wearing a Monday Night Raw hat on her show today, too.
Proud of her.
A lot of people were taking that out of context.
But she was talking about The Undertaker.
I guess I didn't get to the end. I got a little bit tired and I haven't gone back and watched. I was really impressed, just real quick. I was impressed with the two women wrestlers.
Yeah, Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan.
I thought that they did a great job and put on a really nice show. I got really, to be honest,
you didn't love the Uso McIntyre match, right?
I got really bored with that one, but I was also getting tired too.
Okay.
And because I'm not like a wrestling fan, like watching it live for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm kind of wrestled out. I thought the first one was very good with Roman Reigns and the other dude.
Solo.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, because I only know like the super duper popular people.
My wife's like that too, because she'll be like, do I know these people? And I'm like, probably not.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to move on from there, and I'm going to move to college football. I'm going to ask this question, and Carter, I don't know, he's on a Whataburger break, I guess. Are you guys surprised that Arch Manning hasn't got more snaps?
Yes. A lot.
No. If you would like to elaborate, you can,
go ahead.
but I can elaborate as well. And I say no, Kevin,
go for it.
Because they have a starter, and Sark's trying. This goes back to, and I don't know Sark's philosophy, but I feel like it is very similar to, I'm going to give you every chance that I can, and that's how I'm going to recruit. It's not as much as NIL money exists now. Recruiting is still part of it, and you want to come here, you're going to get your opportunity to play. And I also think that Manning understands he's going to play. He's going to get his shot at some point, so he's not pressing for it. When Chris Sims got in, it was because Dad went and called and said, this Major Applewhite kid's not doing it anymore. It's time for my son.
Or we're leaving.
And so like there wasn't that pressure for it. So but he did get a lot of snaps this year. But Ewers has stepped in and continued to, other than really the Georgia game, they win enough. And I think Sark is like, I can win with this guy, and I know Manning's still in the way. Maybe even it's one of those like, look, next year's really the team.
And see, I remain really surprised just because they didn't use Arch in more situations where I would have thought they did, like 3rd and 4th and short yardage or in the goal to go situations in that last game. I was stunned by that. I know there's a lot of people who are like, Arch should start. I'm not surprised he's not starting because of pretty much exactly what Corey said. I was surprised they didn't deploy Arch more strategically in their quarterfinal game against Arizona State. Quite frankly, I think they could have put the game away for real.
By being able to run the ball more effectively with him?
If they would have used him.
And I wonder how much of that is a coach's idea of the install takes too much time. You know, like just...
Maybe.
Hell, we talked about that all freaking season with Trey Lance, and they didn't do it. I don't know how much of that is, and I got to get these reps for this guy, or how much of it is I don't have the packages built for him, and I don't know what to do yet with the guy.
By the way,
that might be an off-season, Mike. That might be an off-season complete overhaul for Sark. Is working on getting him to play more like Ewers, but also be the guy that can do other things.
Yeah, because he needs to do other things because Ewers is a statue.
I agree.
So by the way, that Arizona State game, when they were showing Jake the Snake, my son thought it was like the old wrestler.
Oh, Jake the Snake Roberts.
And I'm like,
not
no,
Plumber.
he was like he's like their best quarterback ever. He's actually a really good quarterback in the NFL. But anyway, so I just thought that was funny when my son was like combining these two things. I'm like, no, he was the quarterback and he's the best quarterback in Arizona State history. I think he is. Maybe there was some dude in the 40s or whatever that Sun
Jim Drunken Miller. Remember him?
Wasn't he West Virginia?
Oh, was he? I thought he was Arizona State.
But I think you'd have to look it up. But for some reason, I thought maybe he was.
Jake is better, for sure.
All right, so this is a fun conversation.
Danny White?
Maybe Danny White. I have two nuts in my hand.
I don't know if it was Steve DeBerg.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I want you guys to look at.
Did you just say you have two nuts in your hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're almond nuts. All right. So
Trayvon Diggs.
So these nuts. We were having a discussion with somebody. I was with somebody else. What do you call the outside of the nut that, like, this
shell.
Is brown? Well, these don't have shells. They're out of the shell. So I'm showing you because one has this off of it. You can see like kind of
candy coating,
the cream look of it, and this one still has the brown on it. What do you call the outside of the nut that can sometimes choke you? Like that's the part because
it's not the rind.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call it?
I bet. So I think it might be a membrane whenever the nut is live.
I call it the skin, I think.
Okay, skin sounds good. Yeah.
Okay. You call it like a peanut skin. Obviously has this, right? And sometimes they'll de-skin the nuts like but
when you're really young, usually when you're a baby at the hospital.
Not your
that's your
wiener that they do that. Circumcised.
Jeez, dude.
Yeah.
The skin. I think that's right.
Kids are going to be out of
school.
Do
you have a turtleneck or not? You know?
Have you ever asked that question?
No, you just look and see if they do or not.
Show me your meat.
Yeah.
That's an old.
So anyways, I was just like, it is an interesting kind of in Mike's head, like, hey,
okay,
what do you call this part of the nut that there's nuts all have this like
the husk
skin on husk? Yeah.
I got an answer. I have an answer.
What is it called?
On a peanut.
On a peanut.
The brown paper-like covering of the edible part of the peanut is called the seed coat.
The coat, is it the same with an almond? Or are they all called the coats?
The light brown shell of an almond, thank you AI overview, is the hard lignified endocarp that surrounds the kernel. It's referred to as the shell.
Oh, okay.
I don't, because wouldn't you say the shell is the other
shell
part?
Is, we don't eat the shell, but I guess I'm eating the shell of an almond.
That is the hull. The what we would call the shell of an almond is the hull, and the shell is the papery part.
I wonder how Jason Whitlock would describe it.
I don't know where you're going with that, but I don't know.
The shell of the nut?
The colors that you're talking about?
Brown and creamish?
He has some thoughts.
Well, I know he called Joy Taylor peanut butter colored skin, right?
Yes.
Are you done, Mike?
She does have a good looking skin tone.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, the C Block, starring me. next year's schedule for the Cowboys easy? And what's the coolest fan interaction you've ever seen next on the Fan?
Celebrate Corey Seager, White Langford, and all of your favorite Rangers of the 2025 Texas Rangers.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Final hour of the show before we turn things over to the Gbag Nation. They're not running around like tigers in there right now. They're having a conversation. I know we had a great Mike the Tiger conversation yesterday. That was a lot of fun, Mike. I went back and listened to it. Cracked Adrian up. She got your Indian Ocean, Guardian Ocean joke immediately.
I did not.
Like Kevin Hagelin.
Sorry.
Do we have an update on the Gulf of Mexico?
I haven't heard anything more.
I mean,
it doesn't matter till January 20th.
Can you just say I want to call it that, and if other people start calling it, then it just kind of catches on? Is that a thing? You know,
Kind of like Central.
like the word
Like it's
Riz.
really 75.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's 75 Central Expressway. LBJ. Yeah,
I don't like the way you guys say that.
635. That's an option there.
I did not say it the way he said it.
All right. I did want to get in. I know the Cowboys released their schedule a little earlier in the week, and I was curious based on the history of this, how it works.
It's called LBJ and the Bush. I just thought of that.
It's a good question.
Do they
Next
connect?
We're gonna have
They do connect.
Next we're going to have the Training Bra Highway or whatever.
What are you doing,
No, we're
Kevin? Those are
635.
real names. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Tom
I-90.
Landry Highway.
Mhm. How many people know which highway that is?
I don't know. It's the one that with the hat on.
It's 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When does it become Tom Landry Highway?
Whenever the hell
see the
he
hats.
said so.
When you see the hat. That's a good one right there. Home games next year. Guess who they're playing? Giants, Eagles, and Commanders.
That makes sense.
I was shocked. They also have Packers, Chiefs, Chargers, Vikings, Cardinals. Does that feel like a good home schedule? Like a good group of that feels Packers are good.
Yeah.
Chiefs are coin flip. You never know if they're going to be good or not.
They're very good.
Chargers going to be a good team. Vikings, depending on quarterback situation, could be a very good team, and if Brian Flores is still there. And then the Cardinals. I don't know. I don't think that. But their away schedule is the Bears, Broncos, Lions, Raiders, Jets, and Panthers. And I feel like because of the way that they finished this
That's
year,
not bad.
the way that they finished their record this year, it looks like a beneficial schedule for them next year.
Jets right now stink. So do the Panthers. So do the Giants. I mean, but the NFL can change really quickly.
And Mike, you're gonna the Chiefs part of it. You're like, might as
They have
well.
a better chance of going over 500 on the road than they do at home.
Yeah, that's
They're
the way I'm looking
screwed
at
home.
it. Yeah, the home record, the home schedule looks very tough, but the and I don't know how often this changes. I would love to have people give me the before season and after season, because we talk about that a lot. Preseason, you're looking at it going, man, this schedule's tough. And then about halfway through it, you're like, well, 3 of these teams that we thought were going to be tough stink. One of them turned out to be better than we thought, and the other 2 are exactly what they thought we were. Can we beat those? And I wonder how that history typically winds up. And you don't have any numbers on that yet, Kevin.
I do not.
All right. Well, you know what? Next year, I expect it.
Okay.
All right.
I will
Appreciate
work on that.
Now, one of the stories I've been wanting to get to for a while, though, is there is a team called the Hershey Bears. The Hershey Bears.
Pennsylvania.
Yes, hockey, right?
Yeah, well, Hershey, Pennsylvania.
And
Chocolate.
they have a tradition, and it's one of the coolest traditions, I think. But there are other ones out there. What is your favorite fan tradition when the fans take part in something? Mike, I'm not going to say complain, but you are constantly hoping that the Rangers fan base will be better at some things, be better fans. And
They'd have to travel to other places to understand how other environments cheer for baseball. I think that it's just, I know this sounds weird. I just feel like there's a lot of people maybe that are uneducated on how to cheer at a baseball game in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Now, this is not a daily or nightly thing, but it is a yearly thing, and this is from the Hershey Bears. They said, Bear Nation, again, hockey team, your generosity is unmatched. Thank you for once again making Teddy Bear Toss Hershey a huge success. And what happens is they are asked on this specific night to show up and throw teddy bears onto the ice at a certain time. And then the people are assigned to go out there. What's really great.
It'd be tougher to just throw teddies, right? Because they don't have much weight.
That's the
that would be
lingerie,
hey,
Kevin.
Yeah.
I get it.
For that someone special. I mean, if you like the hockey player.
There are. I think that's happened before. I think there have been bras and stuff thrown. there are pictures, videos of the hockey players after they were all kind of collected and pushed to the side. The hockey players diving into the teddy bears. They broke the record this year, 102,343 teddy bears.
Wow.
And I just think that's like one of those, look at this picture, Kevin, of just this pile. And then you kind of go,
that is so many teddy bears.
Look at these players, and they're getting into it. And Mike, I know in minor
It looks like the goalie wishes that could happen in the game. He's like, no one's ever going to score.
No, nobody will. Mike, I know in minor league baseball, there's a lot of bits, to keep people interested and engaged in the games. Every time I've ever been to a minor league game, I'm very captivated by stuff that they do on outside of the foul lines.
Yeah.
I'm always captivated by that. Did you ever see something that you're like, I can't wait to get back to this specific place because it...
Oh, okay. So recently, I know this isn't minor leagues, but recently in Seattle when they play that, I don't know the Macklemore song, it's kind of a hype song. I was like, all right, okay. That place goes, ooh, nah, nah. They go crazy, and they just keep going crazy into the bottom of the seventh inning. So we have Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah.
As soon as the Cotton Eye Joe is done, everybody sits down, and it's like, everybody be really quiet. I think we're hitting now. Like, we need to be really quiet. We're hitting. And Seattle's the opposite. They like carry that song, that energy over. Like, we're going to keep standing up and just keep screaming and yelling and see if we can score more in the bottom of the seventh inning. So that was really impressive to me. Out of all the places I went last year with the Rangers, something that carried over just kind of the bottom of the seventh inning, the seventh inning stretch carrying over into the bottom of the seventh inning. Seattle impressed me a lot with that song carrying over a lot of energy into the bottom of the seventh inning.
I love that. And it does kind of give you a different feeling of your connection to what's going on in the field when you're that engaged with it. And even if you're not engaged, if you're a little kid or a girlfriend or boyfriend that showed up that didn't really care about the game and you like this part of it, you're into it and it is part of it. I am with this person, Tyler, from the 214. I love being at a Stars game when the national anthem plays and the whole stadium yells Stars, and I'm with them. I get chills every time still.
I agree with that.
Although you're not supposed to do it in the middle of the national anthem.
I was not prepared that other teams will jump in because
Knights.
That's Sharks.
That scared the crap out of me when people yelled night when I was at a Stars game, and I was like, what the? Oh, yeah. I wasn't prepared for that.
Were you prepared as a kid? Did you ever go to a Baltimore Oriole game against the Texas Rangers and they yell "Oh"?
I don't think I remember that.
No, I did not. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they owe it up.
I loved once I learned what Steve Buechele, why they were booing. That was surprising to me as a kid too. My dad had to tell me. I got it as soon as he told me as a young kid, but. Yeah, you're confused on, wait, isn't this our player? We're happy for him.
For me, it's a couple A&M things. The more recent one is once the opponent walks somebody, and then before the next pitch, and they go, ball 5, ball 5, ball 5. And if it's a ball 6, ball 6. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, the one thing, the thing I love when it comes to college football is probably the best at it. And you just said the baseball part of it.
I got a college football one for A&M too.
College football is phenomenal, but the one that almost every time that I see it brings a bit of a tear to my eye is Iowa. Iowa does this phenomenal thing because they have their Iowa Pediatric Center right next door. And so it's a children's hospital right there. And I can't remember, it's third quarter, half, somewhere in that time frame, everybody turns and waves at the children's hospital, and all the children in the children's hospital are at the windows, and they're all waving back. And I'm getting a little teared up right now even talking about it, just because it's, man, those kids are going through it, dude. Yeah. They're going through it in that hospital, and to see that many people just saying hi is really awesome.
So my version of that is at the end of the third quarter, when it's time for the Aggie War Hymn at the A&M games, and everyone links their arms and their legs. I would frequently go to games and try to be wedged in between two people I knew, so I didn't have to
because you hate people's touch.
I didn't want to be locking arms.
Do you
and
like
legs.
me and Corey enough that you could lock up with us for 3 minutes?
If the other choices were strangers,
is it
definitely
3 minutes?
It's a long. I don't know how long is it.
It's a couple minutes. Yeah,
3 minutes is long. That's a long time.
And then you sway back and forth because you're sawing those horns off.
Yeah, we put our legs in between each other.
That's
and
true.
then we grab each other's shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
that's
this would
fine.
be
It's
the
really
most
cool.
uncomfortable thing ever for you,
Kevin.
Yeah, I don't. It's
what would happen if did you ever get in between two people you don't know and you didn't want them to touch you?
I did, but I did it anyway because, or else people yell at you and stuff. So I did it anyway. That part wasn't my favorite.
From the 214, the
Do
Allen
they do
American.
that at basketball games or I don't.
There is no. So there
like
is
at A&M.
A&M.
Like,
I don't
does
know.
A&M, is it just football?
It's not the same.
Okay.
One of the things my father-in-law just saw it for the first time, and I'm sorry, Kevin, you might know which college it is. I saw this, and I believe it was Trey Wingo that was the Sports Center guy, like the first time they ever did it. What college basketball team is it? They stay quiet until the first points are scored, and then they lose their damn minds. And like my father-in-law just saw it for the first time this year, and he was like,
sounds
"Have you
exciting. I don't think I've seen this."
Yeah, he was like, "Have you ever heard of this?" And I was like, "It's 25 years now they've been doing this." And it's Silent Night is what it's called, and it's around a certain time of year. And they do that. They stay quiet until the first 2 points are scored by their team, and then they they go on the court.
How
they flood
exciting would it be though if you're the other team and you can hold that team scoreless for the first 4 minutes or till
They're
they get
just
to the
going to be
TV.
quiet.
I don't even know if this is a team that plays on TV.
It's a
but
smaller arena. Yeah,
a
it's
TV timeout, and they're like, they haven't scored yet. They've been dead silent the whole game.
Taylor University.
Yes, I believe that's what it is.
That's
And
been in the news.
it is a really, really cool thing that they do. So like I think
It's
that's
not
really
Joy
fun.
Taylor University.
Jeez, Mike. From the 214, the Allen American hockey team has a teddy bear toss each year. So that's really cool. I did not know that. You've been to plenty of
I've
Allen
covered
American
that
things.
before.
Atlanta Braves yell when they say home of the brave, like we're talking about there. From the 571 Pro Soccer, everywhere but FC Dallas does a. Okay, I'm sorry, I misread that one. I thought they were saying something else specifically about that. And then, yeah, they brought up the the Seattle where they do that with The Ceiling Can't Hold Us. That's the song that you're
There
talking
we go.
about
Thank
there,
you.
Mike.
Thank you. I know. I was doing all the other parts, but the main part.
One of the notes that I just saw from Diana Rossini popped up, Kevin, and she said, while the New York Jets have requested basically everybody, again, check your junk mail, you might have a request from the Jets to be their next head coach. Many coaches they've reached out to, she's told they have not requested to speak with Mike McCarthy yet. So they're still kind of in that holding. Broadus is right. The Bears situation, the Cowboys said, we're shutting that down. More and more of these teams start reaching out, and then it becomes a bigger story. It's kind of what Jerry wants. And he's like, please reach out. And I want you to reach out because it keeps us in the conversation. But even more so, as you get into next week and closer to his deadline, if the Cowboys don't negotiate a contract with him by that end of that deadline, that negotiation period, he can go to the Bears and have that conversation. It's whether or not the Bears are willing to wait that a week for this guy.
And it's interesting because some of these have like pretty clear betting lines. So right now, Ben Johnson is even money to be the Bears' next head coach. Liam Cohen, we talked about him yesterday. He's 1-3 to be the Jags' next head coach. So a really heavy favorite. And then Mike Vrabel, 1-4 to be the Patriots' next head coach. And Aaron Glenn, 1-2 to be the Saints' next head coach. It's the Jets and the Ravens where there appears to be a little bit more uncertainty at this point. If you go off of betting lines, and I know a lot of people do, because they're like,
it's a huge conversation. Vegas knows something.
Yeah. And so, interestingly enough, except for who will be the Raiders' next head coach and the Jets, those two have kind of, there's not a clear-cut front runner at this moment.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Josh Allen says Joe Brady has brought nothing to the Bills. That's kind of a... No, I'm serious.
What?
Yeah, we'll talk about that and your fantasy MVPs and LVPs next on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Want to tell
Do you think think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Lots of serious stuff to discuss here, Kevin. One non-serious thing. Aaron the Bug Guy says he has not gotten his email. He checked his junk mail. Nothing from the Jets so far. So he said, actually, I'm sorry, he did get an email. He instantly turned it down. So that was probably a smart thing by Aaron the Bug Guy. And then from the 503, how was the double noodle soup, Kevin? Have you tried double noodle yet?
I tried it last night. It was amazing.
Yeah?
Because you can still go noodle wild in those first several bites, and you're not done.
See, whenever I ate it, I didn't have a spoon. So I was sipping it, and so I drank all the broth, and it was nothing but noodle. That's what they should call it, nothing but noodle.
You went noodling.
Yeah, I went noodling. It was crazy, man. I wanted to revisit this Tom Pelissero's story about Bill Belichick real quick.
Okay.
Because earlier, the story, and part of the story was a lot of teams have questioned whether or not Bill Belichick would return to the NFL. And they're kind of curious about that. Tom Brady actually had a conversation with him. You and I discussed. I think that's a really good question.
Yeah.
Was it a, hey, I'm working on this and I'd like to do it, or hey, we just fired our coach. Do you want to be the coach? Bill Belichick's UNC contract includes a $10 million buyout if he leaves before June 1st of 2025.
Oh, wow.
He also says it's not entirely clear whether it would apply if he returns to the NFL in the coming weeks. So I don't, and again, it's not clear, so maybe they don't know yet, but 6 NFL head coach jobs are available: Jets, Saints, Bears, Patriots, Jaguars, and Raiders. Antonio Pierce is now gone. Brady's there. He's familiar with the coach. I just can't see. I've seen him do it before. He actually did a press conference with the Jets and then said, I'll see y'all later, and went to the Patriots. I mean, it was all ready to go, and he was like, I'll see y'all later. So I guess I can see it. It just doesn't seem like you would say, I'm going to coach this team. Now I have leverage.
I don't think it's going to happen just because of how outspoken he's been about going to North Carolina and his son being in line behind him and all of that. So I'll say he stays at least for now. I don't know how long he'll stay.
Okay.
But at least for now.
And Kevin, I have to apologize here. And I should have brought this up during our break in conversation. I do not have the list of fantasy MVPs and LVPs. Okay. And now here we are in one of the final segments of the show.
That's okay.
And your voice is given up.
This is where we take phone calls.
Yeah, this is where we just say,
what are your thoughts
Not yet.
on things?
But you can ask for text. Did you have a most valuable player, least valuable player in fantasy football? 877-881-1053. But I want to ask you about another thing.
Okay.
Voice is getting worse.
We don't need a minute updates, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
You need some hot tea.
Or hey, do you want one of these cough drops I have in here? It's Ricola.
That's right.
It's
You ever eaten? Oh, those are good. You ever eaten raw honey?
Oh, raw honey is very good.
Yes, I have. It does.
Yeah, it coats the throat, and then it just kind of allows your vocal cords to work with each other better, I believe.
Myles Garrett said this season was more disappointing to him than the year they went 0-16. Which on the surface feels wrong, but
I get it. He was already expecting to be horrible that year.
And this year he expected to be good, and he said it's all about expectations. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yes, except his expectations were crushed in week 1.
By the Cowboys?
Yeah.
And so then he should have reset.
He should have gone,
we're not a playoff team.
Our quarterback is horrible.
And we discussed yesterday Micah Parsons sitting down Friday with Jerry Jones. Isn't it interesting that we have a huge football game going on at AT&T Stadium on Friday, and snow might be around?
You know what?
That is, yeah, I'd never thought of that. In fact, I heard somebody tell their child who's at UT. Not mine. I'm not saying.
You have a child at UT.
Yeah, and she actually left today to make sure that she has a safe travel back to University of Texas instead of leaving. Friday was her plan a couple weeks ago, is they were going to come up for the game. And they're like, don't do that.
Okay.
Huh.
And think about how weird it is.
The game's getting played, though, right?
I think so, but think about what's happening across the entire country. That game might be impacted by snow. The Rams playoff game could potentially get impacted by the wildfires because the Minnesota Vikings are obviously, waiting word if something's going to happen there. That's a terrible situation, obviously, but you could see weather
I just saw
having a big impact.
The Pacific Palisades area over there, Kevin, just leveled. Like the mall's there, but nothing else. Like that's sad. It happens. Like that we've seen consistently over there that happen. The Mike is supposedly going to sit down with Jerry though and have that conversation. Can Myles Garrett have that conversation with Cleveland, or has the proof already been there about this team while he's been there?
And I think it's the fact that he already signed his deal that I wonder about the leverage he might have.
So I've always, and I talked about this with CA last week, maybe 2 weeks ago. Darren Williams is the one I kind of go to a lot of times. In the NBA, it seemed like, hey, I'm going to be here. I got drafted here. But once I get my contract, I'm forcing my way out. I'm the star of this team, but now that I've gotten paid, every team has to pay me.
Yeah.
It's just I don't want to be here anymore. So because you're a loser, and it doesn't seem like the NFL has that ability, but nobody's really pushed the NFL to say trade me. They hold out, and once they have their money, they're like, I'm playing for my team now. I've been paid, but Myles Garrett his whole career might be I didn't play Mike Troutish, where I played in a little bit of playoff time, but I never got my chance to shine with a great team, and I want that opportunity more than anything else. Can he sit down with the Browns and say, guys, I need y'all to really invest in this now? And what answers could they have considering, hey, we gave you a big contract. You're the guy.
From the 501 in the fantasy space, Joe Burrow was their MVP. Breece Hall was their least valuable.
The guy who won our fantasy league in my with my friends had Burrow and Jamar Chase. What's the defining factor in a championship game? Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase in the final week needed something. Almost the entire rest of the league, except for Minnesota and Detroit, was kind of like, let's throw our backups out there for at least a half of the game. And that game specifically, Joe Burrow didn't have great numbers. Jamar Chase did pretty good there. But this season, for those two, huge numbers. You give you a rundown real quick, Kevin, of the fantasy point scorers. Who do you think was the top fantasy point scorer this year? Lamar Jackson.
Oh, that's a good one because I was thinking Barkley.
In the PPR, this is a PPR league, which means points per reception.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson was number one with 430 points. He averaged 25 points per game.
Wow.
0.3 if you want to be exact.
Gotcha.
Next up, Jamar Chase. Usually, Kevin, it's like 5 quarterbacks until you get to a receiver somewhere, and that's changed over time. Used to be running backs would be higher, but the higher receivers are starting to get these numbers. Jamar Chase, 27 points off from Lamar Jackson, a whole game's worth at 403. Josh Allen, 379. That's the difference in fantasy points between Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. Joe Burrow right behind him at 372. Mayfield, that's a shocker. Like, that was beyond our list of what were the shocking things that happened this NFL season. Was Baker Mayfield just completely turned around. And then Jahmyr Gibbs, Jaden Daniels, Saquon Barkley, Bijan, Derrick Henry.
I have an overreaction or reality question for you tomorrow about Baker Mayfield, for sure. Now, I know for a lot of people,
Bijan in his second year, though, being up there with Barkley and Derrick Henry, that's where you had him coming out of the draft.
Yes.
You're like, he's that kind of a running back,
Absolutely.
and he's in his second year putting up those types of numbers.
And I think he's phenomenal. For a lot of people, see, Breece Hall, I get a little bit more because people might bring up like Christian McCaffrey, but that's kind of on you, right? That's the gamble that you're going to run.
Yes. There are certain players every year that you're looking at going, I might not do great with this guy.
It probably doesn't make a difference. Or it doesn't matter in real football because his team's still awesome. But don't you think Patrick Mahomes was probably an LVP for fantasy players?
Yes.
At least for the first half of the season.
Yeah. Even the second half, probably good, but he still wasn't throwing for, let's say, 350. Because I don't know. I haven't played fantasy football in a while. Sometimes you'd get a bonus, for getting 300 passing yards. So you'd get that. So you'd have the 300 yards, and then you're looking at as many touchdowns as possible. And then obviously the reason Lamar kills it is because he gets so many running touchdowns. I assume Josh Allen is, up there at times with that too. And Jalen Hurts might be a better fantasy quarterback than real quarterback.
Okay, I gotcha. Now, to go along with all this,
I have 3 LVPs to throw out.
Okay, tell me.
Tyreek Hill obviously is one of them. That's not mine, though. But Tyreek Hill is getting a lot of push because people expected him to be the number 1 receiver this year.
Have you seen all the damage control today about that where they're like, oh, it's unacceptable. We all met. I don't know how that meeting went. That might have been like, that's unacceptable. And Tyreek Hill's like, your play is unacceptable. Your franchise is unacceptable. We can't win a game when it's 40 degrees. I'm out. Like, a lot of damage control today.
Jake Ferguson gets a little of that for me because I expected him to be one of those top 5 type of tight ends this year, and that could be a lot of different factors. But Kevin, Deebo Samuel injuries are a problem with that guy. That's a risk, but I expect a lot out of that guy. Etienne, he was expected to be a lead running back, and he got taken over by another running back this year. But everybody was like, "Hey, look, we saw what he did. He can catch out of the backfield. He can do all these really good things," and his numbers did not inspire.
So Yahoo had Travis Etienne as the most likely, honorable mention as a round 2 bust because leading the way was Marvin Harrison Jr. Again, this is
interesting.
This is fantasy,
okay.
So it's not to say your progression of regular football, but I probably expected more from him as well.
And I see this, a lot of people probably feel this way, and Mike warned you a long time ago. Kyle Pitts has been a perpetual LVP for people who are like, this is his year. And Evan Ingram has been that kind of guy consistently because you're like, just wait, he's going to get injured. But Kyle Pitts took one of those hits this year again because you drafted him and you're like, he's got Kirk Cousins. He's got, everything's lining up perfectly for him, and it just didn't work out.
Let other people buy the hype. From the 903, their MVP was Josh Allen, LVP, Tyreek Hill. They added surprise stud, Chuba Hubbard. And then from the 817, Cooper Kupp lost them their championship.
Oh, who does he sound like when that happens to his voice? What character? Why am I thinking of some sort of Disney character or something that his voice ends up going to?
Some people find this voice less annoying.
Okay, I'll keep listening to try and figure it out.
It's something. I don't know if it's Star Wars or something. When you hear something and you're like, oh, that it clicks some sort of thing in your brain, but then your brain isn't good enough like mine to then go, well, what is it clicking to?
Yeah, who is it?
Who is that guy over there?
For me, Kevin, Michael Pittman, I expected a lot out of this year, and that's my fault because he had Anthony Richardson at quarterback, and that was a roller coaster with Richardson and Joe Flacco. When Joe Flacco stepped in, Michael Pittman was better because Richardson was constantly looking for Pierce way downfield, and Pittman's more of a possession-type receiver. He is a 1. But he didn't get it.
What happened to their running back that was so great?
Jonathan Taylor, he ended up having a really good year.
Okay.
Yeah, he ended up having in a couple of big games this year.
What about Zeke? The expectation was he was coming back.
Whose expectation outside the Star?
Oh, because there's a lot of people there that told us that, don't you worry.
And we knew they were wrong then, and they were proven to be wrong.
Did he run for 100 yards? He ran for 100 yards. He ran for over 100 yards.
Did he?
Not in a game.
No,
in his season.
Did he have over 100 yards this year?
I don't know.
I honestly don't know.
I bet he did. I think they're going to make a card of it.
This is the moment.
Tops now.
This was the play.
Zeke runs for over 100 yards.
You jerks. He had 226 yards.
Oh, they can make 2 cards.
And a robust
Zeke hits the 100-yard marker. Zeke hits the 200-yard
carry.
Marker. Zeke hits the 225 marker.
How many games do you think he had at least 50 yards?
Zero.
How many games do you think he had at least 40 yards?
All of them. 0.
One.
First game of the year.
That's right. The first game of the year.
Because I accidentally clicked on that box score for one of the last Cowboy games. What the crap is going on? How did Zeke have I swear Rico Dowdle had a good game. Why is his number so bad?
I've seen 2 suggestions, Mike, that say Jar Jar Binks. One on the fan text and one on the Twitch. It could be the same person. But hey, he's a secret Sith, dude. So maybe that's your thing.
I really thought they were eventually going to reveal that. And he's like, no, he was the next generation of Ewoks. Like cuddly, collectible,
which is basically
sellable
a young
characters.
version of Chewbacca's.
No.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the Gbag Nation. Next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Harley, top of the zone. Robertson in front, tip, score! Jamie Benn, the captain, completes the comeback. And the Stars have beaten the Rangers 5-4.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we get to chit-chat with the fellas from the Gbag Nation. courtesy of D&M Leasing. Kevin, it's been a good day for you. How's your voice feeling, man?
I think we're doing better than yesterday.
Are you prepared to ask the fellas how they're doing? Okay, gentlemen, how y'all feeling right now?
Pretty good, Majors. How about you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Really appreciate that. Guys,
yeah, probably better than Hagee, but not as good as I could be, to be honest.
Honestly, when I walked in this morning, Kevin was already here, and he said, "How are you doing, Corey?" And I said, "Better than you," based on his voice. So that is a good feeling. He battled through it today. Today was a better day, man. I'm proud of
Better
him.
than yesterday?
Better than yesterday. Okay. And you know what? Jason Garrett taught me once, just get a little bit better each day. And that's all you need to do. He's the first person to ever say that.
Why didn't he take that advice in his coaching skills?
I think he did. It's the players that just didn't listen. You know?
I don't know.
Okay.
All right. Execute.
Execution's very important. Gentlemen, last night, there was a lot of curiosity of whether the Mavs would be able to win. We got 2 wins in Dallas, or for Dallas last night, in the Stars and the Mavericks. How are we feeling about our sports here scene again in DFW?
Man, I thought about opening up the club. I'm not going to lie.
Today?
I thought about it. That was a big win. You snap the 4-game schneid.
Did it against the
you
Lakers.
Go ahead and you break the Corey Majors curse.
Yep, thank you.
You're winning shorthanded. You got Q-Dot making big baskets. And Jaden Hardy, we had a Hardy party there.
Yes.
I mean, there's you turn around, you're shooting 50% damn near from 3. I'm thinking, okay, this is what we need moving forward, guys. Every single night, can you give me 47% plus from 3? Yeah. You don't even need Kyrie and Luka at that point. I mean, am I crazy here? Maybe we should trade them.
Oh, my God.
All right, that part was, we can dump that part. Dump that part if you don't
I was with you most of the way.
Maybe you got a little overboard there.
Got a little too excited, sorry.
It was nice. I think they came upon a playing style around Spencer Dinwiddie creating, and Grimes and Washington getting the job done. And anytime Hardy's going to make 3 threes in a row, you're probably heading in the right direction. So it was good. I think the Lakers were flat, but I do think that Mavs fans can take last night's game and be confident that they're at least going to be able to accumulate some wins here while they wait to get back to 100%. And the conversation we had with Tim Cato was really good yesterday in the 4 o'clock hour. He said, listen, all you really got to do is be in the top 10, and right now the 10th team is trending towards 40 or 41 wins. Yeah. So, maybe it's not as much as the sky is falling as we thought. Maybe these guys deserve a little bit of credit. I think Jason Kidd and this coaching staff are highly adaptable, and they've shown an ability to figure out, processes of where they're weak and address that. And we see it all the time in playoff series. But I think that, that same coaching process is going to apply here. And I would look for them to buoy the ship a little bit here over the next couple of weeks.
I'll be honest. Yeah. I did not expect the word ship. Can you tell me something, Dawson? Are you an avid hot sauce eater?
I've become one.
Okay. Is this a thing that I need to know more about? He just sips on hot sauce throughout the show?
I'm addicted to it, I feel like. But DJ, he brought us this rock and roll hot sauce that somebody in his band makes out in Rockwall.
Okay, all right.
And I took some with me for Christmas, and I ate 2 bottles of it in like the first 4 or 5 days. So I was fiending for it until I got back. And now since I've got back, I've probably eaten another 2 or 3 of them.
Wow.
So I ordered 5 more. And I'm branching out and trying to sample as many as I can. But this is a Reaper bourbon hot sauce right here.
I like it.
It's really good.
I got the Morrison's Ghost.
Okay.
Which is
do you just like one flavor,
food.
or do you like the different flavors?
I mostly just like this one. I mean, it's like the best hot sauce I've ever had, and I'll put it on tortilla chips, potato chips, Pringles.
Satisfies the itch.
He's 9 years of sobriety, and now he has to have some bourbon in his life.
Not an NA hot sauce.
You know how, Broadus, you have the Rolodex, and I don't know
I'm just an old man.
If this, I don't know the Rolodex you have in the NBA in this. Brian Windhorst is saying that the Mavericks are making the most phone calls in the NBA coming up to the trade deadline.
Sure.
I'm just wondering what they're making the calls on. I love this. We talked about this earlier about, wouldn't you just love to hear that the Cowboys actually made phone calls? Instead, there's like, we actually make 0 phone calls. But
they better call us.
I'm just wondering what maybe the Mavericks are calling other teams about or searching for.
It's a good question, and I will pose that to a couple of folk that I know that maybe can help. I don't know. Like I say, it's my front office guys. If luckily they usually identify to me if they get called. They usually say, "Hey, we're getting called from so and so," and let me know. But I haven't heard from anybody in a while. So I'll circle back, see if anybody knows who the Mavericks are searching for right now.
Chris was in, CA was in, so we were hanging out with him back in the bullpen. He said the buzz last night at the arena was that the report might have gotten twisted a little bit. It's actually teams calling them thinking, wow, you guys have so much perimeter depth. We want one of your guys, and so the Mavs are taking all the calls.
Great position.
But, the league knows that Nico's been making all these moves every time the trade deadline comes up. So they feel like, hey, do you want to make more moves? And he's pretty much, telling them, no, we like our guys.
He doesn't make moves just to make moves. He seems like he has a very good plan of the fit for each player whenever he makes those moves.
I mean, your team is really loaded now. I guess if I had my druthers, we could find a way to get a veteran point guard, that could take up the minutes that Hardy does, a guy that's really good defensively and is going to make the right pass. A guy like Drew Holiday instead of Hardy, but there's one of those in the league, right? That's the one thing I think you'd be looking for. It was easy to try to prospect for trades the last 2 or 3 trade deadlines, but now it's getting a lot more difficult because the Mavs roster is just about complete.
Maybe they know also the Mavs really don't have many draft picks through 2031. You have 3 first-round picks and 1 second-round pick until 2032. So I don't know if maybe teams are like, look, you're not playing Hardy on a consistent basis. You guys don't have second-round picks for the next 6 years.
Yeah.
How many second-round picks do you want for Hardy? And maybe like, well, we're trying to win a championship. In case we have the Kyrie Luka situation that we have now, we need these guys if we're going to try to stay afloat in the West.
Yeah, and then, speaking of Tim Cato, he told us a while back they would still really like to find one of the top 10 perimeter defenders in the game, from a wing position.
An Herb Jones kind of guy?
Yes, a guy that could, be like the Derrick Jones Jr. factor that they had last year.
Great stuff there. What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold as always, Majors. Thanks for asking. We'll be talking all the Cowboy stories right out of the gates here at top of the hour.
Fire it off. That's the Gbag Nation right there. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We will be back at it tomorrow. Until then, why are you crossing your fingers
Hopefully.
like that?
He's saying we're getting Lou Dort. I think that's what he's saying. He's like, Oklahoma City's going to trade us Lou Dort.
Till then, you've been Masterpiece. I am so hot for this one right now.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You're rolling with the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. News last night. Cowboys denied the request of the Bears to speak with Mike McCarthy over the last 19 hours. A lot of people weighing in on this. Let's resume the conversation. General at your service. At ease. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champ. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control here, fixing to go 5. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house, and so is Carter Freeman, coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Looks like chances are very high Mike is back, but insiders across the board are saying it's no guarantee, guys. That's what I'm picking up.
Yeah.
Ian Rapoport with Sean and RJ said the Cowboys declined it just because they have the exclusive window and they're going to exercise their rights. Rapoport felt like, there was never a chance that they would give the Bears that opportunity. I guess I just disagree. I think it's insiders that want to break the story and they want to keep this story alive. And maybe Jerry or Steven or their sources inside the building are saying it's not over. But I would just be shocked. If Jerry is holding out to talk with Mike without a pretty much ironclad agreement that they'll hammer something out in the next couple of days or over the course of the next week or something. That's where I'm at. I would just be shocked if Mike McCarthy's not the guy at this point. Where are you guys at with it?
I tend to agree with you. I mean, it was interesting that Diana Rossini on Pardon My Take said that the Cowboys have been doing a little bit of work on some head coaches behind the scenes over the last few weeks, which I guess I would think if they did any work and there was somebody that they liked, maybe then are you more open to saying like, hey, Mike, if you want to go talk to the Bears, go ahead. But to your point, Rap Sheet earlier today with Sean and RJ made it seem like he would have been stunned if they did that anyway. Like, even if they're not keeping Mike, you just don't do it. I mean, he can wait a week if he wants to and he's out of contract, then you go do it. But right now you're ours. So I don't know. But
you could have done that at any point yesterday, but you do it after you meet with Mike.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I think that he's staying. I think he's coming back, but I am curious, what are those names that maybe they've been doing some legwork on?
Yeah, I was intrigued by that as well. Maybe Belichick, who apparently multiple teams have been talking to, even though he has the deal there at North Carolina. Now, that story has an update in the last hour or so, right? He's not leaving UNC. He's not interested in a return to the NFL at this point.
Rossini said he's not leaving.
So where are you at with it, Brian? What are you hearing?
I kind of feel like that Jerry's now negotiating with Mike in a way that he is going to try and make him the type of offer that Jerry Jones wants to make.
Yeah.
And that he is going to put the ball in Mike's court. And hey, I'm going to give you this. I need you to do this. And if you like the deal, we'll sign this thing up. If you don't like the deal, then, you can move on and take that interview with the Bears or whoever else you want to interview with, because you're not going to be here. I think Jerry's taking this as an opportunity to maybe put Mike's feet to the fire a little bit and try and get this contract. Maybe there's some coaches that Jerry doesn't particularly like on staff. Mike is, we talked about play calling responsibilities. Maybe there's some things that Jerry would like to get corrected before he offers Mike this contract. And now it's really, Mike's decision,
Yeah.
I think if it gets down to it, even not offering permission, if you're trying to negotiate with somebody and they turn you down, that's Jerry's fault? Or is that, he's trying to just say, okay, fine, I'll negotiate with you, but here's what I'd like to do. And Mike, of course, would counter. And if they don't agree, then, they tried. So there's really nobody can say, well, damn, Jerry blocked him from going and interviewing from the Bears. No, Jerry's just executing his rights to negotiate, but he's also probably going to hold Mike's feet to the fire a little bit, and Mike has the opportunity to counter and say, no, I don't agree, or yeah, let's do this. And
I understand the stipulations you put on me here, and let's sign this thing up and go. So I think that's where we're at right now.
I just feel like, and Brian, you can follow this up, or Eric, I'd love to get your thoughts. After they met, I feel like maybe they don't have a hard agreement on those terms yet, but they have a gentleman's understanding that we're heading in the same direction.
Yeah, you need to get Don Yee involved here some way, sometime. You know what I'm saying?
The agent.
The agent. I mean, he's going to need to come into play here. Mike at one time had Jimmy Sexton, who was a power broker for a lot of coaches.
Yeah.
And he's since left Jimmy and picked up Don. But if you're going to start to hammer this thing out, I think you need to get the agent involved in it and see where they're at. But I'm sure that Jerry kind of walked Mike through what the expectations are.
Mm-hmm.
And now Mike can take those to Don Yee and say, hey, here we are.
If I'm Jerry, I just want to know, you're not trying to kill me, right? You're not trying to double your salary or anything like that. We're going to go with a regular sort of, protocol raise for the job that's been done. And, you're willing to accept, whatever defensive coordinator I want. I want to tweak the offensive coordinator situation as well.
Yeah.
We're not bringing back Schottenheimer, and you're not the play caller.
Yeah.
And if we agree on those things, then I'll start talking with your agent, Don Yee.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. I think that's kind of where all this is at right now. I think that Jerry has taken this opportunity to say, sure, I'd like you back, Mike, but I'd like you back on my terms. And Mike, to his right, will say, well, listen, Jerry, I don't agree to that, and I'd like for us to do this. And then Jerry could counter and say, okay, fine, we will. And then, then maybe you have a deal. Or Jerry could say, no, the parameters that I set forth in the deal, that's what I'm not going to budge on that.
But I do think if Jerry had said anything in that meeting that was a deal breaker for Mike, we would have heard that, like this isn't going in the right direction.
I think Mike is in a situation where he's listening to what Jerry is having to say, and now he's going to have to go make a decision. And that's where he needs a couple of days. Maybe he sits down with his family. Maybe he sits down with Don and makes a call and says, hey, listen, this is what we're up against right now. I think this thing is going to take some time. I don't think it's now. Bobby thinks
and next Wednesday isn't too late, right?
Bobby,
to get a look from other opportunities.
Bobby thinks that maybe something could be done. Maybe Friday with the Cotton Bowl being here, Jerry being with all that stuff. Maybe you can have some type of an announcement there. The league frowns on you breaking news during the playoffs. They really don't want you to do that. They're like, listen, let's make it about the games and not the Dallas Cowboys here today.
But let's make it about the Dallas Cowboys.
But that's the league. I'm just saying the league asks you not to do those things. I think Mike is going to likely need a couple of days if in fact Jerry is making some requests of him to weigh out if especially if it's involving his coaching staff, because we've heard Mike McCarthy talk about how he feels for his coaching staff, and if he feels like that he can't take care of them in the right way, or he has to lose a few of them along the way, this might be a deal breaker for him. He might, Mike McCarthy doesn't need this job, but his assistants do. A lot of these guys don't have the wealth that Mike McCarthy has, or the built-up wealth. So this is a tough decision for Mike. Do you take a 2 or 3 year deal, likely a 3-year deal, maybe less money, maybe less control of some things, maybe the fact you have to sacrifice a couple of your coaches, and
you can't call plays.
Jerry's got I mean, Bears are talking to 15 different guys. Nobody else is ringing up the Cowboys.
That's the problem.
I mean, there's nothing else out there.
That's the problem. Yeah. That's the problem that Mike has. Mike needs the Mike Vrabel program where everybody's wanting to interview him.
Yeah.
Now, if you get the Saints involved, if you get the Raiders involved, you get you get other teams involved. Now there's a sense of Jerry can't strong arm Mike like he probably wants to, because Mike will have opportunities. With the Bears being the only team in play right now, Mike's got very limited options, I think.
Yeah, and not much leverage, I would think. I would just not buy it. The odds are, less than 10% that he gets that gig. I mean, there's other guys out there getting a lot of interviews. Aaron Glenn, I think, has 4 or 5 opportunities already lined up, and he's still working in the playoffs. Okay, but yeah, the hot story in the NFL, Belichick had been reached out to by multiple teams, including one Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
who according to reports, left New England in part because of the bullying from Bill Belichick, but definitely, understands that his ways deliver results, so that wouldn't be a surprise. Former Wisconsin and Miami quarterback Tyler Van Dyke coming to SMU. Torn ACL week 3 of this year for the Badgers. He had been off to a pretty decent start there before he got hurt, so congrats there to SMU for getting one in the portal. Mavs settled into a playing style that I enjoyed last night around Spencer Dinwiddie as the main facilitator, and the Lakers' pathetic defense was more than willing to cooperate as you can get them, definitely. And the Mavs end up with 52 points in the paint. Quentin Grimes hit 6 threes. So they'll host the Trailblazers tomorrow now with some added momentum. And maybe Mavs fans hoping that, they can get this thing turned around and still manage to stack some wins even without Luka and Kyrie. What did you guys think of the performance?
Great job last night. I thought this team was closer to the 13th hole than they were the 5th hole, with the way things were going for them. So nice job. Lakers came in town. Lakers actually playing pretty good ball. But you're right about their defense. God, it was awful last night, but good for the Mavs. They've got to find a way to pick some of these wins off. I didn't have the Lakers game particularly as a win in all my thing, but
especially not on a back-to-back.
Yeah, but that great job by the staff to get the guys to play the way they did, and they found something for at least for one night.
Well, apparently last night before the game, P.J. Washington stepped up to speak with the team, said everybody has to recognize the fact that we have to take responsibility for wins and losses. There's no help coming. So let's go out there and get the job done. And as the game was coming down the final 5 or 6 minutes, he's making multiple big plays, and the guys are coming out. And maybe this is, him emerging as a leader in the absence of Luka and Kyrie. No doubt about it. He's an incredibly talented player, made some big plays. But you see how the guys are reacting to him, and maybe this can be one of those moments where the adversity galvanizes another leader and makes the team a little bit tougher for that, push. I remember the Spurs dynasty in the 2000s, and you could have multiple of their guys out and they would still execute Pop's game plan like the superstars were in there, but somebody would step up and fuel them to winning streaks even without like Tony Parker and Tim Duncan at times. So I do believe the Mavs roster is really, really good. This isn't like regular role players. It's a bunch of good playmakers across the board.
It was an amazing effort. I mean, 52 paint points, and then they also were just shooting at an extremely high rate from 3.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like they're just exchanging trips down the floor. It was like PJ hits a big 3. Here's Hardy with back-to-back 3s. Boom, Q-Dot getting it done. And there was a moment in the game where the Lakers made a run. LeBron has that big dunk, and I'm like, oh no, is LeBron about to just put the Superman cape on and he's just not going to let the Lakers lose? And they weather that storm. And seeing the bench, like how into the game Kyrie was as well. Like this team, there is still that special energy connecting these guys. But last night, everything was working against a team that had Anthony Davis and had LeBron James. So as a Maverick fan, like that's exactly what you needed to see to be able to get your optimism and hope back.
Yeah, it helps when the Lakers come out flat on both ends. The amount of points you scored and were able to hold them under, was just terrific. It was like an oasis in the desert.
Yeah, and the end of the second quarter I thought was wonderful, and then they carried that momentum into the third. But like with the way Klay Thompson starts going scorch, and you can just see the effect that it has. As soon as Klay Thompson's doing what he does at the end of that half, now all of a sudden the Lakers are like, crap, we're going to have to be glued to him, and he's just the ultimate floor spacer.
Yeah.
And so that impact was huge, and I feel like that really started to ignite everything for them.
Yeah, but making your 3-point shots is going to be a huge part of this, and last night was so incredible because you can see how much less time that guys have to catch and shoot if it's not Luka and Kyrie, having that gravitational pull into the paint. And the quality of the pass isn't there. So to shoot 47% from 3-point land when you desperately needed it was a gift from the basketball gods. I don't know if you can count on that, but I'll take it. Coach J.J. Redick said members of his family were among those in Southern California forced to evacuate their homes. Must have been anxious for him last night because of the wildfire that was being whipped by strong winds around Los Angeles. I mean, you could imagine coming out flat. You're getting ready for the game, and you're watching these images on social media. And some of the video is terrifying. The guy inside of his house.
With
you guys
the fire
see this?
around him? The fire around him? Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. Best of luck to everybody out there fighting that today. Okay, what a game for the Stars.
Dude.
I didn't realize they went down 3-0 because the scoring happened so quick while we were on the air last night wrapping up.
It was awful. It was just a terrible start. I couldn't imagine even the more worse start for the Stars. But for them to rally back, the Rangers are kind of struggling right now themselves. But hey, you're good for the Mavs. They continue to win, continue to do things well on the road. It's amazing how just when you kind of feel like that maybe those things will slow down. No, they really pick it back up, and great job by the captain to get the game winner last night.
Yeah, and Harley there with under 3 minutes to go at the end of regulation after you go back down 4-3.
Oh.
And they just kept answering, right? Like Robo ties it up at 3, then they go back down 4-3. Here's Thomas Harley with a beautiful goal, and then the overtime winner by Jamie Benn. I think it was his 12th, his first since 2022. That's the most, obviously, in Stars history. But that's a resilient bunch right there.
Very
and
resilient.
No Mason Marchman.
Yeah.
They're just never out of the fight right there. And I think Otter now has hit the 20 wins. I think he's the third goalie this year to hit that, and he wasn't at his best yesterday. The rest of the team lifted him up, but an outstanding win on the road against a team that is going to be fighting for the Stanley Cup final.
All righty. And then FC Dallas traded Jesus Ferreira, hometown kid, to Seattle, most decorated homegrown player in franchise history, son of David Ferreira, who played here 15 years ago. They get Leo Chu, $1 million in general allocation money and some other general allocation money, international slot cash.
What kind of player is general allocation? Is he a good player?
I was wondering what the hell you thought about this. Like, should FC Dallas fans just be super ticked right now?
It's more of the same. I actually don't mind it with Ferreira, even though he might be one of your all-time leading scorers. But I was just not ever that impressed with his game, so it opens up an opportunity to find another striker. And they get a pretty good haul in cash and allocation money that maybe they can
allocation money
sign other players
general
with.
Allocation, it must be a hell of a player.
Yeah, the second player in MLS history to record at least 30 goals and 20 assists in his career before turning 22. So there you have it, 60 seconds on soccer. Best of luck to FC Dallas getting this roster put together before the season starts here, not before too long. What are we, about 6 weeks away? Okay, when we come back, we have the Gbag of the day coming up at 2:30. Best audio from the world of sports. What are we doing next, though, Wolchuk?
All right, let's do it. Some NFL true or fart off-season edition. You true or you farting? On these bold predictions for the offseason. That's next.
Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here's Zach.
All right, we got some bold offseason NFL predictions, which means we had to play a little bit of NFL true or fart. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, we're going to start in Vegas with the Raiders. They just canned Antonio Pierce. True or fart, Brian Broaddus. I'm going to make this a duo here, all right?
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders are going to trade up to number 1 overall. They're going to take Shedeur Sanders, and they're going to hire Dion to be their next head coach.
Got to go 5 spots, right?
They got to go 5 spots. And maybe it's not number 1, maybe it's number 2, but they're moving up to get Shedeur because they can't stay where they are and get him.
I think that Tom Telesco, the general manager there, senses what's about to happen to him. I would say that there's some truth to that. I'm going to go with the truth because I kind of feel like that he needs to make a really bold move here. So trading up and doing what he needs to do. If he has to give up more and it turns into somebody else's problem, that's somebody else's problem.
That's a good point.
So yeah, I could see the Raiders absolutely doing that.
I think they're going to absolutely try Wolchuk. I don't know if I could pick them to do it because, I mean, the Giants, Browns, Patriots all ahead of them wanting quarterback. If you need one, are you trading back? You know, I don't know. I guess there's one team you could trade in there with.
The Patriots are holding the number 1 pick, right?
No, it's the Titans.
It's the Titans, my bad.
The Titans are the one. Titans at 1, Browns at 2, Giants at 3, all are very likely in the market for quarterbacks. So that's going to be tough. So that's why I would probably go fart here because I'm sure the Raiders would love to do that. Unfortunately, they won a couple of games like schmoes and played their way out of the number 1 overall pick.
This could be a situation where the Titans currently don't have a general manager.
Mm-hmm.
So who is going to be the guy that's going to come in there and take this over? And maybe it's somebody that comes in and says, we're a talent poor team, you know, and maybe we need the picks. Maybe nobody feels really good about these quarterbacks too. I'm kind of getting the vibe on that. So maybe it would be beneficial if you went ahead and tried to go ahead and grab picks and then address your quarterback situation at the top of the second round. But I'm not getting the vibe that many people feel great about these quarterbacks. I haven't looked at them myself. I'm waiting for a little bit more film. But if someone's going to overpay to go get one of those guys,
maybe the Titans would just say fine.
Yeah, fine. You know, we're right now we need a lot of help. And so, you know, they might be willing. I mean, we've seen these teams use bridge quarterbacks too. Mm-hmm. You know, to be able to make that work. I mean, maybe you can get a chance at, you know, Kirk Cousins or somebody like that to come in and help you.
Rodgers.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, something like that.
There'll be some names out there.
Yeah.
But it probably requires Dion saying Shedeur's only playing for the Raiders. You know, you got to go full Archie Manning on this.
Sure.
If I think the lure for the Raiders to do that, I think it will be really, really great. They will overpay. They will overpay for that spot.
Yeah, I think true. I think they are going to try and move up to go get Shedeur. And it might be 2 with Cleveland. Cleveland might just say maybe we don't love any of the quarterbacks in this class and move back, and they still are locked in on the Watson money. Now, I have seen that they could do kind of what the Broncos did and just eat that and say we're moving on, like what they did with Russell Wilson. And maybe they do fall in love with one of these quarterbacks. But also, I don't know if Prime would then block Cleveland from drafting Shedeur. Maybe they're like, we're not going to Cleveland. Like, it seems like New York, they'd be open.
Yeah.
Vegas, they'd be open. Tennessee, the rumor is they love Cam Ward, but that's a great point. They don't have a general manager. Who loves Cam Ward then? Is the owner?
Yeah.
I don't know.
See,
so that's a fascinating conversation.
The problem is, like, say with Tennessee, without that general manager there, and you don't have an idea. This could be a guy that has had general manager's experience before, and you have a little bit of a track record, a little bit of history with somebody you can kind of know how they draft. So until they have that, I think all I think all options are open for that first pick being moved until a general manager gets in there.
Okay, let's do true or false here, Gavin. Ben Johnson ends up staying with the Lions again.
Okay, so I mean the best opportunity is what? New Orleans? What's his best opportunity?
New England, I would say, but I think that's going to be Vrabel ultimately.
Yeah, it seems like every team but the Jets are going to interview him.
It seems like the Saints are in that mode of letting a guy like Sean Payton set up shop and run everything, right? So,
I think Jacksonville's in play here too.
Oh yeah, Jacksonville and Chicago, of course.
Jacksonville's in play, Gavin, because I think that maybe because that owner came out the other day and was just talking about, I'll blow the general manager out if you give me a better option.
So he's got two options.
Yeah.
One of them with a quarterback. I'll fart on that.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately, I'll go fart as well. He's going to go Raiders, Patriots, Bears, Jags. Those are going to be the teams he's interviewing with. And I don't know, maybe the Tom Brady factor in all of that with the Raiders makes things feel a little bit more enticing for him there. But yeah, I'm guessing he ends up going to Chicago or Jacksonville.
Yeah, it's a fart. I think he's looking at his next team right now.
Yeah, fart on that as well. I agree. Okay,
you got to go at some point when you're close to the top.
You
can't bet on the Lions continuing to be successful. Nobody stays on top for long.
True or fart here, Robert Saleh is not going to go anywhere as head coach. He's actually going to go back to San Francisco and be their defensive coordinator.
Ooh, okay. Do they have an opening?
No, but it's that Nick Sorsen, I think, is their DC. He's a first-year guy.
He left.
He left
yesterday.
He quit. Okay,
it's Dunsky there, so they got an
okay.
opening.
Well, that would make a ton of sense. I was thinking the best defensive coordinator position at this point would have been the Bengals. You know, because it's like, man, you got a high flying offense there. Go get that defense together. You go do something special. But with the connection, of course, with Shanahan, that makes a ton of sense. I could see that. I don't see him getting one of these head jobs either. So DC in San Francisco, that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it's just a numbers game. You know, what are offensive coaches outnumbering defensive head coaches 2-1 now? You have around 20 candidates looking for jobs. So just the sheer numbers game of it, I'd take the field.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And I think Dan Rossini actually reported that the 49ers would offer him, like, if he doesn't end up taking these jobs, then
he's got a guarantee.
It's like, hey, dude, you can come and be the DC again because we got an opening and we need you.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has an eye on these fires in L.A. Appreciate the coverage over here, brother. But here he is with the G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, man, isn't it crazy? The Palisades area of California. And I was only familiar with that area because of Arnie Spanier.
Is that right?
That's where he came up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Stunting on us, boy.
I didn't know.
Arnie came up stunting on us.
Ted Nichols Payne took us through a drive-through back there one year because we had so much time to get to our flight. He was like, watch this. Just got off the highway and went up into those hills and everything is just
mind-blowing, right?
Unbelievable.
Yep. Yeah, I think Arnie went to school with Forrest Whitaker and all types of wild stuff he told me.
Badass.
Or he could have just been... That's weed. I don't know. He was kicking it.
I always imagined him growing up in New York playing stickball, with the way he
sounds like
talks.
it, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like it. All right, let's see what we got right here. Our winner so far is the church clip. It was a choir during the holiday season decided they were going to sing Silent Night to the congregation. Now, I don't know why this fella decided he should be the one lead singing this one, but I'm glad he did. I love it.
Holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round your burden, go, mother, child.
The choir in the back is so awesome.
Holy infant,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said yeah.
Yeah.
He was feeling it.
Sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep.
You think afterwards he's like, God, I crushed that. Everyone's giving him an attaboy. He feels great about it.
Confidence, yeah. Yeah. And the choir was doing their job.
Yes, they were.
Choir was doing their job. He was somewhere else with it. But I ain't mad at him, bro. Where the old folks hang out? I bet he's a star right now. Man, you know you went viral.
Got viral since the 70s.
Yeah.
Bernice.
Yeah, I went viral. Take a little penicillin, knock it right out. All right, let's go to Notre Dame right here, folks. What's their head coach's name? Freeman?
Yes.
Yeah. He's changing the vibe up there. The kids like him. It's the quarterback, Riley Leonard, put some respect on his coach's name during the post-game presser the other night, getting ready for that game. Was that tomorrow? When do they play? When does Notre Dame play?
They play tomorrow, yes.
Yeah.
They play tomorrow night.
All right.
Orange Bowl.
All right, yeah. His quarterback put some respect on his name because coach is being a little too humble.
And so that's how I want this group to attack our preparation and attack performance when we have the opportunity.
Real quick, he's being humble. That was completely his play, and we were going to do it a different way, like 2 days ago. And then he flipped it, and we executed it that way, and it worked.
It's our
so
play.
he's being humble like all throughout the year. All right, yeah,
It's
you
our
know
play.
this guy, but I'll say it for him. Great call, great execution.
Great call. Great call. Great execution, coach. Keep your chin up out there, coach.
Giving him his flowers.
Yeah,
That's
I
great.
like that. I like that.
Ryan Brothers could learn something from that. I mean, think about the stark contrast between that guy whose players actually like and who they used to have in Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
My family.
You reminded me.
Brian Kelly took away the what was that? They go to, what is it called when you're Catholic and you go to the Mass? Yeah, my grandfather was Catholic. I'm not being disrespectful. I just don't know. So yeah, they go to Mass before the games. Brian Kelly took that away.
Did he really?
And Freeman brought it back for him. And they said they like that vibe. They kind of get to meditate and everybody's on the same accord.
Yeah.
I was just watching some stuff on that
That's
Peacock
ballsy
app.
to take away the Mass at Notre
really
Dame.
is.
Right?
I mean, that's the ultimate Grinch Scrooge.
You guys played this yesterday. I thought it was hilarious. Tampa Bay call of Baker Mayfield.
So good.
Baker Mayfield is a dog, by the way. Oh my God, he's a dog.
He really is.
He is a dog,
He's been a
dude.
top 10 quarterback this year.
Gosh. Yeah, that call where I don't know who was on the mic. You guys probably know it, but he rushed out this call.
Yeah, Gene Deckeroff.
I love that. He rushed out.
That's every call.
Shot empty backfield look for Baker Mayfield now. 3 receivers to his right. Good snap, belt high. Looking upfield, flushed out of the pocket. Dances outside. Throws the ball upfield. He's got a receiver. Open.
He can't wait to get to the next word. He just can't help himself. He's so impatient.
Oh, I love that so much.
Looking upfield, flushed out of the pocket. Dances outside. Throws the ball upfield. He's got a receiver. Open.
He's getting done. He's got to be one to his 80s, right? That's an older gentleman right there.
He is older.
Yeah,
He's in his 80s doing that?
Yeah, he used to do, he was legendary Florida State football. He did both. He did Florida State on a Saturday and then Tampa on a Sunday, like forever.
79.
Been eating long enough now. Stop being greedy.
Yeah.
Nah, good for him,
He's
man. That's
legendary
awesome.
down there in Florida.
Yeah, he makes me laugh. This is not one. Let me see, where am I at?
Winner.
Yeah.
winner.
This is not one, but y'all know Khaki Kev, right?
Khaki Kev.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Walker.
He was getting ready to do a read. And you know how you do a read? Sometimes you get in your head.
Oh,
And
yeah.
if you get in your head,
You start drowning.
yeah.
It's done.
And
dude.
time stops. It
You
feels
leak
like it's taking
confidence all over the place.
Yeah. Well, he got frustrated at himself. And I'm only playing this because I seen it. I was back there preparing for today, during their show.
Oh, okay,
and I
yeah.
seen him get frustrated with himself during this read. Listen.
It's a fan. It's fan after dark. I want to find through the fan in this segment.
My bad. I stepped on that.
I'm going to play it back. He was so frustrated. And it's funny to me because he is a ball of nervous energy before he does this.
Yeah.
He's pacing back and forth. He's making sure he's got all his ducks in order, whatever cuts you need and everything. So I know how he,
It's a fan. It's fan after dark. I want to fight through the fan of this.
Audible exhale. Just disgusted with himself.
Yeah, I
Dang
feel
it.
you, dog.
Might just want to record that, in Studio B, get it nice and edit it up. What do you say? Yeah, that's a great read.
I remember my first PD asked me one time, I was recording myself and leaving it. He was like, "Are you voice tracking that? Because damn, that is awesome." I was voice tracking. Like, there you go.
Yeah.
I was at Taco Bell.
What do you think? Time to vote?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, is it the champ, Silent Night, looking for 3? Is it Coach Marcus Freeman being humble there with his quarterback? But Gene Deckeroff on
The girls like Freeman.
Oh, do they?
They do.
This is the ones I watch the games with.
Oh, yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
That one. Who's that?
Yeah. Oh, he's the head coach? Yeah, chill out, Joy.
All these new young hot shot coaches across
Got
the NFL. So, wow, that's the head coach? You're right. It's the exact response.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's younger than you. You're a loser.
I got that during the Packers game recently with LaFleur.
Yeah, I was doing it with O'Connell the other day.
Huh? Take a kiss in.
Pause.
What do you say? Is it Kevin Walker in his own head during a read? I'm going to go with Gene Deckeroff there. I like that play-by-play call, Chief.
I'm going with Khaki Kev on that one.
Okay, Lucius?
Silent night. Oh, holy night.
We're tied at 1, Wolchef.
All around young virgins.
Yeah, I'm going to go Gene.
Brian?
Kevin.
We're tied at 2. Jump on to
perfect. I love
at
this.
Gbag Nation's Twitter account. You can follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. Just got a text. School is already closed tomorrow. We're not even expecting the tough stuff until later on at night,
Which
right?
district? Sunnyvale?
Yeah.
I think we should our show outside tomorrow.
I mean, I don't mind. I'm sleeping in. That means no basketball practice at 6 a.m. I'll take it.
Early
That's a
double
dub.
week right there.
You guys got some weather systems over there in that district that
I don't know. I don't know what they're working with. That's just odd to me.
Dopplers and stuff
Yeah.
in the
Safe than
neighborhood.
sorry, dude.
Yeah, I suppose. I'll take it. Okay, we want to jump onto at Gbag Nation's Twitter account and get to vote, and we'll announce the winner on the other side. And then where are we heading, Zach?
Let's talk a little college football playoff. The Cotton Bowl's bracing for the winter weather. Will Penn State have their star tomorrow night? And is the Rangers bullpen really complete? That's next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we got the payload at 6:40. Another Nelly ticket giveaway at
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, welcome back. It is the Gbag Nation here on 105 through the Fan, man. Some of these aerial shots of the greater Los Angeles area are just unreal with the urban sprawl and the distance that it goes on for.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, and then now you see all the different fires. There's multiple fires burning.
Yeah.
You know, so best of luck to everybody out there. I know we've seen on text some people with friends and family out there that are concerned about.
Yeah, I'm worried about my guy, Stephen Thomas, our driver, lives in Pacific Palisades, and I try to get a text to him and see if everything's okay. And we got the Rolex 24 coming up at the end of the month, and so I was just kind of checking up on him. But he's got a place up there that I'm worried about, where it sounds like that might be in that area.
He's up there by Steve Gutenberg. You see Steve Gutenberg out there on TV?
Yeah, Steve
trying to get the people to move their cars.
Yeah, I saw this, Lucius, where there are bulldozers on the road now. If you've abandoned your car, they're using the bulldozers just to push cars out of the way. Get
That's
the
the
fire
stuff that
trucks.
Steve Gutenberg is trying to get out the way. And then the darn dude, KTLA guy, holding the microphone of Steve Gutenberg and asked him, "Who are you?"
Oh, wow.
And he said, "I'm Steve Gutenberg." He was like, "Oh, okay, well, where do you live?" I'm like, "Fam, it's Steve Gutenberg, bro."
Who?
I know they was in his ear like, "That's Steve Gutenberg." Steve Gutenberg.
Hold on, I got to Google something real quick. When did he make the switch? Get right back to you, Steve.
Yeah, he was out there moving cars and everything. It was amazing.
It's very serious out there right now.
Here's Woolchuck with a very serious Chuck wagon.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting. Thank you so much for throwing it to me like this.
Got it.
Taylor Rooks, Blake Griffin, and Dirk. They're going to be part of the Prime Video Studio show when the streamer begins its coverage of the NBA next season. So I'm pumped for this. I mean, I think that we all loved anytime Dirk got to jump on the Mavs broadcasts. Really, anytime Dirk speaks, I find it amazing to listen to. I love all the stories that he's been telling.
Yeah, baby.
The Game 7 that they came out with that show and they relived the Spurs and Mavs Game 7 back in 2006. That was awesome, getting behind the scenes on that. So this is going to be a cool pairing. I mean, Blake Griffin's also a fun personality. Taylor Rooks, fantastic.
Blake Griffin, a stand-up comedian?
Yes.
And he's pretty good.
He is? Okay.
He's pretty good. He's funny, actually.
I have not followed up with any of his stand-up.
Good deal. This might
but
be fun.
this could be good. Yeah. I think this will be kept loose, much like, they're probably trying to go with like similar NBA on TNT vibes, with that deal. But
hard to do that. But
let's go, Dirk. You got this, bro.
Yeah.
You got this. The Cotton Bowl is ready for the weather that's coming in town. Friday night, this is kind of a bummer. It's like we had the Super Bowl here. Of course, what happens? We get the wintry mix.
Make sure the ice goes not sliding on the people.
Yeah, now
Off the roof.
that was a big problem. There was a lawsuit that came from that. Hopefully there's nothing like that goes on.
Hopefully nothing happens, yeah.
But they did issue a statement that they've been meeting routinely with city officials, the director of transportation for North Texas and the college football playoff. Should the forecast shift, they're prepared for all contingencies. North Texas highways are already being brined and plans are in place to assure a safe environment for everyone in and around AT&T Stadium on game day. I mean, Mike brought up a good point. It is possible maybe day of the game you start to see ticket prices drop that haven't been sold on the secondary markets. Maybe people are just like, it's bad weather out there. I don't want to drive in it. And you end up, if you want to go ahead and do
you say
that,
we could have a pandemic game then, maybe?
Get some cheaper tickets. I'm sure like all the
25,000 people there?
Maybe. I mean, the Ohio State fans they're used to this. They're going to say, screw it, this is not a big deal. I'm sure they're going to show up.
This is hoodie weather for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But for all of us in DFW that maybe locally purchase tickets because it's going to be an awesome game, yeah, maybe some are saying, I'm good. I'm good here.
Young Ben will be there.
Oh, he better be.
He's going to be there.
Now, tomorrow night, we get Notre Dame and Penn State. Notre Dame got some good news. Their star running back, Jeremiah Love, is good to go for this matchup with the Nittany Lions in the Orange Bowl. He has been, dealing with, I think, a couple of things all season long. Nobody feels 100%. Said James Franklin. He tweaked a knee in the third quarter of their win over Georgia. And he's going to be all right. So that's big time news. I don't think they'd have a chance to beat Penn State in that awesome defensive front. But Penn State's Abdul Carter. He's going to be a game time decision tomorrow night. So
that's big.
They think he's probably going to play. I've been trying to read some of what the beat writers there at Penn State are saying. But I know today James Franklin was talking about it and said that we anticipate him to play. He's doing everything possible to play. His approach has been awesome. He's lived in the training room, but it is going to be a game time decision, so I'm sure we'll find out.
The text is saying the tickets are already down from 500 to 150. I would say the time to strike might be now.
Go for it. Yeah.
Because as this storm arrives, people might figure out pretty quick that actually I'm going to be able to get around just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of a sudden,
maybe I don't want to sell those tickets.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll jump on that.
If I could say something real quick. Zach, have you looked at, did you look at the Notre Dame corner, Benjamin Morse?
I haven't seen Benjamin Morse, no.
Okay, but unfortunately, he's not going to play in this game. I mean, Penn State also has a free safety. I mean, I'm throwing out the name Benjamin Morse because I think he'll be in the mix for a cornerback that Dallas potentially could select, but also KJ Winston, Penn State safety, is another guy. So a couple of second round, maybe late ones to top of the second round guys. Man, two really, really, really good defensive players.
Their defense is
not
really
even going to be involved in this game today.
It's a big loss for Penn State.
But Notre Dame does have a really good. They have a safety named Xavier Watts.
Yes, Xavier Watts is a beast. I think he was a transfer.
Yeah, you need to keep an eye on Xavier Watts. He wears number 0. So if you're kind of looking for a safety dude that is a big-time player. Notre Dame has got one.
Could be the dude.
In Watts.
Well, shout out locally to North Crowley's wide receiver, Quentin Gibson. He was named the Max Preps National Player of the Year. I mean, if you watch that state championship game against Westlake, the speed just jumps off the screen. An amazing year for North Crowley, but he is a stud and is well-deserving of those honors. But yesterday, we had the Chris Martin news. The Rangers signed him, and then we saw that Fenstermaker, the Rangers' new GM, he was discussing that they feel like we've done the bulk of our lifting at this point. We're always going to look for ways in which we can upgrade the club further. So we're going to continue to be open-minded and creative, but they kind of like what they've got right now in the bullpen. I mean, there's still a lot of names out there that are available that are legit closers. You've got the left-hander Tanner Scott. You've got the right-hander Carlos Estevez. They're still available. And then Kirby Yates, who I was talking about yesterday. But Chris Martin might actually be the guy that they're looking at closing here.
Great singer.
He's a fantastic singer. The vocals we're going to hear here shortly.
He is
angel, bro.
79 career high leverage.
Play the piano, too.
For Chris Martin. 14 saves. So that's the most among the Rangers bullpen right now. They've also got Webb, who's got 6 saves. Hobie Milner's got a save to his credit. But I don't know. Maybe they are actually done unless Kirby Yates comes at an affordable price. Jose Leclerc, maybe they want to bring him back.
Has anybody talked to Kirby Yates? I mean, have you heard any whispers
I haven't
about
heard anything about it.
I need to ask a couple of people where Kirby Yates' situation is.
And it seems like that closer market right now, there's just not a lot of buzz on it. I'm sure as we get closer to spring training, that'll heat back up. But I'm surprised. I figured they would want to have like at least a certified guy. I mean, you still have some other veterans like Craig Kimbrell, Kenley Jansen, Paul Sewald, who was really good a couple years ago for the Mariners before they traded him.
It never seems to work out when they're like, well, we'll take a collection of guys and see if one rises to the top. It usually ends in, wow, none of these guys are really cut out for the ninth inning and we got to go find somebody. But I think they'll be able to find somebody if they get into the season and need to make a trade. It'll be doable.
I'm hopeful. But yeah, I'd like to rather have that solidified. The Twins are going to be selling. And this sale could reportedly be finalized by opening day. Now, we don't know.
The Pollard family?
Yeah, they're going to.
Pollard's family.
They've owned it since 1984.
Yeah.
Late patriarch Carl purchased the club from Calvin Griffith for $44 million. Yeah. Forbes has now estimated the Twins at $1.46 billion. They're going to make a nice return on that investment, but we don't know who the people are that might be buying it. That is still a mystery right now. So hopefully we get more details on that closer to the time.
I didn't mean to interrupt you there. A-Rod has that interest in the Timberwolves.
Oh, he does. Yes.
I wonder if he's got some Minnesota people that would be interested in getting the Twins because they're having problems getting the Timberwolves. That owner with the Timberwolves is not willing to.
Maybe they just pivot. Yeah, that's a good point.
The Twins.
That could be, and maybe that's why they're trying to keep it a secret.
That seems like a pretty good deal for a baseball team, doesn't it?
The Twins, yeah,
$1 billion. For a baseball team with a beautiful ballpark to go along with it.
Stunning.
And you got a good team.
Very good team.
The Athletic said it was a robust market for the team.
You know what they say about robust markets?
Yeah.
Lucrative.
Very lucrative. Good opportunity. Cash in.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
No problem, man.
Always like a good Chuck wagon.
I like to wagon it out.
Okay. C-Notes coming up at 3:20. We'll take a look at
that wagon.
Cowboys news of the
Wiggle
evening.
that wagon. Sorry.
Wiggle. Throwing weight around.
Throwing weight around.
What I do best, boys.
Hey, by the way, can I real quick, Dawson? I do
real
have
quick.
Real quick.
Like, we're talking about like Gene Deckeroff speeds, okay?
No. Kirby Yates has got a big market. He just has had really low offers so far. That's what I was.
So he wants more money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right. I do have a developing news story. Kawhi Leonard has stepped away from the Clippers amid the fires. Oh. So I don't know. Maybe his house is impacted up there in Pacific Palisades. Hopefully everything is okay with Kawhi Leonard. And it's not just another reason to not play basketball for any possible reason that pops up in his life.
I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't want to go there.
He tiger fist pumped when the news broke. There was fire.
Got to go,
My
guys.
house is within 50 miles. I'm not playing, boys. Sorry.
NFL News Today coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
Yeah, we'll give you the latest coaching news. Travis Kelce is not a fan of this accusation, and is Micah Parsons getting you pumped up with this declaration? That's next.
You're rolling with the Gbag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. C-Notes coming up at 3:20. We'll get you the Cowboys news of the evening. Here is Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Okay, the latest we've got, the Patriots are expected to meet with Mike Vrabel in person on Thursday at the facility. Then on Friday, Ben Johnson's going to meet virtually with Bob Kraft. And Ben Johnson's really making the most of this bye week that the Lions have. He's also going to be meeting with the Raiders on Friday. Then on Saturday, he's got visits with the Bears and the Jags. The one team that he's not going to meet with are the Jets. But I've seen some reports that the Bears actually aren't his top choice. If you listen to their general manager yesterday and what he had to say, like, this guy sounds like he's got no direction, no clue. Didn't have an answer. Like, they're asking about Caleb
Ryan
Williams.
Poles?
Yeah, and the adversity that he faced, and he responded with, what adversity are you referring to?
Yeah, that right there that's why I think the Bears are going to end up swinging and missing again on one of the top tier dudes. They won't get Vrabel, they won't get Ben Johnson, and then they'll be left scrambling for whatever's left. The McCaskies have no idea what they're doing. Keeping Poles there, they did the thing last year where they keep Eberflus a year too long, and now they're running it back with Poles once again. And I think that's going to be a deal breaker for a lot of the big dogs.
It's just amazing what adversity you're referring to. Like, offense coordinator fired.
Every single
Head
thing
coach
that happened to your team
fired.
this year, dude.
Yeah, it
was nothing but adversity.
Well, do you really need clarification on that? Now, the Bears are scheduled to interview Seahawks ex-coach Pete Carroll tomorrow.
And
maybe Pete Carroll was who they land.
That's where they end up at.
But that's why, like, I've had a couple of Tolos and a big-time Tolo, Mark, who reaches out and we chat every once in a while. He doesn't believe this McCarthy Bears stuff. I do. It seems like too many people are reporting that the Bears connection, they actually really would have interest in Mike McCarthy, and I think this is why. Because I wonder if some of the top choices out there look at this and think, man, this is a pretty dysfunctional organization. If I'm Ben Johnson, I can afford to be choosy. Like we just played true or fart earlier. If he really said, I don't like any of these jobs and wants to go back to Detroit, I would assume that is still in a place where he's going to put up outstanding offensive numbers next year as well. It'd be a huge win for the Lions. So he's going to also be the front runner next year again, and maybe there's a better job. He's put himself to where I can be selective here. I don't just have to take a job for the sake of it, but I do think the Bears would be really interested in Mike McCarthy. I think they'd look at him and say, like, man, look at what he's done with other quarterbacks in his career. Granted, Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Famer. Dak, not a Hall of Famer, but was already a surefire franchise quarterback before Mike got here. But they think Caleb Williams, builder, which is what Mike said he is, makes some sense there to me. I think that's real.
Yeah, I think their interest in him is real. It's just they have interest in so many different guys. It would be hard to, project that Mike McCarthy would actually get the job. But yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense for a lot of teams, especially if you have a young quarterback. He's been one of the best at grooming quarterbacks throughout his career.
Cliff Kingsbury's also getting some action here with the Commanders. Josina Anderson saying she's been told at least 4 teams have expressed interest in talking with Cliff. Also heard some league sources are trying to fully figure out how much Cliff really wants to be a head coach this cycle with more time to reflect. I mean, he's still getting paid from Arizona.
True.
So if I'm Cliff, I'm probably not in a rush to go back and deal with the stress of being a head coach, especially with the options out there this year.
He likes his quarterback with the Commanders.
He does have a connection with Caleb Williams. So that would be the one deal in Chicago.
Daniel.
You're talking about Jay. He does, and he loves his quarterback there.
That's
he's
why.
in a great spot.
That's why I don't think he would be real quick to leave the Commanders.
I wouldn't be if I were him either.
The money is just so different, isn't it? Though you're looking at like $500,000 to be a coordinator, or you're looking at
he's getting paid by it's offset, so he's getting paid like he's a head coach.
Yeah, by the Cardinals.
From the Cardinals.
They still owed him a bunch of money.
And so any difference in salary, the Commanders make that up.
They're ready to rock. Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn, he's going to interview with the Jets tomorrow. Saints on Friday, and then the Jags and Bears on Saturday. So both coordinators in Detroit getting a lot of love. And, I mean, there were so many people that were just praising Aaron Glenn and the job they did against Minnesota on Sunday night. Like, go ahead and just hire that man right now. And he deserves. I mean, Aaron Glenn, ever since he's been with the Lions, helped groom that into one of the better defensive units. And with all the injuries they've had this year, they've still been able to make it happen.
Okay, here's the selfish Brian Broaddus take here. If I'm Dan Campbell, I would absolutely tell Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn to have every single interview you're going to take wrapped up by this week. We're not taking any more interviews after this week. I'm not going to have you next week worrying about a job or setting up interviews or, people wanting to talk to you. We're going to focus on, this week is your week. Next week is my week or our week. So if you're thinking about setting up interviews and stuff going on and, preparing for all that, then I think that happened to Dan Quinn with the Green Bay thing. I know they played bad, and Will McClay is probably going to listen to this. He's going to text me and tell me I'm an effing idiot for saying this, and he's already has, so it's okay. Yeah. I mean, Will, you're right. I'm an effing idiot, but
tell us something we didn't know. Will,
don't tell me that these guys when they're working on jobs and stuff, and and you're trying to focus on the playoffs. And things happen where you're trying to focus, like, okay, how am I going to put together my book? How am I going to put together my program? How am I going to get together with my, how am I going to put together a staff? All these things, don't tell me that doesn't divide your attention away from the big picture. If I'm Dan Campbell, all this needs to be done this week. We're not doing this anymore after today.
Get the hay in the barn.
Get the hay in the barn, baby. Yep. Get the hay in the barn. Well, the big stuff was Tom Pelissero reporting earlier that multiple teams have inquired about Bill Belichick. Would he reconsider his move to college football, including the Raiders, who Tom Brady has apparently spoken with Bill Belichick already? He's got that $10 million buyout if he leaves. Not entirely clear whether it would apply if he returns to the NFL in the coming weeks, but Diana Rossini has already put the kibosh on that. She said Belichick has no plans to return to the NFL. His sole focus is on coaching and recruiting for North Carolina as he builds the Tar Heels' future.
He just got a player from UConn, right? Somebody that
he did, and there's some tampering allegations going on there.
Lombardi.
Like he was in the portal, he was out of the portal, then he was back in the portal.
If you ain't tampering, you ain't trying, baby.
I'm with you, man.
Damn Mike Lombardi over there, making things happen.
You keep tampering. You think they're the only school out there that's tampering? Hell
Mike
no.
will tamper. Trust
Absolutely
me.
not.
He will cheat.
Well, because they saw the UConn player versus their own Tar Heel team in the bowl game, and he wrecked shop, and they were like, yeah, we want that guy.
Yeah, that makes sense. Raiders and Jets are putting in a request to interview Chiefs defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo. So Spags is getting himself some run. He can do Zoom interviews with those two teams between now and Monday. I think the NFL has put in some stipulations.
Yeah, let's make sure that we get
that
all
done.
Let's get all this done. We ain't talking about this next week.
Let's get this done.
I like the Raiders trying to just do the thing where they have no interest in Spags, but they just want to distract him a little bit and try to hurt his chances and the Chiefs' chances at getting another Super Bowl.
It makes some sense.
Just a little gamesmanship within the division.
I absolutely do. And the Eagles have signed former Viking first-round safety Lewis Seen, who Cedar Hill's own, off the Bills practice squad onto their active roster. So they're adding the former Georgia Bulldog and DFW product to that secondary ahead of their matchup against the Packers. And then, Brian, your dream of Mr. Saleh doesn't appear like it's going to happen. He's expected to
49ers
get offered the Niners job, according to Josina Anderson.
Damn.
Now, he is still I believe he's got an interview lined up.
Jacksonville?
Yeah, so maybe he ends up getting a head coaching job, but if he doesn't, I guess it'd probably be more likely he goes back to a place he knows and has had success with and a lot of the same players there, and he just takes that.
And then they
deal.
go back to mauling everybody again.
Probably, because they dumped Nick Sorensen, their defensive coordinator, and they also fired their special teams coordinator as well, Brian Schneider, after a lackluster season. So, hey, things don't go well in San Francisco. They're like, we're changing things here. Usually that's what happens. Like when you don't achieve your goals, you go ahead and you do more than just we're getting rid of the defensive coordinator who took a head coaching job. Everything else is staying status quo, though, right? It's okay. Yeah. That's the only move they've made.
But you can see the difference between their general manager and ours just during the games. John Lynch is absolutely losing his mind in the booth with every single play that the Niners are screwing up. He's like going nuts in there. I don't think our GM is.
The one thing that we might disagree with that they're about to do is pay Brock Purdy. They reiterated today. They said Brock is our guy, and Brock Purdy said earlier this week it's his first time going through it. He doesn't really know what the next step is. We'll see. But obviously he'd like to get this done sooner rather than later so he can just get back to work. But I do think that he's going to end up getting around that $55 million a year mark, and we'll see how that harms San Francisco's team-building aspirations moving forward.
Yeah, it's just another guy that is going to get paid great money, even though he's just good.
He's good. Good quarterback getting paid great money. Well, here's Micah Parsons on the edge, and he's trying to get Cowboy fans fired up. This is Micah. Are you buying what he's selling, boys?
For the people that kept believing, because we're not done yet. We are not done yet, and I hope that y'all don't think we're done yet. It's going to be an amazing, amazing, amazing thing to see next year when we're holding the trophy. Yes, it's big goals, but I'm telling y'all right now, it's holding the trophy. I'm saying my prayers out loud. I'm saying my goals out loud so y'all can hear them. We're going to be holding a trophy up next year. Point blank, period.
Listening to him say it.
He didn't say which trophy. It might be the mid-season trophy.
Maybe.
The play. What's the basketball?
In-season tournament.
The in-season tournament trophy. We might get that. Yeah.
Listening to him say it though, and that excitement of it is probably the closest I'll get to feel to actually seeing the Cowboys win it.
Yeah.
So I've listened to that on a loop all morning long, and it's gotten me really, really pumped. Like I've been watching like Madden at the end, like and the Cowboys are on the podium and they're holding up the Lombardi. And I'm like, dude, you get it. It says 2024 Super Bowl champions. I'm like, yes, Micah, yes. But no, it's super delusional. But he's got to say that. He's got to believe it.
He does, and he's just not. He hasn't been here long enough to fully understand,
fully get beat down by the whole process.
Exactly. He's not quite jaded enough yet.
I think he's listening to podcast producers over there telling him, you got to bring the hot takes, you got to bring the passion and the fire.
Say just the most wild thing that can come to your mind.
Get the clicks, baby. Get the
We're
clicks.
going to win a Super Bowl.
Holy crap! What did he just say? Super Bowl?
Yeah, it's got to be somewhat realistic and thought provoking, right? Not just an eye roll.
Yeah. You got to get the people going. It needs to be provocative.
I think he's still developing as a content creator, but I think for you got to give something that the audience can use as evidence for your take, right? Like, what do you got for us? Are you going to tell us that I've been practicing with Tyler Guyton? I think he's going to have an amazing second year. Can you tell us I know we're going to sign a player? But there's got to be some sort of a teaser, some sort of a hook in there other than just player being optimistic about winning the championship. We've heard that in one form or another for a long time.
We have. We really, really have. Okay, so Kansas City benched everybody. They said, Denver, here you go, 7th seed on a silver platter. Now, a lot of people, including myself, were thinking, it makes sense. You want to rest your guys, but also you don't want to see Cincinnati in the playoffs. They're the one team that's kind of had your number in the AFC, the one team that's been able to slay that dragon in the AFC. Well, Travis, on his podcast with Jason, The New Heights, was not having that talk.
The Chiefs also clinched the number 1 seed in the AFC, resting their starters, or the majority of them, in Week 18. There's some people alleging that it was a purposeful...
I ain't scared of nobody. I wanted them in the playoffs. I want to slay every dragon one by one, like Mortal Kombat. I don't even want this to be like we play the lowest seed. Just give me the best teams. AFC, NFC. Give me all of them, Mortal Kombat style. I'll go through every one of them, giving them my best effort.
You didn't want to see the Bengals in Burrowhead or in Cincinnati.
I'll play them at the Walmart parking lot. Listen, I love competing against the greatest. The Bengals were a fun team to watch there towards the end of the season. It's a shame they didn't make it in the playoffs, because they would have made the playoffs that much crazier and that much more fun.
I mean, Burrow put up over 4,000 something yards. It was something crazy. He had a great year. Chase and T.
That was one of the wackiest years of football I've ever seen from a team that I thought was 10 times better than what their record showed. I know that just playing against them. We didn't throw any game. Guys were out there competing their off trying to get a win. It wasn't a fun game to be a part of, and I'm just sitting here on the sideline like, hey boys, don't let ruin our mojo. It's go time. We got to flip that switch and know we're the biggest, baddest team out there.
I think it was 31-0, 38-0 was the final there.
It was bad.
They pretty much threw the game. They did, Trav. I mean, come on. You guys threw the game. No. George Karlaftis didn't even play.
Yeah, but that's the Andy Reid thing, dude. When you got everything locked up, I think whether the Bengals had it on the line or not, the Chiefs were going to approach it that way.
Andy will play all those dudes in a preseason game, though.
He does play them in the preseason.
I mean, this team should have lost to the Cowboys.
He will line them up in a preseason game when everybody else is scared, and he's playing them preseason games.
They did it to themselves, but Travis wasn't having it. Now, did you guys know that Jason Kelsey's late night show started already?
Yeah.
No, I was surprised when I saw them.
Charles
I shot fools last night if you watched it.
I didn't.
Charles Barkley was on it.
Yeah, because you played the Barkley stuff, and I didn't know that it was even on, but I don't think I'm the only one, because apparently the ratings were very good.
Nope.
So, did you watch it live, Lucius?
Absolutely not. That's why I asked you guys. Have you guys seen this?
No. Yeah,
they got a whole set and there's people there. Like, what's going on?
And then his wife is also part of the show. Yeah, so she's on there as well, and maybe like
she's the band leader.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think she like had her own area on the set that they like went to, kind of
her
like
own Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, basically.
Nice.
And I mean, they had a couple of good guests. I mean, you talked about Charles Barkley, Lucius, but 700,000 viewers is kind of what they were getting at that time slot. He only drew 290,000.
I just don't think anybody knew that it was happening.
That
like,
part.
they did not. They dropped the news like before the season started or whatever that was going to happen, but then there was no follow up.
These are this is like a tester thing, right? Are we just testing it out?
I mean, I think it is going to happen. Like
it's going to happen over the course of the next few weeks. I think like throughout the NFL playoffs is basically kind of what they're going to do here, leading up to the Super Bowl. Probably be like the last one they do. And it's part of his ESPN contract.
Does it take Van Pelt's spot?
What platform is it on? Is it on television? Do you have this online?
ESPN.
Do you click?
Yeah, it is on ESPN, and I think it is right around like midnight, basically.
Yeah, it's a late night.
I think Van Pelt's retiring, so
I think that's their plan. So that's why they're putting it like that one night a week, and then if it ends up showing people are into this, it will take over SVP. But right now, it didn't get off to the start that they were hoping it would get off to. Which is their own fault because they marketed it poorly.
Well, thank you, Chuck. NFL News Today every afternoon, 3 o'clock here on 105 through the Fan. We're about 25 minutes away from Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. The C-Note Cowboys news of the evening is next year on the Fan.
Commercial-free Gbag.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
That's
What?
Nutmeg maybes?
Pre-term.
No.
Nutmeg maybes.
She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some from school?
Here on 105.3 The Fan. Might actually get you some Gavin's Gadgets in here in just a second. But let's jump into the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening. David Moore has a piece in the morning news and gave his insights into what's going on with the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy. Segment of the Nation's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, David says Jerry and Mike met. Afterwards, they declined the Bears' request, and those two things are related. He says Chicago's interest served two purposes. It was an accelerant to get discussions between Jones and McCarthy started earlier than would have otherwise been the case. And number two, it provided a litmus test for each of the principals to determine where the other stood. But Moore did clarify that at the end, it is no guarantee right now that Mike McCarthy will return. What kind of odds would you put on it, though, Brian?
I'll tell you what. I mean, I've said this all along. The Bears thing. I think the Bears were doing Mike McCarthy a favor. I think they were. I think that the one thing, my experience of working with the Jones family for 14 years, was that they move at their own pace. They have a way they do business, and if you can kind of get them off their game, and that means like make it where they have to react quicker, this is what you have to do to get it done. Because if they don't have anything like that, they'll wait. We've seen how they do contracts.
Yeah,
they'll do their very best to kind of talk, and then at the very end, they'll find a way to get the deal done. So to me, the Bears did Mike McCarthy a favor by requesting an interview, and that got Jerry moving on the deal. So we'll see. I people would put it at 50-50 whether he comes back or not, but I just a gut feeling that there are some things that Mike is going to have to agree to that maybe he might not want to.
Do you think the main thing is the play caller? Like, hey, you're not going to be.
I think there's some coaches on this staff that they might want to move on from too. Just my thought. Nothing I've heard within the building or anything like that. But the play calling stuff, that could very well be part of it. But
man, I hope so.
I think there's some things, there's some concessions that Jerry wants to address, and this is an opportunity to address it. And Mike, he kind of has Mike a little bit over a barrel.
Do you think those would be mostly offensive coaches?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Pardon me. You know, the thing that Mike has shown a willingness to do, though, throughout this entire time since he took the job was the willingness to work with the Joneses on what kind of coaches they want. You know, he got Nolan and Tom Sula here, but after year one, that was blown up, and here comes Dan Quinn. Here comes Mike Zimmer. It was Kellen Moore at the very beginning. Yeah, so, I think he's shown a lot of flexibility with the coaching staff, and he's never hinted once that he needs to be compensated more, So I don't know. I think it's like above 98% that Mike McCarthy is going to be announced as the head coach. I suppose they got together yesterday and, had some sort of a handshake agreement that could still be trampled on, but with so much history of Mike capitulating to what the Cowboys want in order to have this job or to keep this job, I would imagine, last year, that would have been the time to really put your foot in the ground. But now the Cowboys have something you want, which is to continue coaching, and you have no other option. So, I believe Mike will go along with pretty much whatever the Joneses want him to do.
Yeah, depending on, like I say, if there are things that he absolutely doesn't agree with, like I was talking about coaches being fired, coaches being replaced, there might be some guys that Mike brought from Green Bay that he's interested in. The Joneses like, no, we need to move on from these guys. We need to get better at this position. Our young guys are not developing very well here. So I like what you're saying, Dawson. I think if Jerry and them wanted to get this done, they would have got it done by now. And the fact that this thing is, carrying on, I think that they're really legitimately making Mike think about things, or going to have to do things. Because very simply, when the end of the season, they just said, "Hey, okay, we're going to sit down. We're going to knock this deal out. We're going to bring Mike McCarthy back." Nobody said that at all. All we've heard is positive talk about Mike McCarthy. But I think they're putting the ball in Mike's court, because if Mike decides like, okay, this is not, I don't like this, then that's his decision. It's not the Joneses' decision. That's his decision for not to be here anymore.
At the end of Jason Garrett, I think, though, Jerry and Steven talked much more about, though, we got to make it to the NFC title game. It's time to go. And there were never those sort of hints around Mike McCarthy. I think this is just letting the contract play out, because that's what they do with their coaches, and waiting until the official deadline to get the deal done, because that's the way that the Cowboys do things.
Just wait till they have to do something before they actually do it.
And if multiple teams were calling for Mike right now, I could see him starting to think, I want to go somewhere that I'm more appreciated.
Oh, no, absolutely. But, yeah, this is why the Joneses can call his bluff.
Yeah.
Sure, you have a You have a request from the Chicago Bears. Great. Okay, fine. Who else? Anybody else?
Yeah, it's not the Jets.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be the Saints, even though there were ties there.
Exactly. But I think this is going to be Mike McCarthy's call. I think he's going to have to determine whether he wants to play by the Joneses rules, which I think for the most part he has, but there might be some more things that he has to deal with that he didn't have to deal with in the first 5 years.
I wonder what the path to victory looks like, with Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott. I mean, drop the scenario. It's got to be, no earlier than 2026. You need back-to-back amazing drafts. You're going to have to dominate budget free agency. I will tell you, like the 903 says, Dawson wants Mike so bad. It's weird. And I don't care who the Cowboys coach is that much. I just, from maybe a year or so ago, I was painting a scenario where I thought he could come back. And 4 or 5 months ago, I was told I was crazy for thinking that Mike McCarthy could be back even if the Cowboys missed the playoffs. But it's just how much Jerry overvalues loyalty as compared to coaching competence here. So I guess maybe I want Mike back because that would mean I was right all along, right? But I think that's the only way I want Mike back.
Then you could take a nice little victory lap. Yeah, which I think we should do more.
The most lonely victory lap ever.
Yeah. I mean, Walchuk was all over the Quentin Grimes thing with the Mavericks in the offseason. And I was thinking it might have been appropriate for Walchuk in studio today to take a little victory lap. Little cute out victory lap.
Well, Diana Rossini said she still thinks things could go either way. I mean, that's the other angle here is so many of the insiders are holding the line that this is not decided. Mm-hmm. I think they just want the story to continue so they have a chance to break it, or they want to be able to talk about it for the next 72 hours or however long this plays out. I don't think you can read what's happening and think there's legitimately a 50-50 chance the Cowboys go a different direction at this point. They've given us no hints. Yeah. We should have seen this coming weeks ago.
Yeah, I think the guys and gals that cover this team every day, the beat writers, are the ones that are just sitting back and letting things happen. I think it's the national ones that are taking more of, well, we don't know. I think the beat writers who go out there every single day know exactly what they're up against right now.
Yeah.
And they're not, and we're not hearing a lot from them. What we are hearing from, the Ian Rapoports and all those guys, we'll see.
You got to have a take in those jobs.
Yeah, you have to have a take. And like here, Todd Archer and Calvin Watkins and Clarence Hill and those guys, they could sit back and say, "Hey, we've seen this before. Mm-hmm. We've soldiered through these coaching changes and stuff like that, or potential coaching changes." They're going to wait and see what happens because they know how the Joneses operate.
Yeah, they don't have to have the take. They sit back and have a drink.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
Cigar and a drink.
Calvin proved that, but I also think they really don't know right now. Like none of us really know.
I think that to me the beat writers are if you ask them, they don't. They don't. Yeah. They live there every day. Mm-hmm. But they're just letting these national media members just kind of just keep throwing it out there, and eventually it's something's going to happen.
817, hiring people based on loyalty rather than ability or experience. Yeah, I don't think that's what you would want to be doing ideally for any organization if you want the best results. But I feel like it is well established that that's how Jerry Jones kind of evaluates the job, and that's a really massive piece of importance to him. And he tells himself the lie that so many different head coaches can be good enough. He used to tell us that all Jason Garrett needed was to win that Super Bowl, and then everybody would look at him as a Super Bowl winning head coach. Almost like as a coach, a Super Bowl happens to you based on everything that the organization has done instead of, the way that you coach and maneuver and, processes decisions throughout your run. So, I don't want this to be the case. I would love it if we could live in a world where the Cowboys were, one of the 4 or 5 teams that was actually going to interview Ben Johnson, was willing to give him as much money as it took, and were willing to give full control of the organization. We've seen in the last 25 years or the salary cap era, a couple of teams absolutely dominate. And, one was the New England Patriots that gave Bill Belichick full autonomy. And now you have the Kansas City Chiefs, where Andy Reid does a hell of a job and has a tremendous amount of control with the direction of the organization. And, obviously they have a great GM in place as well, and that's more of an organizational approach, but it pales in comparison to the way that Jerry Jones approaches the coaching job. So I just want, what we can hope for is the best case scenario with that dynamic being as real as it is. And I think Mike McCarthy represents that. I think the 3 12-win seasons, I know people are tired of hearing that, but that represents some form of competency. Mm-hmm. And if you could have drafted a little bit better or stayed a little bit healthier, maybe avoided the 49ers, maybe you could have actually made the NFC title game or been to a Super Bowl. I do think some luck could be mitigated. But now you're talking about trying to do all of this after a great offensive line, right? All of that came along with, the Zach Martin, the Tyron Smith, the Travis Frederick, all those years were kind of built along that foundation of your organization. And now you're going to try to do all of that without, being able to dominate that side of the line of scrimmage. I think the level of difficulty is ramped up significantly, but we don't know what they would do with the head coach. And it would probably be a disaster.
The best response, though, after Schefter broke the news last night that the Cowboys had denied permission to the Chicago Bears to interview Mike McCarthy, Ned's feed on Twitter just said, rare to see Dallas stop a team in January. That's pretty good. Nice
that
work,
is great.
Ned.
Yeah, he nailed it. Okay, coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, 7 coaches that you might need to avoid. We'll talk about those guys next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They have the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
254 asks, what happened with Andy Reid in Philly that changed in Kansas City? He's got Patrick Mahomes. You know, obviously the guy can build a hell of a program because they were in the NFC title game 4 years in a row. And, you know, you upgrade the quarterback from about a 7 to a 9.5 or 9.8, whatever Patrick Mahomes is.
Well, that's a 12.
Now you're hanging banners. It's time now to get Brian Broaddus' Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that very much. Did you guys see that Aubrey sent a apology letter to the cheerleader?
He did.
Yeah, I thought that was a nice touch.
For hitting her in the head.
He's a mensch. You know, he's a plain old wildcat.
He's a gentleman.
He's a sweet, sweet man.
Bobby was saying that if he did the same thing to a Cowboys cheerleader, his wife would have gotten ticked.
If he would have sent the apology letter?
Yeah, because there was a line in it of like, love watching y'all work or something like that.
Yeah, I was wondering about that myself. Like, that must be a super cool wife, I would think, from Aubrey to be like, yeah, go ahead and write that cheerleader a note, honey. Yeah. You know?
Yeah. And he put his John Hancock on it and everything.
Yeah. Wow.
Excuse me?
Yeah, he signed it.
He did.
He wanted to personalize it.
It was a good signature.
It was, yeah. The dude was, I mean, penmanship through the roof. You know, that's a guy who was studious. He wasn't sure he was going to be a professional athlete. You know, he had to be dialed in every part of, you know, throughout his academics and whatnot. But, yeah, he was a plain old wildcat, Chuck. That's a good pull.
Studious.
Really good pull. Not many people know that.
No. Did you feel need to apologize, though?
For what?
Well, I mean...
No, I think that's why the wife would be a little bit alerted to this. Like, what's going on here exactly? You don't have anything to apologize for, honey. Why are you trying to make conversation with the cheerleader?
I mean, you just clanged the ball. The guy who should write our apology note is the guy who tried to block the ball.
Well, his effort was good, too. Neither one owes an apology. You know, you got to stay frosty there as a cheerleader.
Yeah, keep your head on the swivel on the sidelines.
I'm just telling you, man, that guy did her absolutely no favors.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it did. This is like her rookie year of cheerleading.
Yeah.
We know who she is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, she should be sending him a thank you card.
Yeah. I mean, he tried. That's like the doctor that tries to save your life, but, you know, he wasn't good enough that day.
It never gets any easier.
Yeah.
Welcome to the NFL moment.
It is a pretty legendary moment here.
I just kind of feel like that.
It was such a half-assed try, too.
That's
like,
what I'm
when you go back
saying,
and look
man.
at it, the dude just barely throws his arm up. Like, get on your tippy toes, man. You know?
It reminded me, I told the fellas when Heckma sacrificed his finger to save you from that Haynes King football.
That was, I mean, he gets a Christmas card every year because of that. That would have taken my face off. That was an orbital bone fracture waiting to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it broke his finger, dude. It really did.
It really did.
It was a Haynes King laser beam.
Nah, you're right, Broaddus. He could have did a little bit more.
You see that?
My man just put his hand in the air like I'm going to do it.
I'm just telling you, man. He's
College try.
Literally, you're okay. If you're going to do that, don't even make an effort.
Just duck.
Just like yell 4 or
I love that he looks back.
Heads up.
He looks back like, damn.
It's like he does nothing to help her.
Yeah.
Like he sees the ball coming and he does absolutely nothing except tip it into her head.
I thought it was a great effort. There's a white-gloved gentleman about 2 yards ahead of him that might have obstructed his view. And then the next thing you know, the ball's a little behind him. But he got off his feet. This is a guy well over 40. On the other side of 40, you don't have much vertical.
Okay, see, so I'm not even seeing the other dude.
Other guy. I'm looking at my man who just reached this.
The dude with the white glove.
Lazily up in there.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Like it's a finger roll or something.
Yeah, he actually, you're right, because his half-ass try ended up interfering with the guy who was actually on his wheels trying to actually make a play.
Yeah, I didn't like that reach. I bet if you go out to eat with him, he like fake reaches for his wallet.
Yeah.
He wants you to take it. Okay, you got it.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the white-gloved reacher.
Yes, that's who I'm frustrated about. Because then he ended up.
I can see that. Yeah, just stay out of the way. You can't make a play on that ball.
Let your teammate make the play.
Yeah, that looks crazy, bro.
Yeah, it is crazy. Real quick, too, I'm also, before I get into this thing, I'm trying to find my coach's thing here, but before
he's filibustering to try and find it.
No, I think I lost it. I might have to pivot here and correct the score. But I want to ask one question. I want
to coffee brewing.
No, I want to
use some.
I hope so.
I want to ask you guys this question because I saw this just because I was looking this up. How handy are you around the house when it comes to prevention of things freezing at your house?
Okay, I've gotten pretty good. I've gotten pretty good at this because as a kid growing up, we would have pipes bursting all the damn time.
Yeah.
So my mom and dad were freaks about this. Like, make sure we've got the sink strip in and all that stuff. So I've learned throughout my life to make sure that I'm on top of some of this stuff.
How about you, Dawson?
I'm not as good as the wife at the pipes and stuff like that, and leaving the faucets running. And she's usually in charge of that. But I've gotten pretty good at building a greenhouse tent over the pool equipment.
Okay,
that I could slide a space heater into now and keep my equipment alive there through the freeze.
So that's
where
really key. That way they don't freeze up and burst.
Yes. Yeah, and the last time it happened, it cost nearly 5 figures to get your pool operational again. So
disaster.
If there's any new pool owners out there that are like, I'm sure it'll be fine, it won't be fine. If the power goes out and it's below freezing, you got to take action.
That would have been a pond in my crib,
right?
Yeah, we're not fixing it.
It was for months. It turned green.
Out there,
I was like, I don't know when we're getting the pool back in, honey.
Did you do anything with your generator? Because you might lose the power stuff. You know what I'm saying? Did you got that thing cranked up and all?
Well, I'm going to have to pull start it. I got a new battery a couple of years ago, and I had a great plan to start it every 6 weeks so the battery didn't go bad. But sometime last year, I fell off on that one, so I'm going to need to pull start it. But the generator is ready to rock.
Okay,
it's good to go.
But I'm just going to tell you this. Go ahead, Chief.
I was just letting you know I DM'd you what you were looking for.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I found it for you.
It's just like
it was a strenuous Google search.
Was it?
I was surprised I was able to dig and find it.
Well, no,
I mean,
I was sitting there thinking about, my gosh, I thought I saved it and then I lost it, but I was filibustering a little bit. But I did see it during the break because I was curious. I saw this guy take, the faucets outside. You're supposed to wrap those up.
Did that today.
Okay, this guy did something. He took he got really handy. He took a half of a he taped everything off. He taped the faucet off.
The old tape off.
Yeah, the blue tape. He used blue painting tape.
That's the best color.
He used the blue tape to do that, take care of that. Then what he did was he cut a plastic bottle, like a soda bottle.
2 liter?
Yeah, 2 liter in half.
Mm-hmm.
And
like
then,
a little G-bone.
So he put that over, but he used a zip tie to hold the bottle in place.
Okay, I like what he's doing.
Yeah. But he took this filler foam. There's this filler foam that you could buy.
Uh-huh.
Sounds fun.
That's exactly what we've got on
there. Little homemade job there.
Yeah, okay.
Save himself the $8.
You make a cover with the foam.
Yeah, so he's putting the foam in the plastic, and it's
freaking
making
genius.
a seal around the faucet.
Look at that.
Wolchik, you do this?
He lives for bad weather days like he's that dad right
Fortunately,
there.
I didn't have to do it myself. My landlord had already put that on there. But now I know for the future exactly how to do this whenever we actually do move into our own house. But yeah, we've got the foam that I will now have to put out there every time, like when the freeze is coming out.
I just got the run-of-the-mill sleeve that's made for it.
You can also
pull it tight.
Yeah,
you know?
that's also
Yeah, I
probably
like
the
that
easiest
thing,
way to
too.
do it. Just pay for it.
You know, the hack I want to get figured out though is how you can light the gas fireplace without the switch. Like you got to get in there and get underneath it and pull something out and then get access to the raw gas coming out of that thing, and you can light that yourself even with the electricity is out.
Ooh,
that's next level.
Yeah, that's a pro tip right there.
Yeah, I'm not ready for that, Brian. I'm hoping to be ready in some future winter event.
So there's no way to control the gas on the wall, like in our old house.
You flick it on. All out.
Oh, see, but we had a deal where it was you had a key. And you turn the key.
See,
and then you hear the
yes. So last time this happened, I think in 2021, we were looking for the key.
Yeah.
Right. We couldn't find the key, but we were YouTubing it because we were damn near freezing to death in there.
Oh no, it was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad. It really was bad. All right, I got a couple minutes here. Thanks, Chief. This is from the For the Win. I thought it was a Yahoo thing. It was For the Win. I looked this up.
I think that's Bleep the World, actually.
I'm so sorry. This is terrible. Okay, these are 7 head coaches. I'll go through these cats. You guys tell me.
Tell us about these.
These are guys to avoid, right?
These are guys to avoid. You do not want these cats coaching your football team. And I'll go through them here, and you tell me if you want any of these guys. Again, I apologize. I was slow to the trigger here. Okay, number 7. There's 7 of these dudes. Number 7. Arthur Smith. They're saying that Arthur Smith, the last time Arthur Smith had a head coaching gig, he was busy telling reporters on his semi-regular basis about why he had to ignore his various top 10 picks on offense in Atlanta.
They've done it this year, and their offense is a problem. I don't even know that he should be retaining his job as the play caller for the Texans.
There's people that say he's overmatched for the job.
Yeah.
It looks wheels off often.
Okay. Number 5. This is a different name that we haven't heard, but this is that San Francisco tree. Brian Griese.
Brian Griese?
Yeah, Griese's actually, I think, was requested. The Jets might have actually asked him.
Yeah, he's a quarterback coach in San Francisco. You know how we always talk about how we always talk about, get a guy from San Francisco, get a guy from the Rams.
And that hasn't really turned out well, the San Francisco tree. Maybe D'Amico Ryans will be the exception.
Yeah, but they say that you should not hire Brian Griese if you're looking for he's number 5. Number 4, Ron Rivera. That kind of goes for it, right? I mean, you shouldn't hire Ron Rivera.
Ron Rivera seems like a very legitimate candidate.
Riverboat.
Yeah.
Does he really?
Oh, for the Cowboys, yeah.
Yeah. For Dallas,
he's from the right generation. Yeah.
But no, I don't think you give him another chance.
Number 3, Rex Ryan.
Hell no.
Sexy Rexy.
Out of the league for as long as he is, I just don't see you jumping back in and still having it.
But over McCarthy though, like Rex Ryan or McCarthy.
For entertainment,
I'd be on board for
entertainment value. I'd go with
that.
Rex, but no, as an actual good head coach, I wouldn't.
Number 2, guess who they have?
Kyle Shanahan.
Mike McCarthy.
Oh God, that's why you did this.
That's why you did this.
Yeah.
Genius.
Oh wow, dude! I didn't see that one coming, dude.
No,
you played that beautifully well.
Yeah, I
guess who they have.
You forgot
guys?
your homework, but
Mike
then you had a nice little zinger at the end.
No,
of it.
I just was. I knew why I wanted to use his story, and I couldn't damn find it.
Yeah.
And thank God Chief stepped up. Or I'd been talking about how to tape off pipes all day.
Yeah.
All right, number 1,
You're
real
going
quick,
down
Dawson.
the pipe rabbit hole.
Dawson's looking at me like, you idiot. Dawson, number 1, you don't want Pete Carroll as your coach.
Hell no, you don't want Pete Carroll as your head coach. I mean, he's probably about the same as Mike McCarthy, just a more defensive version.
74 years old, Pete Carroll?
Yeah,
Aging
older.
like a fine wine.
Yeah, but he's an ageless wonder. He's got the enthusiasm of a 25-year-old.
Yeah.
So people are telling me I just need batteries or I can flick it on with a lighter. Hopefully I don't have to go down that path. I think we might be in overreaction mode here.
I think you need to kind of practice that this evening, though, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, another
It looks
texter.
like it's beautiful outside right now.
Yeah, it's probably freezing. Another texter said I could blow my house up. So
Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
Damn. Are they hoping you blow your house up?
All options are on the
probably
table
some of them are
this time of year.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You know how this text is.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to be that. I mean,
Well done, Brian. No, I
Thank you. I
really
appreciate
enjoyed that Krusty's Corner. We needed some weather talk as well.
Yeah, thanks.
Where are we going next, Chief?
Sounds of the Sports Day featuring an epic Mick Cronin rant, and we play a new game called CTE or Cocaine next in the nation.
You're rolling with the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk's Top 10 is right around the corner. We're talking basketball with you coming up at 4:40 in the form of a rim session. Right now, time for the sounds of the sports day. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, at any point when you guys decide that your body's ready and you want to play CTE or cocaine, a brand new game here in the Gbag Nation, you guys just let me know. In the meantime, here's a very angry Mick Cronin after his team is losing once again, and he deems them delusional.
But we don't play. We're soft. So don't tell me you want to win. Like, just don't tell me you want to win. So don't tell me you want to win. All right. It's crazy, you know, and it's every day. I'm tired of it. It's every day. I have the most energy of anybody at practice every day. I'm upset with everybody in that locker room, my assistant coaches and my players. I mean, I don't need to do anything else. I almost got 500 wins. I'm only 53. I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke. But yet I come in and I have more passion and energy and pride than everybody in. That's the problem. So what the truth of it is, Ben, it's really hard to coach people that are delusional. The hungry dog gets the bone. We got guys that think they're way better than they are. They're nice kids. They're completely delusional about who they are.
I mean, sick burn after sick burn, flexing his own bona fides there a little bit. I'm a man. I'm 53. I almost got 500 wins. And my energy levels, my T levels, my competitive spirit, everything that is in me is not in my team or my coaches, and they're delusional.
Yeah, you know, one thing I've learned is you can't want it more than your players. And if you do, then you got to change your motivational tactics to get the players' motivation is up. Like, listening to him, I can tell he's got a lot of frustration going on. But I would imagine his frustration and the way it is manifesting is leading to demotivating the players.
Oh, he's hustling backwards with the way he's going about it.
I think so.
He's trying to beat it into him.
Like, that frustration, that's just going to bring the vibes down. You can't be energized in that sort of a place as an athlete. You got to find a way to connect with these kids, you know, and get them to want to play, you know, for more than just getting you to be quiet.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I wonder who's more down bad right now, him or the St. John's
Patino?
Yeah, Patino.
I was thinking about that one a lot last night.
Yeah. I might go back to the bottle. Oh, goodness gracious.
The difference between him and Mick Cronin is Mick Cronin never left the bottle.
Might find me hanging out with Rick here before too long.
Well, we have a couple of others here. How about this interaction after the Hornets game last night with LaMelo Ball? And the balls are up right now, by the way. LaMelo's playing well. Lonzo,
dude, LaMelo is the most entertaining player going right now.
Yeah, he's pretty.
I mean,
pretty
last
fun.
night the TNT guys, they were whistling the Harlem Globetrotters, theme song, because he's just making kids look silly, and he's playing a game that would usually only be in one of these high entertainment value or all-star level games where it's like, hey, the defense isn't going to be there, but he's doing that while giving you a 30-point triple-double.
Yeah, he was going off glass because his dribble stopped, and then he catches it, swings it out for a corner three to his guy. He does have a pretty fun game to watch, and then his brother Jello has like the song of the week or whatever.
Yeah,
the tweaker song that is just going crazy in all the locker rooms right now.
It was amazing.
So here was LaMelo, though, and we might have to play it a couple of times, but I think I get where he's coming from here. But he really liked the reporter's voice here.
LaMelo playing at home in front of a big crowd tonight. Obviously, it's awesome to get back in the win column, but do it at home in front of the crowd. How awesome was this tonight?
You know, it was great. How you got your voice like that? You got a real good voice, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, you do the reporting for sure. Great. I like that. That was smooth. You know, it was fun. My guy.
My guy.
Like there is, you have to think this is a young, maybe rookie year reporter. He's smooth, he's strong, but he's got a little too much excitement. And if you want to play back the question there, Lucius, I get where LaMelo's coming from here.
LaMelo playing at home in front of a big crowd tonight. Obviously, it's awesome to get back in the win column, but do it at home in front of the crowd. How awesome was this tonight?
You know, it was great. How you got your voice like that? You got a real.
It's like he's on air.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, man.
No, he's polished, he's dialed, and he's fired up for a Hornets victory. You know, and he's probably a lifelong Hornets fan.
So when's CTE cocaine?
Sounds like Walter's chomping at the bit here.
Is that a segue into some Antonio Brown content? Because that's the first thing that popped in my head.
Okay, that's a great question. 877-881-1053.
Push the screen back.
Who is the subject? Who is the subject of CTE or cocaine? I think going all in on Antonio Brown is probably the smartest play here.
He does have a hilarious account going right now.
Yeah, whoever's doing his tweets for him is fantastic.
Because there's no way that's him, right?
No.
The
definitely not.
CTE, you can't think that quick.
There's like little to no punctuation errors in any of those tweets.
Oh, that's true.
He's paying somebody some good money to crank out some good content. But yeah, Antonio Brown's a really good guess. Unfortunately, that's a swing and a miss there, Dawson. Any other guesses? CTE or cocaine?
Gruden,
and
that would be John, not Jay.
I could see
Jay could be thrown in there.
I could see John being a guy that slams his head up against a whiteboard from time to time, just to sort of wake himself up in the morning.
Yeah, him and Krista Forster.
He gets so fired up watching some nicey players of the week that he just has nothing better to do than to just smash his own head into the chalkboard.
Yeah.
But no, it is not John Gruden. Damn it. Any other guesses?
Favre.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's strong.
He had a lot of concussions.
He did, yes.
Okay,
I don't know.
There's one athlete I always think of when it comes to the C word.
Steve Young.
And that's not CTE, but John Jones.
John Jones.
Oh, ding, ding, ding.
Nailed it. Now, First, Walchuk, rules are rules. Take it away.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. I said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Okay, you decide for yourself. Too much cocaine over the years or just too many blows to the head from being a UFC champion? Take it away, John Jones.
I just went to the New York Knicks game this weekend, last Friday night. And was it Friday night? I think it was Thursday night. Last Thursday night, New York Knicks was playing against the Buffalo Bills. Not Buffalo Bills, but the Buffalo Bulls.
Buffalo Bulls?
That's definitely cocaine. I don't think the guy's been hit enough to have CTE at this point. He's just so dominant.
Yeah, he is damn dominant. There was a lot going on there.
There's so much. You may not have caught it all. Take it away one more time, John Jones, CTE or cocaine.
I just went to the New York Knicks game this weekend, last Friday night. And was it Friday night? I think it was Thursday night. Last Thursday night, New York Knicks was playing against the Buffalo Bills. Not Buffalo Bills, but the Buffalo Bulls.
Was it Friday?
So this weekend became Friday, which became Thursday, which became the Bills,
Football.
which became the Buffalo Bulls. That was a lot
Cheers,
to take
Sean.
in there in just a matter of 14 seconds. Pretty impressive stuff there from Bones Jones. Are we going to see him fight again?
Yeah, I think Tom Aspinall. There's a lot that is being rumored right now. That they
Tom
might have-
Aspinall.
yeah.
Sounds like a CEO of a company.
Well, he's English.
Tom Aspinall.
He's a CEO of kicking ass, is what he
Is he really? Is he like a?
Oh, he's a
bad
badass. Yeah. Heavyweight. I mean, he was an interim heavyweight champ, I believe, but he's definitely the number one contender now. And that's what everybody wants is John to fight him. And I think that we're trending towards that happening.
How old is that? Is this a young guy or is this a?
That's he definitely has made a strong push in the last 2 years. I want to say he's probably around 30, but let me double check around that.
Okay, very good. In the meantime, here's Justin.
31.
31. Okay. Here's Justin Herbert, Chargers quarterback, talking about when he knew that his head coach Jim Harbaugh was just a little bit different.
What's the first time, maybe during off-season workouts or something that Jim said where you were like, this guy's definitely different?
I think when he talked about remembering the day that he was born was probably the first day that he kind of told us the whole story and how he remembered looking out the window, and I think it was a cold, snowy day. And I really hope he does remember that. That'd be pretty cool.
He remembers looking out the window on a cold, snowy day, the day that he was born. And there's no way to fact check that, right? I mean, he probably believes it. You hook him up to a lie detector test, it's going to prove that it's true because he actually believes what he's saying there.
At some point,
that's
the
a
lie
culture
becomes
builder.
the truth.
Yes. And that's a guy that the Cowboys maybe could have had last year. I don't know.
That's like that.
That could be our coach.
That Wahlberg movie that we've talked about a number of times now that I watched a couple of weeks ago. It's called Infinite. And so the premise of it is every time you die, you come back, right? It's like reincarnation, but you become another human. And the main character in there remembers everything from the time they are conceived, right? Could you imagine that?
No, I cannot.
And he is terrified of going back into the womb for 9 months, of being there with all of the thoughts and memories of thousands of years of life. He's like claustrophobic. He just doesn't want to be in the womb, so he's trying to end the world. Pretty cool.
My gosh.
Infinite, yeah.
And that's Mark Wahlberg the whole time?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, Mark Wahlberg's not the star character. He's fighting that dude.
Oh, he's fighting that guy.
He's really not even that cool.
Mark?
No, he's short.
Yeah.
Good
It's only
burgers,
got like
man.
an 8-pack.
He's got to be like
Come on,
60
dude.
by now. Anyway.
Burgers are good.
I did think the Wahlburgers were good. I don't. Are they
I've never
still
had
there?
I've never had the
In
Wahlburger.
Frisco? Are they still at the Star? Or did that close?
Close to
I hit up we should have gone to the one in Vegas, man. We walked by it about 10 different times our first night there, trying to on search.
But you elected to get a pizza out of a machine.
That was the first night, okay? And
It was
we were
just for the novelty of
Well,
it.
and it was closed. In our defense, it was closed at the time. We did see if it was open, but it was closed.
We were just getting a lay of the land. It was day one in Vegas, dude.
Hey,
into some
Wolchuk,
Tolos.
great idea. Let's get a pizza out of this machine. That's what you.
It was a good idea. It made for great content because you're still talking about it.
I
to
am
this
still
day.
talking about it. I should just give you the money back for that.
It was the single worst pizza I've ever tried.
Oh, it's disgusting. I've never
Bar
had
none.
sauce that tasted like that. I think it was probably bad.
I thought Broadus was about to say something.
No, I did get a text message. Not a text
here we
message.
go. The legendary James Harrison.
When I first came in here, James Harrison, like my first practice, I signed on like a Friday or Saturday. I got to go home for the weekend and come back. And Debo, my very first practice, stood over the holder. So the holder's waiting to get the snap, standing over his shoulder, and it's just, I dare you to miss this kick. I dare you to miss it. You miss this kick, you're washing my back in the shower. Yeah. And so, I mean, that just the whole time. And even after I, obviously had a decent season that year, but team meeting room, when I used to go, I would sit here and Debo would sit here and he would just stare at me. Mike Tomlin's
Up there. Yeah.
giving his team presentation. And he's just staring at me like this the entire team meeting. Just intimidating.
That's terrifying.
Intimidating as hell.
That's incredible, dude. James Harrison having no respect for the kicker. And I do imagine James Harrison, with just how strong and muscled up he is, he probably can't reach those tough to get spots on his back. He probably needs a personal back washer. Why not be the kicker Boswell?
Yeah, and I love that approach. I don't know if that was a Mike Tomlin call or whatever, but we want to send our most intimidating yeller on the other side as this kicker is showing up for the first day. If you can't pass this, there's no way you're going to go on the road and make a game winner.
No.
It's a perfect way to check your heart.
Yeah, I love it. I really do. There it is. Sounds of the sports day.
Thank you, Chief. We're on next to the top 10 at 420. Chuck, what do you have cooking?
All right, we've got the winter storm that's supposed to be hitting us here in the Metroplex. Top 10 winter comfort foods. What's your go-to? That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 here in the nation. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully.
Thank you very, very much. Everybody stay warm out there as we've got reports, of course, of some snow, some wintry mix. It's supposed to hit DFW starting tomorrow morning. So we've got the top 10 best winter comfort foods. 877-881-1053. What do you like to eat when the weather's all frigid and cold outside? Did have this piece of audio with Julian Edelman, the Games with Names podcast. And this is Bon Jovi, who's a New Jersey native, grew up not liking the Dallas Cowboys, and then became good friends with Jerry Jones.
I actually met him in Bill Parcells' office.
Oh, because Parcells is probably a good buddies with Bon Jovi.
Yeah. Him and Parcells were big friends. Matter of fact, like I walked into Parcells' office, knocked on the door, and here's a gentleman, a smaller gentleman with long hair sitting, and I just saw the back of his head. Walked in there, I was talking to Bill, turned around, and I looked down, and it's like John Bon Jovi.
Holy crap.
And he's like, hey, Bill's like, hey, Brian, meet John. I'm like, oh, yes, sir. Nice to meet you. Hey. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to leave now. Thanks, bye. But yeah, no, he and Parcells were big friends.
And both Jersey boys.
He loves Philly. He's a Phillies.
He does.
He's a Philly Eagles guy.
And I didn't realize. I mean, I guess I should have, because obviously he was part of, I think, that ownership group
the indoor arena
with Jaws. Yeah, the Philadelphia Soul.
The Soul.
He talks about that, and this is the first time he ever met Jerry Jones.
This is a cute story. I went to Dallas to meet, the devil, Jerry. I went down and I wanted to buy a franchise in Philly. I get to Dallas and we're sitting there and in walks Jerry. And he's a great salesman. The Arena Bowl is going to be on NBC and I think it's a good idea for you to do this. And maybe you'll come here and you'll like the Dallas Cowboys. And let me tell you something. We're from New Jersey. We don't like the Dallas Cowboys. We don't like anything to do with the Dallas Cowboys. In walks my buddy Parcells. I go, what are you doing here? He goes, I'm getting paid. What are you doing here? Jerry does the coolest thing ever. He takes our white van that's going to take us back to the airport, and he sends it away. And up rolls the Dallas Cowboy bus. And he goes, here's your ride back to the airport. I go, over my dead body. I open up this leather satchel, and in it is a game day jersey of Michael Strahan that I pull out like garlic to a vampire, and I go, back off, Jones, back off. The first time I meet him, I'm not getting on that bus. True story.
Jerry Jones.
Great man.
Back off, Jones, back off, as he waves this giant Strahan jersey. But yeah, I can respect that from Bon Jovi. Yeah. I wouldn't want to be getting on an Eagles team bus. Gross. That's disgusting. So respect to you.
Just walk to the airport.
Respect to you.
I don't know. I think they take this bit a little bit too far. I think celebrities and former players and all that from other teams, you kind of say, well, that stuff's for fans. We're here meeting as business people. I know that's how Jerry looks at it. And I know that's how Parcells looked at it. I think Bon Jovi's coming off just a little bit too much like a fanboy, kind of like Bobby Belt, if you ask me.
Oh, he's fanboying it.
Yeah.
Oh, shots fired.
Do you think celebrities are more fans than fans?
No, because I think they get a chance to meet everybody, and then they realize they like people that play on other teams, and it just kind of diminishes that a little bit.
I mean, how many millions of dollars? I'm just asking. How many millions of dollars do you think Spike Lee has spent on courtside tickets for the Knicks? Mm-hmm. Millions? Got to be millions, right?
Yeah, that's got to be $1,000 a ticket at least.
Maybe more.
40 times a year for what is that? 40 grand already.
Couple of tickets.
Yeah.
To me, he's got. I mean, it's amazing that some of these celebrities are such big sports fans. I mean, they really.
Some of them are. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, big time fans.
Yeah. I just saw Antonio Brown quote tweeted Micah's audio that we played earlier about the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl next season. He said, Micah Parsons, welcome to CT-ESPN. Micah quote tweeted it and said, can I make it to the Hall of Fame?
With takes like that, you're on the fast track, my friend. First ballot.
I like the sense of humor. All right, let's get into the top 10 best winter comfort foods as we get ready for some frigid weather, boys. 877-881-1053. 229 said chili. beef stew,
100%, dude.
chicken and dumplings, some of my all-time favorites, along with some grilled cheese sandwiches and a good soup. Man, you just nailed a lot of this top 10.
I mean, I feel like this is kind of like beef stew, but nothing better than a roast in a crock pot to me. You know,
Good
when the
roast.
meat's just pulling apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A good roast.
Get some good rolls with there. Yeah, carrots maybe.
Take the
in there.
juice out of the bottom of it and use it kind of as a gravy.
That's
you know?
nice.
Yeah, I like pouring it over the potatoes.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely. We've got, chili's really just a major text in the chili and cornbread.
Chili
Mexican
has to
sweet
be
bread.
number one on this list.
We got pool noodles from the 254. That's actually regarding the faucet covers.
Oh,
yeah, you cut those up. You can do some good work with the pool noodle this time of year.
Some folks were telling me, keep going. I'll get you. There's another name for something that they were telling that you need to get.
Tamales, pot pies, pot pie. Absolutely.
Why? Yes. Why not?
Frito pie.
That's big.
Getting
something cooked in the oven. I feel like that's going to warm the house up.
There's with cheesesteaks from the 940, specifically Texadelphia cheesesteaks.
Not bad.
Sounds like the owner at Texadelphia, if you ask me.
Maybe. Well, they're actually asking, like, how does Texadelphia cheesesteaks compare to Philadelphia cheesesteaks? I don't know. I haven't actually been to Texadelphia. I've heard good things, though. Heard very, very good things. Gumbo, getting texted in. Chicken and rice, getting texted in. Pozzoli. Yeah, Pozzoli. And Menudo also got texted in. Lucius, you have any hot foods that you want to add in?
Yeah. Whoever said chicken and rice, that's amazing because I like that chicken and rice. It cooks all day long, so the house smells amazing when you get home from school or something.
It's the best.
Yeah, I used to love that.
Best, man.
And the dressing from Thanksgiving, you only get it like once a year, and it's so good to me.
I hate that we only get it once a year, too.
Yeah, it's so good.
I tell you, you can make dressing a meal if you do it with you doll it up with some some crawfish
put the
or
protein in
sausage.
there.
Yeah, make it oysters, whatever you want to do. You can doll it up and make that thing like a meal if you like.
Oh, the pho from the 817.
Is that how it's said?
Yeah, pho.
Yeah.
It's spelled like pho, but it's pho.
Pho.
Homemade chocolate chip cookies getting texted in. Our buddy ASU Reed said fish fillets. It's like fried fish.
Fried fish is good.
Lasagna. Yeah, that's a good one. Absolutely.
Anything with mac and cheese. Just throw any protein.
Mac and cheese.
Just throw a protein into mac and cheese. Give me a good meatloaf too. Is another one.
Ooh, a meatloaf. Yes.
With potatoes and all that.
That sounds so good. Meatloaf and some mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think the chicken and noodles, not like a chicken noodle soup, but like homemade thick chicken with noodles. You know,
that would be good.
Like that.
Number 10, we've got breakfast foods like cinnamon buns, maybe some like warm French toast, some eggs, coffee.
I was going with the skillet meal from
the skillet would be nice and warm.
The skillet meal from like from the Waffle House, with it's like the hash browns and the eggs and the ground up, all that stuff.
Might be
in one pot.
Yeah.
9 is the dessert.
Just bring it still on the little,
yeah,
on the
hell
grill
yeah, you're eating out of the griddle.
Yeah, it's like still hot.
Yeah, eat it right out of that.
Like the warm chocolate chip cookies, some warm brownies, maybe a warm apple pie comes in at 9.
Brownies are good.
8 are the dumplings, which you could do the chicken and dumplings.
Make
you
them
do some
scratch.
Some pot stickers, some empanadas, maybe some pierogies, which I actually had. That's a northern thing there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
They're big for the pierogies. 7 are your pastas, maybe some nice fettuccine Alfredo. Some spaghetti and meatballs, mac and cheese. That's nice and comforting. In the
Sounds wonderful.
What about just throwing in just an easy DiGiorno pizza?
Yes. Not against it. Maybe. And hey, I know Hagee thinks it's poor people's food.
I think
the DiGiorno, or is he talking Totino's?
No. The Totino's, the pizza.
Any frozen pizzas?
The pizza rolls.
Oh, yes.
He's not into the pizza
Those
rolls.
little bagel bite things?
Bagel bites are fantastic.
I don't think he crapped on the bagel bites, but I know he's crapped on the pizza rolls, and I find that very offensive. Because I did love me some pizza rolls.
I'm going to vote for Eric's mom's baked ziti.
Oh, I'm so upset.
That's a strong play.
I'm still waiting on the spaghetti and meatballs.
Real strong play.
Casseroles come in at number 6. Like a chicken casserole, broccoli cheese casserole. 5 are a sandwich, like the grilled cheese and tomato soup.
You can't half-ass it on the cheese, by the way.
No, you can't.
Gotta
Real good cheese.
Go for your real cheese, yeah.
Or a French dip.
No processed cheese.
No processed cheese. You got to make sure, man. I'd go Irish cheese, sourdough bread, maybe with that Irish butter to kind of toast it in.
Yes,
would be where I'm going.
Yes.
Yeah.
What meat are you putting on your grilled cheese?
I'm just having the grilled cheese, but you could do.
It's a side to something else.
It's a side. You could do the tomato basil soup, make it pretty thick, but you can also use just the straight marinara and dip it.
Ooh, you could.
Dip the grilled cheese in the marinara.
There's a very thin line on that bisque, though, from thick to chunky. And once you go chunky,
no, it's
I'm
hard.
out.
You're hard. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, you don't want too much
What
like
about
tomato chunks.
like a good chowder?
Yeah, I mean, they can say
I like a heartier kind of soup.
Not everybody likes like oyster chunks,
like the clams.
Clams, yeah. That's kind of
But
I'm with you on that. I'm potato and the all that.
It's hearty. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Get a nice little bread bowl for it. Oh, I mean, really, just tear it up.
Well, that's every time we go to Oxnard. Remember, I get the chowder in the bread bowl, in the sourdough bread bowl.
Do we have a Super Bowl coming up? I think we do back in San Francisco.
Yes, I believe next year's.
And that's where, what is it, like the Fisherman's Wharf?
Fisherman's Wharf.
Yeah.
Did you say?
I did. Okay. I apologize for that.
The Fisherman's Little Person. It's a great place to eat.
It's a wharf. 4 is the roast. There you go, Dawson.
Yeah, Dawson the crock pot roast.
Yeah, nailed it.
Corn, potato, not corn, carrots, potato.
You're hanging out watching football all day. The crock pot's just working magic.
Let it do the job.
There does have to be a market for like little person wait staff kind of like restaurant where like everyone, like Hooters has qualifications, whatever, our qualifications are. It's like we know there's a market for that.
And it's great for the clam chowder and the bread bowls.
Yes,
Clearly.
absolutely.
Number 3 is the chili. Beef chili, turkey chili.
Number 3?
Number 3
is going to be chili here?
Number 3
that should be a shoe-in unanimous number 1. Everybody else is fighting for second.
We're about to get vegetable soup here, but we're about to get
we're not. Chuck wouldn't do
Get
that.
ready.
It's not vegetable soup, but it is your soups, like chicken soup. The chowders are on here as well.
Just not as good as chili. Yeah, exactly.
I'd rather have a chili, but
give me some tortilla soup.
Maybe like
we're
the
playing this
masses
game.
like soups. Yeah, tortilla soup.
Tortilla soup
would be a great one here.
Do you think chili's more of a soup or a stew or in its own deal? For me, it's its own deal.
I think it's its own, because number 1 is stews, which gumbo is also considered in the stew family here. So like your gumbo, your beef stew, and goulash is listed.
How do you feel about gumbo being considered a stew, Broadus?
Does that work?
Yeah.
You cook it similarly or no?
No, I really don't.
That feels like another unique on its own.
Yeah, I
think
category.
so too.
Gumbo,
like gumbo chili stew.
Brought from Africa.
We're separating
man.
these.
But
I've
Separation of powers.
Never had a goulash. I don't know what goulash is.
Goulash is like the chili with noodles and things like that.
Okay.
Like
You take like the macaroni
tomato.
and cheese pastas and you put spaghetti sauce and meat on it.
Okay, I've had goulash.
Elbow macaroni.
Yeah,
and
I
you
gotcha.
and you bake it with cheese and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Pretty good. It's basically spaghetti.
I've had a lot of people.
You never had hamburger helper in your life?
Yes.
Similar?
Goulash.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We're goulashing. All right, there
Thank
it
you,
goes.
Chuck. There he goes.
Sorry
Every
about
day at 4:20. Here are his top 10. You're sorry about the dwarf thing. Is that what you wanted to say? You wanted to get that off your chest? No, I think you just opened up a great opportunity. There has to be restaurants out there that are specific to, that is what the wait staff is. That is going to bring in the masses, guaranteed, 100%. So if this hasn't happened yet, we should be patting you on the back, Chuck.
I appreciate you
there's a market for this.
lifting me up in this moment of
An
very
idea,
much
man.
uncertainty.
Yeah.
Rim session coming up next, Chief. What kind of hoop do we have to talk about? Well, Mavs get the victory. Let's break it down. We got great dunks and a half-court buzzer beater all next here in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Which
Uber Eats has a lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Join us this Thursday night in our fan showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway, as Coca-Cola and the Rangers kick off their winter caravan, featuring world champions Marcus Semien and Cody Bradford, along with reliever Matt Festa. Autographs from 6:30 to 7, and then watch the guys take the stage for our first fan hot stove show of the year with Jared Sandler from 7 to 8. Giveaways from the Rangers, and we're serving delicious Whataburger. It's baseball time in Texas, and we can't wait to see you this Thursday night with your Rangers station, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now to talk some hoop. Here's the Chief.
People like Wolchuk's dwarf idea, man. They're calling it Stumpy's already. Apparently, 817 EDC Vegas has a mini bar inside, and it's a bar run by dwarves. So he says it throws you through a loop
Half price drinks
when you're shrooming out in Vegas, and that's where you head in. Yeah,
Sure, they have a really good happy hour, Brian. Yes.
Oh man, that's fantastic, dude. See, so there is some elements to this. We probably just need to get it local here. Wolchuk's the man for the job.
Let's do it.
All right, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The Gbag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when the Mavericks are able to take care of business on the second night of a back-to-back, short-handed as all get out, and they're what, like a 8-point home dog. They end up winning 118-97. The threes were just raining from everywhere. Yeah. And they were rebounding the heck out of the basketball, man. Klay Thompson, Quentin Grimes, Wolchuk's guy, getting it done in a big way. PJ Washington stepping up on and off the floor as a leader. And then the Dinwiddie stuff, he was just dancing on folks, dude. Just ISO, ISO, ISO. And I don't know about you guys, but I was starting to feel a little sad for Austin Reeves, who clearly had the target on his back last night. I saw the tweet from Tim Cato after the game. Dallas put Austin Reeves into isolations 15 times. No one had done that more than 8 times all season. He called it an absolute ruthless roasting of him. Literally, the entire second half strategy was to just take turns cooking Reeves.
Yeah, and it seemed like Dalton Connect got in on some of that down the stretch, as well as I think the Lakers have, some significant roster construction issues, but the Mavs did a hell of a job exploiting it. And as long as Dinwiddie is playing with a nice bounce and hitting a decent percentage of his shots, I think that's your path to victory if you're the Mavs. Like, you got to take that blueprint and say, how many more times can we get something similar to this?
Yeah. And
it looked functional.
It did. Yeah. And a lot of it helped, too, I think, because their defense has also been so bad in this stretch here. I know the offense is without Luka and Kyrie, of course, you're worried about the offense, but the defense had been so bad. But when you knock down shots the way they did, you're able to get back and reset in a beautiful way, and you're not just getting hammered in transition off misses all game long. You're able to set up, okay, we want to double Anthony Davis, cool. We can do what we want to do defensively a little bit. So it's amazing how much things are made easy for you when you're cashing out 47% from downtown.
Nothing worse than the kick out three that hits off the back of the rim, and it's an instant fast break for the opposition.
Seriously. Yeah, and I think there's something to these guys just getting to go out there and play loose. Like, hey, there's no expectations here. Let's just go out there and all the pressure's on LeBron and Anthony Davis tonight to get a win. We're on the second night of a back-to-back, 8-point home dogs. Just go out there and play, boys.
I mean, the Lakers are kind of like the Cowboys for a lot of reasons. They're going to get other teams' best efforts, but you have Klay Thompson playing against his dad's team, a team that recruited him heavily in the offseason. You have Spencer Dinwiddie playing on the team that he chose last year after the buyout or trade or whatever that was. So I think the guys were extra motivated last night, and hopefully they can take that confidence into the Portland game.
But we do need to go back to early in the basketball game and the moment that I think will be talked about for a long time here.
Reeves, shot clock at 8, plenty of time. Nice rotation. Hachimura, 3. Rebound hustling is Christie. To the cutting James. With the left hand, and he makes the steal.
Oh my goodness, Kevin Harlan was the man for the job last night. LeBron James at 40 years old. Are you freaking kidding me? Right there in the face of Derek Lively. I'm going right. Nope, Lively's going to block it. I'll just go left with the flush. Yeah. That was nasty.
I mean, age and all things considered, it's one of the most impressive plays we've ever seen. The cutaway on TV is incredible as Reggie Miller is turning towards Kevin Harlan, who's trying to capture it with the perfect amount of intensity, and he's just it is a really cool moment. And for my money, he's the best. And Reggie Miller, along with Kevin, is actually growing on me a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he's starting to do a nice job.
I'll tell you what, we don't see. And maybe when it's playoff time, it becomes a little bit different, but we don't see the game-to-game Reggie Miller trending because he's just getting essed on Twitter all night.
I think he's taking it more seriously,
got to him.
I think maybe, he was trying to make up for the nerves or the unsureness by being extra goofy for a half decade, and he's finally evolved past that.
I kind of felt like that, with the pairing with him and Van Gundy was pretty good with Harlan, Van Gundy,
Stan
during the playoffs.
Stan Van Gundy's fantastic
because Stan will kind of X and O you, and Reggie will kind of say some crazy things. But I thought, and Harlan just keeps it moving. But man, I thought as a 3 broadcast guys, they did a pretty good job.
Yeah, they balanced each other out well.
The playoffs, yeah.
Who feels better? Is it LeBron with that dunk last night, 40 years old, just an all-time highlight moment for him this late into his career? Is it Zion coming back, hitting you with a 360 dunkaroonie, or Trae Young with the half-court buzzer beater to win the game, dude? What is just completely overwhelming you in that moment?
I think Zion's the bigger surprise, to not be totally out of shape. Yeah. I think he's been focused in this particular part of his recovery from injury or whatever it happened to be this time. I didn't know if he still had that. I expected him to be close to over 300 pounds by now. But I guess he's only still 24 years old. And, for my money, one of, if not the single biggest unfortunate wastes of talent so far. And a lot of it's not his fault, with the injuries and stuff like that. But some of it is. And I still think there's plenty of time for him to be outstanding, but there's no way in HE double hockey sticks I would trade for him. I guess New Orleans is willing to now, but I would want nothing to do with it. I'm just sort of hoping from afar that we get to appreciate his athletic gifts because nobody's more talented.
Yeah, I mean that explosiveness in that body just shouldn't make sense, and his body's betrayed himself because of it,
right?
To some extent. Obviously, some of it his own doing, but yeah, that's going to be a tough body to maintain, even if you're super dialed.
I mean, if he was in the NFL, we'd say, man, he's built like a defensive tackle, but he's quick like a defensive end. Yeah. You know, he moves like a 225-pound defensive end, but he's powerful like he's 290, like he's freaking Aaron Donald. You know, he's just built so different, and hopefully he stays healthy and, you know, can take his rightful place as one of the top 5 players in the game. He even has vision. You know, he's got the whole repertoire.
He's very Sean Lee-esque, right? Like, when he plays, he's awesome, but he's just never available. The injuries are probably going to be like best that never was type of guy.
So are you guys all on board with Dawson here? I think I am as well. I think he would be a stay away for me, at least like from a Mavs perspective. But
yeah. I just don't think it's worth the headache and the compensation.
This team's got some bad luck with injuries right now. Just don't need to add any more. You know,
I mean, he's been distracted. He obviously likes to get after it. I can deal with all of that, but along with a metabolism that puts on weight easily and a propensity for just kind of losing focus, and the next thing you know, he's 40 pounds heavier. I think there's just way too many things to try to negotiate.
I mean, imagine like Luka gets enough for being out of shape.
Yeah,
and that, I mean, Zion, it would just be through the roof.
Yeah, you know, and then the injuries that really seem to have a trouble coming back from. You know, we hear of fast healers. He's maybe the slowest healer.
He would clean up at Stumpy's, though.
He would.
Here's Brian Windhorst, because you got the Jimmy Butler stuff that continues to evolve, and he was on record saying I'm ready to play literally anywhere, and then it was like, well, I don't want to play in Memphis. Apparently don't want to play in Milwaukee either. He's hell-bent on getting to the Phoenix Suns, but here's Brian Windhorst with the update.
I don't think any team is making their best offer right now for Jimmy. I think it's the poo-poo platter express on calls into Miami right now. And the Heat know that, and maybe they're going to try to navigate this without him, and maybe they'll wait until February 3rd and when this actually gets serious. I could see that for sure happening.
He just wants to get to Phoenix. He wants to get to Phoenix, and Bradley Beal's the only contract that they could conceivably move, but he's got a no-trade clause, and so apparently they're just trying to make life a living hell at work for Bradley Beal to the point where he gets so annoyed and wants to get out of Phoenix, and then he's just willing to be traded wherever. That's what they're hoping for, because the Heat want nothing to do with Bradley Beal and his contract, so it's a weird situation right now, but the poo-poo platter is where Windhorst is going with this, and that's not something I've ever experienced, Broadus. You tend to enjoy it.
It's kind of it's a Hawaiian. It's a Hawaiian dish. It could be Chinese as well. I'll give up Jimmy Butler for the poo-poo platter because I think there's some value to the poo-poo platter.
Poo-poo platter.
You'll take the platter?
Yes. I think there's some quality hors d'oeuvres on that poo-poo platter that I like.
There's a lot of good stuff happening with the poo-poo platter. You got teriyaki beef and chicken skewers. You got spare ribs or barbecue pork,
sticky ribs. Yep.
Oftentimes some chicken wings.
Wow, dude! So this is like a full like appetizer sampler kind of thing.
Yeah,
you're getting a real taste to everything.
Yeah, this could be a meal if you wanted it to. Absolutely,
bad marketing for the poo-poo platter. You got to change that name because it becomes a laughingstock with the name.
I trade.
And I've lived 30 years and not totally understood the greatness of the poo-poo platter.
I've always just assumed someone was saying, like, we're offering you, like, literally poop. You know?
Yeah, a platter of poop. We're going to go around the locker room. We're going to collect as much as we can. We're going to call Walchuk's buddy Jared, and we're going to get as much on this platter as possible.
What you could do, though, you can create the Italian poo-poo platter, and that's when you add the mozzarella and salami and stuff like that. You can make it.
We call that the tour of Italy.
Yeah, exactly. You could, but you could be like
some chicken parm, some fettuccine alfredo.
Yeah, just you could put a bunch of little snacky Italian things on it and make it really good.
Seems like Windhorst needs to get his analogies straight.
For a guy that looks like he enjoys a poo-poo platter, he should known better.
If that platter's on an expiring contract, we have ourselves a deal, gentlemen.
I totally agree with that.
Let's do it. Let's poo-poo.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, back into football. Big day cooking as everybody's trying to interpret exactly what is happening with the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy. The Expressway is coming up at 5:20, LA Live at 5:40. But, Chief, what is next?
Oh, we got a lot of good football stuff here. A lot of good coaching rumors that are swirling. Another coach from college that is in the mix for the Bears. What happened with Gerard Mayo? Chicago and the Patriots and grade this new concession item with the Texans, not the tamale, a different one, next in the nation.
Jalen with the Gbag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 4 of the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. LA Live is 40 minutes away. The Expressway in 20. Here's the Chief with an addition to the finest, Eric.
All right. Well, we have Jalen Hurts at practice. Looks like he's progressing nicely through the protocol and should be in store for a wild card start at home versus the Packers. So that's good news, of course, for the Eagles. And plenty of pressure there. You never know what could happen, man. If they ask the bed in round 1, you think they're comfortable sticking around with their guy?
No.
I don't think so.
I think they'll be firing.
Sirianni could be chucking up the deuces real quick. Big news for now. Ryan Poles, the general manager of the Bears, said they're going to get super exhaustive with this particular head coaching search.
This is the last one he'll ever do.
Yeah. You're probably right about that.
That's why it's exhaustive.
Unless he just totally nails
when
it.
you're the Dallas Cowboys, it's a Johnny Walker Blue and a tomahawk chop, and away we go.
Because we'll get another crack at this in 5 years,
Bingo.
6 years, 7 years, 8 years,
Bingo.
30 years.
Just a different last name, different person, same last name.
Well, here's a new name getting thrown into the mix. Iowa State coach Matt Campbell expected to interview for the Bears job. And the Jets are expected to show interest as well.
He was a hot candidate several years ago. Was he in a Big 12 championship game 2 years ago?
They were in the Big 12 title game, and then they just made it again this year, of course, lost. And I mean, they had a down year a year ago, and then he bounced back.
He was sniffing it when Brock Purdy was quarterbacking for him.
Sure was. That was the year they made it.
Yeah, people were talking about him as
Alan Lazard, one of the guys that went through there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I hadn't heard his name getting thrown around at all. The only college name I'd really seen was Sark to this point.
Yeah, I don't think Chris Del Conte is going to let him. In fact, Texas
money.
just saw some video. They are in the DF Dub right now. The buses are pulling up to their team hotel.
Beautiful.
Nice.
I love it. I love it. Now, Zay Flowers, though, on the opposite side here, as Jalen Hurts is progressing towards playing on Sunday, don't expect to see Zay Flowers for the Ravens, as they're a pretty heavy favorite. I think they're like a 9 or 10 point favorite over the Steelers.
Have been awful.
Yeah, they really started.
4 straight games they've lost now.
I think you're right. I think it is 4.
Yeah,
they're trending bad.
That's tough for the Ravens, though. I mean,
they don't score.
Bateman and Aguilar after that. It's pretty rough.
You're going to need Likely and Andrews to step up in a big way. And Andrews, the latter half of the year, has been a monster, scoring touchdowns and whatnot.
Running.
Yeah, Jackson running, of course. Derrick Henry. They'll be fine beating the Steelers, but the closer and closer you get to Buffalo and Kansas City, you're going to need all hands on deck there. So, Zay Flowers, very likely Zay Flowers for the Ravens coming up this weekend. Now, you also have, I did want to say congratulations because Jamar Chase of the Bengals is getting a ton of love, and rightfully so, for what he's been able to do being the Triple Crown winner at the receiver position. But he's not the only member of his team that is a Triple Crown winner.
No, he's not.
We have offensive lineman Alex Kappa step on up to the plate here.
Right guard.
Potentially one of the worst seasons in NFL history.
Yeah, pressures and sacks.
First in sacks, first in pressures allowed, and first in hurries allowed.
There you go.
That's not one but 2 Triple Crown winners for the Bengals.
We talked about him as an attack guy.
You were calling him Alex Crappa all week. I thought it was offensive, but you were right. I mean, you nailed it.
Poo-poo platter, he nicknamed.
Yeah, we found out the poo-poo platter, not poop.
Yeah.
But Alex Crappa, that fits.
Did you guys see the story about Gerard Mayo and the fallout? The guy loses his job, and then, of course, they start just throwing everything out there on what went wrong, how it went wrong. And apparently, really what it comes down to, he was in a little bit over his skis. You go from Belichick, who's like super lay down the law guy, my way or the highway, and he obviously wanted to come in there and put a different spin on things, and he was kind of like too much of players coach guy. And it was tough to have any sort of accountability and discipline because he just swung the pendulum too far the other way. And there were a couple examples, like they lose a game at one point in the season, and on the flight home, he goes back into the players area and starts playing poker with them or whatever. So instead of doing the thing where you just sit in your chair and stew, or I guess watch the film and try and correct things, he went back and took a load off and started playing cards with his guys.
Which sounds fun, but
right, exactly.
I mean, you have on-air Wi-Fi. You can jump into an online poker room if you want to.
See, there you go.
Coaches
he
will-
needed Dawson on his side.
Yeah, coaches will go to the back and they check on their guys, but they generally return back to their seats. They don't sit back there and play poker.
Yeah, you got to give them the eye, maybe yell at them, maybe coach them up a
They
little
just
bit.
check
But you
on
can't
them,
you
settle
can't go
them.
hanging out with them like you're one of them. You know, you gotta maintain that line. But I heard as well that like he didn't make many allies in the media, and when you do that, boy, they can paint a picture on you, can't they?
They can.
And if ownership is listening or anybody in the front office is listening, it can really work against you. I don't know if I would ever fire a guy after just 1 year. I mean, it just looks so dysfunctional, but maybe they want Vrabel that bad that they're willing to do it, or maybe this got that horrible. But I thought they were heading in the right direction at times throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, it got away from him, and he had nothing to work with. I mean, there's got to be some honesty about the roster that they have being like they were worried about putting Drake May behind that offensive line because they're going to get the guy killed. He's throwing to no one. He's got no one protecting him. Like just a disaster class of roster building to think that you could scale back what was already a bad roster and go from Belichick to Mayo and expect any improvement is pretty laughable.
And I mean, come on, if you take away their 2 6-game losing streaks, they were actually 4-1.
Yeah, and a lot of those games, if you take away the scoreboard, man,
take the scoreboard.
They'd have been right there.
Yeah. So look at the standings.
Yeah. Well, and the other example of him just again player friendly, you have Ramondre Stevenson being a guy who's fumbling the ball over the place, and he's like, okay, I'm benching him, and then you get to the start of the game and there's Ramondre Stevenson in the starting lineup still.
Yeah.
So it was really kind of just screwed from the jump. And we'll see where he lands now, because I'm sure as maybe a defensive coordinator option or at the very least a linebackers coach, he'll be out there. I saw, the other one that I saw, what's worse, him going out back and playing at the back of the plane, a little poker after taking an L, or is it the now former general manager of the Titans apparently appreciating a good post-game L-taking Sunday nap on the flight home? Because that's apparently what took place for now former Titans general manager Rand Carthon, who reportedly napped on the team plane after games. And apparently, I guess that was also a bad look. I can't play poker with my guys. I can't take a Sunday nap. You're telling me like a 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. My team just got smoked because Will Levis. We decided to draft Will Levis.
He's on the plane sleeping?
He's on the plane. His team just lost. He's the general manager. I guess he should be scouring the waiver wire for talent that could come in and unseat Will Levis.
Watching the game
Shouldn't
tape.
be hard to find. Yeah.
Come on, dude.
But instead, he just he threw the old pillow around his neck and got him some Z's.
I don't know. Could he be like me and Dawson who hate to fly and he takes medication and it knocks him out?
I think that's fair. I don't think there's an issue with this taking a nap. And then he's well refreshed for when they land and he can get right back to work.
Yeah, I would definitely come up with a bigger reason to tell the team insider or reporter than he took naps on the team plane home. That seems weird.
I think their new owner is a big problem.
Yeah, I don't even know who their new owner is.
Just say you don't like the guy.
Lady.
He took over, right? Bud Adams' daughter.
Yeah, Bud Adams' daughter took over as the ownership.
It's been a problem.
Lady owner.
I mean, when she fired Mike Vrabel, did she refuse to do any media except for the team website? She got interviewed by like one person from the team website that she approved.
Nick
of.
Eatman.
And yeah, pretty much. And that's all she. I mean, this thing's been an absolute bleep show.
Getting a new stadium built, though, aren't we?
They are getting a new stadium built.
They're going to have
I'm
like
sure that's exciting.
Like the biggest outdoor bar or something like that in America or whatever.
There you go.
It's supposed to be pretty
Nashville,
pretty impressive.
How many toilets though?
I mean, imagine the type of hang time Morgan Wallen can get on the chairs that he's going to throw off that thing. But speaking of Vrabel, I think that's part of the reason the Gerard Mayo stuff, the disciplinary issues, they're probably going to want to swing back to. That's why I think it's a no-brainer. As much as Ben Johnson makes plenty of sense, he's got the Tar Heel connection with Drake May. He's obviously an offensive wizard. I think that they're going to not want to do the rookie head coach thing again. Do we know what type of culture builder, yada, 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 that Ben Johnson is? Vrabel's coming in there swinging a big stick.
Yes.
I think that's
he's
the
in the
lock
Team Hall of Fame. He was gushing over what it means to be a Patriot and how great the organization is. I mean, he just concluded his interview with the Bears. But I would assume if Vrabel has his pick of the jobs, he's going to go back home to New England.
Yeah, I'm putting in the call. Vrabel for sure to the Patriots. Ben Johnson's going to the Jags.
I like that.
There you go. I like what you're doing.
The Bears get Carroll. And don't forget about Mike Vrabel as well. You know Robert Kraft wants a winner. He's used to winning championships.
Vrabel's a winner.
Never satisfied.
He took the blame for Mayo, though.
Yeah, he owned
stood up there. He said
he probably
man.
did feel very bad about that.
Yeah, he did. He took that one.
But he knows Vrabel will do whatever it takes to win another championship. Mike?
Off for a Super Bowl? Would you cut your dick off for a Super Bowl?
Oh, been married 20 years. Yeah, probably.
You've got 3.
As a player.
Only as a player.
As a player.
He needs one as a coach.
Yep, needs one as a coach.
Mike Vrabel is willing to literally put it all on the line in order to get a championship.
And he was so close. They had such a lead against the Chiefs in Kansas City in the AFC title game, and then I think they were up 14-0 and blew it.
Yeah.
His man piece was safe.
Yeah,
I thought when that reporter said you've got 3, he meant the pieces there for a second.
Well, he might. Would we be surprised?
Wow. I mean, come to think of it, maybe if I did have 3, could part with 1 for a Super Bowl. I'm calling Cap, aren't you, Brian?
He's got
Cap.
3 nipples.
You don't think he's really willing to put it all on the line for another championship? You don't think Vrabel's?
No, I don't think any of us would
Not
be.
that.
You don't think he's got the Vrabels to do that?
I think he'll take a finger off.
I think so too.
Finger, but not that.
You lose a finger. Which one are you choosing?
Pinky.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be looking at the ring finger.
Yeah, you want your bookend fingers there. I don't think you're touching the thumb or the pinky. Obviously not the middle bird.
I think you can go without the ring finger.
I think you could too.
Middle finger's, your best length and a lot of power in there. Index finger pretty important.
So we're gonna go. Yeah, take away the.
But I wouldn't take any of those because then I would know the championship wasn't earned. I want to go out here and whoop everybody's ass and know we just whooped them. I don't want to be sitting there going and be like, yeah. Got the Super Bowl, guys.
But here was my secret sauce.
You can do everything that
all
you
you
need
have
to
to
do.
do, guys.
Somebody
Make
get
a deal
Jason
with the devil.
Pierre-Paul on the phone, please.
Hey, JPP, which finger do you think's the best to not have?
Is this shaping up good though for the Ravens?
Not at all.
I know they're going to be without Zay Flowers, but when you look at the history of their Super Bowl championships, it starts in 2001.
They beat
Trent
the Steelers.
Trent Dilfer.
Yes.
28 years old.
Hell yeah. Oh.
We go to 2013. Joe Flacco. 12 years later, 28 years old.
Tells me they need a white average quarterback to win these things.
Lamar Jackson, 28 years old.
Okay, can I do you one better? 2000, 2012, 2024. Every 12 years, they win the Super Bowl.
Okay. The Stars
this is
might
lining
be
up.
aligning.
We got the age of the quarterback. We got the 12-year difference. Maybe the Ravens. We should all jump on.
They're not accounting for the Mahomes factor, though.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
That's tough.
That's where things get a little dicey for you if you're the Baltimore Ravens. But I would still, I'd be clinging on to anything right now if I was a Ravens fan. Like this is our year. Now you're setting yourself up for a huge letdown. But we talked about Lamar Jackson, a different animal now. He's at the height of his powers.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, I don't think you can expect success if you're a Ravens fan. The defense, Lamar Jackson's history of playing in big games. And then you have to get through the Bills and the Chiefs. This is a gauntlet.
Their defense will lose this one for them.
Ravens defense.
Yep.
Mahomes, Josh Allen, something like that.
Yep.
That's the thing that people don't talk about.
Don't blitz well enough.
It's fairly easy to eliminate a big portion of the competition when it comes to picking who's going to actually win the Super Bowl. You have to have a really good defense.
Yeah.
Killed in the middle of the field, intermediate passing game.
Especially when you're going up against ridiculous quarterbacks like they're about to run up against. Yep. Who do you guys think was the leader for BTT percentage this year? Walchuk, you know what that is.
I wish I did.
Big time touchdowns?
Big time throws, man.
Oh,
that's got me feeling nicey.
Yeah. Big time throw percentage. This is one of my favorite stats.
What does he do? Yeah, okay.
Let me go. Josh Allen.
Josh Allen led the league in big time throw percentage.
That's a BTT guy.
He is. Yes, absolutely.
And what qualifies as a big time throw?
The big time throw, I'll read it out to you because they have a couple of different.
He's making this up as he's going.
No, this is real.
That I have had to do some research.
Is this a real
It
stat?
passes. Yes, it is. It's an advanced metric, is what we like to call it in the biz. Okay, Krusty.
Okay.
Passes with excellent ball location. Okay, so we start with the location of the ball being excellent.
They're excellent.
And timing generally thrown further down the field and or into a tighter window. Okay, so this is a perfect ball that is super down the field and
sacked.
or in a super tight keyhole type of window. Okay,
How many
so
we
you're
have?
taking daring passes down the field or daring passes into tight coverage, and you are freaking pinpoint.
Yeah.
Who does it the most in the sport? It's this year's MVP, Josh Allen.
Dak probably would have had a chance at this because every single one of his passes were in tight windows.
Kind of feel like he's
Let's
done
see
this
Dak's
his whole career.
BTT.
I feel like
Where's
he's done this
Dax?
his whole career, and it's ended up in interceptions a lot of the time.
Only Daniel Jones and Gardner Minshew and Thompson Robinson and Rattler were worse than Cooper Rush when it comes to big time throw percentage. I don't think Dak qualified for number of throws. Unfortunately, didn't play enough.
That's unfortunate.
Didn't play enough. But yeah, you have Josh Allen right there. The worst when it comes
Thompson Robinson.
Yeah, that'd have been Thompson Robinson and of course the Dolphins' backup quarterback Huntley. He was bad. Gardner Minshew was bad. Rattler, Rush, Rudolph, Daniel Jones, all those guys were bad. But Lamar Jackson was super studly at it. How about Bryce Young being in the mix? Big time throw percentage monster. Joe Burrow, of course, Herbert, and Anthony Richardson. The only problem with Anthony Richardson, though, is he had a lot of big-time throws, but he also had a ridiculous amount of turnover-worthy plays.
Yeah. Those were actually just YOLO balls, and some of them made it home.
Exactly.
pretty much.
There we go.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
It's time for the Expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top on the other side, get you caught up on everything developing in the world of sports. Next, it's The Nation.
More Gbag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on the Fan and the Odyssey app.
Babe Laufenberg here. As a former professional athlete, I know what it takes to stay in the game. And trust me, there are lots of healthcare choices out there, but Game Day Men's Health offers personalized wellness.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Jack in the Box.
Don't like to be told what to eat and when? Then let me introduce you to the $5 all-day big deal meal at Jack in the Box. No matter the hour, you get to choose from 4 entrees and 5 tasty sides, plus a drink. So do you and get a burger, fry, and hash brown in the AM. At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
Here we go, buddy. Time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free all the way to the top. LA Live's coming up in 16 minutes. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. The Expressway is presented by our friends at the On Time Experts. Wildfires continue to devastate areas across Los Angeles. It's unbelievable, some of the live video that continues to come out here over the news channels, Brian. But, you know, looking at how Los Angeles is structured, there's so much mountain and so much trees that's going to be very difficult to get firefighters up into. They kind of got to let it burn out in some places.
You know, when we fly into LAX and then make our way north, you know, on the 5 of the 101 there, that always point out like the Getty Museum up there right off the highway there.
Yeah.
You know, up there in the hill, it's a beautiful museum they have, and the fires are now up there. So here we are, right?
Yeah,
along,
1,000 buildings plus have been just demolished.
Right. I mean, literally the roads that every year that we travel on there in Los Angeles, the fires now just up the side of those hills and stuff like that. And that Getty Museum is a beautiful place to go and visit. But man, it's just kind of when you see those pictures, you're like, man, we travel on this all the time. You know, it's unfortunate. Really,
so you got 3 major blazes now, and you know it's kind of stretching from the Pacific Coast all the way to Pasadena.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a significant way inland. So at least 70,000 people ordered to evacuate. But a very difficult situation, and the NFL now monitoring it and will ultimately, you know, be pressed for some sort of a decision over the next couple of days on Monday night's wild card game between the Vikings and the Rams at SoFi Stadium. I imagine you could, you know, schedule that north, go up to Santa Clara and play at the home of the 49ers. You know, you do have some options. You could, you know, probably still go down to San Diego. They have stadiums there, but I would imagine over the next 48 hours or so, they'll start to get a handle on things. Although some of the stories coming out as far as how unprepared Los Angeles County or
the
LA,
water,
the reservoirs were empty.
They had a problem with that. They didn't anticipate this, and so of course the government officials are like blaming each other for the lack.
It turned political real quick.
Very political. Yeah.
Jalen Hurts back at practice, feeling good for the Eagles. What's the most interesting storyline to you guys here as we go into the playoffs? Obviously very Cowboys-centric, but as a Cowboys fan, what are you looking for? Is it rooting against the Eagles? Is it rooting for the Chiefs? Is it rooting for Lamar Jackson to get one or Josh Allen to make it happen? To me, it's going to continue to come down to Patrick Mahomes. I mean, I feel like I'm watching him like I watched Jordan in the 90s, just trying to see how massive the dominance or how impressive his resume can become.
I think it's I'm not looking at anybody in the NFC. The Eagles can bleep themselves. The Packers can bleep themselves.
Be honest about your Commander's take. You want to be right. Pop up
but
here.
I don't want them to get to the Super Bowl. I wouldn't mind it if they made an NFC Championship game and then it's just the Cowboys. The Cowboys you have the longest drought of any team in the conference. You're the only one that hasn't made. You're the longest one since '95. Everyone else has made it but you. So I don't think it would actually change a damn thing. But
Commanders get a new owner and go right back in that thing.
Like, that's not a good look. But I wouldn't want the Commanders to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I think I'm either rooting for history, the three-peat, because we've never seen it, or I am rooting for either Allen or Lamar Jackson to finally break through. Like two studs that deserve it.
Is hate watching the Eagles the number one thing you're going to do, though, as far as the passion meter?
Yes, always.
Ryan?
Absolutely, yeah.
Chief?
Man, it's up there. It really is. It's neck and neck. I'm with you. I love the greatness of what Mahomes and the Chiefs and Andy Reid are doing right now. So that's kind of what I'm pulling for. But yes, on the opposite end, who will I be hate watching the most? Watching the Eagles collapse right in front of our eyes and also lose a year later after we've been the laughingstock, losing in round one to the super young Packers. They come into our house and make it the home of the Packers, them going too filthy and potentially ending the Sirianni tenure in filthy would be pretty special.
There's a lot of juice there. The 956 says, I want Harbaugh to lead the Chargers to a Super Bowl so Jerry can look foolish for sticking with Mike and not going after Harbaugh last year. 817 wants a Lions-Bills Super Bowl. That'd be kind of fun, the lovable loser angle.
Yeah. I mean, and pulling for the Lions is somewhat easy. There's still that bad taste in our mouths with the way they were just so heavy-handed with the disrespect to the Cowboys this year, really embarrassing us and putting it on us. But seeing the Lions do it is obviously something that's pretty cool.
On a personal level, I'd see Sean Payton make a little run.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
That would be.
Yeah.
That's what I'm kind of cheering for. But
and that's the least likely thing to happen, right, in this postseason.
I'm going to get one game out of that probably. I'm going to see him play one game.
I do like him to cover that spread. I think that's a pretty big spread, is it not?
Oh, guess that spread.
A little GTS action. What do you think that spread is? Yeah, Broncos go to Buffalo.
Yeah,
I'll get a touchdown. And I was like 254, 972 rooting for the Lions. Lions fans deserve it. I would have been definitely into. I guess I'm probably pulling for the Lions to win the conference, but the Lions they were jerks to the Cowboys. Man.
Yeah,
they really were. And so now I'm kind of like, go bleep yourselves. I mean,
that got toxic and weird.
I love Campbell, but it did start to get weird.
I mean, there was some questionable officiating there, fine, but you need to take it out on the Cowboys.
Oh, you're talking about like throwing the tackle passes and stuff.
Yeah,
like
just the
that.
way that they, they really wanted to rub it in. It's like it was a little too much. Like you clearly were better than the Cowboys and you dominated the game. Let that be enough.
Is there any Cinderella possibilities in here, though? It just seems like more and more. It's you got to be one of the top couple seeds to make this thing happen.
Would I don't know? Would you consider Minnesota Cinderella coming from? I mean, I know they won 14 games, but
it's the 5 seed.
But yeah, they're going to have to win them all on the road.
Yeah, I'm thinking Packers or Vikings.
Yeah, Green Bay, I think still is capable. I still think Jordan Love can get hot, and Matt LaFleur
Cinderella. They won 14 damn games, Brian. I mean,
yeah, but it's Sam Darnold's their quarterback. It is Cinderella. You saw the way he played the other night versus a Lions defense that has been on a downward spiral, and he looked like a shell of himself. He looked like the same Sam Darnold that we came accustomed to throughout his entire career. It would be shocking if Sam Darnold's able to go on a run here.
I would cheer for the Chargers being a Cinderella team.
Yeah.
Harbaugh.
I think both those things could happen because of how good their defenses are.
They run the football well enough. I mean, I'd like to see the Chargers do well.
49ers motivated to get a new deal done for Brock Purdy. Is this the end of their run? I mean, McCaffrey couldn't fix their offense this year. He has a monster contract on the books, multiple wide receivers paid. It just seems like they need a full-on overhaul.
Samuel's not the same for sure.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is trending downward for San Francisco. I think it's going to take a couple of years to rebuild back to what they were. Is this curtains paying Purdy?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't be in the camp of wanting to do that, especially if I'm Kyle Shanahan and I have the confidence that I can go, I can make something out of nothing. I just did it with Mr. Irrelevant. I got by with Jimmy Garoppolo for a long time. We've seen what Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't been able to do away from Kyle Shanahan. So yes, I would be a little bit concerned, but a motivated, frustrated revenge tour for Kyle Shanahan, just how buck wild can he get with some of the things offensively, but they're going to have a out of this world kind of draft. I think they're going to end up losing the other linebacker that
Dre
they
Greenlaw's
got.
a free agent.
I bet he's probably going to be gone there, but you get Robert Saleh as your defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
You have a nice draft. I mean, they're still going to be a super competitive team.
Javarius Ward at corner, I don't think wants to go back there. He's been talking, and it's for a tragic reason, like he lost his daughter.
Yeah.
But he's been talking about
Wife doesn't even want to be in
it's
California.
Like, it's triggering. Like every time they fly back, it was like the worst moment of their lives. So I think he might just need to get out of there for his own mental health.
Okay, let's go to John Machota's X account here. I want your guys' updated theories on why the NFC East is so tough to repeat on. You probably saw this. He did last time a team that won the division in back-to-back seasons. Every division did it this year, back-to-back winner, except for the NFC East that is now sitting on 20 years since 2004. I remember talking about this story over a decade ago and just marveling at it, and it's uncanny how it continues to happen. I guess I would bet on somebody else winning the division next year, whether it be the Cowboys or the Commanders instead of the Eagles. But why do you guys think that is? Is that just random?
It's a trend now. I mean, that's why I picked the Commanders to win it this year.
Pop-up year.
They had the pop-up year, and they made the playoffs. So I guess that accounted for something. But I don't know. It is weird. Like the turnover in this division, you can just chalk it up. There will be a new until it happens. I mean, I think every year you've got to pick somebody else to win it.
Yeah, and there's just not the standalone team that is you can just always shoe in to be that team that's always going to do it. Like the Cowboys are a little bit up and down. They always want to make the playoffs, but they're just inconsistent with, other than the 3 12-win seasons in a row, for the most part, they are, they're a little up, they're a little down. The Eagles go all in, and then they tear it down, and then they go back to the bottom. And then the Commanders are the random once a decade. They have a season. And then the Giants, they've been on just a downward. They're looking like one of the worst franchises in the sport now.
It might be the quarterback play, too. I mean, you've had a lot of inconsistency.
Just not elite enough.
Yeah, So like Dak's had great years. He's had some bad years. I mean, you go back
just
to
no elite guaranteed team that's going to go on a run for a half decade and just dominate the division.
And how many times has Dak been hurt out for the year? And
Romo. You go back to when Romo was doing it.
Okay, we go to the morning news here. Tim Cowlishaw, first 12-team college football playoff, reminds fans to be careful what they wish for as we're heading for the semifinal on Friday night. Is this better is the question. He writes, the first year of the format hasn't given college football a better champion, just a different one. I'm kind of with him on this. I do think the human element of, eyeballing the best team is probably more reliable for finding the best team than having the top 12 play 3 or 4 games against each other.
The only reason I'd lean maybe it is better. Do we think that the final 4 teams, all of them would have made the playoff in the old structure? I don't think Ohio State does. I don't think Penn State does. I don't think Notre Dame does. In Texas, because they lost the SEC title game, I don't know if they do either. So you might have had a situation in the old deal where all the final 4 teams now wouldn't have even been in the college football playoff.
Yeah, I think crowning a champion the old way gave you a lot of teams that were going wire to wire as considered the best teams, and there was no, opportunity for them to really get tripped up. I don't think we're going to remember these champions nearly the same as we have in years past.
The AP preseason top 25, Ohio State at 2, Texas at 4, Notre Dame at 7, Penn State at 8.
Well, top 10 teams.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like I say,
do you like this better?
I do.
Yeah, more interesting football games.
I do.
Throughout the
I think
holiday season.
Adds to some of the drama, but I think we can do better with the way we're seeding this thing. Maybe you do a reseeding in the next round. Like, there's ways we can make this better, but I do like having more teams in it.
UConn defensive lineman Price Yates has signed with North Carolina. Just played against them in the Fenway Bowl, had a sack and 3 TFLs, and Belichick said, man, I like that guy. Redshirt junior from San Antonio. Entered the portal December 13th, withdrew 8 days later, and told media he was going to be back. But after the bowl game performance, Yates re-entered the portal and has now joined Belichick there at UNC, so that's a win. NHL postponing tonight's Kings and Flames game, by the way, with several wildfires burning across Los Angeles. Yeah, didn't even realize that. Yeah,
Sports
that is
ironic.
Okay, Mavs win over the Lakers provides a map for navigating the road without Luka and Kyrie Irving. What do you think? The Franklin injury attorney text line is open. What did we see last night? It was an impressive victory. I do think the Lakers were flat on both ends of the court, but maybe we sold them a little bit short there on that 5-game losing streak. Jason Kidd said after the game, give this group some time.
Okay.
What do you?
That's always his message. More time, please.
I'm with you, Coach.
Nobody died tonight.
Yeah. I didn't give them any time. I really didn't think they were. I thought they were dead in the water. Played well last night. Like I say, I thought it was a good win. Look, because the Lakers coming in were it's not a trash team by any means. I mean, defensively they weren't very good last night, but they were 7 of 10 coming in. So, good victory. Maybe they felt like the Dallas was probably going to lay down like they had the previous 4.
I mean, I think it's not an easy thing to duplicate. To have Grimes, Washington, Dinwiddie all clicking on the same night, and that's what you need at this point. And they've proven those guys they can't consistently do what they did last night. It's far too much to ask. So I did like those defensive lineups where you have PJ and Kleba and Najee Marshall. You have like this element of, hey, they're all bigger wing defender guys. They can switch on stuff, and I thought that was a nice touch defensively, which I think has been a huge problem for them since Luka and Kyrie have gotten banged up. So that's something that I think you can lean into a little bit more. But the offensive stuff, man, it's like you just gotta hope on any given night you're gonna have multiple guys doing what they did last night, and history says you can't depend on those guys to consistently do that.
I'm hoping they can, still manage to be a top 6 team and avoid the play-in. And I think in order for that to happen, you got to win 30, maybe 40% of your games here during the stretch before the All-Star break. But there's something there, and there's going to be a number of games where the other team just doesn't have it because it's a long season and teams come out flat. You got a revenge game coming up against Portland, and then 2 with the Denver Nuggets. I wish we could play the Nuggets tonight because Jokic was sick last night, couldn't play. Apparently showed up at the arena and he got sent home from coach just to go back to the hotel and rest because he's in that bad of shape. But those 2 games against the Nuggets are going to be really, really tough, as even without Jokic, they were a handful for Boston last night. Kawhi Leonard has stepped away from the Clippers amid the fires. If it's anybody else, I'd be fine with it. Maybe the house is up there, but it just seems like dude will take any excuse in the world to not play. Former Rangers top catching prospect Sam Huff claimed off waivers by the Giants, the club announcing, designated for assignment in December after the Rangers signed right-handed reliever Sean Armstrong. 26-year-old was once a top 100 prospect in baseball. Just goes to show you how difficult it can be to actually punch through and hold in the big leagues. I know we had a lot of hope for Sam Huff over the years, Wolchuk.
Yeah, we did. He was our guy, man. Every single time we got to talk to him in the bullpen and the clubhouse there. I don't know why I said bullpen. He was always probably one of our favorite interviews. He was very thoughtful every question. Like, we were asking about fast food burgers, and he had probably the best answer I think we've ever gotten, talking about In-N-Out and the quality.
Wait till you talk to Jock
and
Peterson.
The consistency. Okay, all right. Jock, can you do better than Sam?
Yeah, I think he can.
I think Jock can hold his own for sure.
Burger talk is real with him.
I'll never forget the way Sam Huff really handled the worst exercise to do in the nude question.
Yeah,
I mean, he was really thinking through that thing.
And the steroids.
Yeah, best of luck to him.
Yeah, the steroids. He brushed that off nicely. He's clearly not using it.
We love you, Sam.
We do, but bullpen catcher might be all he's fit for at this point, Wolchuk. I think that might have been a Freudian slip. Our event downstairs to kick off the Rangers Caravan moved to Monday, though, and Simeon is still in. weekend, so that's a big dub. World Series trophy is going to be there. Rangers tickets giveaway. That is now Monday night. Of course, tomorrow the Storms are expected there, so we wanted to reschedule it, but we're stoked that Simeon's still in, and we're stoked that it's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
Yeah, how y'all doing? How's everybody feeling?
Good.
All right.
Hanging tough.
A little scratchy throat, fighting through that a little bit. I think a lot of people are.
Yeah, a lot of you guys are. I commend Eric. You jumped in here feeling all bad and everything and still doing the damn thing. And I appreciate you not coming in the Pimp Cup one time.
I was like, let me stay away. We try to respect that.
I appreciate it. Yeah, y'all stay the hell away from me, okay?
Yep.
But I love that you showed up. Tell you what, if I feel a little bit sick, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I don't want to get everybody else sick. Wipe out half the station because you showed up one day for a shift on Saturday afternoon.
That's on me.
So crazy dog. All right, let's get into a what is this? A Hump Day edition of LA Live? Right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke.
Warm me up, baby bubble.
Fire up this funk and let's have a touch.
Yeah.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You're going to see their minutes cut, right?
Yeah, and you see. Wow. Open your mouth wide and take it.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
Tripping, bro. This is LA Live for Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. Yesterday I said 2024. You guys didn't call me out, keep me on my toes.
Lucius.
Burning my trust up over here with you fellas. I need you to call me out when I make mistakes.
No, too much respect.
I put the 5 up to the camera if you want to check YouTube.
I did.
You sit up to the camera?
Yeah.
You see me with these glasses, dog? I can't see, bro. Yeah. It is a butt naked Wednesday here in LA Live. All praises due to Miss Badu.
Salute.
I too was born underwater with $3.06. Yeah, you might laugh and all that good stuff. Peace to the gods and herbs, all that fly stuff. Do y'all think those Joy Taylor ratings are booming right now?
Yes.
It's going to bring some eyeballs.
Yeah.
100%. She pulled them puppies out today. 2 days in a row she had them covered up, but today
she's back.
She's back.
Back, baby. You can't hold a good hustler down.
Butt Naked Wednesday.
Yeah.
Acho told her to get her together.
He's been out here deleting stuff.
Oh, God.
Is he single? Is he a single man? Like, I'm being nosy.
He is a single man.
I'm being nosy. Asking about his relationship status. Hold on, let me get my little old messy sound.
He's married? Been married since 2014 with 4 kids.
Oh, my God. With 4 kids?
Wait. You got the right Acho?
Sam, right?
No. Boy, don't do that. Make somebody's Wednesday afternoon awful.
Some real uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah. Oh, man. Shout out to them, though. I've definitely been watching for 3 days in a row here in the studio. I like how Fox Sports is keeping her on air.
Yeah.
Letting her hustle just through it. Just hustle through it, girl.
That's a Fox tradition there. That company.
Bro, Fox don't play. Roger Ailes.
They do not play over there.
What's my man? Bill O'Reilly.
Yep.
Yeah, they were scooping them up. They were scooping up some interns and making them stars.
They will write some checks.
They know that controversy is good for ratings, too.
And I'm just talking about how they were moving and grooving out there. They was, you, come here. You want to be a star?
Yeah. A little more leg.
Yeah, a little bit more thigh in there. Yeah. Glass tables and whatnot. Unlike ABC did with TJ Holmes. Remember TJ Holmes and that girl were actually having an affair?
Yeah.
And they were working together. They were co-hosts on Good Morning America. And Good Morning America cut them, and everybody was just like, no, we were waiting with bated breath. Like, what's going to happen next? And I guess they took them off of television. They didn't want those ratings over there at ABC. They're a little above us, I guess.
Integrity.
Yeah, they got a little bit of integrity.
Amy Robach.
Yeah. Got the photos of her just him squeezing her rump while they were hanging out together.
That's weird.
Both married.
Yeah.
He had a big chunky handful of that.
That was the problem.
Yeah. There was
People don't realize how obvious that is. I mean, even if you're just around each other, the energy is just weird. You know, we can tell. You're doing it.
What is that? MSNBC? Aren't those two together as well?
Is that
morning host?
Scarborough?
Yeah.
Joe Scarborough?
Hey, man, look, it might work for some people. Yeah. I'm not hating, dog.
And Trump knows it, and he goes after her, and it makes Joe mad.
Yeah, I like her. Him,
not so much.
I like when he goes the gravelly voice, Trump. He's talking like this regular. I like when he does that. Y'all, you're not familiar?
I thought you were Gene Deckardorff there.
I thought it was Alex Jones for a second.
Trump he'll talk like this at first.
Is that what he does the thing with
Puerto
Rico?
A little faster.
But I love it, dog.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I love it. Hey, R.I.P. Rest in paradise to Mr. Abraham Mitchell, a.k.a. Mr. CIA. My time in VA in the 7 cities. I seen him at a few basketball games. He used to show up to the basketball games a lot in the Hampton Roads area, Hampton, Norfolk State, and all the other good stuff. He used to come out there. He's a fan, right? He used to come out there in these flashy zoot suits. I'm talking about super flashy. And the dude on the microphone, all right, here he comes, Mr. CIA, everybody in the band to go crazy, and everybody's clapping for him. This dude would do outfit changes during the game.
Wow.
Each quarter, he would disappear. And they come back with a different outfit on and get the introduction over and over again.
Wow.
For the games at the park?
The games at the schools.
At the schools?
Yeah, the games at the schools.
So what was he doing there? He's recruiting?
No, man. He's just a fan.
Showing up,
Just
man.
flexing.
Yeah, just a fan, bro. Just showing up. People loved him, man. Had his canes and everything. A little zoot suit. So shout out to him. I've seen him a few times, and he is now transitioned. He is up there in the great basketball court in the sky.
Changing suits.
Yeah, changing suit. Hold on. Yes, all white suit. All right, yeah. Gbag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, ooh, no, wait, hold on, time out. Because I brought this up earlier, and I do want to hit you with this. The wildfires out there in L.A. are scary.
Yeah.
And they had all those cars parked.
They did.
In the middle of the street. And I said Steve Gutenberg ran out there and was
He's trying to help.
playing hero. He was trying to move cars and everything. Yeah. This KTLA reporter had no idea who Steve Gutenberg was. Listen to this exchange.
There's an important announcement I wonder if I could just make. Here on Palisades Drive, if anybody has a car and they leave their car, leave the keys in the car so that we can move your car so that these fire trucks can get up Palisades Drive.
Yeah.
What's happening is people take their keys with them as if they're in a parking lot. This is not a parking lot. Yeah. We really need people to move their cars. So if you leave your car in Palisades Drive, leave the key in there so a guy like me can move your cars and get them up there so that these fire trucks can get up there. It's really, really important.
Thank you for talking to us live, sir. What's your name?
My name is Steve Gutenberg.
Steve, do you live in this
Come
area?
on, fam. What?
Oh my God! That's it. They sent a rookie reporter up there.
Hold on.
They sent a young guy up there.
It is incredible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That part of Los Angeles, how many celebrity you can run into.
You can. A lot of them.
That's the place. That's where they're all living.
Yeah.
I hear they go to the YMCA a lot right there, the local one in that area. Yeah.
Do you live in this area?
I live in the area. I live right up the hill. And thank goodness everybody back. But I have friends up there right now. And they can't evacuate because it's stuck on Palisades Drive.
Yeah. And you're an actor.
Yeah, I'm an actor.
Okay, now you look familiar.
You look familiar.
Yeah.
So
that's Cap. Now you look familiar. No, they was in his ear. That's Steve Gutenberg.
Yeah.
Steve Gutenberg.
It takes two.
Please, bro. Oh, yeah, now you look familiar. All right, yeah. Steve Gutenberg out there doing the Lord's work, man, trying to help folks.
I recognize the face, but I didn't know the name. Like you say, Steve Gutenberg, and it meant nothing to me.
That voice.
And I was thinking, and when you guys brought it up earlier, that he had become like an actual reporter guy now. I thought like he had transitioned from being an actor to being actually one of these correspondents. That's what I thought it was, but he was out here being a good Samaritan.
This is the great Steve Gutenberg. Matter of fact, something up your alley there, Eric. Pause.
Yeah.
He's got a legendary tale about him.
I'm on it.
Yeah, legendary locker room guy.
Big dong.
Hell yeah! I didn't want to say it, bro. I didn't want to say it.
Eric's alley.
I didn't want to say it. Yeah, he has a legendary big dong.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, Steve Gutenberg.
Good for Steve.
Here on Palisades Drive.
Yeah, on Palisades. That's why his voice so deep. Boy, hanging and banging. All right, Gbag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find Gbag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, Tampa Bay broadcaster. What's this fool's name again?
Gene Deckeroff?
Gene Deckeroff.
Yeah. Fire the Cardinals.
because Baker Mayfield was in his bag, and it made Gene just so excited.
Shot, empty backfield look for Baker Mayfield now. 3 receivers to his right. Good snap, belt high. Looking upfield, looking, flushed out of the pocket. Dances outside, throws the ball upfield. He's got a receiver. Oh!
He got a receiver.
He's got a receiver.
So, that's when I think you don't know who the receiver is.
Yeah.
It's week 18. We have some practice squad guys out here. It's a receiver.
Yes, bro, that's my man Ross. And there he is for the touchdown, my guy.
Touchdown Buccaneers.
He's doing finger guns.
Throws the ball upfield. He's got a receiver. Open, caught.
He got a receiver. All right, let me get the vibe right real quick. Let me get the vibe right for on a LA Live 105.3 The Fan on the Butt Naked Wednesdays.